Chapter 1141 Plot. Of course, Grand Duke Risa, who was expelled from the palace, could not sit still and wait for death. When he returned to his mansion, he planned to take advantage of the time difference between being dismissed as Prime Minister, but which had not yet been officially announced, to seek a chance for survival. The best target is the heir of the old rival, his eldest son, Marquis Farshid, the Grand Duke's agent who was left in the capital. Having made up his mind, Duke Risal immediately summoned the knight, the leader of his guard. Although there are only half of the Duke's guards left in name, it is not too difficult to make up the number of 500. But what made Duke Risal heartbroken was the loss of thousands of people. It can be said that the young people in his territory, and some of the best, lost their lives forever, and they couldn't even be resurrected because they were all burned to ashes. This hatred is brewing among the remaining guard members. When the chief knight, a blood relative of the Risa family, came to the head of the family, the first thing he did was to ask for a fight. In fact, this is the second time the request has been made. The previous time was when I got the news in the morning. The leader knight came to ask for a fight. It's just that at that time, Duke Risa still wanted to use force to force the heirs of the Kawe family to agree to his method of disposal. In this way, the problem can be solved without any bloodshed. Unfortunately, his plan did not come true, and the Emperor's showdown forced Duke Risal into a very dangerous situation. So this time, when faced with the request of the leader knight, he did not veto it again, but directly asked, "How many people do you need to take down the little brat from the Kawe family?" "Master, I need half of the manpower in the palace. I guarantee that we can finish the matter before the Emperor's personal guards intervene," said the leader knight, who was holding back his breath. "I will give you all the men, and I will go there. But I want the little cub of the Kawe family alive. You can do whatever you want with the others, and take care of all the trouble before the Emperor's people intervene. Can you do it?" "Yes, Master. I promise to complete it. Go and prepare everything." Lord Risal nodded and agreed to a foreseeable killing. Although in the evaluation of outsiders, the Risal family's military force is not as good as that of the Kawe family, the only difference between the two is a Grand Duke with extraordinary strength. Internally, they are responsible for defeating bandits and dealing with monsters that cause disasters. Externally, they are responsible for conquering foreign enemies and guarding against the invasion of other countries. The two great Duke families bear the same responsibilities, so there won't be much difference in the military force under their command. Even if Duke Risal knows his own shortcomings, he will work harder to prepare better weapons and equipment for the armed forces he relies on in order to narrow the gap. Therefore, as long as Ricardo Calvi himself does not stay in the Duke's palace in the imperial capital, it is not difficult to storm a palace with half of the Duke's guards. As for the attitude of outsiders, it doesn't matter. There is no such thing as a tacit agreement among the nobles of the empire not to use assassinations, forceful attacks, etc. So everything is kept within the scope of civil struggle. It's a joke to say that you are afraid of others attacking those who break the rules. If this level of regulation and punishment are effective, then there is no need for laws in the world. Moral principles are enough. Anyone who violates morality is not afraid of being criticized by thousands of people, being sprayed to death by spitting stars, and making himself embarrassed to live in this world. The real reason why the nobles of the Guana Empire did not dare to cause trouble in the imperial capital was simply the attitude of the most powerful noble emperor. The upper limit of the Duke's guard is 500. The Marquis is 400. The Count is 300, and the number decreases in descending order. Each title class has a number of weapons that it is allowed to hold on a permanent basis. Exceeding this is regarded as a provocation to the imperial power. Weak nobles may not be able to raise enough guards, and powerful nobles can only use other flexible methods to raise more soldiers. But no matter how the number of the latter increases, they only dare to keep them within their own territory. There are 3 Emperor's guards in the imperial capital who are pressing down on everyone. The Praetorian Guard is responsible for supervising the nobles and officials and keeping track of everything. The Guards Corps guards the palace and the capital. The Iron Guards take the initiative. The 3 guards are all legions with a standing strength of 10,000 people. Any noble who wants to have the courage to challenge the Emperor must return to his own territory to recruit troops. Otherwise, the standing guards alone would not be enough to fight the Emperor's 3 guards, and there would be no need for all 3 guards to go out. With such a dark and evil force suppressing everyone, the Emperor has the final say on how everyone can fight and rob. Now, the man sitting on the supreme throne has made up his mind not to care about the matter between the Risal family and the Kawi family, then Angelisa has no reason not to do some things that are originally considered bad rules. It is best to provoke the person who can't help but come forward. The old duke just couldn't stand Emperor Armin's attitude of being aloof, taking charge of everything, and then just sitting back and enjoying the results. Two Grand Dukes fought, and one of them beat the other to death, maimed it, and wiped out any heirs. At most, they could only take away the other's property as spoils of war, but they were unable to occupy the territory and population belonging to the losing party, because it has no basis in law. Blood flag revenge is not a tool used to annex other nobles. So how to deal with the population and territory of an extinct family? As usual, the higher-ranking nobles take care of it until someone is willing to step forward to inherit the severed family name. It is also possible to entrust it to other people, but this approach is more likely to be criticized by others. Even the people living on that land easily miss the old lord and reject the new lord. In any case, although the bloody flag battle between the Risal family and the Kawi family may evolve into a military disaster that spreads throughout the empire, it is not that others cannot benefit from it. For example, if you join the winner's side and contribute, you will naturally be eligible to share in the loser's treatment. The emperor even more securely took the territory and population of the losing party into his pocket. But why should he become the fish on the chopping board in the eyes of others? How many people can understand the unwillingness in Duke Risal's heart? At their level, there is no longer any right or wrong. They are just winners and losers. The old emperor also said that he would only stand on the side of the winner. And if I could drive that man out of the palace in the past, I would have the means to go one step further and kill him. The regained confidence and calmness allowed Angelisa to quickly see her situation clearly, to deal with that old rival. Although he least wanted to be in a head-to-head situation, he was not completely without preparations and plans in this regard. And he was not even completely without a chance of winning. The most ideal first step at hand is to directly capture that man's son, his first-in-line heir, as long as he has such a hostage in hand. No matter how he uses it in the future, he can say that he has a sure chance of winning. To do this, he must show up personally. Not only was he a bait, but he also wanted to make good use of his last remaining power before his resignation as Chancellor of the Empire was widely known to the public, to frighten those Xiao who were hiding in the dark, waiting for opportunities to do something. Use practical actions to tell them that the majesty of the Grand Duke cannot be violated lightly. Chapter 1142 Plot. The gorgeous carriage with the conspicuous coat of arms of the Risa family, led by 4 heavily armored knights riding horses, stopped in front of the Duke of Kawi's palace. The common people living in the imperial capital may not be sensitive to changes and news at the top level of politics, but it does not mean that they know nothing about these two incompatible families. No matter how you look at it, one of them visits the other, which makes people feel unusual, especially since this was a night visit, and there seem to be ghosts all around. There are hints that the next development will not be so kind. Therefore, everyone who had some eyesight and was fine hurriedly left the area of the Duke's mansion for fear of being affected. The feud between the nobles of Lost Land is not just a fight in the palace. They are really capable of using the knife. Although under the suppression of the current emperor, the imperial capital of the Guana Empire has not seen such bloody scenes on the streets for a long time. But it doesn't mean that the common people will forget this fact. Because in the struggle between nobles, they don't care who is accidentally injured. However, as the two parties involved, it seems that they did not pay attention to the aspirations of the common people. Even if the two sides are already hostile, the dignity of the nobles must still be maintained. Therefore, as long as the Risal family did not take action first, and it seemed that the Risal family came in person, the Kawi family could only receive it politely, give the other party a chance to talk first, and then fight again. Only a very small number of people will disregard their dignity and hit anyone they see. They are like mad dogs in the evaluation of others. For example, the old Duke of the KV family, who was not present. Since the old Duke is not here, the servants of the nobles will only act according to the conventions among nobles. The steward of the Kawi family, dressed in a black butler's uniform, walked out neatly and without being rude. He came forward and bowed to greet him. "Is this the Grand Duke of Risa in the car?" The small window of the carriage opened, revealing that familiar face. The steward who came out to greet the guests bowed and asked politely, "Your Excellency, the Grand Duke came here in person instead of returning to his own territory to prepare the army. What is the important matter?" "Humph. Remember your identity. Servant, you are not qualified to speak to me like this." I have important imperial matters from His Majesty the Emperor to convey to Marquis Farshed. Call him out to see me. You guys, I won't go in the mansion. As an imperial prime minister, who no one knows has been dismissed. If there is an order from the Emperor and Duke Risal personally conveys it, there is nothing wrong with this process. After all, the country of Lost Land does not have a large number of eunuchs, like the historical dynasty of someone's hometown. One of their uses is to convey the Emperor's orders, and get some oil and water by the way. The Emperor's messengers were usually nobles. Moreover, the more important the order, the higher the status of the noble who delivers the order. When the Prime Minister comes forward, it must be at the level of military and state affairs. It's just that this routine behavior did not receive a standard response from the Kawe family steward. Instead, he said in a neither humble nor condescending tone, Your Excellency, I am very sorry. The Marquis has already rested and cannot be disturbed. Hearing this response, Mr. Risal was so angry that he laughed. He looked at the young man in front of him and felt that he didn't know the heights of heaven and earth. When did a Grand Duke need to look at the face of a servant like him, without waiting for the head of the family to rebuke the other party? Naturally, a family knight will do it for him. The 4 knights leading the carriage were not showy men from honor guard backgrounds, but strong men who could actually fight and had superb combat skills. One of them took off the long whip from his waist and flicked it casually. The tip of the whip was thrown towards the face of the young man who made the rude remarks. A man who dares to mock in front of a Grand Duke is certainly not an easy man. With one move of his right hand, he blocked the whip. With another turn of his wrist, he firmly grasped the long whip in his hand and pulled it back. But this stroke failed to pull the knight off the horse, but remained in a stalemate. Both sides glared at each other, refusing to give way to anyone. Regarding the dispute between servants, Lord Risal said coldly, So this is the upbringing of the Kawe family. I knew it was bad before, but I never thought it would be this bad. His Majesty the Grand Duke's abnormal behavior makes us have to worry. So his behavior is a bit excessive. I think I can understand those hard-working servants. After all, they are here to protect the face of the Kawe family and protect my life. Marquis Farshed came to the gate of the mansion, looked at the farce with cold eyes, and said coldly, Oh boy, what am I doing strangely? Your Majesty knows the relationship between our 2 families best. Therefore, as long as it is related to my family, no matter how important the news or order is, the messenger will definitely send someone else to deliver it. Even if I bother the Crown Prince, I will not bother you, the Grand Duke. But on this day when my father raised the bloody flag against you, is it not abnormal for you to convey the Emperor's order in person? Marquis Farshed said clearly. Well, this is indeed not what I usually do. Then I will tell you my purpose. Your father raised the bloody flag to me. I believe there must be some misunderstanding in this matter. Maybe he is really old. Maybe you are confused. So I want to come and discuss a peaceful and decent solution with you, so that our 2 families can get back together without making other people laugh. You may not know how many evil wolves are around you. It's not smart to take a bite of meat when our 2 families are tired. Do you want to suffer all the pain yourself and let others take away the benefits? It was rare for Duke Risal to show a kindly old man's expression in front of this family, admonishing this junior. But Marquis Farshed did not relax his guard because of these words. He still stood within the confines of his house without taking a step away and said, Is the Grand Duke confused? Or am I confused? Why do you think you can convince my father? I thought you knew him better than I did, and knew him well enough. Then why don't you get on the carriage and hear whether my method is feasible? I believe you can understand it with just a few simple words, and it won't take too much time. The old Duke said sincerely, If the Grand Duke really wants to cooperate with me to put an end to the trouble my father caused, then why don't you dare to enter my house to talk? I will not stop your guards from entering with weapons. After all, if there is no one to protect me, I think you will also be worried about your own safety. Anyway, there is no basis for mutual trust between us. So it is the best way to give in. Or those bugs hiding in the dark are also planning to take care of them. Weapons come in. I can't agree to that. Knowing that his methods had been seen through, the old Duke no longer continued his futile lobbying. Instead, he changed his words and said, Do you think there is anything more capable of stopping your father than the danger of your life? If you are not willing to cooperate well, as an elder, I will have to use violence. Instead of your father tell you, as a junior, how should you obey the instructions of the elders? The leaders of the 2 parties seemed to be chatting away, setting the tone for what was going to happen next. They did not look like they were holding high the blood flag, seeking revenge and being avenged. But the battle started in the blink of an eye and was everywhere. Chapter 1143 The Battle of the Duke's Mansion. The battle started in an instant and unfolded at multiple points. The Black Cloaks lurking in the dark, guided by the magic props used for communication, simultaneously launched an attack on the Duke of Kawe's palace. The direction they chose was not the door that ordinary people would use, nor the window of the breach, but the elite warriors with extraordinary strength, holding a city-breaking hammer, directly opened a hole in the wall, and fought their way in. This is a world of personal power. On Earth, operations that require the help of blasting and time-consuming operations are effortless for those elite warriors in the Lost Lands. The walls of ordinary houses are no different from paper under the heavy hammers in their hands. They directly opened more than 10 holes in the Grand Duke's residence, which was run like a fortress, and launched an attack, guarding the Duke of Kawe's palace. Those who met the invaders were members of Marquis Farshid's guard. Of course, they have corresponding plans for various offensive plans. But this multi-point breakthrough method does not have a good defensive strategy. Because the initiative lies with the opponent, the Marquis guards can only defend passively, rushing to support wherever the intruder is notified. And they are exhausted. Moreover, not everyone in the Duke's palace is the kind of person who is proficient in martial arts and then does not do his job. There are also many ordinary people who work hard to do the most basic tasks required to maintain a mansion, including meals and cleaning. These people were defenseless against the brutal invaders. Those who were lucky enough were able to escape to a temporarily safe location under the cover of the guard members, who came to support them. Those who were unfortunate enough lost their lives on the spot, under the slaughter of these strong men. Even the whole corpse was a luxury. Battles between nobles have their own battlefield principles. The so-called doing everything possible is actually just fighting for victory or defeat, and using life and death as a bet. Therefore, some people say that war is a continuation of politics, and it will eventually be a waste of time to sit at the negotiating table. But invading a noble's residence is a completely different matter, because it is an act aimed at exterminating the family. Killings, setting fires, everything. The invaders may not care about loot, but they will definitely not leave anyone alive. If you don't do it to this extent, there is no need to go to the other party's home. Both sides know this truth. So at this moment, no one is wasting his time begging for mercy. Either flee or fight. There is no third option. But no matter how cruel the fighting on the battlefield is, it is still a matter between soldiers and soldiers. On the battlefield where the nobles' mansions are invaded, the elderly, weak, women and children, regardless of whether they are armed or not, will be targeted for death. In order to survive, everyone has no choice but to resist, and then realize that all their efforts are in vain. The guards of Marquis Farshid were selected under the same standards and the same test as the guards of Grand Duke Kawe. The same goes for weapons and equipment. In terms of strength, they are by no means inferior to the members of the guard of Grand Duke Risa hidden under the Black Cloak. However, the shortcomings of passive defense caused the Duke's palace halls, which were comparable to battlefield positions, to fall everywhere. However, Marquis Farshid's bravery exceeded everyone's imagination. The magic long sword that will bring out the stream of light when it is swung, harvesting the heads of the invaders one by one. Countless high-ranking knights in black cloaks lost their lives forever in this invasion as disgraceful masked invaders. At this time, the members of the invading Risa public guards also remembered that when he was young, this man was the glorious frontline commander of the 10th Battalion of the 1st Army. That was by no means a position that one could secure based on his background. Even if the Empire's regular army has no foreign enemies or invades in the past 100 years, there are still countless monsters and monsters that must be exterminated. The responsibility to protect civilization never stops. It was never a place for dandies to gild themselves, let alone a place suitable for living on empty wages and retiring. The regular legion recruited various strong men and trained them into qualified soldiers. To be able to suppress this group of strong men, it is impossible without overriding strength. The heir to the Grand Duke in front of him is a man who is only one step away from climbing up the ranks and serving as the commander of the 1st Legion. Unfortunately, to sit in that position requires not only strength, but also political considerations. Although the heir of the Grand Duke did not sit on it, it was also due to political considerations, because no one can accept that the father holds the military power of the empire, while the son is the commander of an elite army. With such a combination, it is too easy to achieve reality, and anyone will have trouble sleeping. So the heir to the Grand Duke returned home, with no further possibility of further advancement in the military until his father retired or even died. Such regret is not a reason to hypnotize yourself and tell yourself that the person in front of you is a weak person. On the contrary, Marquis Farshed is very strong. In the Guana Empire, he is also a strong man in the first rank below the extraordinary. This can be seen from the fact that he is wearing a set of aristocratic uniforms that are not very flexible, and can continuously kill heavily armed intruders with only the magic sword quas that he is famous for. These intruders are not three-legged cats, but the guards of another Grand Duke. In terms of strength evaluation, it is definitely among the elite in the empire. But as long as a strong person is still in the mortal realm, he will have weaknesses that only mortals have. Wielding a magic sword to produce special effects requires magic power. Swinging out a slash powerful enough to split heavy armor requires strong arm strength and physical strength. At the same time, he also has to direct the guards to defend and rescue other people in the Duke's palace, which will consume a person's limited energy. And the enemy is by no means weak. Sweat was mixed with blood, and the blood on his body was from his enemies, as well as his own. The exhausted Marquis Farshed just punched the ground with his sword, gasping for air, watching the endless stream of intruders surrounding him. There were only a few members of the guard who followed him, and most of them were scattered throughout the Duke's palace. A considerable number of them were seriously injured or even killed during the confrontation, and he himself was not wearing any armor. He only used a long sword for both offense and defense, so it was naturally difficult to avoid injury. At this time, several black cloaks walked out of the enemy formation. Their weapons were iron chains wrapped around their arms, instead of ordinary swords, axes, hammers, and the like. The iron chain can not only increase the power of the punch and throw the attack, but can also be wrapped around the arm as a wrist armor to block the enemy's attack. It can be said to be both offensive and defensive. In the impression of Marquis Farshed, a man who was good at using such weapons did indeed know him. I also studied with him for a while, but then lost contact. On the battlefield, there was of course no room for too many memories, as another fierce offensive unfolded. This time, the force of the blow was completely different from before. It seemed that it was a veteran of the Risa public guards. The first to bear the brunt were the men using chains. They transported the iron chain like a long whip, making the tiger strong and powerful. In the first move, the only magic sword he relied on was entangled with several iron chains. At the same time, everyone in the limbs is greeted. The members of the guard wanted to step forward to protect the lord, but were repelled by the larger enemy. Finally, the exhausted Marquis Farshed was captured alive by the enemy's fresh force. Grand Duke Risa finally stepped into the residence of Duke Kawe and planned to inspect the spoils of this battle. That man's son. Chapter 1144 The Responsibility of Nobles. We can finally have a good talk. You agree, Marquis Farshed? Surrounded by the knights of the guard, the old duke proudly came to the middle-aged marquis whose limbs and body were chained. In the past, because the two families did not deal with each other, when the imperial prime minister met this young man in the court, he would only receive verbal respect, but could not feel the heartfelt awe from the other person's attitude or fear. But there was nothing he could do. This young man was not in his own system. He was still under the protection of the military. He was separated from the frontline commander and transferred to the position of logistics supply officer, coordinating the purchase of equipment and daily needs of the regular army. In the eyes of officials in the government system, this is a lucrative position that everyone dreams of. Even if the internal supervision of the Guana Empire is strict, and officials cannot easily enrich themselves, the convenience brought by some positions is more important than money. But such a fat position in the eyes of others is just a sinecure for retirement for frontline commanders who are keen on fighting and pursuing martial arts. If his old man hadn't gone back to his territory to retire, and the Kavi family had to show their faces in the palace, Marquis Farshed would have left long ago. Instead of being in a paradise with a group of old people like now, watching them singing high-pitched songs and playing high-flying games. Precisely because of this indifferent attitude, the Marquis showed no pretense towards the old Duke, who was the Prime Minister of the Empire. This, of course, would arouse the resentment of the old Duke. Now that he had broken up with each other, it was inevitable that Duke Risal would be a little happy to capture this rude young man. It's just that at times like this, there are always people who throw cold water on it. The Black Cloak, who accurately used the iron chain to restrain the weapon and achieved great success, now pulled down the hood to reveal the iron mask and said loudly, "Grand Duke, I think this man is not Marquis Farshed." The old Duke, who was originally proud, and the Marquis, who was secretly trying to break free from the chains, both froze. The person who was identified did not say anything. Instead, He compared the familiar voice from his memory and recalled who the speaker was. The old Duke asked in a calm tone, "Why do you think he is not a Marquis?" "Grand Duke, I found out the clues from his behavior. He doesn't look like a nobleman at all." "That's right." "Yes, that's right. I feel the same way." As if gossiping, the last group of black cloaks who appeared chatted nonchalantly. Not only are these people more skilled than others, their attitudes are also more casual. Grand Duke Rissal was not an ordinary person. When someone reminded him, he suddenly realized what the abnormality his retainers were talking about was. It is true that one of the important missions of a noble is to protect his subjects. But most of the time, once faced with a life and death crisis, the noble's first move to escape was ridiculed as being greedy for life and afraid of death. But in fact, such behavior is necessary among certain groups of nobles. That specific group is the head of the family and his heirs. Instead of fighting on the front line where there is no hope, and finally turning into a dead body, with a few people that may not be able to protect, it is better to preserve a useful body. The true value of an aristocracy lies in its power, and the pedigree by which its power is recognized. Especially for a big noble. As long as you give him time and rely on the appeal of the big noble, it is not a big problem to organize an army of 10,000 people. Even a temporary tax can raise a large enough amount to do things that are unimaginable for ordinary people. Which of these actions is not better than fighting to the death alone on the front line? Alone? How many enemies can you kill even if you fight to the death? How many subjects can you protect? But using the noble status as a call to organize an army and kill the enemy may not be a problem. Not to mention how many people this can protect. This is the overall view unique to the aristocratic perspective, which is difficult for ordinary people to understand. Because most people only care about how many people died because of the noble, and don't think about how many people he can save through his subsequent actions. Do you only worry about whether you are the one who was given up first? But he never thought that in order to protect himself, how many people might be restrained by him because of the only help he had, unable to do anything, and ultimately just gave up. Everyone's concerns are of course something a noble must think about and take care of. But the people he needs to take care of are not one or two, but thousands. Sometimes, limited by the environment and conditions, the choices made out of necessity can seem quite cruel. Bearing the consequences of all choices is also the responsibility of the nobles. Perhaps some minor nobles from the side branches of the family do not have such awareness and requirements. They will run away, but they are simply greedy for life and afraid of death. But as the first heir of a great ducal family, Marquis Farshid fought desperately on the front line, commanding his own escort team to save some unimportant servants. Such actions are undoubtedly putting the cart before the horse, since I haven't thought about how to escape and protect myself. The Marquis' actions of saving people and killing enemies looked like an act of delaying time afterwards. So it is reasonable to suspect that this person is not actually a noble. So it is not so difficult to understand. The old Duke, who had thought about all this clearly, also recognized the fact that the retainer said that the person in front of him was not Marquis Farshid. Just like my stupid son. If he didn't know how to run away immediately when faced with such a certain death situation, then regardless of whether he survived in the end, he should have changed his air. As for the person in front of him, the old Duke did not appear angry because he had arrested the wrong person. Instead, he calmly came to the captured man, grabbed his face, and looked around. Said, "It looks like it. It really does look like it. You didn't tell me, so I couldn't tell that it was a stand-in." The person who pointed out that the Marquis in front of him was a fake stepped forward, took off his iron mask and said, "I remember that when I was still in the First Army, I led a pair of brothers. They were obedient, persevering, and brave. Most of the people I met were even better. So I trained them carefully and taught them everything I knew. They did not disappoint me. And one of them later became the captain of the 10th Brigade of the First Army. Captain, I am even qualified to challenge the throne of the Legion Commander. This is something I can't do." The Marquis saw the familiar one-eyed old face of the visitor, with an obvious cross scar on the blind eye. Even though we haven't seen each other for a long time, that face is still as seen in my memory, and has not changed at all. The one-eyed dragon who showed his true face continued. "On the contrary, there is another person I admire more. He has not made any progress in his military career, and has not made any dazzling achievements. Only afterward did I know that the one who came forward was he inherited the title of Marquis. But the other one is an illegitimate son. He is the half-brother of that Marquis." "Right. Xiao Ruolian. Is this your old man's real name? Given his status in the military at that time, it shouldn't be a big problem to have a few real and fake identities. Chapter 1145 Xiao Ruolian. Captain, long time no see. I never thought we would meet again on such an occasion. Although the Marquis substitute did not admit anything personally, he did not deny it either. It seemed like he was just saying hello to an old acquaintance. Regardless of whether he was bound by several iron chains, he went straight to a normal state and said, Xiao Ruolian is my real name. At least my mother calls me that. There is no change in my identity. It's necessary. This is undoubtedly a refreshing admission of the suspicion of the person opposite. The most surprising thing was not the intruders from Duke Risal's side, but the members of Marquis Farsh's guard who had been fighting together until now. The few people who were still alive, but blocked by other intruders, looked at the master they swore allegiance to and stared with expressions of disbelief. But I never thought that this owner had already switched the package. After being surprised, the members of the Marquis guards looked at the captured man with complicated expressions. I saw that he didn't realize that he was caught at all, but continued to chat. Noonan originally wanted to promote you, but I didn't expect that the captain suddenly disappeared, and no one knew where you went. I didn't expect that you would join Lord Risal's bodyguard. I properly applied to the military to retire. Don't make me sound like a deserter. At that time, I needed a lot of money, and the Grand Duke could afford it. So I worked for him. There's nothing wrong with doing that. That's true. Captain. Joe, who was chained, gave up his struggle and agreed, seeing that the soldier he once admired the most still called him captain, even though he was just a squad leader in charge of 10 people at the time. The one-eyed man still showed a regretful expression, suddenly thinking about something. He said, Don't you think it's a pity to die so casually? If you have a chance to survive, would you consider it? After saying that, the one-eyed man tilted his head and looked inside. The Grand Duke of Saw said, Grand Duke, I am asking for a favor, and I should get it. The Imperial War Ghost made a request to me, and I have no reason not to agree. It's just that I also have corresponding conditions, so it's reasonable. Duke Risal didn't make things difficult, but he didn't accept them all, but made his own request. The one-eyed man was quite satisfied with the positive response. With an exaggerated and operatic gesture, he bowed and said, Of course. That makes sense. Your willingness to consider it shows your mercy. Ruolian. Anonymous. Knowing the original meaning of his surname, Duke Risal looked at the person in front of him thoughtfully. Ruolian can be said to be the common surname of all illegitimate children in the Guana Empire. Some people with unknown fathers, unknown mothers, or orphans are also recorded with this surname in official documents of the Empire. But he is that man's blood after all. Thinking of this, Duke Risal came up with a brilliant idea. He said seductively in a low and magnetic voice, As an illegitimate child, you don't get the care that your father should give you. Will you be jealous of this kind of life? You obviously have the same blood and the same face. Don't you resent your father's unfairness? Now I'll give you a chance to truly take charge of the Kawe family, and be the master of the family. This is the condition for your survival. How about it? Oh, isn't this wonderful? Xiao Luolian changed his original aristocratic temperament and returned to his own habits. This transformation actually made his appearance, which was originally similar to Marquis Farshed, look different. Different from the Marquis' piercing gaze. Xiao's eyes were slightly narrower and had a bit of an evil color. He lowered his head, squinted at the person from bottom to top, and used his own voice to say, I think the Grand Duke's additional request is probably the same old thing again. Give up the blood flag revenge and admit that the old man is confused. Right? You want to get my support and completely control the Kawe family. This is a very reasonable price for cooperation, isn't it? If you don't even have the most basic harmony, how can I help you in the Kawe family? In order to seize the family, you want me to take over someone else's life. The result is that you don't even have to have an illegitimate child. Does this count as turning over and becoming the master? Ha ha ha. Xiao Ruolian said with a hint of madness, laughing. The old duke didn't take it seriously and explained. If you want to use your own name and identity to take charge of the Kawe family, it's not impossible. After all, you are that person's bloodline in your bones, and no one can deny this. If you do this, you will have to spend extra energy to conquer the entire family. It is definitely not as easy as directly replacing Farsh's identity. What's more, no one knows the whereabouts of Marquis Farshed. As long as you are willing to tell me, let me. I will take care of the fugitive for you and throw him into the forest. No monster or beast will give up this delicious food. When the time comes, it will be justifiable for you to inherit the Kawe family. No one can choose it. Something's wrong. Ha ha. That's so good. I can even see what it will look like after it succeeds, Xiao Ruolian said with a smile. Before others could react, he widened his eyes and said in a roaring voice, "Don't just arrange other people's arrangements for yourself, or substitute your own thoughts on others. It has nothing to do with me. You bastard. The only reason why I do anything is because it is what I want to do. I will not live under the control of anyone. Not even my old man. Especially you. Here, witness my awakening with your eyes." After saying that, Xiao Ruolian bit his teeth and triggered some small magic items stuffed in his tooth socket. A strange red light glowed from the inside of his entire face. And the red light became more intense. Cracks appeared on his skin. And they continued to extend and become more numerous. Even the most skilled magician knows that it is too late to stop this, because everything changes too fast and too suddenly. Grand Duke Risa's close bodyguard knights could only deploy multiple magic shields in the first place. With a physical kite-shaped shield, he stood in front of the Grand Duke and blocked the skull fragments ejected by the explosion, as well as the more deadly power of the magical explosion. When everything calmed down, what was bound by the iron chains turned into a headless corpse. For Grand Duke Risa, there is no use value at all. If the other party simply takes poison, as long as the face is still preserved. There are many kinds of magic that can solve the troubles encountered by him, such as resurrection and Kuei puppet. Within the category of necromancy magic, there are countless related magics. But without that face, everything becomes worthless. Blowing one's head off not only prevents the enemy from using his identity to make a fuss, but more importantly, the head is an important medium used by the necromancer to summon the soul. Once the soul falls into the hands of the enemy, countless dark secrets may be exposed to the sun. As long as the head is gone, it is almost impossible to summon the soul, because there is a saying that the head is where the soul resides. As long as the head is destroyed, the soul will also dissipate and no longer exist between heaven and earth. And this is also an extreme method that many dead soldiers who have important secrets will use to keep it secret. Chapter 1146. Rescue People. The one-eyed man looked at the man who committed suicide with regret. The members of Marquis Farshid's guard had mixed emotions. They didn't know whether to resent the Marquis for escaping, resent the person who deceived them, or admire him for his resolute choice to commit suicide. However, Grand Duke Risa was expressionless as he watched everything that happened. Careful calculations may fail due to various accidents, not to mention impromptu things like this, so he is not depressed at all. Returning to the original target, the old Duke asked the members of his guard, "Where do you think that little brat will be in the mansion? Inform everyone to find him, and catch him before me." Feeling the Grand Duke's gaze, the one-eyed man realized that the Grand Duke was asking him a question. After thinking for a while, he replied seriously, "According to what I know about the other boy, he probably ran away as soon as he got the relevant news. It's impossible to find him here. It's better to think about it. There is no other direction or other insiders. For example, the people who left here during this period may be the cover for the kid to escape in disguise." The Grand Duke agreed with this judgment and cold-bloodedly ordered, "In that case, I will leave it to you to finish the matter here. There is no need to leave anyone alive. Just do whatever you like." This undoubtedly sentenced everyone in the Duke's palace to death. In order to capture Marquis Farshid alive, there were many powerful methods that they did not dare to use. In order to find someone as soon as possible, he didn't care about collecting property, and had to let go of those pretty women. Now the only restriction is the evacuation time. But the Grand Duke no longer restricts their actions. This is like letting the tiger out of the gate, making everyone happy. Oops. Am I late? A voice suddenly sounded. The group of warriors who were accustomed to fighting subconsciously wanted to chase the source of the sound. But the same voice sounded from another place. "You are the knights of the Kawe family, right?" "What?" Everyone turned their heads again, only to see that the knights of the guard, who were originally blocked from the outside and fighting with the fake Marquis Farshid, had disappeared. Also missing at the same time was a headless corpse tied with chains. In the midst of panic, news from all over the Duke's palace came one after another. The enemy has disappeared. Not only could they not find anyone, some of them were still in the middle of a fight, and their opponents just disappeared from sight, allowing their own sword to strike through the air, almost missing their own feet. The whole process was silent, which made the invading Riz alongside feel horrified. What's going on? The old Duke asked the question in everyone's mind. Of course no one can answer. They looked at the few knights with magical attainments present, and saw that those few also looked at a loss. No one knows what happened. Master. Duke Risal's personal bodyguard hurried over and said, "There is a fire everywhere here, and it has spread to a certain extent." With a click of his tongue, the old Duke asked, "Where is the study room in this mansion? Have you found it? Or found any important documents? Where is the Duke's seal?" The guard shook his head and said, "Master, the fire in the study is particularly strong. Long before the fire broke out in other places, people close to the study reported that the study was already on fire. Even if there is really something hidden in it related to the Grand Duke Kawe, or their family's secrets are all in flames now. TSK, forget it. Retreat. Take all our people away." At the order of Grand Duke Risa, the members of the Duke's Guard disguised in black cloaks quickly withdrew from the Duke of Kawe's palace. They stood in the courtyard of the Duke's palace and watched helplessly as the fire spread and eventually engulfed the entire Duke's palace. And in the dark night, the scene of a large aristocratic mansion falling into flames and burning also caught the eyes of many people. An autonomous city within the Guana Empire, located on the outskirts of the magician's holy city of Estali. It is an automobile manufacturing and R&D center. It's like a field hospital tonight. There's a lot of noise everywhere. Although most of the injured or uninjured people were brought here with a look of shock and inexplicable emotions. Speaking of which, that expression is a bit subtle. Fortunately, the people responsible for treating people were Duke Kawe's Duke Guards, who were no strangers to people who were also members of the Kawe family. So they could receive treatment or comfort with peace of mind. And more people are gathering here, as if people from the entire imperial capital Duke's palace are coming here. However, the emotions of surviving the disaster soon spread among this group of people. In particular, they saw familiar faces who worked and lived in the same place turned into cold corpses and came to this strange environment. As for the magician who had done all this, he was lying on a bench beside him panting, looking no different from the wounded person he had rescued with his flash technique. He pointed out the familiar faces among the old Duke Guard members and said, "I should have withdrawn all the people. You can go and count them yourself. If there are still vacancies, it is best to confirm the possible location of the other party with familiar people. Or are they in the Duke's palace? By the way, among the people I brought back, is there Marquis Farshid, the son of your Grand Duke?" The last question made the guard knight, who was handing over matters to Lin, look dim. Just before he wanted to answer, Duke Kawe, who came after hearing the news, led a group of people into this temporary rescue center and walked towards a certain corpse that someone brought back. A headless corpse. Seeing this, Lin was surprised and guessed, "Maybe that is the Marquis." The same question was also in the minds of these members of the Duke's Guard. But just looking at the clothes, that person is not a Marquis. Who else is a Marquis? No one except Marquis Farshid is qualified to wear the high-end aristocratic silk clothes made by the senior tailors of the imperial capital. Grand Duke. He is not. The members of the Marquis Guards, who were also rescued, wanted to mention the father of the person they served. The old Duke had already squatted down, picked up the headless corpse, held back his grief, and said slowly, "I know he is not Noonan, but he is my other son." Kawe Gong grabbed the right hand of the headless corpse, rubbed the finger that looked a little different, and said, "I still remember that this was the fracture you broke when you were a child trying to save your stupid brother who climbed up a tree. I dare not tell anyone. After it heals, it will look like this. Unless it is interrupted and reconnected, it will not be restored to its original state. I still remember you smiling and telling me, 'It doesn't matter. My brother is fine. Just fine. After putting down his right hand, the old Duke took the headless corpse into his arms regardless of the blood. It seemed like he was stroking the area on his head and face. But there was nothing there. The old Duke choked with sobs. "This time, you saved your stupid brother again. Well done. You did a good job. You can rest now and don't have to worry about other people. Leave the rest to your father." "Good." Grand Duke Kawe's touching confession seemed to release all the sadness in the treatment center at once. You must know that someone rescued not only the guards of Marquis Farshid and the family deacons of the Kawe family, but also many servants working in that mansion. Both men and women. Even the strongest person can't help but shed tears. And those who were sentimental, or those who were not used to life and death, wept secretly. Chapter 1147. The target, who has not been saved yet. Although he didn't take life and death lightly, Lin, who had nothing to do with himself, was also infected by this sad atmosphere. However, as an outsider, his emotions were not as deep as others. And from what he said, he probably imagined the relationship between the deceased and the old Duke. Although I don't know the details. Even ordinary families will have some things that are unreasonable to outsiders, let alone nobles. But there are some things he still has to say, and he has to say them. Furthermore, he is also the outsider best suited to break the sad atmosphere now. He endured the fatigue and exhaustion of energy caused by hundreds of flash spells with additional protective magic. Lin came to the sad old Duke and said, "Your Excellency, please have your condolences. But please don't forget that you have another son who is still outside. If this one is not Marquis Farshid, then where is he?" Without bringing the Marquis back, my mission this time was not considered a success. Was it hidden in some secret room in the Duke's mansion? I followed your instructions and set fire everywhere. I tried to put it out. It's not that easy. If the Marquis is still hiding in the fire scene, and we don't act quickly, we will be burned to death instead of being killed by the enemy. This will be a sin. Wiping the tears on his face, he carefully placed his child's remains back on the ground. Naturally, there are other people who know how to arrange the follow-up arrangements and do it meticulously. Not only are they the illegitimate sons of the old Duke, but also members of the guard of Marquis Farshid. There are also many who have noble status or are of noble origin, and they must be treated with the etiquette and treatment corresponding to their status. The old Duke still had an expression full of reluctance and pain, but he still endured the pain and talked about his other son with a magician who helped him greatly. If they activate the double plan, it means Noonan has left the Duke's palace. So the fire will only burn out the things that should not be left. And you don't have to worry about burning the wrong thing. That is to say, you have an evacuation plan, which is good. So where should I find the Marquis? The sooner you bring him back, the less you have to worry about. The painstaking efforts and sacrifices of others will not be in vain. Lin Hulu, he stretched his muscles and bones, trying to find his own state. Although it won't help my fatigue, running one last time and bringing back the most important goal can save me from long nights and dreams. No matter what, I had to run this trip. If he didn't do it and let the old Duke's son die outside, then everything he had done before would be in vain. For the same reason, the old Duke also figured it out. Immediately he called over several deacons in the family who were responsible for the Marquis affairs. These people are all people who may be related to their son's evacuation plan. He led the group of people and the magician to another quiet place. The members of the Duke's guard consciously separated a space to ensure that the conversation here would not be leaked. Tell me, who knows where that kid Noonan is running to? The old Duke directly asked everyone as the head of the family. The deacons who have stayed in the Duke's mansion in the imperial capital for many years are of course loyal and trustworthy to the Grand Duke. But the matter is so important that even members of the Duke's guard may not be qualified to know, let alone a magician whose origins are unknown in their eyes. Everyone's suspicious glances were quite explicit and unconcealed. Although Lin felt it, he didn't feel dissatisfied. This is a normal reaction for those people who are superior. There is a saying in my hometown that there are 7 rank officials in front of the Prime Minister. They are people who serve the great nobles and have titles themselves. It would be abnormal if they were completely unwary of magicians who appeared out of nowhere. However, the old Duke did not explain someone's origins to these servants in a leisurely manner. He said directly, "Tell me, you can come back safely because of his help. My son can only count on him if he wants to come back safely. If you don't tell me, you are just wasting my time. If you don't know, just say you don't know." Everyone looked at each other, and the 2 deacons took a step forward, bowed and said, "Master, only the 2 of us participated in the Marquis departure. Very good. Let the others go help with the matter over there. You 2 stay here. The Grand Duke pointed to the magician standing beside him. "Tell him the story once. What does he want to ask? Just answer everything you know. No reservations." Since it was the order from the head of the family, the 2 people who stayed behind revealed their plan to evacuate from the imperial capital without reservation. After listening to the first episode, Lin directly unfolded the night starry sky, while covering everyone. He also unfolded a miniature real-life terrain map of the Guana Empire. On the topographic map, in addition to marking known important cities and fortresses, the territories of different nobles were also roughly divided. It can be said that if this real scene picture is put on paper and taken out, it can be directly used for military purposes. So let alone the 2 remaining deacons looking at someone with strange eyes. Even the Grand Duke looked a little abnormal. even though I had been in the era of information explosion before time travel. A high-precision map of this level was nothing. But after living in Midland for a few years, Lin knew very well that even an ordinary road map might be caught as a spy by the local nobles. It would not be an injustice to take out a real-life picture of this level and directly send it to the guillotine. However, judging from someone's current strength, although he still lives as obscenely as before, there are many things that he no longer needs to cover up. I took out this map to find people faster and more conveniently. The specific method was to ask the Carvey family to point out trustworthy places in their evacuation plan that could provide their own supplies and change horses. Using a map to mark things can make things clearer and clearer than just listening to what the other party says. Coupled with the strength of Marquis Farshed and his entourage, it is easy to draw the range of activities they can reach in one day. It is a pity that the choice of route is completely made by the escapees themselves, and no standard route has been planned. One of the reasons for doing this is, of course, to prevent the enemy from easily grasping the whereabouts after the intelligence is leaked, and thus being captured. On the contrary, even if we want to pick someone up, we don't know where to pick them up. In terms of safety, it is really safe, the kind that no one can find. Although he used detailed maps and estimated the distance traveled by the Marquis and his party, as well as the supply points arranged by the Conway family in various places, as well as various climatic factors, terrain assessment, and other additional influencing factors, Lin predicted that the Marquis and others' possible locations. However, the prediction range is so large that finding just 3 people is undoubtedly like finding a needle in a haystack, which is very difficult. Lin scratched his hair, not knowing what to do. The old Duke was also frustrated by this result, but he had no choice but to ask, "Boy, are you sure you can find my son from an area that is about the same size as my territory? Your Excellency, do you think it is possible?" Lin replied weakly. "Very difficult? It's very difficult. Not very difficult." Someone who had been weakened by repeated use of the flash technique with protective magic said excitedly at this time. Chapter 1148 Trouble in Trouble. Regarding the difficulties, Lin further explained, "Ordinary people will only take the roads that have been developed, because most of these roads are protected by local lords. They will not only clear out bandits, but also regularly expel monsters or wild beasts, which is for the safety of travelers. The most secure thing is to do it instead of wandering around, because that way you may become prey." Lin drew many green lines on the actual scene he unfolded. These lines are roads connecting various human gathering places, which may be from city to city, town to town, or between villages. These roads were often used by armies, so the old Duke was no stranger to them. But the Marquis and his 2 followers are astonishingly powerful, and no other monster can be their opponent. This means that they can choose many more paths than ordinary people. Not only are the paths that hunters or adventurers would choose, there are even maybe he deliberately broke into a dangerous area to get rid of his pursuers. Lin used yellow lines to mark more detailed routes. These routes may not necessarily have an end point. They may go deep into certain mountains and forests, and those who enter must retrace their steps before they can leave. Those areas that do not have much development, the environment and ecology are quite primitive, and the areas where warcraft are densely populated are marked with red blocks. Most of these places are hunting and gathering places for hunters and adventurers, but after entering these areas, there will always be people who will never leave, but will become prey for those beasts, and their bones will be buried here forever. This means that there are quite a few options for the Marquis, and our chances of finding the Marquis are even slimmer. I also tried to use prophecy magic, but I don't know if it is because I am not proficient in this area, or there are other reasons. I always got vague answers, and couldn't see where the Marquis was." The old Duke calmed down a little, and turned his attention back to the still living child. He thought for a while and said, "If they are fleeing, they may take the Guardian Talisman with them. The result of disrupting the prophecy magic is unpredictable. Find them through magical prophecies." "Boy, do you have any other way to find people? Your Excellency, have you ever thought about a question? If I could find the Marquis' location so easily, maybe you should be more worried about the Marquis' current safety, because the enemy should be able to find the Marquis' whereabouts." "Indeed. What do you suggest we do now?" asked the old Duke. Lin spread his hands and said, "We can only wait. When the Marquis takes the initiative to contact the supply location you have arranged, and then let them notify us. We hope that the Marquis will wait for our rescue. Well, you are in contact. How about these locations?" Before the old Duke agreed, the deacon in charge of the Marquis' escape said first, "This can't be done." "Why?" Lin asked. The old Duke looked sideways, unable to discern the meaning. The deacon who grabbed the words faced his master's eyes and explained. According to the agreement that enabled the retreat from the imperial capital, any actions that stop or make demands on the retreaters may be an act of rebellion that disrupts the retreaters. But ignore them. If the Marquis strictly follows the agreement, he will directly kill those who make these requests or suggestions. Those helpers are very aware of such rules, so they will not follow all the action instructions in the agreement. We will wait until the evacuees return to Kawi Castle, or the Holy Water Valley Fortress, or other places where absolute safety can be confirmed. And then even if we can provide enough proof to convince the managers of each supply point, and it is true, do it. Even if the Marquis doesn't kill them, he may not follow the instructions. Whether he believes it or not is in the Marquis's hands, and no one else can control it. After thinking about it, Lyndon said, what about asking those people to notify us after they have contacted the Marquis? In this case, at least, they will not kill them directly after being discovered by your Marquis. There is no such threat. Is it possible for them to do so? This time, without waiting for the deacon to answer, the old Duke waved his hand and said, this kind of thing can be done. You just explain it directly. To find someone, the key is to have a lot of eyes and quick reaction. My son's life, but in your hands. I don't want to hear any more impossible answers. Regardless of whether they were rescued from the Duke's palace in the imperial capital or were originally following Duke Kawe. After the deacons made their decision, they could only faithfully follow it. Then he bowed and said, yes, master. Knowing that he had nothing to do for the time being, Len relaxed and seemed to lose consciousness as soon as his head hit the pillow. Of course, this look also caught the eye of the old Duke, and he probably knew someone's restrictions on the use of flash. Anyway, it's just for your own use, so it doesn't matter how much you use it. But if you want to take people away and protect them from being turned into evil spirits by the after effects of the flash, you have to put in several times the effort to accomplish it. Although he didn't know where his limit was, it seemed that sending back these hundreds of dead and living people was still quite tiring for him. So he said, boy, I have nothing to do with you for the time being. Go back and have a good rest. When I get news about that brat who is running around, I will ask you to do it. Len responded weakly. Easy to say. In fact, the old Duke didn't know that in the past, the upper limit of someone's use of flash technique was probably 2 to 3 times. And then the whole person seemed to be drained dry. Now it can be used hundreds of times. And the progress made in this process is terrifying. However, Len had no intention of bragging about such things. One was unnecessary, and the other was clumsy. Furthermore, even if he really brought back all the people from the Duke's palace, the capital of the Guana Empire, if he still had some energy left, he would pretend to be exhausted. I just don't want people to think that I can do these things easily and with enough energy. It's just that I'm really exhausted now and don't need to act anymore. But just before someone remembered to say H, low and then leave in a flash, the old Duke called the magician who was about to leave. I asked you to save so many people this time. And then I asked you to save my son. Regardless of the fact that you started all this, I still owe you a favor. Hey, it's easy to say whether I owe something or not. Anyway, there is always a chance to get it back. Right. Len waved his hand and said, I really don't understand which one is your character. The businessman's Philistin, or the careless casualness in front of you. Forget it. Let me tell you some news, so as to repay the favor owed this time. You know the Holy Spirit, do you know how to use a sword? The old Duke said. Regarding this familiar name, Len said, I remember. This is an organization related to the Hagiri clan? In order to seal the heretical demon sword Inzadu in the Hagiri clan, Hagiri joined hands with humans to create the underground palace seal, the demon sword. But wasn't this organization brought out by your demon prince? That's right. You have Hagiri. So it's not an accident to know those things. It should be said that that organization has never been severed. But its purpose is different from when it was founded. They are now a group of people who think that except for those who recognize it, other people they are not qualified to use Hagiri. So as long as there is a Hagiri lying around, they will recover it after they get the news. So? Someone had a bad premonition. What else? They're targeting you. Sure enough. This is the development. Chapter 1149 Duke Risa's Arrangements. Regarding the news that the Holy Sword Society was targeting him, Duke Kawe did not disclose any further details. In fact, he didn't know any better. The Holy Sword Society is a secret to most people, or they only hear about it in stories. Few people know that this organization actually exists and is powerful. After all, the members have been recognized by a member of the Hagiri clan and become their contemporary masters. If you are not a strong person, you cannot do this. And such a strong person gets Hagiri. That is, strength is strengthened. Looking at the entire lost world, such people are rare. On the one hand, because there are not many Hagiri in existence, the number of members of the Holy Sword Club has always been quite rare. Since it's not an organization so big that everyone can join, it naturally follows a mysterious route, and fewer people know about it. And is it a good thing for such an organization to target itself? It's impossible no matter how you think about it. This can be seen from the old Duke's introduction to the contemporary Holy Sword Society just now. The first is that only approved people can use Hagiri. Who approves? Is it approved by Hagiri or the people of the Holy Sword Club? Don't look at the noisy Hakakiri in your hand. If you don't talk every day, it's like you will die. But someone still remembers that there are only so many talking Hagiris. When he was fighting against the Enzidu in the hands of Demon Prince Azad, his own Hagiri was able to beat the unable Enzidu to the point of almost having a stroke. Even though Hagiri had no brain. Since only the holder can talk to Hagiri. Approval or disapproval is not a person's final decision. This leaves room for maneuver. Just like what earthly religions say. Are they really said by gods? Or are they just said by humans? There is also the second point mentioned by the old Duke when I get the news. I will recycle the box cutter. It feels like there's no chance of rejection. Regardless of whether the original holder is recognized by the Hagiri in his hand. The people of the Holy Sword Club can take it away if they want. At this moment, someone really hopes that his guess is wrong. Maybe this mysterious organization in MIDI is actually very easy to get along with. And it is not the kind of arrogant character that has gathered many of the biggest bosses in the world. But there's no point worrying about that right now. After saying this last thing, Duke Kawe had no intention of retaining anyone anymore. And his attitude was much colder than his familiar personality in the past. I don't know if it's because I just lost a son, or if this whole thing really left a grudge. But someone didn't want to continue thinking about this problem. He just wanted to go back to sleep. Let's talk about everything after we've had enough sleep. Rather than someone sleeping as soon as they fall down. There are many people sleeping poorly in another place. The flame soaring into the sky at the Grand Duke's residence in the royal capital of the Gawana Empire made many nobles, who were not very upright, worry about whether they would bring disaster to Chiyu. After all, political liquidation is difficult to end as long as the knife is used. Unless one of the two opposing parties disappears completely. As for whether to die or surrender, no one cares. Don't just look at the burning of Grand Duke Kawe's mansion and think that he is the loser. The really feared Grand Duke is still alive and kicking outside. Even if Lord Risal burned that house and killed all the people inside, it would only be to vent his anger. Revenge for the loss of the Duke's guards and auxiliary soldiers was meaningless to the overall situation. Unless he catches Duke Kawe's legitimate son and heir, Marquis Farshid. But a whole night passed, and there was no news that Marquis Farshid had fallen into the hands of Duke Risal. There were only many specious rumors. If the Marquis is really captured, the Risal family will definitely publicize it vigorously. In addition to having the hands and feet of the Kawe family tied, it is also a powerful proof to win over other nobles. It proves that the Risal family will be the final winner in this struggle. Therefore, other families can safely stand and not wait beyond the time limit. But no. This kind of thing is not something that other cunning nobles can believe by just saying it in plain words. There is always some evidence, such as inviting the son of another Grand Duke out to a noble banquet and showing it off, to prove to others that the hostage is indeed in his hands. If you can't do this, then no one will believe you if you promise any conditions, let alone let people take refuge. Since he knew that it was useless, Duke Risal did not do any unnecessary lobbying, but focused more on the escaped Marquis Farshid. Magicians who can use teleportation magic not only have a limited teleportation distance, but most of these people are also under the control of the Empire. Duke Risal easily retrieved the data of these people, and confirmed that they did not appear at the Grand Duke's Palace of Kawe to help the little brat escape. As for the teleportation magic circle that can teleport over long distances, of course there is one in the capital of the Empire, and it is listed as the target of immediate control. It is not necessary to completely ban the use, but it is easy to use the authority of the Imperial Chancellor, who has not announced his dismissal to demand censorship of users. As long as the escaping Marquis is not clear-headed, he will know that the method of teleporting the magic circle is not feasible. In fact, there was no news that the Marquis took this road. then what the other party can do is to flee and find a way to escape back to their own territory. Although each family's evacuation route is different and secretive, the connotation of escape is similar. Nothing more than supply points, changing horses, disguises, etc. Therefore, even if they do not know the exact route, Duke Risal's subordinates can still estimate the possible haunts of Marquis Farshad based on the power distribution of the KV family on the table. It's true that the estimated range is very large. But unlike those who are on the run, those who are pursuing them don't care about making a big splash and being discovered. Therefore, the Rizalites mobilized all reserve manpower and manpower deployed in various places. Originally, these people might have just done some business in the local area and collected intelligence for the Grand Duke. But now they have become part of the team to capture Marquis Farshad. In addition to the whereabouts of Marquis Farshad, there is another issue that everyone keeps silent about. But it is also a very serious issue. That is where the people from Duke Kawai's palace in the imperial capital have gone. It's normal for living people to run away. It is not a strange thing that the dead can run away in the lost land. But it is not a common thing for hundreds of living and dead people to disappear in the blink of an eye. You know, in order to catch all the people in Duke Kawai's palace, the people arranged by Duke Risal not only attacked the inside of the palace, but also were surrounded by people outside. But this attack plan was no different from a dragnet. But it lost everyone. Who did it? How did you do it? Without finding the answer to this question, Duke Risal only felt that the future of this battle was slim. So in the world of magicians, the Grand Duke caused an uproar just by asking questions. In short, Mr. Risal was afraid that the noise would not be loud enough and the momentum would not be strong enough. Everything is done except beating gongs and drums to publicize it everywhere. This naturally made the other nobles watching even more worried. Chapter 1150 Succession as Prime Minister. Just by looking at the lack of movement by the Emperor's 3 guards, one could tell what the one sitting on the supreme throne was probably thinking about. Therefore, the nobles were very worried that they were being taken advantage of by others, or that someone was fishing in troubled waters and benefiting from it. There are not many examples of the Emperor taking advantage of the opportunity of revenge among nobles to purge those he disliked. There are countless examples of other nobles taking advantage of the opportunity to commit evil acts. Many times, even if you know about the bad things among nobles, you can do nothing but swallow the sour consequences. However, the old emperor had different ideas from most of the nobles. He stood on the high platform of the palace, overlooking the burning super-large torch in the imperial capital. He once thought that he could control everyone, so that even if they argued, they could control the scope and intensity of the struggle below a certain level. But this fire made him realize that maybe the more he suppressed, the greater the rebound would be. At this time, it was too late to bridge the gap between the two capable subordinates. Sacrificing the bloody flag means fighting to the death. Even the authority of the emperor is not qualified to interrupt. If it were an ordinary little noble, if he couldn't stand it and sent out iron guards to pin everyone on both sides to the ground, the matter would be solved. However, if the emperor intervenes at will in the struggle between the two Grand Dukes, whether he is fighting for one side or both sides, it is very likely to turn into a civil war that divides the empire, or at least a serious internal conflict. Standing by and watching is the only option left. So as an emperor, the next thing to do is to warn others. Let them not be stupidly sandwiched between two giant beasts and weaken the power of this country. Although the empire is not yet at the point where it is dying and has only one breath left, this senseless loss can still be avoided. After making up his mind, the old emperor prepared to return to his palace. Before leaving, he looked back again. The Grand Duke's mansion was given to that friend by himself. But now it was burned down by another friend. That inexplicable and indistinguishable feeling may be difficult for others to understand. In addition to the unusual atmosphere due to the fire last night, the Imperial Prime Minister, the head of the ministers, did not appear in the palace during the regular court meeting in the palace. In the general process of court meetings, the emperor is like a decoration. He does not care about anything and does not say anything. Everything is presided over by the Prime Minister, unless there are matters that are difficult for everyone to resolve. The Emperor will be asked to speak Chrysostom, but under the leadership of Duke Risal, the powerful Prime Minister. This rarely happened. Now that the powerful man was not there, the ministers who had been favored or cultivated by him did not know how to start this court meeting. So they looked at each other in confusion. Fortunately, the old Emperor was not too old to do anything. He announced directly to the ministers, "The Grand Duke of Risa resigned from the post of Prime Minister yesterday due to busy affairs in the territory. However, I am old and cannot bear the burden of government affairs, so a successor will be selected to take over the position of Prime Minister. I hope that you will continue to help me and promote the smooth operation of government affairs in the empire." Those who originally wanted to express their opinions fell silent at this time. Duke Risal's withdrawal is undoubtedly an opportunity for the palace to reshuffle. Even those who were politically loyal to the Grand Duke had their long-suppressed or forgotten ambitions once again flourishing. Not to mention those people who were already eyeing him. How could they not take advantage of the old man's withdrawal to seek opportunities for themselves to gain the upper hand? So everyone is waiting for the old emperor to announce who will succeed the prime minister, before deciding their next step. This is also a last resort. After all, things are so rushed and the changes are so fast. Everyone is caught off guard. If they had more time to operate, they might be able to put a suitable candidate or leader in place, which would save everyone a lot of trouble. Now I can only wait passively. The person who will take over the position of Prime Minister is Crown Prince Nawaf Kazalnia. The Crown Prince, who was named and stood behind the old emperor, came to his father in panic under the surprised eyes of the ministers. He half knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Father, I am not strong enough, and I am afraid I will not be able to do the job." The old Emperor Armin couldn't help it and wanted to taunt his son. But after all, he is not the kind of person who enjoys seeing people in embarrassment. And this is not a place for joking. So he could only continue to play the role of a loving father and a filial son, showing a kind expression and saying, "The empire will eventually be unified. How can you say that you are incompetent? Moreover, your performance in the past few times of supervising the country has been commendable by the ministers. Now you are just continuing the experience at that time and taking on more responsibilities." Knowing the character of his father, who is an emperor, the crown prince knew that if he continued to pretend, he might be self-defeating. Therefore, he stepped forward, knelt down half kneeling, and said respectfully, "My lord, I sincerely obey your will, my father." At this time, an attendant stood up holding a tray. The tray was covered with a red velvet mat and placed with the brooch surrendered by the Risal office yesterday. That is the left hand holding the scepter, and the right hand holding the sword are symbols of the pinnacle of civil and military officials in the contemporary empire. It's just that this attendant is still a few steps away from the crown prince, and he doesn't look like he's about to hand over the brooch. Crown Prince Nawaf was thinking whether he should go forward to get the brooch and pin it on his collar. The old emperor spoke again at this time. Although it is the past practice to entrust the prime minister with full power over the affairs of the empire, but there is one thing you must not do, including the palace under your leadership. If anyone violates the prohibition, I will. You will take this as proof that you are unable to command so many civil servants, and consider changing the title of crown prince. Although the old emperor didn't like to show his evil intentions and look at people's embarrassment, but this explicit warning still made everyone raise eyebrows. Everyone is thinking about what the old emperor's red line is. Emperor Armin did not wait for everyone's curiosity and said directly, "The hatred between the two Grand Dukes. You are strictly prohibited from using any form of support or suppression to support or suppress either party. Not only military, but also political and economic actions are strictly prohibited. Whether it is you, or the fact that other people in this court are doing this only proves that your leadership is incompetent. Remember one thing, you have many younger brothers and sisters, and there are many people who are willing to replace you and have the ability to replace you. Of course, you can use your position as Prime Minister. During this time, use various means to kill all those who threaten your position. But as long as there is anyone left, don't even think about taking the throne of the Crown Prince, unless you have the ability to get rid of me as well." Faced with such a straightforward warning from the old emperor, Crown Prince Nawaf suddenly felt that the scepter brooch that was handed to him, symbolizing the position of Prime Minister, was a little hot to the touch. His unconfident eyes tilted his head slightly and glanced at the ministers in the palace. This weakness was of course noticed by these old foxes who had been in the palace for a long time, and they had other thoughts. "By the way, I forgot to mention that your younger brothers and sisters, of course, include the 14th. Don't forget him." Chapter 1151 The Choice of Successor Emperor. The old emperor's light words were like a pebble that stirred up thousands of waves. Who was the 14th son of Emperor Armin Kazalnia? It was the demon Prince Azad who made the nobles of the empire frightened. A prince who was deprived of his inheritance rights and surname. Now the old emperor actually said that as long as the crown prince violated the red line he had drawn, even if only Azad was left as a natural disaster, he would hand over the crown prince's position to the other party and depose the current eldest son. This attitude of treating the order of royal succession as nothing is simply challenging the nerves of all nobles, rather than trying their best to prevent the natural disaster from taking over. The ministers were more excited about the crown prince, who was threatened to be replaced. Even if Nawaf didn't break down emotionally, he looked like he wanted to yell but didn't dare, and said, "Father! Azad! Why should he replace me? He has been deprived of his inheritance rights. You said it yourself." "Ah, even if he is deprived of his right of inheritance, the 14th old man wants to sit in this seat." Emperor Armin patted the armrest of his throne with a proud look on his face. "Does any of you have any way to stop it?" The old emperor not only looked at the crown prince, he even glanced at the ministers below. A minister groaned and said, "Can a person who doesn't distinguish between right and wrong, good and evil, be able to be an emperor? Distinguish between right and wrong, good and evil?" The old emperor's temperament suddenly changed. He was no longer gentle and harmless, but had the majesty of an Aitsangsheng. Said, "Sitting in this position, do you need those things? In a high position like ours, can there be any right and wrong, good and evil? My dear minister, I rely on you. How did you climb to your current position? Really, have you forgotten? Don't try to constrain an emperor's behavior with your naivety, which you don't believe and can't do, because at the top of the power, I see it more clearly than you." Although his words were slow and his voice was deep, there was invisible pressure that made all the powerful nobles lower their heads. The emperor of one of the 5 great empires of Midland, a member of the pinnacle of power in the world, revealed his true face at this moment. Emperor Armin looked at the crown prince, who was shocked to the point of losing his composure, with the same eyes, and said, "My dear you, do you think it is this throne and this crown that gave me the title of emperor and allowed me to stand on the throne? The pinnacle of power? If you really think so, it's Yuji's fault. Remember, it's because Yu is at the pinnacle of power that many foolish men and women offer this throne and crown. You have the power and value to enjoy all this. You are not just a pig or a monkey sitting on this throne, wearing a crown on your head, and the people will praise you." Having said this, the old emperor's momentum suddenly disappeared, allowing everyone to be relieved from the pressure. He showed a lonely expression and said helplessly, "Speaking of which, your dear brother, the 14th son, is the most suitable successor. It's a pity that even I can't force him to do it." "What's the matter? So I can only settle for the next best thing and choose you to be the crown prince. Do you understand the cause and effect? So, cherish the status I give you now." The old emperor didn't even notice that in his own emotion, he even changed his words. It can be seen that his resentment is so deep that even as an emperor, he cannot calm down. But he finally remembered to return his attention to the son in front of him and said, "But you don't need to belittle yourself, Nawaf. Not everyone can take the path of the 14th. But you should understand that when you have power, controlling power and being controlled by concentrated power are 2 completely different things. You should try your best to be the former, rather than being the latter and being deceived into thinking that you are in control of everything. But this is not the case. The path of waiting for mortals is different from that of old 14. Father," Crown Prince Nawaf asked bitterly, "in your mind, can my 14th brother succeed to the throne and do better than me? If we really let him inherit the throne, it will probably make the empire a mess." The old emperor said with a smile, "Then why do you like him? He is not good at running a country, but he is good at shutting up people. If it is just like this, it will really not help in running a country. But after all, it is not a matter of one person, but must be done by many people working together. So it is very difficult. Here's the interesting thing. The 14th has absolutely no patience to take care of the chores of a country, even if he just participates in discussions. So the actual responsibilities will fall into the hands of the ministers. Because of his unpredictable personality, he is sometimes flattering. It will please him. And sometimes flattery will only be exchanged for a sword. And this change cycle may only be one afternoon, or it may be several days. In short, no one knows what the old 14 will do in the next moment. So those who cherish life, people who are greedy for life and afraid of death, will naturally seek good luck and avoid bad luck, and dare not appear where he can see it." Having said this, the old emperor glanced at the ministers below. They all shrank their heads like quails, fearing that the emperor would really throw them to the 14th prince to assist him in government affairs. That's not the level of accompanying a king like a tiger. It's basically putting your head on the guillotine, just waiting for that person to be in a good or bad mood, and give him a casual blow. In this way, a very interesting strange circle appears. The ministers who will stay in the court are likely to be the only ones who understand that things must be done and dare to make a decisive decision and come forward. And these stubborn people, some elements will die, and perhaps some will be ignored by old 14 and survive to push the empire's political affairs forward. Such people may not necessarily be talented, but at least they will be bad even if they mess up. However, those greedy villains who only care about their own interests, regardless of the interests of the empire, and even harm them in return. So it is surprising that in the possible future situations I speculated, the more the 14th did not want to care about this country, the more there were in this country. It may get better. There will be no intrigues among ministers, because just dealing with the uncertain emperor may exhaust their enthusiasm for fighting. After talking about his vision for the future, the old emperor looked back at his eldest son and said, "If the person sitting in this position were you, you might be able to surpass my achievements. But that's it. However, as an emperor, if you make one wrong move, it is very likely that your whole life's efforts will be wasted. If you cannot control two vicious dogs at home, it is conceivable that one of them will die. It's a stain on the rest of my life." After saying that, he sighed softly, seeing that his eldest son still looked depressed. The old emperor recovered his mood first, smiled and said, "My dear you, don't forget what I just said. There is a very important premise. That means you have violated Yu's request. As long as you do not involve the empire in the dispute between the two great dukes, and at the same time do not allow the people below to do their own thing, which may cause the country to fall into a storm, then those things that you are afraid of will not happen. Your position as the crown prince and your responsibility as emperor in the future cannot be escaped. So please do your best. Gentlemen." Chapter 1152. The political situation changes. After receiving Emperor Chrysostom's promise, Crown Prince Nawaf looked back at the imperial ministers who were about to cooperate with him. Everyone had the same serious expression, without any hesitation. This is because everyone has secretly made a decision and will work hard to implement it without retreating. That means never intervening in the dispute between the two Grand Dukes. In the two major systems of military and political affairs, the two Grand Dukes each have their own supporters. It is easy for them to use their scope of authority to provide convenience to their benefactors. But just as the emperor was worried, it would be difficult for those involved to stop at it, but would step into the abyss step by step, and eventually be involved in this situation and unable to get out. However, these people had never thought about this issue before. For them, whatever they give, whether tangible or intangible, must eventually be rewarded. If the party you support fails, then all your previous investments will be lost. You may even have to pay more in exchange for forgiveness from the winner. So once you take the first step, it's impossible to escape. This is not simply to repay the favor of promotion, or to express one's position, but is related to personal interests. But none of these interests are more serious than the rise of Demon Prince Azad. That uncontrollable prince would be fatal, and he was unable to resist. Without the emperor's power, just standing in front of him is enough to make people tremble. If such a person is allowed to take control of the entire empire, as the old emperor said, those currently standing in the palace, even most of the nobles in the imperial capital, will flee back to their own territories for refuge. Who doesn't cherish life? If someone is willing to come forward, let that person come forward. Anyway, it won't be long before he's probably dead. As for whether the empire will get better, to be honest, what the old emperor said is a joke. That's just because the person in question is his own son. A beautiful delusion born out of doting emotions. If it is so easy to govern a country, then is it a joke that everyone in the palace works hard every day to deal with government affairs from all over the empire? The so-called country is a group that will happily and automatically fall into the abyss when no one cares about it, and will never recover. Only when the officials who lead the country work hard to control the direction of the country, and do not deviate too far from the right path, can the country survive. No mistakes can be made in any aspect. Otherwise it will bring disaster. It is precisely because of this that officials in high positions have their importance and necessity. It is not because of their ancestors that they enjoy high positions. The inheritance of the family only allows them to become familiar with the complicated affairs faster than ordinary people who know nothing about it. If the most important link, that is, the emperor, suffers an unreliable disaster that can even be said to be indistinguishable from destruction, what is the difference between that and seeking self-destruction? But by that time, probably no one could worry about other things. It was more important to think about how to survive. In order to avoid falling into such a situation, The best way is to comply with the old emperor's request, and never get involved in the bloody flag battle between the two Grand Dukes. Even any formal connections should be avoided at a distance. Everyone was afraid of giving the emperor an excuse to tease the crown prince, who was still able to negotiate, and directly promote the natural disaster to the throne. So one day later, Grand Duke Risol, one of the parties involved in blood flag revenge, who was no longer in the palace, suddenly realized that he had become unable to move in the capital. All the relationships I had built in the past seemed to disappear overnight. Although all the couriers and envoys sent out were treated with the same courtesy, none of them completed their mission. Everyone politely declined their request, even if their envoys brought out the favors that the Grand Duke's family had extended to each family in the past, and asked them to respond. No one was willing to give a positive reply. Such an abnormal state certainly attracted Duke Risa's attention, and it is easy to find out the reason behind it, because no one deliberately hides it. The initiator of everything is the one sitting on the supreme throne in the palace. Using the 14th prince as a threat really hits everyone's weak point. Even Lord Risol himself didn't have a good solution. At first, he was deprived of his succession rights and driven out of the imperial capital. But the result was achieved after all the officials in the palace worked together. Although the old emperor complied, he still let his dear son go. The reason is very simple. I did what I could, but I couldn't control his behavior. Whoever can do it will go. The good upbringing of the nobles makes everyone lack the vocabulary of swearing. This is probably the only shortcoming of being a superior person. But the old emperor's action still caused all the nobles to use all their curse words throughout their lives. In short, when the demon prince and himself were put on opposite ends of the scale, Lord Risol could understand everyone's choice. But understanding does not mean understanding. The anguish and anger in my heart are still there. That old bastard has nothing to offer except blood. It was only the third day since that incident happened. But the old duke felt as if he had been stuck in a quagmire for 3 years. There is no good news. Just bad news one after another. And the bad news that extends from the bad news. The old duke, who was rubbing his temples and pinching the bridge of his nose, was interrupted by several gentle knocks on the door. Without waiting for a response, the knocker came straight in. This was a privilege reserved only for the old duke's personal valet. Knocking on the door is just a reminder, not a request. "Master!" The person entering the door bowed in greeting, and then said what he wanted to convey. "We have found the whereabouts of Marquis Farshed. We are now sending people to track him down." Exhaling a long breath, Duke Risol said, "Finally, there is good news. Where did that kid go?" "Enter from the northern secret forest and run into the Peavies Mountains. We are contacting nearby gathering points to organize search troops and prepare to enter the mountains." The waiter talked about the follow-up arrangements. Because the task of hunting down the Marquis has been assigned, everything can be carried out without the permission of the Grand Duke, and someone is responsible for the relevant planning. But the progress of things still pays off. Sometimes the Grand Duke will have additional requests, but most of the time, he just wants to know the results. However, this time, there were probably too many frustrating things that made the old man unable to relax. Hearing this rare good news, Mr. Risol raised his lips slightly and said, "Well done. Let me know. Whoever catches that kid will be rewarded heavily. Also, I want to live. And I only want to live. I am missing a leg. I won't care about such a small thing as a broken hand." The little extra request and the promised reward seemed to indicate that the future development of the fugitive Marquis would not be a happy one. The attendant saluted, and was about to hand over the task ordered by the Grand Duke. Duke Risol called the people down again and said, "Tell the others that we are leaving and returning to the territory. What should be taken away? Don't be left behind. Just keep the necessary manpower to maintain the mansion." Although the attendant was surprised by this sudden decision, he had no right to question it. So he had no choice but to comply. For the old duke, one of the reasons for staying in the imperial capital was to use the connections he had managed to form a siege network against his old enemies. But since this plan was ruined by the bad old man with the crown, there is no need to stay. The duchy is where one's foundation lies. Chapter 1153 Secret Forest. In the forest, the 3 masters and servants, traveling lightly and simply dressed, not only had to avoid the natural hunting creatures in nature, but also the pursuers from the human world. He had no choice but to break into the secret forest where royal hunting events were held, because it is too unsafe to walk in a human town, and you have to be prepared to be recognized by spies at all times. The day before, I thought that as long as I put on civilian clothes without the ornaments of noble heraldry and left the imperial capital, a city with as many nobles as dogs. I would not be recognized in a gathering place where ordinary people gathered. Who knows that this is just a self-righteous extravagance? In the past, the biggest difficulty in all evacuation plans was how to leave the imperial capital. As long as they can successfully walk out of the city gate, it is basically difficult for the pursuers to find their target. Because outside the imperial capital, there are not many such people who can still recognize the nobles living in the imperial capital. Maybe the servants at all levels in the imperial capital can do it. But how can people who have lived in other towns or rural areas for most of their lives recognize a nobleman who may never see him once in his life? To ordinary people, he is a noble person. In the old days, even if a wanted poster was drawn with a human face, it was limited by the painter's skills. Whether you could find the person based on the picture actually required some luck. As for the temporary pursuit of a target who has escaped from the imperial capital, in addition to sending out helpers who already know the target person, by the time the portrait is drawn and sent to various places, the target may have already escaped and it will be too late to pursue him. However, compared with today, the biggest difference lies in the rise of forums. Although this thing is mainly text messages, sending 1 or 2 pictures will not explode the magic stone that opens the forum browser. Someone originally developed the technology of photographing products in order to build a forum mall in Shijia district, southwest of Midi. Since you can take pictures of objects, it's not surprising that you can take pictures of people. Therefore, the magic man who was hunting down Marquis Farshid was instantly transmitted to all parts of the empire through the convenience of the forum, and was in the hands of the people of the Rizal family who were responsible for hunting down the Marquis. Because it is a real-life shooting, there is no question of painterly skills or whether it is realistic or not. Even if they are not full-time members of the pursuit team, as long as they are related to the Risa family, they can become informants and form a tight dragnet. The fleeing Marquis also discovered that no matter where he went, he would be recognized. At first, he thought it was a spy in the family who leaked his whereabouts. But when he saw the pursuer opening the water mirror screen of the forum and chasing him more and more closely, how could he not think of the problem? Although the Marquis is not a heavy user of the forum, as it is the fastest tool for information circulation, it is impossible for him not to understand it. It is precisely by understanding the convenience and popularity of the forum that you can understand what kind of situation you are in. As a last resort, he plunged into this royal hunting ground. Although the secret forest has a royal title in the imperial records, in fact, it will not be fenced here, and no one is allowed to enter and hunt animals. On the contrary, it should be said that the vitality here is too strong and the fecundity is amazing. If left alone for a certain period of time, a tide of beasts will form and fight back at human gathering places. Therefore, the royal family takes the lead and convenes nobles of all sizes for hunting regularly every year. In addition to being used to train troops, it can also reduce the number of wild beasts and monsters in the forest, collect available magic materials, and at the same time reduce the probability of beast tides to avoid harming neighboring towns. The reason why this forest is not cleared, it can only be said that the living footprints of the lost humans are not like the earth, which is so full that they have to compete with nature for space. Moreover, the forest and the mountains behind it are vast, no different from a small country, coupled with a complex terrain. Even if regular legions are dispatched, it will be more difficult to clear than to attack other countries. Secondly, for ordinary adventurers and mercenaries, this is an excellent production place for beast magic materials. As long as it can be effectively controlled and restricted, no one will want to directly kill the chicken that lays the golden eggs. From another perspective, this is a restricted area for ordinary people, and it is quite dangerous to walk in it. After breaking into such a place, the Marquis's intention was to reduce the number of pursuers and spies as much as possible. At least in this forest where monsters are rampant, there will be no children, beggars or vendors who will betray their whereabouts for a few copper rewards. But in their haste, the 3 Marquis failed to make sufficient preparations. Wearing leather armor, a standard sword, fire, and a blanket, he just broke into the forest. Fortunately, the 3 of them are not pampered young men. Even the Marquis, who has the highest status, has endured hardships under his father's upbringing. Although I have never been an adventurer and traveled around, I still have the skills to survive in the wild. Maybe when it comes to hunting monsters, the 3 of them are no better than those old hunters. But whether they don't let themselves become prey or fight if necessary, the 3 of them have a higher chance of survival than most hunters and adventurers. It's just, this matter was out of control from the beginning. It would be a lie to say that the Marquis didn't have any resentment in his heart, especially after escaping from the imperial capital. Just imagining what will happen to the people left behind makes me feel full of apologies. If we had more time, we would be able to make better arrangements. Instead of being like this now, running away is not enough to describe my embarrassment. He would rush into the forest, but he also vaguely wanted to find trouble with wild beasts or monsters to vent his violent anger. In the secret forest, there are areas suitable for large groups to hunt. But that also means easy access to roads, which is certainly not conducive to someone trying to hide their tracks and escape. Therefore, the three Marquis Farshid chose another direction. It is also a place where some old hunters, or a small number of elite adventurers will go. In this forest area full of towering trees, there are no major roads because it is sparsely populated. At most, it is a trail that hunters regularly walk. And more often than not, it is a path taken by wild beasts. Even though this is a natural world, there is no such thing as a fierce beast at every 3 steps or a magical beast at every 5 steps. The ecosystem of the Lost Land will still abide by the most basic principles. The territories of carnivorous animals will not be too dense or overlapping. After all, sufficient food must be ensured. If there is not enough food, they will expand outward. When the scale of expansion is large enough, a so-called beast tide is formed. Therefore, although the secret forest is considered dangerous by ordinary people, in the eyes of experienced hunters, there is still a safe passage. It's just that such a passage is not fixed and may change at any time due to the change of beasts occupying the territory. Therefore, we must rely on the heritage and experience of hunters to determine where the safe path is at the moment. Although the Marquis and his party had learned relevant knowledge, they were not as clever as professional hunters after all. As we go deeper into the forest, and it becomes more and more difficult to walk, the forward speed that should have slowed down is not at all slower than before. Marquis Farshid was quite surprised when he realized that this phenomenon was contrary to the expected situation. The only explanation is that the subordinate who led the way was very familiar with the forest, so the group could always find the right direction and avoid taking more wrong paths. Chapter 1154 The Way Forward. Bandak, why didn't I know you were so familiar with the secret forest? The Marquis asked. Familiar? The attendant named by the Marquis looked surprised. Immediately, as if he understood something, he opened the water mirror screen of a forum and displayed a document. Except for the once-a-year hunt, which I would follow here to take care of the horses. I have never gone so far into the forest, so how could I be familiar with it? I read the information about the secret forest on the forum and asked the veterans to tell me about it. The way to go. There is such information. Although I know that there is a lot of information on the forum, it is also quite messy. The Marquis didn't know what those things were specifically, so he was surprised. I think that one day I will make money, and I will travel around and live out the addiction of being an adventurer. But such a day seems far away. So there are many friends on the forum to read what other adventurers have left. Travel notes or regional introductions to satisfy your desire to travel. Of course, there is no doubt about the authenticity of these information, and some people who have had the same experience will add or correct it. And I spent a lot of money. The purchase will be updated with the latest information. At least it will be new information within 2 months. Unless it is really unlucky, and there has been a big change in the past 2 months. After understanding the information spoken by his subordinates, Marquis Farshid couldn't help but curse. Damn it! I cursed the inventor of that forum. Ah. What? The proud Bandak was stunned for a moment. No. It's okay. Show me the thing. Marquis Farshid couldn't help but cursed. He buried his thoughts deep in his heart and never mentioned them. He didn't know what other nobles thought of the forum, but from the perspective of a military general, he understood that the uncontrolled flow of information was definitely harmful and unhelpful. The most important point is how untrained people can identify the authenticity of intelligence. There are countless examples of the spread of false information that has changed the situation of war or politics. But he was powerless to stop all this, so he could only curse a few words. However, the information Bandak had in front of him was related to his life and death, so of course he needed to understand it. You have to go through the browser magic stone to check its content. The most important thing is to confirm the source, credibility, and breadth of circulation. The original function of the forum is actually very simple, but users always have some workarounds to add some extra features. For example, for paid information like this, as long as it is not very confidential and involves private information, the seller will add records of how many people have purchased from him and relevant reviews to increase the credibility of the information. The Marquis did not have much doubt about the authenticity of the message. At least everything went smoothly under the leadership of Bandak. He was concerned with another issue. After taking a few quick glances, and then looking at the data he was most concerned about, the Marquis immediately confirmed that his worries were well-founded. However, Bandak seemed completely unaware. While handing over the magic stone, he did not forget to talk about his plan. We are going to go west next. After reaching the river bank, we will then go north along the river. Except for amphibious creatures, other carnivorous animals rarely hunt near the river bank, which is considered a safe area. When we arrive at PB's after the mountains, you can cross the mountains through the nearest and lowest mountain pass. Once you reach the other side, you can go all the way north. You will soon pass through the secret forest on the north side and return to the civilized world. This is the safest route. Many experienced hunters and adventurers recommend it. You are right. This is the safest way. So we will not go this way. The Marquis directly stated his decision. Not only Bandak was surprised at this time, but Kazim, another fellow protector who was in charge of the rear, was also puzzled. Like his illegitimate brother, these two were comrades who joined the army together. It's not a matter of life and death together. If you have anything to say, just say it. This is their way of getting along. Although he rejected the other party's plan, Marquis Farshed still explained, the reason for not taking the safest road is because that road is recommended by this guide that many people know. This also means that there is a great chance that our pursuers also know this road. And the introduction is very detailed. And the territory of the monsters we will pass along the way is also clearly written. As long as we have this information, the speed of progress will not be much different. In this way, we will lose the advantage of breaking into the secret forest, taking into account the danger and complexity of the forest. If we all take the same safe path, it would just become a race. Well, that's true. Kazim first agreed. At the same time, Bandak also knew that his opinion was rejected. It was not a casual comment, but a carefully considered decision. He also agreed with the Marquis' statement, but showed a pity expression and said, in this case, this guide to the secret realm will be useless. No, it is still very useful. The Marquis moved the displayed screen to the map containing the estimated distribution area of Warcraft, and said, at least he lets us know the general distribution of those troubles, which is very useful. Knowing where to go will be a choice we can handle. Oh, sir, you already have a direction, Kazim said. Yes, let's go in this direction. Marquis Farshed used his finger to draw a line on the map displayed on the water mirror screen. Kazim was still memorizing the map carefully, but Bandak, who was quite familiar with the content of the secret guide, was stunned for a moment. Then he trembled all over, stammered in his speech, and said in a trembling voice, my lord, do you know whose territory this is? Well, the content of your guide is not very clear. Or is this wrong information? Marquis Farshed asked doubtfully. Bandak lowered his voice, but stretched his neck, and said depressingly, this is the territory of the Azure Dragon. It is a dragon. The top existence in a secret forest. We really have a way to go from here. And survive? The Azure Dragon is a very unique colored dragon that does not belong to any known dragon clan. The Lord of the Secret Forest. If it were elsewhere, it would have entered the sequence of king-level monsters. But within the Empire, there is no king level. This is because the evaluation of king-level monsters is not only a recognition of strength, but also a helpless compromise of human society. The meaning of because I can't deal with that monster. I admit that the territory it occupies belongs to it, and no one can enter it. But as the top forces in Lost Land, the 5 empires have no such troubles. As long as it is alive, they can kill it, even if it is dead. They can make the other party die again. And this time, it will still be completely dead. But what kind of price it will cost and whether it is worth it is another matter. Jade Green Dragon is such in existence. The strength is top-notch. Although he does not have the title of king, no one dares to underestimate him. And it is also one of the reasons why the Guana Empire did not completely clean up the secret forest. It wasn't that he was afraid of the dragon or that he was unable to destroy it, but that a long time ago, the Green Dragon made an agreement with a certain emperor. The content of the agreement is now unknown. In short, the dragon did not leave the confines of the forest, and subsequent emperors had no intention of breaking the status quo and disturbing the other party. The most important thing is, that dragon is negotiable, the Marquis said. Chapter 1155 Trackers. the tracking team closest to Marquis Farshed and his party. This team was secretly entrusted by the mercenary guild to hunt down the fugitive slaves. Even in the photo of the person provided by the employer, the target was clearly dressed in noble attire, and the obvious coat of arms was not covered up. But since the employer insisted that he was a runaway slave, everyone treated him as a runaway slave. The reason why we were able to find such a mercenary team that didn't care about details was because the Risa family did not issue commissions through the formal channels of the mercenary guild. And to accept such a commission, which is similar to private work, the composition of this team is not all good people. In short, the hiring party will hire this kind of person. And it is also thinking about how to deal with the other party after the matter is over, and then keep silent and default on the debt. And the hired party is not a fuel-efficient lamp, and is fully aware of the situation. But if they dare to take on this kind of private work in the gray area, they have the strategy and ability to get paid well and escape unscathed. In any case, this team's quality in tracking people is quite high compared to other teams hired by the employer behind it. They are the fastest to hoist behind the target. Along the way, all judgments on target selection were accurate. Therefore, the supervisors who came from the employer's family and were sent to follow were very satisfied with the performance of this team, especially when he used the forum to report the team's progress to his boss. The praise and news he received made him even more excited. The Grand Duke has issued a reward for the target. If he catches the target and then disposes of this group of people according to the plan, then he will keep all the credit and bounty. It just didn't allow him to be immersed in his delusion for too long. The sudden stop of the team made him wake up from his delusion. I saw the leading old hunter squatting and rubbing the soil and weeds picked up from the ground with his fingers. "What's wrong?" the supervisor asked. He then looked at another guide, who was using a browser magic stone, and above was a screen about the guide to the secret forest. "Didn't you follow the route suggested in that document? Or did you take the wrong direction and need to reconfirm your position?" People who often travel outside will understand that maps are not everything, especially for people who have no sense of direction and can't figure out where they are on the map. Even a detailed map is useless. There is no GPS satellite positioning in MIDI. That's why the supervisors would wonder if the person leading the way had led them astray and onto a route not recommended by the guide. "No, it's not our problem. It's the target that has changed direction." "Oh." The supervisor was not stupid enough to ask how he could tell because he had been watched several times before. Every time, the leading old hunter could prove with facts that he was right in tracking. The supervisors were wrong regardless of their suggestions or criticisms. "If the target changes direction, which route can be taken here?" he asked the team member who opened the map. Before the employer could ask questions, the man was already looking for information, wanting to find out which safe route they could take from where they were. But the old hunter judged and said, there should be no need to look for it. They chose a route that was not recommended in the guide. Finally found it. "I thought you would just keep walking stupidly." The last sentence was like a whisper. "Speak to those who are not present." "Oh, old man, do you know where the target is going?" The question was from one of the team members. Everyone in the team had their days of being unruly, but they were still convinced by the old hunter's abilities. The old hunter asked for the browser magic stone from the person who opened the map. Using the page browsing function neatly, he came to the map and World of Warcraft domain distribution map pages. Shanine said, if they find that the tracker can pursue from the recommended route based on the same information, then they should find a route that is not on the suggested list. A route that they are sure they can pass. The leader of the team, he came to the old hunter and looked at the same map, according to the idea given by the old hunter. After thinking for a moment, he said, they can't go back the same way. If they do, they will meet us directly. Is it possible to go around to another road and branch off to a safe route in other areas? The captain drew a direction on the map with his finger. If someone really walks like this, it means that he will spend a few more days traversing half of the secret forest before he can get out of the forest. And if they go this way, the best choice is to go back to the original road. If they had not entered the forest, towards the road that the Duke of Kalway would have taken. However, doing so goes against their intention of using the shortcut in the secret forest to reduce the time it takes to return to the duchy. Therefore, the old hunter did not agree with this judgment. Instead, he drew the route he thought of on the map. I think it is very likely that they went in this direction. And judging from the traces they left on the ground, they did go in this direction. Unless they turned to other directions later. Everyone in the team is familiar with the content of the secret forest guide. Not to mention that they had the experience of entering the forest several times in order to find rare magic materials entrusted by other employers. So they knew whose territory the route drawn by the old hunter would pass through. Everyone showed surprised expressions. And the captain was even more surprised. Passing through the territory of the Azure Dragon. Is this possible? That dragon is negotiable, isn't it? The old hunter said. As long as you grow up and live in the area near the secret forest or in the imperial capital, you will definitely have heard some nursery rhymes about the green dragon. It's just that someone got a gift from the green dragon, or a magic book, or an indestructible sword, and then became a hero. Therefore, in the perception of many people, the image of this dragon is quite positive. Do you believe that? Why do I feel that according to our preparations, the chance of falling into the hands of that dragon is relatively high? The captain asked rhetorically. For people living in the gray area, they inherently do not believe in the fairy tale that they can get any powerful gifts from the greedy dragons and then achieve great things. Dragons are not businessmen. Businessmen at least know how to trade at equal prices, even if their valuation standards are different from ordinary people. The dragon clan is something that can only be taken in but cannot be taken out. And greed is the most basic thing. To have an equal dialogue with him, you must first have equal strength. And this point stumps the vast majority of humans. Therefore, most of the people present did not believe that anyone could get anything from Bai Qinglong. The old hunter said, no matter whether those nursery rhymes are true or not, at least the dragon is negotiable. Regardless of whether our target has come into contact with the dragon or not, I think the Grand Duke's family can be offered for sale. The reward for that dragon's help. If the target is really that important to the Grand Duke's family. The words actually involve the identity of the target, and what the Grand Duke's family wanted to do. For mercenaries, this is a bit beyond their duties. The old hunter didn't want to offend the Grand Duke's family. So he added, or at least, I think we can afford to be able to move freely in the Azure Dragon's territory. This will be of great help to us in tracking our targets. Won't it? Chapter 1156 Pursuit. Although it is said that plans cannot keep up with changes, if the considerations at the beginning of formulating the plan are not perfect, the results of the plan execution will not be so gratifying. This point was perfectly reflected in the behavior of Marquis Farshed after he decided to pass through the Azure Dragon territory. That dragon is negotiable. But in fact, this is the same for both the tracked and the tracker. It doesn't mean that Bai Qinglong only negotiates with one party and then fights to the end with the other party. And when it was actually going on, the worst thing was that the dragon didn't appear at all. The creature that poses the greatest threat is also seen as a wooing force by both the tracking and the track parties. The absence of the green dragon makes this chase game less varied. Since there are less changes, the factors affecting both parties have returned to their respective fundamentals. The advantage of the Marquis and his party is that they are very strong, and ordinary monsters are no match for them in one round. Even if the weapon in hand is just an ordinary long sword, as long as it penetrates the vital point from a weak point, an ordinary long sword can still be fatal. Right? In the Azure Dragon's territory, any monster with some brains, or that is powerful enough to exceed a certain level, will become the Azure Dragon's food if it doesn't run away on its own. In addition, the living creatures that grow on the ground as food supply are not all herbivorous animals. There are still some carnivorous animals or detritivorous animals, forming a basic ecosystem. In view of the fact that even ordinary herbivorous animals in the Lost Land are extremely ferocious to ordinary people, let alone the few carnivorous animals, there is no threat in the eyes of Bai Qinglong. But it does not mean that it is the same in the eyes of ordinary people. Even though the three Marquises far exceeded the strength of ordinary people, these creatures still cause some trouble to them. The biggest disadvantage that affects the advancement speed of the three Marquises is that they are not veterans living in the mountains and forests. Especially a forest where dangers are everywhere and the terrain is unfamiliar. Several times, in order to cross the natural chasm in the forest, the three Marquises had to take detours, or even go back and move in other directions, so as to pass those special places that could not be crossed by human power. However, the closest group of people chasing behind the three Marquises had forest veterans, like the old hunter leading the way. In addition, in the Jade Dragon's territory, ordinary carnivorous animals would not pose much of a threat to this group of elite warriors. So it can be said that the tracker's advancement speed can still maintain the level of the previous few days. The speed of one remained unchanged, and the speed of the other slowed down. The result was that the Marquis and the other three were finally caught up. The pursuit turned into a pursuit, and everyone started a long-distance race of endurance and fighting. The three Marquises abandoned all their daily necessities, took only their weapons and equipment, and wandered to fight with the pursuers. As long as they can run, they will never stop. Although the strength of the three of them is superior, their numerical disadvantage, and the need to spend time choosing the direction of escape cannot allow them to easily fall into the trap set by the pursuers. These all involve their limited energy, and create a 5-to-5 wave. Results: on the pursuing side, although the hired team lacked individual strength, they cooperated well, and the opponent was bent on escaping, so they achieved good results. In particular, their supervisor reported the news that they had bitten a target and recruited other tracking teams to round up them. So now they just need to delay time and contain the other party. There is no need to go up and confront others head-on, risking injury. Although if you do this, the bounty will have to be divided equally. But making things bigger and letting their part of the bounty fall safely into their pockets was what this group of people planned from the beginning. Although people who take this kind of private work are short of money, they also see a lot of mercenaries who have money but no life to spend. No one wants to be the kind of unlucky guy who has to leave his wife and children to others to raise, and the one who is the supervisor dare not repay. If we were to investigate later why he didn't report the news as soon as he discovered the target and direct other teams to surround him, that would be another issue. If you catch someone, you will get all the credit. If you don't, and let the target escape, your end will definitely be no worse than dying on the spot. Therefore, he can only hope to capture the person before support arrives and maximize the credit. So even though the team supervisor was very anxious, he urged those who were following the team to move forward bravely. It would be best to have a lose-lose situation with the target. Not only would he be able to take the credit, but the people below who share the profits and rewards would be best killed along the way. And then everyone would be happy. But no one is stupid. The supervisor's greed is almost written on his face. How could the tracking team that he hired not know how to keep a guard up to avoid getting themselves into trouble? Just watching them shoot arrows, they not only shot extremely economically, as if every arrow was made of gold, but even if they shot 10 arrows, they could not hit even half of them. Can you believe that these are professional mercenaries? If they really go to the battlefield, whether it is to kill enemies, or to defeat thieves or monsters, such a level of combat power will be killed in minutes. But just such a soy sauce technique with one move or another actually slowed down the speed of Marquis Farshid and others. Even if the Marquis and the other three wanted to force their way in, it would be impossible if they didn't fight against them. Moreover, chasing in the forest is not like chasing on the streets of town, where there are too many uncontrollable terrain factors. The layout of the town has its own rules. Under normal circumstances, there will not be a sinkhole suddenly appearing on any side, or a cliff after climbing over a wall. But all this is possible in the forest. Therefore, when the Marquis and others escaped, they had to pay attention to where they would end up. In comparison, the tracking team has more experience in this area, and the speed of running and pursuit is faster. The group of people chased and fought, and under some kind of tacit understanding, a strange balance was formed, and no one was even injured. If everyone hadn't known each other's identities, and were in the most dangerous place in the Guana Empire, they would have thought this was a training exercise between colleagues. However, as time went by, tracking personnel from the Rizal family gradually showed up to provide support, and the situation began to tilt against Marquis Farshid. When there are enough people chasing, and those participating in the pursuit judge that the target can be captured without injury, those present will not intend to let the number of people sharing the bounty continue to increase. There was a tacit understanding that needed no explanation. When the people on the Marquis side spattered blood for the first time, the pursuers began to get serious. The Marquis, who only had a long sword and a suit of leather armor, could still maintain his invincibility against the enemy after running wildly for a whole day. This kind of resilience also made the chasing people look at him differently. Some people know the identity of their target, and some don't. But none of this prevents them from understanding one thing. That is, the three people in front of them are definitely the best fighters. Unfortunately, only one person will survive, and the other two are destined to die in this forest. When the encirclement network formed in the open area without shelter, and the three Marquises could no longer advance even half a step, the outcome seemed to be decided. But a shot arrow suddenly stopped in the air, and at the same time, there was a sharp and loud sound like tearing cloth. Oops. Although I won't feel any pain, it seems a bit bad to be discovered like this. Chapter 1157 Green Dragon. Accompanying the sound was a huge figure. The navy blue dragon scales shed colorful light under the sunlight near dusk. The sky-covering wings were half-folded and curved behind the tall man. The figure is not bloated at all. but appears quite slender, especially the long tail, which is a bit longer than the average dragon, accounting for almost half of the body length. The proud dragon raised its head high, overlooking the humans below it. As for the arrow nailed in midair, it's actually stuck in the crook of its leg. It seemed like it was stuck by the scales, or caught by the crook of the leg. Anyway, it didn't shoot through the dragon's scales, and was directly nailed to the body of a giant dragon. The non-magical weapons fired by a group of warriors cannot reach this level. In the Guana Empire, the master of the secret forest, Bai Qinglong, was looking down at the little people who had stopped fighting. It raised its forelimbs, which were not short at all, and the colorful shadows left traces wherever they passed. Pointing at the people present, Bai Qinglong said, "Don't worry about me. Just keep fighting. Just like what you did when you broke into my territory without my permission. Since you didn't ask me about it at the beginning, I believe you won't care now. My opinion?" Faced with a certain dragon's sour remarks, everyone present stood there dumbly, not knowing how to respond. Does Longwei exist? For a time-traveling person, seeing a carnivorous animal larger than themselves in front of them, salivating and grinning at them, would probably frighten a normal person to the point of being unable to move, no matter whether the animal in front of you is a dragon or not. In addition, the dragon's body odor is very strong, which is oppressive both visually and olfactory. It can be said that there is no need for any additional magical effects. From an animal instinct alone, the dragon is born at the top of the food chain and dominates the fear of all creatures. In particular, the azure dragon is not some wild dragon or young dragon that pops up in no corner, but the lord of the secret forest that is familiar to the citizens of the Guana Empire and has been around for who knows how long. When everyone saw the azure dragon that only appeared in pillow stories or jokes in taverns, its size, which was larger than ordinary dragons, and its peculiar appearance, instantly shocked both the tracking and the being tracked. Marquis Farshid was the first to react and said loudly, "Master of the forest, I am the heir to the family of the Grand Duke of Kauwei in the Empire. I own Farshid and have the status of a marquis. I hereby promise that as long as you can send my companions and I leave the forest safely from the north, and you will be able to have the friendship of the Kauwei family and a generous reward." The marquis' reaction was so quick. Of course, because he was in the center of the siege and his life was hanging by a thread. Now that you see a life-saving straw, no matter whether it is reliable or not, grab it first. But the dragon's reaction was not what anyone expected. It showed a playful expression, half smiling but not smiling, and scanned the crowd. "Oh, someone made a request. What about the other little bugs? What do you say?" Suddenly everyone was like a frying pan, putting forward their requests one after another. "Your Excellency, my lord, don't listen to what the man said before. In fact, just by looking at his clothes, you can tell that he is an unknown pawn, and there is no way he can get a reward that satisfies you. Please hand him over. Let's deal with it, and we will give you peace. This is because I don't want to pay too much extra price, so I want to capture Marquis Farshid." "Sir, we are servants of the Grand Duke Risa's family. Please give those people to us. Grand Duke Risa will definitely be able to provide you with a reward that satisfies you." This is intended to use the power and inducement of the family behind him, while letting the dragon spare his life. He could also complete his mission. Anyway, it's not like he had to foot the bill in the end. If Mr. Risal wanted to win the grand prize, of course, he had to cough up some benefits. "Sir, I need indestructible weapons and your care. I want to be a hero. This is a pillow story I have heard too many times, and I dream that I can become the protagonist in the story. My lord, teach me magic. Teach me the knowledge of the Dragon Clan. I am willing to be your most loyal servant." This is also the story that he has heard too many times, and he hopes to get a golden thigh for himself. "I want wealth. Countless wealth. This is unclear. I asked for money directly from a race that could be equated with a miser. I plan to personally test how long it would take for it to turn into feces and be excreted after entering the dragon's mouth." All living beings have their own characteristics, and everyone has their own calculations and requirements. Bai Qinglong didn't agree to anyone. He just watched everything, seeing everyone getting cold. I felt something was wrong. "You are Marquis Farshid. I am not wrong." Another sudden voice sounded behind the marquis. He turned around and saw a strange black-robed magician a few steps away. If you haven't fought against someone before, you don't know if it's a new follower or who it is. The person who came was Lin, who had come here from the holy city of Estali. According to his experience, The former is much more accepted than the latter when a voice suddenly sounds from behind and suddenly appears in front of him. Because many people have had the experience of being scared from behind. They will only think that they have been negligent and did not notice the movement behind them, and accept that there is suddenly an extra person behind them. It's not the case if you suddenly appear in front of your eyes. In addition to being blind or being a ghost. No matter what. It's not a good thing. So Lin chose to use the flash technique and appeared behind the Marquis and his party. In fact, making this choice is a last resort. If the other party was not surrounded by strange people and there was a dragon next to him, Lin would approach him in other ways instead of this scary way. But in the eyes of the other people surrounding Marquis Farshid and his party, no one noticed how this sudden extra magician appeared. Before, everyone's attention was on Bai Qinglong and the Marquis, who didn't know the origin of the other party, subconsciously wanted to deny the other party's question. This is also because the distance where the opponent is standing is very dangerous for him. That position is just outside the attack range of his long sword, and he had no idea how the other party got close. Various signs showed that the sudden appearance of the magician was dangerous, making him want to avoid him. But before the Marquis could deny or admit it, the green dragon who watched the magician suddenly appear in his range of perception said with great interest, "Human, I smell the smell of other dragons from you. Tell me." "Yours? What's your purpose?" Hearing this, Lin raised his left hand and sniffed himself. What this strange colored dragon was talking about was most likely the disabled black dragon Augustus, who had been adopted by the family. But when did I become tainted with the smell of that black dragon? After hearing for a long time, someone who couldn't figure out the reason gave up exploring the issue and said bluntly, "I accepted the commission from the Grand Duke of Kawei to bring his son back to a safe place. Human, who do you think you can take away in front of me without my consent?" The green dragon skin said with a smile. Chapter 1158, Stay or Go. Before someone travels through time, this kind of arrogant and shameful line can be seen in some works such as film, television, animation, novels, etc. In real society, it is rare to hear someone say this kind of line before a villain would use it. Lines. Of course, it's just few. Not none. There are always some middle-aged patients who have expired, or some second-generation people who are high, and do things that are more outrageous than fictional stories. But in the world of Midland, a world of great personal power, and a system of serious class differentiation such as nobility, someone would hear such arrogant and shameful lines every once in a while. The people who say these things don't think they are too arrogant. They are just stating the facts that they can do. When someone is weak and weak, when someone hears these words, he always responds submissively. After all, the strength or identity of a person who would say such a thing is indeed something that ordinary people cannot compete with. Nowadays, when someone hears these words, he is still submissive. But in his heart, he has a submissive attitude. It's so boring to send someone off just because they're blushing because of a little tone issue. Especially when the target is a dragon. To put it bluntly, he is a beast. There is no discrimination. But his brain circuit is different from that of humans. But even if someone still wants to be as low-key as before, his attitude will still be different, since his strength is no longer what it used to be, compared with the caution and fear in the past. His attitude towards answering the dragon now was just a few responses. For Lin, the most important thing now is to confirm who is the target to be rescued, who is a friendly force, and who is an enemy force. Try to take everyone away at once. Don't run back and forth, and avoid long nights and dreams. So he confirmed again. The person in front of me is Lord Farshid. As the person involved, Marquis Farshid, of course, could not believe whatever a stranger said when he showed up. Although it was inappropriate, he still asked, "You said you were sent by my father. What proof do you have?" After taking a look around, the people surrounding him all stared at him eagerly after knowing his purpose. He didn't rush forward directly, which was considered polite. Although Lin wanted to complain about the Marquis, now was the time to ask those words. But after all, he did not say the rude words. Instead, he bowed and said, "Sir, you will see the Grand Duke when you go back. How about you confirm with him yourself then?" The fact is that Lin actually carries a token of the Grand Duke, a personal letter. But now is not the time to leisurely read a letter. And in such an urgent situation, unless someone the Marquis knows and trusts comes in person, no matter what outsiders say, they will be suspected or even denied. This can be seen from the fact that when the Kawi family planned their escape plan, they did not trust the personnel stationed at any supply point. So Lin simply didn't produce Kawei Gong's autograph letter. After confirming the identity of the other party, he planned to send him away directly. Anyway, no one could resist the teleportation of his flash technique. After sending it back, let the old duke explain himself. It was just this indifferent attitude that aroused the dissatisfaction of the boss long present. It lowered its face and looked coldly at the magician, who turned a blind eye to it. A long, glorious tail swung gently according to some strange frequency. At the same time, using the common language of Lost Earth, he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't ignore human being." It was too late to say, but it was so quick at that moment. The long tail was like a spear, piercing Lin's position like lightning. The spear-like attack was like a battering ram to Lin due to the size difference between the two sides. In terms of power, if he was hit hard by this blow, even if he didn't turn into meat, his whole body would be shattered and fractured. But Lin refused to evade, and just watched as the dragon's tail thrust was blocked by a green tower shield that suddenly stood in front of him. The conflicts clashed, making a deafening sound like a bell. The storm pressure generated by the exchange of blows caused those around them to take several steps back. Only Lin, who was protected behind the shield, seemed to be fine. The first attack failed, and Jade Green Dragon did not add a second attack. It retracted its long tail and reassessed the magician in front of it. Although humans are very weak, some strange talents occasionally appear among this weak race, and these people have the power to hurt themselves. Although Bai Qinglong would not meet a handful of such people in his life, but it still looked at the person in front of it cautiously, thinking about which level it should be classified into. Lin, who blocked the attack from the dragon's tail, looked calm on the surface, but in fact his legs were already weak. He wanted to flash back to his bed at home, roll around hard, act violently, and vent the fright he had just received. The reason why he didn't dodge was because the one who formed this shield wanted to test the strength of this strange dragon in front of him. A robot from the Earth Elemental Plane. Hive Queen Hefkin has always wanted to find an opportunity to try out the Landlord Plane. How do those top-notch experts compare to the robots? The giant dragon in front of him is undoubtedly a good target, so he has this block. After blocking the dragon's tail blow, Hefkin did not continue to maintain the tower shield form. Instead, it dissociated and then reassembled, changing back into the green mouse appearance she used in the Land of Confusion, and staying on the magician's shoulder. On the other shoulder, there is a white snake with its tail wrapped around the magician's neck. It straightens up and spits out the snake message. This time, of course, it couldn't be a blow from the dragon with all its strength, but for Head Queen, it is enough as a reference. Strictly speaking, it has not reached the height of Vulcan, the Lord of the Iron Wall, one of the gods of the Earth Elemental Plane who was defeated at the beginning. After all, the one in my family is a god, and the one in front of me is just a very special dragon. As for Lin, who was trapped and stood there for the dragon to attack, he was actually not that dangerous. Even if the tower shield that Hefkin gathered was broken, he would still have enough time to escape in a flash. It's just that even if you know that you are safe, it is not that easy to dare to stand there and take this hit. Not everyone has the composure to remain calm despite the collapse of Mount Tai. But since the dragon in front of him did not continue to attack, it meant there was room for conversation. Bai Qinglong spoke again and said, "Interesting human being. Which two elemental lords are on your shoulders?" Jade Green Dragon is very familiar with the power of elements, but the method used by the other party and the ownership of that power were not so clear to Bai Qinglong. After all, there are not tens of thousands of elemental lords in an elemental plane, but there are more than 1,000. No matter how proficient in elemental magic, people may not recognize all the elemental lords. That's why Bai Qinglong had a question. Lin stretched out his palm and pointed at the white snake on his left shoulder. "Imaginary number." He changed his hand and pointed at the green mouse on his right shoulder. "Half Queen. They come from the elemental plane of Earth. This is just their split, not their true body," Lin Lauscher introduced. Although the content of the introduction is not half false, it misses many important points. At least these two are not traditional Earth element creatures, but new types of robots. "Both of you. Nice to meet you." The Dragon Clan's chain of contempt does not include Lord-level creatures from other planes. After all, the Lords in most planes put strength first. Only the Homo sapiens creatures in the main plane can become Lords because they have a good father. But the Dragon tribe is not in the mood of loving the house and the bird. Bai Qinglong still looked at the black-robed magician who suddenly appeared with contempt, and said, "Human, The presence of two elemental lords is not the reason for me to let you come and go. They are them. And you are you. Unless those two speak up for you and owe me a favor. No. Sir. Do you think I need someone's consent before I can take someone away? Lin said seriously. Chapter 1159 Miss Target. Listening to the humans imitating their own rhetoric. The green dragon did not show any anger. Instead, at a speed that no one could catch with the naked eye, he suddenly lowered his body, raised his hips high, and swung his long tail backwards, hitting the rude human head like an iron whip. Even though this blow might affect several nearby humans, the green dragon didn't care about this kind of thing. In its eyes, human beings are no different from weeds and rabbits. No matter how many they kill, the wind blows, and the next year there will be another large area. On the contrary, because his attack may affect several other people, it is more likely that the annoying human magician will not dare to dodge. Isn't this person here to take people away? Unless the employer behind him can agree. Bringing back 3 lumps of meat sauce is considered a business trip. But in fact, this tail whip is not really killing. The previous elemental lord disguised as a blue mouse has proven that his dragon tail attack can be blocked. But this time, the attack power has not increased much. And of course, it can't hurt anyone. At least the magician will not be hurt in any way. The real killer move is to lower your head on the neck close to the ground, where no one could see. The dragon scales seem to move vertically, making a rustling sound. The gorgeous colors that would have been refracted by the sunlight now seem to go a step further, glowing on their own and then extinguished. From close to the chest and abdomen all the way up to the dragon's head, the colorful dragon flame spit out when you open your mouth. Can dragon flame break through the shield transformed by the elemental lord? Bai Qinglong doesn't think so. But the high temperature damage that comes with it, even if it doesn't kill the nasty magician, can still take away half of his life. Every time you use this set of combos, you can always gain something. But the scene of the colorful dragon flame spraying onto something and splashing colorful sparks did not unfold as imagined. Instead, the dragon flame followed the trajectory of the jet and ignited several unlucky humans surrounding the outer circle. This also caused other humans to shout and grasp the loose weapons again, pointing at the dragon, who did not know whether it was friend or foe. Bai Qinglong straightened up again and raised his head, feeling baffled and at the same time feeling a burst of pain. Only then did he remember that he had just thrown the dragon's tail into the dragon flames, and it was stained with a lot of colorful poisonous fire. He raised the ignited dragon tail in front of him and stretched out his hand to touch it. After wiping off his dragon flame, Bai Qinglong noticed that where the humans were standing, except for the scorched marks left by the dragon flame on the ground, there were no corpses that had been ignited by the dragon flame as expected. Maybe the magician's robe can offset the influence of his own dragon flames. But the other 3 definitely don't have such ability. They can only become ashes. But nothing. Even if those annoying humans were burned to ashes by the dragon flames, they should still retain their original forms for the time being under the high temperature flames. It is not until there is the influence of other external forces, such as a gust of wind, that the ashes retaining their original form will be dispersed by the wind. But nothing. Even if you want to run away, why don't you say something like, "Green mountains will never change. Green waters will always flow," before running away. Or that I will definitely come back for revenge? But the person who left was as if he had never appeared before. As if he had disappeared directly from the surface of the earth. Reminiscent of the last crazy words of the magician. Because seeing the long-lost human being, all the rare good mood was gone. Baring his teeth, tongues of fire and black smoke came out of the corners of his mouth. Under the horrified gazes of the onlookers, the green dragon looked up to the sky and roared. At the same time, a ball of colorful light seemed to rise upward from the abdomen. Beautiful, but also ominous. Because things are changing so quickly, most people still don't know what's going on. And the roar of the green dragon adds another element that shocks the soul in addition to the sight and smell. Few people can maintain their sanity and look at the development of the situation. The last impression most of them had was a beautiful ball of colorful flames coming from the front. As if venting his anger, the green dragon spit out dragon flames and tossed his head. Immediately, the attack area of the dragon flame expanded, and the people in front of the dragon were ignited. Those who were directly hit by the dragon flames at close range did not even have a chance to scream miserably, and fell directly to the ground, letting the colorful flames burn on their bodies. More people howled in pain and rolled on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames on their bodies. But the green dragon's dragon flame is not an ordinary flame, but an attack method with magical effects. Therefore, the ordinary soldiers who reached out to pat the fire were in trouble. They could not wipe away the burning flames on their bodies. Instead, the fire on his body continued to spread because of the slap and the bounced sparks. At this time, standing behind the giant dragon, those who had not suffered yet came to their senses. Some people threw away their weapons, while others remembered to hold on to their weapons. Without exception, they turned around and ran away. But if you can run on two legs, can you escape the clutches of the dragon? The green dragon stretched its neck to bite, and its strong bite force failed to keep the food in its mouth, but directly split it into two pieces. One section in the mouth and one section outside the mouth. For those who were far away, the dragon's tail swept the person, pulled the person in front of him, and then bit him again. Then he raised his head and swallowed without even chewing. Every time he swallowed a mouthful, as if he wanted to vent his regretful emotions, the green dragon would always look up to the sky and roar again. As for the humans around it, who were not burned to death by the dragon flames, regardless of whether they were conscious or unconscious, whether they ran early or late, their fate was the same. Some of them would always be bitten and swallowed by the dragon in front of them. As for the person who was bitten so hard, he was lucky, and the person who was not bitten to a fatal position could still survive, dragging his life. He saw himself being crushed by the dragon's giant foot. If you are not lucky enough, you will naturally die from the first wave of dragon flames and the second wave of bites. But perhaps, the latter should be considered the lucky party. At least, they did not suffer much pain. When there was no living creature at the scene except the furious dragon, the green dragon finally calmed down a little. It chanted dragon language magic, constantly shrinking its body and changing its appearance. When the sound stopped, she had transformed into a tall human woman with no hair. All the characteristics of dragon people, such as horns and tail, are hidden by her. At this time, she was like an ordinary person biting a chicken wing, holding half of her slightly burnt arm in her big mouth. Gnawing casually, after chewing one hand, he spat out the bone residue. And the humanized green dragon said viciously, "Human, I remember your taste. Don't think you can escape. No one can escape from my hands." The flawless white back suddenly opened two big holes, and dragon wings grew out of them, spread out from left to right, and then fluttered. The humanized green dragon flew into the sky again, and was going to fly back to its lair first to find some things used by humans to equip itself. The story circulated in the Guana Empire about someone getting some magical weapon from her, and then becoming a hero was actually the story of her taking the collection herself and going out to cause trouble. What you do is not necessarily a good deed to help others, but it is definitely a difficult thing that ordinary people cannot easily do. Later, I only need to talk about the reason for success. It is because of the help from the dragons in the forest, which can easily attract some greedy or stupid people to take the initiative to run into the forest and deliver food to their doorsteps. This is much easier than going out on your own initiative to hunt and kill humans. So Bai Qi Long would do this every once in a while. Now, 100 or 200 years have passed since the last time a legend was left. It's time to leave behind a new legend, add some credibility, and rekindle people's confidence in entering the forest. The most important thing is to get rid of the magician and vent his hatred. Chapter 1160 Father and Son Conversation. Real men never look back to see the explosion. So after Lin Shanxian left, he wouldn't care about the people left behind and what happened next. But the matter was not over yet. He had to confirm that the rescued person was the target and that no other friendly forces were left behind. If there is, you have to go back and rescue the person again. The so-called sending Buddha to the west. If you do half the work, you will only be complained. So he waited for the middle-aged man, who seemed to be Marquis Farshed, to come to his senses so he could ask questions. There is protective magic in the body, which prevents the three masters and servants of the Marquis from being eroded by alien energy. But with their ability and willpower, it won't be a big deal if they beat them once or twice. But not being heard doesn't mean it's psychologically acceptable. Marquis Farshed also hoped to confirm that the person coming was really sent by his father to save him before he could follow him. He didn't expect that the giant dragon opposite was spitting out dragon flames. His eyes were dazzled, and he came to another place. Is this the underworld? When he realized that this was reality, before he could raise his sword to protect himself, he was hugged by a pair of big hands and patted hard on the back. This familiar feeling. "Father? You're back. Finally!" the old duke said with tears in his eyes. The two servants who followed Marquis Farshed, although they were slow to get to the front line, They still realized that they had to protect their master in this strange environment. Just taking a closer look. Why are there so many familiar people around? Then the Marquis was also hugged by his father, the Grand Duke of Covey. The two hugged each other and cried. "Father! Where is this?" Marquis Farshed asked. "This is Starry's Auto Center. Magician Gablash brought you here." The old Duke said someone's name that he had not used for a long time. "Starry?" Marquis Farshed felt confused. Why did he run so far away in the blink of an eye? Although the holy city of Starry is also within the territory of the Guana Empire, it takes nearly a month or more to reach the secret forest and travel normally, spanning most of the Empire's territory. It arrived in a blink of an eye. This Marquis. Lin interrupted the touching moment between father and son and asked, "Please confirm that you have brought all your entourage back. Is there anyone missing? If so, I will go back and bring them back. Come." "Oh, yes, yes." The Marquis, who seemed to have lost his IQ due to the unexpected incident, regained his sober sense. After looking at the two loyal servants who were protecting him, he said, "They are back. They are all back. By the way, father, from the Duke's palace in the imperial capital?" The old Duke, who was originally looking happy, fell down again when he heard his son's question, and said sadly, "Everyone who can be saved has been saved. Unfortunately, we acted too slowly and still lost some people, including Joe, brother." After thinking about the person the old Duke was talking about, the Marquis felt the same sadness. Although I can't quite understand the sadness of the father and son, I can understand that at this moment. The people around them should just be quiet and not disturb them. At least he knew that everyone who should be saved had been rescued, which meant that he was fine now. Lin turned to the elderly deacon, who was close to the old Duke, and said, "It seems that I have nothing to do. I will go back and rest first. If the Grand Duke needs anything, please let me know." After that, he flashed away. The drama of father and son sharing the same sorrow did not last long. After Lin left, the two of them put away their emotions. Although he has not yet returned to his usual shrewd and capable appearance, Marquis Farshed still looked at the place where a certain magician disappeared and said thoughtfully, "Father, he is the very tricky magician you mentioned. Division. Yes, he is right. As long as he wants, he can appear in front of you like this and come back with only a head. Is there any way you can resist or stop it? At least I can't." The old Duke said helplessly, "Hold the facts. As a son, I didn't believe it at first, but after experiencing this, I had to believe it." He tried to ask, "What about a sneak attack? Use magic? Or a crossbow?" The old Duke shook his head and said, "It's useless. For those who can survive Azad's hands and even fight back, the so-called sneak attack is a joke to them. Demon Prince Azad. Anyone who has seen him kill people can understand how desperate the speed is. Many people will die because even if they see the Demon Prince coming to kill them, they will have no time to stop him. Most people even died of pain before they realized they were being targeted by the Demon Prince. So being able to go back and forth with that person can explain a lot of things." Marquis Farshed stopped asking further questions. As for threatening hostages, after seeing the magician's ability to appear and disappear, he knew that such methods were completely meaningless. Marquis Farshed even thought of another question. How did the magician find him? Since the man had already left, asking his father might not necessarily give him an answer. So the Marquis didn't waste his time and asked about another matter. "Father, what should we do next?" The old Duke understood that what his son was asking was of course about Blood Flag revenge. Now that his heir has reached a safe place, the next plan can be officially launched. Kawe Gong said, "Don't think too much. Go back to the territory and prepare the army. Use all your strength and prepare to fight with the Risa family. Be upright and do not use tricks." "Is there no solution as soon as possible?" Marquis Farshed asked. "If there is one, I would also like to use it. Unfortunately, there is not. Organize a team of cavalry to raid Risa Fort. With your cars, you should be able to transport enough people in a short time." Marquis Farshed suggested even though he had only a little knowledge. The old Duke knew that his son was not a layman in war, but he did not know enough about the general strategy and the new prop of automobile. The old Duke shook his head and said, "It's useless. Think about how many people are separated between our territory and the Risa family's territory, and you will know that the raid is just a joke. They dare to leak the secret." Marquis Farshed said sharply, "The cruelty of the war is not only for the enemy and ourselves, but also for many people involved. regardless of whether these people are innocent or not. The fact is that as long as war breaks out, many people cannot even hope to protect themselves wisely. They can only choose to take sides and hope that they can have the last laugh. The old Duke shook his head and said, according to Armin's old guy's personality, he will strictly prohibit everyone from getting involved in our affairs with the Risa family. So even if those people don't leak our information, they won't join us and even send our troops through their territory. Fortunately, the disadvantage is the same for both sides. The person who mentioned it was the Emperor, and Marquis Farsh's momentum waned by half. He said helplessly, if this is the case, then we will never be able to fight. Thinking of the territory between Kawe and the Risa family, there are not only small nobles, but also some big nobles who separate the two sides. There are even 2 Grand Dukes who have the same strength as them. So, we have to gather enough troops to pass them. It's okay not to join, but we have to make them have no courage to refuse our passage. Chapter 1161 The Messenger of the World Tree. Regardless of which aristocratic father and son are discussing, how can they eat up their opponents in an upright manner? A certain magician who returns home has to face another creditor and deal with the debt he owes. As the saved Marquis Farshid wondered, how was he found? Lin was able to find the target to be rescued not by luck, but by outside help. The arcane eye, which he relied on the most in the past, was of no use this time. A very simple calculation shows that the largest arcane eye device owned by Lin, after being released to a certain height, can scan a circular range with a radius of about 10 kilometers in one breath. However, it takes time to complete a complete model. It will take about 2 to 3 days to compare the 10-kilometer radius with reality and achieve a perfect copy. In 2 to 3 days, considering the complexity of the terrain, the Marquis and his party are estimated to be able to advance 70 to 80 kilometers. To put it simply, without lowering the standard, by the time the arcane eyes complete scanning an area, the target they were originally looking for will already be several times farther away. But if you lower the scanning standards of the arcane eye, you may not even be able to achieve the accuracy required for facial recognition, let alone find someone. With such efficiency, the arcane eye has been excluded from the available tools. There is not even the thought of improving it, because if it is improved to the point of being usable, the Marquis may be dead enough that his bones can play drums. According to Duke Kawe's intelligence network, it was determined that his heir, Marquis Farshid's last move was to enter the secret forest. Then the regional feature of forest gave someone a hint. I wonder if World Tree can help here. So Lin entered the high seat meeting on the negative floor of the subdimensional tower, which was built upside down, and asked for help. In the past, the method should have been to use the World Tree to communicate with plants to find the whereabouts of Marquis Farshid. The difficulty lies in how to convey the Marquis's physical characteristics to the plants through the World Tree, and then send back the correct information. Even if we are the same human beings, looking at people of different countries and skin colors, we will have the illusion that they all look the same, let alone plants and animals. Just getting plants to distinguish the difference between humans and monkeys may be a big problem. But that was the situation before. The difference now is that with the World Tree as the eye of the array, the Midland-level magic array has been successfully deployed. Because this new continent-level magic circle is connected to the Earth's veins, it not only invisibly increases the upper limit of power, but also benefits the creatures living in the mysterious land and the magic that can be used. It also strengthens the senses of the World Tree. To use a metaphor to describe it, suppose that the entire mini-planet is a huge and constantly changing real-time database. In the past, people could only collect data using traditional methods. That is, looking with their eyes, listening with their ears, and walking on their feet to expand the scope of collection. Even if magic is added to enhance the ability to collect information, it is still a drop in the bucket to the entire world. The World Tree manages at most 1/3 of an acre of land covered by its own shade, and can achieve complete control within this range. They are much stronger than humans, but they cannot move. After all, they are still plants at their roots. But now, the World Trees that have activated the Myth-Earth veins and connected them have the ability to access this Myth-Earth database, down to the smallest details. Then what Lin has to do is to search for the target he wants, which is Marquis Farshid, in this huge database. And this is exactly what a certain time traveler is better at than most people in the Lost Lands, and has been doing. So Lin found the Marquis, and used Flash to save them. By the way, this has nothing to do with cause and effect or human heart. And there is no historical record, just current information. So the difficulty is not as perverted as reading an omniscient book hidden in the void. since you use the world trees to do this. Of course you have to pay for it, even if it is just an agreement to be fulfilled in the future. It is necessary to make it clear, because it was urgent to save people. We didn't talk about this matter before. It was like signing a blank check and waiting for someone to make conditions afterwards. So waiting at the house of Starry in the holy city was one of the two ancients. The messenger of the world tree Yggdrasil. The blade maid Miriam. The status of the blade maiden in the wood elf tribe of Yggdrasil is second only to the nominal leader of the tribe. Among the 12 civil and military people under the high priest, 6 are martial. Among the tens of thousands of wood elves in the tribe, her status was ranked among the top 13. The wood elf tribe of Yggdrasil belongs to the golden elf race, and its beauty and figure are beyond words. After several years, the elven holy robes worn by them are no longer the ancient styles from thousands of years ago, but have undergone many personalized improvements. Of course, in order to facilitate close combat, Miriam's holy robe will not have too many useless additional decorations. One of the most special features is the magic cloth tied around Miriam's eyes. The hidden function is unknown, but it also brings out an open secret. Miriam is blind. In a wood elf tribe that pays special attention to eugenics, and even directly calls disabled children, it is simply a miracle that a blind man can climb to Miriam's current status. This also tells us from the side how excellent Miriam is in other aspects. So excellent that as the sole dictator of the wood elf tribe, Yggdrasil, the world tree, would give up discrimination and reuse her. Miriam was originally sent as a reserve for someone's harem, and then a certain magician used the flashing technique without hesitation to send the person back to the wood elf tribe. This happened several times, and Yggdrasil no longer persisted in insisting on the Cypriots, but instead let Miriam become a bridge for indirect communication between World Tree and someone. That is, World Tree's messenger. There are many reasons for not accepting it. For example, if you accept one, you will most likely have to accept female elves from other world trees. Don't forget that there are 5 elven kingdoms, which can directly allow someone to expand the harem into an army of 10,000 people. Even if you sleep on a different one every day, it will take you 27 or 8 years to sleep through it all. If not all the people died, the old waste would have to be broken. The only elf who broke out was the dark elf Mayursu, the priestess of Fastness, the world tree. On the grounds of life safety, someone was semi-forced to take her in. But this one was also sent to Yuzov's technical guild to hang out with the people of the Ikaruga Alliance instead of staying with him. Anyway, my Erzhin himself has the status of an ally. In short, Miriam's appearance is to demand payment on behalf of World Tree. So of course someone has to treat him well, instead of just flashing the creditor's representative out of sight if they disagree with him. Although someone really wants to do this, considering that if you default on a debt once, it will not be so easy to owe the debt next time. You can only give up. What's very interesting is that every time this blind blade maid comes to someone's home in the holy city of Starry, she likes to look at the paintings hanging on the walls. Now, she was standing on the corridor, admiring the paintings painted by people at home or by famous artists in lost places. Chapter 1162 on painting. As for art, this person is a good painter and has mastered the art of drawing with a whiteboard. Then he took in a great artist who was suspected to be one of the 3 masters of the Renaissance in his hometown as his apprentice. Of course, he squeezed him hard. No, he trained him in his painting ability. Anyway, in this place where the entertainment industry is poor, if you don't want to study magic and programming languages all day long, drawing is the only way for someone to relax. There is no way. There is no internet, no TV, and no industry of entertainment to death. When I first came to Midland, because the most I came into contact with was the nobles of the southwest peninsula of Midland, the so-called wild land, their entertainment was only banquets, eating and drinking, and playing with women or men. There are no paintings to be handed down from generation to generation. Only some so-called portraits of nobles, from someone's perspective. It's more tragic than a child's graffiti. As for the music, it was at best the drums used to accompany the juggling, and the bard's little tricks used to deceive children. Someone once thought that the entertainment in Lost Land was just this level. Only when he got closer to the traditional cultural development circle of Midi, that is, the central area of Midi continent, did someone realize that he was ignorant. Although the proliferation of paintings is far less than before someone traveled through time, they were everywhere in the form of advertisements. However, Midi's paintings are no longer just for religious purposes, but have many more contents that the painter wants to paint, or the content that the patron wants the painter to paint. That is, the works are only for appreciation and expression. There are even erotic paintings. The music is not just about banging bowls and tables and roaring. There are types of string and wind instruments that match each other, although they are only used for nobles or religious ceremonies. And then a lot of bel canto singing with soaring high notes. Speaking of which, they are two different worlds, but their approaches to the development of pictures and music are very similar. In short, the paintings hanging on the walls of his home were not only painted by himself and Leonardo, but also graffitied by several apprentices and even Ezio's group of gangsters. In addition, there is also Finn's apprentice, Marquis Balin, who commissioned paintings from famous artists in Midland as a noble. These paintings are placed on every wall of the home according to Finn's mood. Some will be fixed, while others will be replaced depending on mood. Anyway, the number of paintings collected in the home has accumulated to the point where one can pick and choose. So one can leave it to the hostess to arrange them. Arguing over how to decorate a house with a woman always feels like courting death. And every time the blind maid from Yggdrasil, the world tree, comes to visit, she always likes to stand in front of these paintings and admire them. Although Lynn couldn't figure out what she could see, someone who has always had this doubt finally wants to ask today. He first called from behind. Miriam! Good day, Your Majesty the magician. The blade maid turned sideways and said respectfully. It didn't look like he was shocked. Lynn also knew that his whereabouts had long fallen on this man's attention. On the one hand, he himself didn't hide it deliberately. I've always wanted to ask you, can you see anything when you look like this? I don't mean anything in particular. It's just your eyes, you know. Or the cloth on your face can help you see things? Sir, the cloth tied around my face is just to prevent my eyes from being hurt again. I can't rely on it to see the blue sky and white clouds in my memory. Oh, you could see things originally, but you couldn't see them later. Was it because you were sick? Or injured? Lynn asked. It was fate. At a certain point in my childhood, my vision became increasingly blurry until it was just black and I couldn't see anything. But I was given a different world. Well, you haven't tried to see a doctor? Someone asked without any confusion or common sense. Regardless of fate and so on. Doctor is not a separate profession in the current lost land. Often they work part-time in other professions and only serve nobles or powerful people. If ordinary people get sick, they either take care of themselves or seek help from those nagging witch doctors. Of course, you can also go to the life priest of the Three Holy Lights Church. They can even resurrect the dead. And there is basically no disease that cannot be cured. But there are always some unbearable costs, such as a lot of money. But it was obvious that the elf in front of him did not receive such treatment. In other words, no one, including herself, realized that her vision changes could actually be regarded as a disease and tried to treat it. Miriam just showed a sweet, unburdened smile and said, Your Excellency, there is no need to show any regrets for me. Maybe this is all my destiny. I accepted it, and there is nothing wrong with it. So, you can see these paintings? Lynn asked, shaking her head slightly. Miriam said, Sir, I cannot see the content of these creations. I am just feeling the emotions attached to them. The emotions attached to it? Lynn never expected to hear such an answer. It seems like some art critics who are cheating and drinking, irresponsibly pointing fingers and criticizing other people's works, but only use it when they are short of words. So someone asked skeptically, Can you feel that? What does it feel like? Sir, I'm sorry. I don't know how I should describe my feelings to you. But in every creation, as long as the author puts enough effort into it, strong emotions will be rendered in the work. This is true for general artifacts. I can't feel it online. So I really like coming here. I can feel a lot of special emotions here, and it makes people feel very comfortable. Oh, is there anyone you particularly like? Lynn asked curiously. Yes. Miriam pointed to a painting not far away and said, It makes me feel like standing in an autumn wheat field, being blown by the gentle breeze, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. Although I really wanted to act stupid and think that the painting the golden elf was pointing to was the picture I drew of a cute mechanical girl with big breasts in a swimsuit. But in fact, Lynn knew very well that what Miriam felt should be the picture of a peasant woman in a wheat field in autumn painted by Leonardo next to her. The composition draft of that picture is a gleaning in someone's memory, and it is one of the Earth's handed-down classics. However, composition is composition. But Leonardo painted something different, with a different flavor. Lynn did not ask him, as an apprentice, to completely reproduce the classic painting in his memory. There's no point in doing that. And it's not like art dealers are using fake products to deceive people. It was just a prank request as an excuse to hone a certain apprentice's painting skills. But if you put these two pictures together, someone's taste in will be different. Lynn discussed some paintings with Miriam again, and it was very interesting to hear some very special thoughts from her, because her perspective is not what ordinary people see, but a feeling that is closer to the essence. Of course, someone who is centered on pragmatism does not chat about these interesting topics just to pick up girls. There is a branch of magic in Lost Land that Lynn still doesn't understand how it works, and that is curse. In other words, a magical item born out of strong emotions. Isn't this what Miriam sees as these paintings? It's just enough chatting. If I don't get to the point, I guess this person will keep talking about it forever. In desperation, Lynn asked, "Well, Your Majesty, do you have anything to say?" His Majesty said, "Everything is ready, and we can start the next step." Chapter 1163 World Trees. Regarding the message from World Tree Yggdrasil, Lynn could say he was surprised, or he could say he was not surprised. He sighed without changing his expression. "It's so fast. I thought I would never see them ready in my lifetime. How long has it been? 2 years? 3 years? Miriam smiled and said, "Although I don't know the details very well. As far as I know, the beings who are qualified to transform the Earthline magic array are actively promoting this matter. If you hadn't suggested not to complete it too quickly, so as not to affect the environment too drastically, maybe the day after you propose the plan, Your Majesties will definitely make every effort to complete the transformation of the Earth veins and terrain. It is said that there will be almost no resistance from Gaia." Gaia, the personified name of the lost world by the world trees. Lynn hasn't encountered it yet, so he doesn't know whether there is a personified consciousness. But Lynn can understand what Miriam said. As long as it is a living thing, it needs resources in order to grow and survive in the world. It doesn't matter whether this resource is allocated or you plunder it yourself. As for which resource acquisition method to choose, it depends on which one is easier to obtain. There are no moral or legal constraints on living things. Everything is just instinct, unless they encounter restrictions that force them to break through or turn to other avenues. The current situation of the world trees in Lost Land is that they have abundant resources. Although they can plunder each other, it is actually not much more difficult to search for them outside after accumulating them on their own. However, there are limitations on growth. So no matter how many resources you plunder or accumulate, it will not help. This is the current situation of the two ancients, and what other world trees will encounter in the future. Lynn offers them a way to break through their growth limitations, although it has not been proven that it is indeed feasible. It seems that the opportunity is quite good. At least no one else can propose a more clear way to grow. And what someone offers, even if it doesn't work out, doesn't hurt. Therefore, with the attitude of giving it a try, the world trees enter the game without hesitation. In Lynn's opinion, the main reason why things can proceed so smoothly is that the ideas of plants are different from those of animals or humans. If humans cooperate to cut a big cake, they will inevitably haggle over who gets more and who gets less, and discuss for a long time without any results. Before anything is done, I have exhausted all my energy on such trivial matters. The rule of Yggdrasil may be authoritarian, but their character is to do whatever they say, and they don't care about who gets more or less. Anyway, in their minds, as long as it's beneficial to them, it's worth doing. How much others can benefit from it is their own business. If you feel that others have taken too much, just go and grab it yourself, no matter how hard you take it. What a waste of life. As for the Gaia, the world trees call, if they have a sense of personality, they probably won't refuse what is going on. The reason is simple. Because what the world trees are doing can improve the energy level of the entire world. All he has to do is open the door for convenience. Other tedious work will naturally be done by others. Although the promotion of one thing cannot have only advantages and no disadvantages. But look at what levels of beings are promoting this matter. Can the protests raised by other beings who might suffer a disadvantage reach their ears? Even if they are heard, will they care? Just like human beings are building houses in a big way. No one cares about the ants in the soil, or even advises them to move. Just demolish it and dig it out. It is true that ants are living things, but compared to humans, ants are too small to be taken into consideration. The reason why Lynn took into account the existence of disadvantages was because Lynn considered a problem. The world trees work together to clear the Earth's veins. I don't know if other magicians have noticed it, but for him, a person who pays attention to using data to analyze himself and the environment, Lynn is keenly aware that during this period, He has accumulated power faster than it was a little bit faster before. And it is not the result of a normal growth curve. This means that the actions of Yggdrasil really help to uplift the entire world. And those who can benefit from this, besides Gaia and the world trees, are the talented monsters in nature. However, the improvement of Warcraft's abilities is definitely not a good thing for the civilized world. Although the high-end strength of the civilized world will also be improved accordingly. The speed of manifestation may not be as obvious and direct as that of Warcraft. This may bring harm to the civilized world. And even many innocent lives may be forced to die due to this sudden change without being prepared. In fact, such disadvantages were thought of by someone as an afterthought, and only recently. But it was too late. Not only was there no way to turn back, it was also impossible to stop. At least those big guys who are already in the game are unlikely to agree to such a thing. Lin could only continue to move forward and push things to the end according to plan. At that time, whether it can succeed or not, whether there will be losses or gains, it all depends on personal fate and destiny. As one of the promoters of this matter, all Lin could guarantee was that the people around him would not be harmed. This was also when he was preparing for the Earth Vein Transformation Project. Lin asked the world trees not to make too drastic changes, so as not to affect the climate environment and thus create a crisis for human survival. In fact, the initial consideration of this point was just for myself. Even so, someone was shocked that the leyline transformation plan was completed so quickly. But if you think about it seriously, there seems to be nothing wrong with it. Midi's situation is like that of a well-established warrior whose chi and blood are not flowing smoothly. As long as you make a little adjustment and open up the circulation of chi and blood, even if the progress is not rapid, you can still see gratifying results in a short period of time. Compared with the Earth in the age of ending law, it is not easy to reach the current level of lost land. Even the previous level, just like an aging person's serious illness, is difficult to recover from, let alone restoring his youthful glory. It may take a lot of effort just to treat the illness and restore it to a normal state. If you have a good foundation, you can make progress with a little modification. How could a big boss of that level disagree with such a good thing? And how could he not take action to promote it? With all kinds of help and blessings. The result is that a huge trouble that someone planned to put aside until the next life is forced to come to front. 9th Power Plan. The Lost Land is very special. Magical energy does not follow an elemental system, nor can a single type of mana be used all over the world. Instead, there are 8 types. A total of 8 different energies that are arranged, combined, and accumulated to form magical effects and divine power. The traditional 8 powers: knowledge, power, authority, faith, wealth, dexterity, perception, and mystery, are actually 8 widely recognized concepts. Even if someone underestimates one or several characteristics, they will not deny the importance and particularity of that characteristic. In other words, one kind of power must be added to this stable power system. At least it must be the same as the 8 powers. And it must be a concept that can be widely accepted by the world. And to achieve the 9th power, it's not just that. The concept must be organized in the shortest possible time and developed to the point of forming a pillar-shaped belief, comparable to the original 8 powers. There is no way to achieve this level. You can imagine what level of suppression you will face next. Chapter 1164: The Spoilers. If we talk about the previous actions, it is like demolishing a house or building a house. And you can ignore the life or death of the ants. The next actions will inevitably face the problem of vested interests. And these entities are no longer weak at the ant level. Even if these vested interests cannot shake the determination of World Tree and Gaia, or have the power to influence the outcome, it should not be a big problem if they become a troublemaker. They are the gods who rely on the existing magic power system, because they will worry that the establishment of the 9th power will inevitably dilute the beliefs of the original 8 powers, and even cause a situation where the 2 parties are fighting. Even if someone emphasizes that this is another belief in power that will not affect the original 8, no one may believe it. New beliefs are difficult to tolerate as long as they have the power to infringe on the original beliefs. Therefore, the 8 powerful gods can basically be classified into the opposition camp. The most ideal situation is that the 8 powerful gods remain on the sidelines and do not intervene to stop it. It is basically impossible to count on their help. And a real fight with a real gun is not impossible. Although faith wars are not frequent in the Lost Land, it is because natural challenges will restrain the energy of most people. This does not mean that the interior of the same camp of order, or the same camp of neutrality and chaos, is a harmonious scene. If it were so beautiful, The Lord of Protection in the Church of Three Holy Lights would not have a substantial split with the Lord of Justice and Life, as far as someone knows. Although the big bosses on both sides don't fight each other when they meet. They are also the kind who never interact with each other until death. Then the addition of an additional power may have an unknown impact on the original magic and divine power system. Not all gods have the courage to accept such unknown changes. These timid gods can also be regarded as a camp naturally close to the opposition. It is basically impossible to convince such gods. Timidity and cowardice can only be corrected with fists. And no matter how beautiful the reasons and visions are, they are all in vain. Because they will have 1,000 or 10,000 reasons to close themselves in their original small frame. The only ones who would happily accept the Ninth Authority's ability to destroy the original order are probably the evil gods, who themselves belong to the concept of chaos. Or the very far-sighted gods. But someone believes that as long as the former takes a stand, even if the latter wants to support it, they won't want to be teammates with a group of chaotic complexes who don't even know what they are doing. Therefore, the first people to gather around you will only be the former. This is why someone would think that if you want to establish the Ninth Authority, you must organize it in a short time and reach a scale that is difficult for any person or god to easily remove. If you cannot do this, you will either be directly eliminated in the war of faith, or you will encounter soft nails everywhere and drag down the entire plan to death in every difficulty. In the end, the ninth power plan could only be aborted. Of course, it would be best if you can recruit friendly forces to join. But considering that someone's understanding of the concept of gods is not thorough enough, I can't guarantee that I can come up with enough profitable bait to make the gods willingly take the bait. The only thing that can be used is human greed. As for the conceptual image that meets the above requirements, Lin actually already has an answer in his mind. But I really don't want to take it out. So Lin made up his mind to delay for a short period of time. Even a few days. Allow yourself time to search and see if you can find a second concept and a second way to complete the World Tree's mission. Don't think that plants are all slow-witted and have no worries. In fact, there is indeed a difference between plant life and animal life. But it is only a difference in pace and rhythm. In terms of decision-making, the World Trees are extremely decisive. The Yggdrasil bosses that Lin has met all have the character to do whatever they say when encountering problems. They can accept things being done slowly, or the results being unsatisfactory after doing it. But there is no way they can accept putting things off. So Lin didn't have much confidence in how long it could be delayed. But looking at the sword made in front of him, Lin didn't have so many troubles. He just said, "Please tell your majesty, I understand. But if the follow-up plan is to be implemented, we still need some help. I am thinking about the appropriate entry point. Okay, your majesty the magician." This blade made is just a mouthpiece between someone and the World Tree. There is no need to feel embarrassed in front of her. Just express your thoughts and the other party will naturally convey them truthfully. That's fine. The same goes for her delicate and doll-like beauty. Just keep a normal mind. Lin was thinking to himself. In the final analysis, some things are just fear of trouble, not true peace of mind or peace of mind. Otherwise, the D slot before time travel would not be filled with mystery pieces. Just when someone was planning to use his super memory to reorganize the cross-generational showdown between Asagawa Ran and Mikami Yua in his mind, regardless of the occasion and the people around him, to satisfy this accidental sexual interest. His apprentice, he came to interrupt me in a very nonchalant manner, with short blonde hair and wavy hair. Halloumi is still wearing the clothes of her teenage years. She does not consider her age at all. In the eyes of the many people, she is already considered an unmarried older woman without any sense of crisis. She jumped up to her teacher, hugged Lin's arm, and said while shaking her, "Teacher, come on! Leo has completed a new painting and is about to officially reveal it to the public. It's my sister." As portrait. Someone who couldn't wrap his mind around it for a while said inexplicably, "It's okay. You still haven't grown up." The expired girl, who had a gut feeling that there were no good things to say, had veins on her forehead prominently visible, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly as she asked, "Why haven't you grown up?" Oh, I mean, your personality is still the same as when you were a child. Be more mature and steady. You are so restless. How can I trust you to give you more important responsibilities?" A certain person who traveled through the world with an amazing desire to survive immediately came back to his senses and changed his words. "Isn't this good?" Halloumi asked with a pout. "It's nothing good or bad. It's just that the people you get along with are not used to it. When you were young, you always wanted to grow up quickly. So you imitated adults in everything and forced yourself. Why do you look like children when you get older? Same thing. Don't be like that stupid guy Ezio. I've been thinking about strangling him for a long time. Yes. Harumi responded with a long voice, somewhat reluctantly, and at the same time let go of his teacher's arm. She looked at the World Tree envoy who had remained silent. Miriam has long been familiar with the women in her family, except for the Marquis of Balin, who keeps strangers away from her. Everyone has a good impression of this golden elf and has many contacts with her. Of course, Halumi also knew what Miriam was interested in, so she invited her. Would you like to come and see Leo's new painting together? The golden elf said, okay, with an elf-like ladylike manner, and said, of course, it's my pleasure. The group of people, led by Halumi, headed towards the salon. It was an art space opened up in the west building built by the Marquise. Chapter 1165 Incongruous Interlude Portrait. The reason why an art salon was set up was because not only Leonardo, but also someone in the family had new paintings or other artistic works. And after they were completed, a formal public ceremony would be held here. The purpose is to allow interested parties to gather together at one time and have an opportunity for face-to-face, formal discussion. It can be regarded as a kind of communication, giving creators an opportunity to be evaluated by others. It is not compulsory to participate, including the children who are raised in the annex. Anyone who is interested can come. Occasionally outsiders would attend, such as the famous painters commissioned by the Marquise or the arty Grand Duke of Carby. Someone has never thought about expanding the scale of such an event. The main thing is for internal personnel to participate and learn from each other. Although making art is a very private act, it never hurts to connect with others. Moreover, when someone speaks on his own, he won't be too venomous. It's bullshit to say that a vicious tongue helps creators realize and improve on their own shortcomings. The venomous tongue is just a way of sensationalizing and attracting the attention of other readers. And it has nothing to do with creation. How many people will reflect on their mistakes after being scolded? People who work hard to create, besides feeling regret and dissatisfaction, have nothing to reflect on. Don't mention those bullshit things. The theme this time is Finn's portrait. Someone is still interested in what kind of work Leonardo will come up with. Lin seriously thought about whether he had taught him Picasso's abstract paintings. If it were an abstract portrait, even though Finn's expression might be interesting, maybe he should run away immediately. Speaking of which, painting in a mysterious place is definitely not an easy task. In this world without chemical pigments or digital palettes, mixing the colors you want is definitely a big project that tests your knowledge. The troublesome part is that some colors may be very expensive or difficult to obtain because the raw materials the pigment is based on are so rare. Even if it is obtained, the process of turning it into pigment is not easy. If there is a difference, the final color may be different from the color you want. And this difference may be the difference between a masterpiece and a masterpiece. Unfortunately, although the whiteboard technique allows you to use your imagination to change the colors that make up the pattern in the air, these cannot be replicated on paper or canvas. You have to search separately or entrust someone who also understands this method to slowly collect the available pigment raw materials. As for the patience of colors, a certain transmigration master is obviously no better than his own apprentice. If anything more than a sketch or a line, someone can indeed be someone else's teacher. But as long as it comes to coloring, in this world without chemical pigments and dot paper, a certain transmigration person becomes a despised scum. Look at someone's bright color block painting, which is almost the same as a mosaic glass painting. It's like a primary school student who only knows how to use 12 colors of watercolor. Although someone can talk about painting techniques, the actual finished product is appalling in the evaluation of his own apprentices. Leonardo's level in this area can simply be described as like God's help. The same paint, with different shades and thin inks, can give different feelings when applied on the canvas. Not only can he restore the colorful world in his eyes, he can even make viewers feel the strong emotions in the paintings. It was not just a beautiful feeling, but it was as strong as a heavy hammer hitting my brain. This strong feeling, coupled with Miriam's reminder just now, made someone seriously consider whether to get some magic materials to make paint and provide it to Leonardo for painting. Maybe you can get something great. Will it be a cursed prop? Or a painting blessed by God? If it were Van Gogh's cry, maybe he could summon those indescribable things. It's scary to think about it. Just when someone is thinking about it, the art salon room is right in front of them. There was already a large group of people gathered inside. In addition to his own apprentices, many servants brought by Marquis Balin also gathered outside. Of course, the two protagonists are also present, the painter and the model. As servants of nobles, many of them have far better vision and taste than ordinary people. After all, in addition to talent, acquired cultivation is also very important for this kind of thing. That is, seeing more or less, and whether the vision is broadened enough. And they are also the ones who boast the best skills. After all, when you are someone else's servant, you can't always complain about your boss. It is undeniable that there are people with arrogant personalities among the nobles. But they can accept people with similar status to themselves. But they may not be able to tolerate a servant climbing on top of them. Anyway, that's what this small circle is all about. Just brag. Don't be negative. Lin was happy to create such a working environment. Anyway, under his leadership, these foolish men and women like me did not need to innovate. They only needed to reproduce the things they had imagined or experienced before. At least those things on Earth that have been proven to be effective. With his thoughts clear, Lin strode forward. After all, he was also the master of this family. So when he appeared, the Marquise's servants wisely made way for him. The grass on the grave of anyone who dares to show off in front of a mere magician is almost as tall as one person. I didn't see the Marquise denounce anything on behalf of her servant. She just silently asked her grandfather to replace him. Once or twice, everyone will know where their status is. However, as today's protagonist, the creator of the painting, and the only woman in the family who did not have to give face to someone, they did not step away immediately. It wasn't that they looked down on anyone. It was just that the two of them were discussing the painting and didn't notice, or pretended not to notice someone approaching. Lin didn't reach out to push the person away or do anything too rude. Just change your perspective. It's not a big deal. The painting is there. No matter how you admire it, you still appreciate it. There is no need to look at feng shui before looking at it. Finding acupuncture points is something that only dead people need to consider. So Lin consciously took a look at the angle and looked around. And suddenly someone froze on the spot. It's more of a bust than a portrait. Finn in the painting is wearing a simple plain linen robe with a low cut and wide collar, revealing a jade neck and a large area of snow white. His hands were folded and rested on the armrests of the seat. Turn slightly sideways. Then tilt your head slightly, so that the beautiful and delicate face is facing the screen. Behind it is the windowsill for stargazing in my attic. Looking outside, there are not many man-made buildings. But there are mountains, woods, winding roads, and a beautiful scenery. This is also because the location of my mansion is on the outskirts of Starry. It is a place where a group of people who prefer peace and quiet choose to live. In the painting, Finn has a tower-shaped high bun and wears her favorite red-rimmed square glasses, long eyelashes, and a pair of beautiful eyes. It looks like a smile but not a smile, and with a beauty mark on the corner of the mouth. It is a bit subtle and a bit charming, which attracts people's imagination. The use of color in the paintings is even more amazing. The soft light shows the fullness and softness of the body on the skin, on the clothes. It reveals the unique luster of linen clothing, coupled with a warm tone. Looking at this painting will give you the same feeling of being looked at by the person in the painting. Is that kindness? Caring? Or some unknown feeling? Everything is in that smile. If there's anything bad about it, it's nothing. Chapter 1166 The Person Who Shouldn't Be There. Although Lin came up with many classic compositions handed down from generation to generation, he trained his apprentices in the name of it. There was a greater element of prank in it. He wanted to see how those classics would appear under the pen of an ignorant person. But there are also some parts that are like taboos, and will never be brought out in front of this young apprentice. That is the work handed down from generation to generation by Leonardo da Vinci, one of the three masters of the Renaissance. The reason for avoidance is like the fact that as long as the lid of the boiling water pot is not opened, it can be regarded as not knowing that the water has boiled. This is Lin's mentality. However, he still painted the eternal classic in his memory. The lost version. Mona Lisa's smile. Lin murmured in a trance with his eyes. Leonardo noticed that his teacher also came to look at the painting, but he did not notice the ugly expression on his face. He said with some regret, "What a pity. Teacher, I think this painting would be better if the people in the painting were a little plumper." Of course, I am not criticizing you, Mr. Finn. Your figure is flawless. There is no flaw in its beauty. It's just my fault that I can't copy this beauty. Teacher, what do you think of this painting? In the past, every time an apprentice produced a work, a certain teacher would always give a few words of advice, whether faulty or not, to show that he was great. But this time, Leonardo turned around and found that his teacher had disappeared from his original position. Was this something I had misjudged before? Or did the person really run away? An apprentice is doubting himself. Thinking back to the glance I just took, my teacher's face didn't seem very good looking. Leonardo said angrily. Is my painting too bad? That's why the teacher doesn't even want to take a look. No. Maybe he dislikes the person being painted. Fun, who also noticed something was wrong with someone, said sarcastically. Leo, you don't have to think too much. I'll beat him up. Ah. No. It's ask him to find out. After saying that, then pressed the ring on her ring finger with one hand, as one of the sets of rings cast by someone. Originally only the one ring on Lin's hand could keep track of the other rings. Simply put, only one ring is the receiver, and the other rings are transmitters. Then relied on his magical ability and procedural knowledge to achieve the ability to reversely deduce the source of the message. But it just took some time. And this time is only a few breaths of time. Although it is different from the level of being able to know the answer just by thinking about someone. In the eyes of others, it is also incredibly fast. So in the blink of an eye, Ben was at an altitude of more than 10,000 meters from his home. At this altitude, the wind is quite strong and the surrounding temperature is quite low. But for magicians like them, who can travel around the elemental plane, it's not a big problem. Ben didn't even add any auxiliary magic to himself. This finely crafted body alone could withstand this harsh environment. The same goes for someone whose body has been transformed into a demon. I don't know when this habit started. When someone is caught in some unknown struggle, he will come to the harsh high-altitude environment and apply levitation to himself to float and roll in the air. Of course, you won't let the strong wind blow you around, but play in a simulated gravity-free environment. Seeing someone rolling in the air, then softened up and didn't look as aggressive as he did on the ground. She floated next to someone with her legs crossed and asked, Is there anything wrong with that painting just now? I have never seen you become like this because of seeing a painting. Lin, who had his eyes closed, did not stop his rolling, but he still replied, You know, in a person's life, he will face two deaths. One is the death of the physical body. This person's story will always stay at that moment, and the people who miss him can only learn from their memories. The other time he died, even the people who were chasing the figure died, and no one would remember that there had been such a person in this world. Complete oblivion. This is a new statement. Even the real death of the undead does not count. Fun, who was fascinated by people's understanding, did not know whether she ignored someone's philosophical thinking, or just used her own way to prove that she was listening. But someone who is in a dilemma doesn't seem to care so much about other people's attitudes. Lindsay, she continued. But there is a kind of person who will become eternal, because of the achievements he left behind or the works that will last forever. Even after hundreds of years, people will still remember him and praise his name. So? You're jealous of your apprentice? No. Lin shouted excitedly. I'm not jealous that he has such qualifications. But that's the kind of person he is. Mona Lisa's smile. The woman holding a silver mink. The Virgin beside the spinning wheel. The Baptizer St. John. The Last Supper. And many, many other works. In addition, for his achievements in anatomy and engineering, and many inventions that transcended the times, he should have been immortalized in my hometown and my world, instead of learning inexplicable magic in this precarious world, having to deal with the devil who doesn't know when it will come, killing all the living creatures on this land, and then being unable to resist. Someone's sudden outburst made Finn frown her crescent-shaped eyebrows. The words contained contempt for me, which made her feel slightly unhappy. But Lin was completely unaware. After the emotional outburst, he covered his face and murmured in a low voice, It shouldn't be like this. In that world without me, maybe only my parents would be sad for me. But without Da Vinci, it would be like building a civilization. If the puzzle is missing one piece, it will be incomplete. How can he be missing? How can he appear here? Fun, who didn't know how to comfort people, thought for a while and said, Maybe things are not that complicated. You said that Leo still has his mission to fulfill in your world, which may mean that he will go back later. No. Someone who was awakened looked up at the beautiful woman in front of him. His face was blank at first, but there seemed to be a glimmer of light in his eyes, which became brighter and brighter. Lin clapped his hands and said, Yes, he went back. He can definitely go back and leave behind those masterpieces that will be handed down to the world. It must be like this. If Da Vinci can go back, does that mean I can go back too? It must be possible. It's just that he's 500 to 600 years ahead of me. How do I settle this? Forget it. If you can go back with him, just pretend that you've traveled back to Italy in the Renaissance. That's right. As if finding a way out for himself, Lin fell from the air while thinking about himself. The pride on his face was palpable. As if as long as he landed and found his apprentice, he could immediately return to the hometown he longed for. But he didn't notice the haze on the face of the beauty left in the air. I learned how someone used magic levitation to roll around without gravity at a high altitude. Feeling the sensation of spinning my head so dizzy, whispering and complaining. Is there no place in this world worthy of your nostalgia? Chapter 1167 The Four Spiritual Clothes of Elements. The original Lich was unhappy, and the consequences were dire. These days, although there is no such thing as shopping to death or shopping for crazy things. But as a magician, are you afraid that you have no means to torment people? Then only did one thing and made someone want to die. It wasn't anything weird or ambiguous. In fact, she just took out her four-spirit suit, laid out the transformation plan on the table, and was ready to start work. This work may not be difficult, but it may be said to be simple, but it is very difficult. The reason is that there are several techniques of different difficulty to choose from for transformation. The simplest way is to speak. No matter how you put it, the four elemental spirits are composed of the collective consciousness of the elemental spirits. For the unified action of the group, individuals will suppress their independent thinking and personality to a minimum to ensure that the collective behavior is consistent. However, doing so will make collective behavior closer to primitiveness. But no matter how close to primitive instinct the thinking is, it can still understand simple commands. So the easiest way to integrate the four elemental spirits into Finn's four-spirit suit is to say, tell the four elemental spirits to move from their original host to the four-spirit clothes. As long as the spirits of the four elements reside on it, a balanced state will be formed. The power of the elemental spirits will naturally support the magic attached to the four-spirit clothes themselves, making them run automatically, even to the point of permanent motion. The shortcomings, since they were ordered to stay there, will of course leave with the wishes of the four elemental spirits. If they had not left at the same time, it would have been more likely to destroy the balance of the four spiritual clothes. In battle, such changes may have fatal consequences. Although the magic attached to the four-spirit clothes itself is super powerful defensive magic, according to someone's calculations, it may even be able to carry the main gun of the imaginary number. If such a defensive power were to be attacked to the point where the four elemental spirits sensed the danger and took the initiative to break away from the four-spirit suits, that would probably be a destructive power at the level of universe destruction. But as long as there is a trace of risk, and you are still making life-saving equipment related to yourself, as a magician, of course you must find a way to avoid this possible risk. So there is a difficult version of the four spiritual clothes transformation plan. The elemental spirit host body voluntarily handed over by the elemental elves is itself a container, hosting the power of the elemental spirit. A stone full of holes, a jelly-like water ball, like a low-level monster like slime, but without consciousness, a red-hot coal ball, flickering sparks from time to time, and a whirlwind, a storm ball. The elemental spirits corresponding to the four attributes of earth, water, fire and wind. The difficult version of the transformation method is to turn these four host bodies into silk threads and embroider them into the four spiritual clothes. However, the way to add magic to the four spirit clothes is to use the jacquard method to integrate the magic array into the pattern of the silk itself during the weaving stage of silk. The cloth is then sewn into clothes. From beginning to end, it has nothing to do with the post-processing technique of embroidery. It took the boss a lot of effort to build a jacquard machine, and let the complicated process be run automatically by the program. All he needed was to wait for the completion of the time. But when it comes to embroidery, there is nothing about machines. In other words, automatic embroidery machines were no longer a novel invention in the era before time travel. But that's just using plain cloth as the base and adding beautiful patterns. But what I have to do today is not just embroidery. Regarding the magic formations must be superimposed on them, and the two must be integrated and communicate with each other, so that the original magic formations attached to the four spirit servers can communicate with the new ones and draw strength from them. The specific point is which hole each stitch should be inserted through, where it should come out, and where the next stitch should go. Will it destroy the original magic array pattern or produce a mutated effect? Can the newly added formation pattern be formed smoothly and exert its intended effect in the design? The more important consideration is beauty. After all, it is clothes worn on the body, or a woman's clothes. If you get a puzzle diagram or an evil god diagram, You will have to sleep in a coffin every minute, so you never have to wake up. So how to add some patterns to the finished 4-color Firebird pattern to make it more beautiful seems to be the most important topic this time. In short, after someone tried to design such a machine and related supporting programs, he discovered a fact that was not surprising at all. It seems faster to use the manual method. It seems a bit silly to design a machine in particular without considering doing this kind of thing a second time. So someone picked up Hakiri with great recognition. Hey, be more recognized and change. It's obviously your fault. Why do you want to blame it on me? Hakiri said, dissatisfied. From the beginning to the end of the whole thing, as the closest bystander, how could he not understand the problem between the two of them? It's just that it's obviously a problem between them. Why do you have to turn yourself into an embroidery needle to cooperate? Lin shrugged helplessly and said, when we were studying the magic silk, you were fully involved. Right? That's right. That's right. Then do you think it's possible for an ordinary embroidery needle to pierce that kind of fabric? Hakiri was speechless. So recognize your identity and change. A certain dagger had no eyes. Otherwise it would have had a teary expression. However, this is not the only difficulty encountered in transforming the 4 spirit uniforms. How to draw the host body of the 4 elemental spirits into silk thread and then embroider it on silk cloth is another problem. It's okay to say that the lodgings belonging to earth and fire are still solid at least. But wind and water are invisible things. How to draw threads? Fortunately, this problem does not need to be solved by someone. The magic that Finn is familiar with has many such constraints on tangible and intangible objects and transforms them into other forms. It can be said to be an advanced version of plastic surgery. Plastic surgery can only change the appearance, but cannot change the form of the substance itself. And to fix it permanently, it must be a magical material. Ordinary materials will only return to their original shape after a certain period of time, and will directly disintegrate and be destroyed. Finn's advanced version of shaping can also only be used on magic materials, but it has more room for change. However, it is not completely without shortcomings, which may also be affected by the materials used. When the host of the 4 elemental spirits is converted into silk thread, the magic circle must be reclosed in a short time. That is, the magic circle to be embroidered must be completed. Have you ever seen a super complex embroidery completed in 3 days? Even if someone never saw a pig walking before traveling through time, he had eaten pork. Embroidery is such a simple thing. But where is this place? Mystery. A magical world. Simply put, if technology is not enough, magic will come together. If the time limit is too short, then use all-time magic. But time magic is not easy to support. So in order to speed up the work progress, various energy gain and acceleration magic are used. When the elemental transformation of the 4 spiritual clothes was completed within the 3-day time limit in reality, the 2 people involved seemed very depressed. Don't think it's just about torturing someone, since what he was modifying was his own clothes and self-defense equipment. It was impossible for Finn not to participate. Now that he is involved, Finn will also encounter the same situation that Lin encountered. These include staring so wide that the eyes are out of the window, pinching a needle until my fingers cramp, continuing to lower my head causing soreness in the shoulders and neck, and all kinds of unbearable pain in the elbows and arms. Although only 3 days had passed in reality, Lin no longer wanted to estimate how long the actual physiological time had passed between the 2 of them. Anyway, both of them looked embarrassed. No one was more relaxed. In short, the 2 rarely reached a consensus on making clothes and equipment. That means I will never do this kind of thing again. Chapter 1168 Invitation to Trial C. It had only been 2 days since they returned to reality, and even Finn didn't want to show off his new clothes. The 2 magicians stayed at home like losers, not wanting to go anywhere. Lin has officially resigned from his teaching position at Kabamba College, who said that someone was too exaggerated in the first half of the year, and all classes once a week were on leave. He might as well formally resign from the great magician of Kabamba and retain his position as a mathematics consultant. This is a new position in the MIDI Academy system, used to preserve the connection with someone and ensure the status of Kabamba Academy in the mathematical community of the holy city of Estali. The responsibility that someone should bear is to confirm through advanced contact, when necessary, that someone can cooperate with the temporary lecture time to solve the problems encountered by some aspiring mathematicians. Finn took a rare leave. Anyway, in the current life course, she is no longer the main lecturer, but serves as the general guide of each research group. It's just that she rarely has any important personal matters that make it necessary to delay research. Besides, she is also very keen on doing such research. However, the time limit for drawing the elemental spirit forced her to devote all her energy to it. So the Academy also took a leave of absence. But even if the transformation of the 4 spiritual clothes was completed, then didn't want to return to his original life so quickly. Instead, he hides at home and imitates someone else's behavior. It's just that with someone's current interpersonal relationship, even if they don't look for things, things will come to them. And these things are not all bad things. An invitation letter from Juan Javier, an old friend from the southwest peninsula of Midi, regarding the first trial voyage of the completed airship Gauss Bertone. In addition to testing the new aeronautical system and whether it can take this huge ship into the sky, it is also necessary to test the improved attack system. The Gauss Bottom is not like the Cid for the Goblins. The latter was used as a purely merchant ship, and Lin did not install any weapons at all. It was just a fast escape. The Gauss Bottom is a strategic weapon belonging to the Leon District chapter in the southwest of Midland, in addition to serving as an air support fortress in the fight against powerful monsters. It also deters other forces within its hinterland. It is indispensable as a means of attack. As for the weapons of the airship, Lin did not give any design. Just some ideas. Basically, it is still something that can be done in the mysterious world. But no one has thought of using it on an airship before. For example, the magic magnifying window is used in the magic tower. The specific method is that the magician can safely cast offensive magic towards a specific wall under the protection of the tower wall. And this magic will be transformed by the amplification of the magic array on the wall and attack towards the other side. That is, outside the wall, and its power will increase at the same time. However, this magic circle requires the support of an energy pool to amplify the power of magic. In the past, airships had an open design. Magicians or archers can attack without any hindrance by standing directly on the open deck. In addition, the attack magic circle of the magic amplification window consumes extra power. For airships that are very concerned about the use of power, such consumption is unnecessary, and few people choose to use it. Now the Gauss Bottom has been transformed into a fully enclosed hull, with no open deck for magicians or archers to attack. The mechanics of the original airship also planned to use movable and openable windows as shooting holes for magicians or archers. Lin put the option of magic magnifying window in front of everyone. One of the reasons is that movable windows will reduce the stability of the wall structure, resulting in a decrease in defense capabilities. Second, open windows are not conducive to protecting magicians. Archers are not on someone's radar. It's interesting to think about how accurate an archer can be in a strong wind environment at high altitude. Even for the most skilled archers, when the distance is far away, the shot that should be shot will still go wrong. Battles between airships, or against flying monsters, rarely come close to face. As soon as it gets close, the airship is usually the one who suffers the most serious injuries. Unless it is a giant bed crossbow for siege, the archers boarding the boat is just a show of affection and of no use. Another major reason why Gauss Bertone chooses to use the magic magnification window is the efficiency of using power. Compared with the past and other old airship designs, it has improved more than a little bit. Suppose that after the old Gauss Bertone is fully replenished and in non-wartime conditions, it can fly in the air for a month without landing. Now it has been extended to half a year, a full 6 times the battery life. Moreover, this 6 times is not the time when the semi-permanent energy pool on the boat is exhausted and must be recharged, but the time when the water supply on the boat is exhausted and must be replenished. It can be seen from this that the airship design that has been adjusted by someone has solved how much wasted part of the original design. Because of all the major changes, even the magicians and engineers involved in the reconstruction plan were quite confident. But when it came time for the sea trial, they still wanted the chief engineer, the rarely seen great magician Gobrish Tripwood, to be present. Therefore, everyone urged Juan, who had a friendship with him and was also the captain of the airship, to send the invitation letter. In this regard, Juan was somewhat reluctant and did not find it useful. But he still followed suit and sent out the invitation. When the time for the sea trial came, Juan was surprised by Lin's appearance. And Lin didn't come alone. He took Fan, who hadn't been with him for a long time, to the temporary airship dock of the Automobile Manufacturing and R&D Center. "It's unexpected that you will show up." Juan's first words were those of great surprise. But he glanced at someone up and down, couldn't help but get close to someone, and asked obscenely, "What's wrong with you? It looks like you have been tormented by 6 or 7 women who are afraid of force for 3 days and 3 nights, Linway said. Rather than you thinking I won't be there? What I'm more curious about is, how do you know that I look like I have been tortured by 6 or 7 women who are afraid of force for 3 days and 3 nights? Do you have experience? After laughing twice, one patted someone on the back, avoided a certain question and said, Isn't it because I know the power you have in the Earth elemental plane? I'm used to that kind of lineup. Look at this little one. It's pretty boring. Lin and Finn came over unexpectedly. Their eyes widened, and they looked at Juan, who had a sly smile on his face, and then turned to look at the brand new airship. It took a while before I remembered that this old friend was referring to the robot fleet. Lin smiled politely and said, As you said, it is true. But that power does not belong to me. It can be borrowed at best. And it is nothing. At this time, the green mouse and the white snake appeared, one on the left and one on the right, pulling someone's ears. Lin Liang flicked his fingers and bounced directly behind his back. And this time we come back. We can borrow your airship and go out to relax. Chapter 1169 Trial Day. Juan was stunned for a moment by someone's strange reason. Thinking of a certain possibility, he awkwardly approached someone and said, If you want, I can lend you the captain's cabin. But you have to exercise restraint in everything, and don't make the room where I sleep uninhabitable. As for the rest, don't mess around with it. Although I don't prohibit this kind of thing. This airship is for combat after all. And it can't be turned into a pleasure boat where men and women can have sex. But only rolled her eyes at the neurotic concern expressed by her old friend in front of her. Lin even said angrily, If I really want to do it, I have to go to a flying boat to do it. What's the point in that? You think too much. A relieved one said, It's really not interesting. The first time it was relatively fresh. I told myself that I was on an airship. But after that, it was just that. The object was more important. Well, I didn't mean on the airship. The diligent female magician refers to Anne-Marie. You know what I mean? Thinking of the romantic past of the man in front of him when he was young, Lin suddenly wanted to stick Hakakiri in this guy's forehead to see what he had done over the years. But I guess even if he did, he would be the kind of person who could confidently say, it's just a physical need. But psychologically he still loves someone. So it's not considered cheating. People who make comments like that. Sure enough, scumbags are not created in a day. You need to have the talent that is exclusive to scumbags. And it is not something that ordinary people can be. As if he knew that he had misunderstood, or had given up trying to make up for other people's affairs. One returned to his original smile of hospitality and said, Forget it. In short, I feel more at ease if you follow this flight. During the trial flight, if you find any problems, just tell them directly. I don't want to have to discuss the status we encountered during use with you through the forum after driving the airship back to Leon District, and then study the solutions. That's too troublesome. No problem. Lin nodded and replied. Although the flash technique can ignore distance, Lin decisively chose to forget this ability without mentioning it. It would be too tiring if I was told to run to the southwest every 3 days. It's better not to develop this habit in others from the beginning. In the future, the other party will naturally know that they have to solve most of the problems on their own. And this time, I went out with them just to relieve the tension from the previous transformation of the 4 spirit clothes. Although it seems that only 3 days have passed. Judging from the heartbeat, my physiological time may have passed for more than 3 years. However, as the reconstruction consultant of the Gauss Bertone, whether it is receiving consultations on forums or helping to fix some minor problems during the trial voyage, I can still do such small things easily. After receiving the promise, one commanded the crew of the Gauss Bertone to prepare for the takeoff trial. Not the crew of the airship, but the magicians and engineers of the automobile center who participated in the reconstruction, as well as people who were not involved in the reconstruction, also put aside their work at this time and gathered around the dock where the airship was rebuilt. Most people here know from the forum that the airship SID has undergone many design changes across the ages, as well as its record-breaking achievements. A few people have seen unofficial photos of the SID, but no one has actually seen the so-called most advanced airship with their own eyes. Now we have the opportunity to take a look at the airship designed by the great magician Gabriel Tripwood, which is of the same level and even surpasses the SID, even if it is modified from an old one. Everyone is still very interested. People who join the auto center are not stubborn old-fashioned people at heart. In addition, this airship is almost a new and converted airship, and it is made by myself. Everyone is curious about what she will look like when she flies. So of course, They will come to watch the takeoff and trial flight. Just like before someone traveled through time. Every time a rocket was launched into space, there would always be people there to watch the fun. Of course, among the crowd of onlookers, there will be people who are not satisfied with standing in irrelevant positions and being spectators. However, the identity of this person and the people he brought was not so easy to ignore. One Javier, like the pair of magicians beside him, looked at the visitor curiously. He is none other than Duke Kawe, one of the 16 Grand Dukes of the Guana Empire, who possesses extraordinary strength. Behind him were Lin and Fin's apprentices, Halumi, Kaya, Leonardo, and Marquise Balin. On the contrary, the Marquise's personality has improved considerably, although she still followed the tradition of the Empire and covered herself in airtight black gauze, not exposing any skin, but at least she has dared to hold Kaya's clothes, hide behind others, and appear in crowded places. Before Lin could think about the purpose of this old guy showing up here with his apprentice, the old Duke, who was already familiar with him, seemed to have forgotten all the previous unpleasantness. He greeted several magicians in charge enthusiastically, and even planned to give a certain magician a bear hug. Lin activated his flash technique for defense, and took a few steps back to avoid the possibility of his waist being broken. The old Duke didn't pick up anyone, but he didn't feel dissatisfied. He looked at the airship that was about to take off and said, "Xiao Gai, this is the airship that was modified using your new technology. It's just like the rumors. It's extraordinary. I heard that my granddaughter and her friends were very interested in it, so I brought them here to see the world. Can you go up and visit it and sit around for a few times?" Every one of the 4 young men who were pushed out by the old Duke to block the gun looked like they were covering their faces in helplessness. Let's not mention the 2 newcomers, Leonardo and Marquis Balin. Halumi and Kaya were 2 of them who were killed in the snowy mountains with him. And in that difficult environment, they transformed the goblin's broken airship into the Cid. In the end, the airship that took off without any verification arrived at the holy city of Estali. If others would be interested in airships, these 2 girls, who had been following him since childhood, would definitely not. Honestly, it would be nice not to have a mental block. Not everyone can fall once in an airship and still maintain their love for the airship. Therefore, facing the old Duke's obvious excuse, Lin couldn't help but put his head on his forehead and said, "Grand Duke, what is your intention? Just tell me directly. Is it necessary to go around in such a circle? It's interesting to go around in such a circle. Haha. Talking in circles is a skill that nobles must master. And have you ever thought that doing so is not only necessary, but also a sign of respect? Respect? Please forgive me for being ignorant. I'm talking in circles. How can I respect people?" Lin said in surprise. "At least the 2 people around you understand better than you. Xiao Gai, I will teach you today. You see, if I reveal my true purpose as soon as I meet, regardless of the environment in which I speak, and regardless of the people around me, who, by doing this, is it possible that people who shouldn't know hear things that they shouldn't know? If you can understand or guess what I mean when we meet at this time, it is equivalent to holding the right of choice in your hands. At that time, whether you go straight to the topic or continue to circle around and express your refusal in a subtle way, it is your choice to make an embarrassing request when you show up with me. You can't go down the stairs. Talking in circles is a sign of respect." Chapter 1170 Request to board the boat. The 2 people around them, Fen and Juan, nodded and acknowledged the old Duke's statement. Lin sighed and said, "It's not that I don't understand this truth. It's just that many times, a good thing will always be turned into a bad thing by some smart people. Keep some room. Don't say it to death. And leave it to others. It's good to have room for advancement and retreat. But, Lord Duke, have you ever thought that talking to such people who are crazy and has no sense of reality will drive you crazy? Thinking about the diplomatic rhetoric used by diplomats from various countries on news programs before I time traveled. The summary is, the words are very beautiful, but they are of no use at all. They all rely on the brains of the listeners. The brains are wrong. And the other party completely denied it. It is true that an official's public statement can easily be regarded as a national policy at the national level, so they must be careful in their words and actions. But if you hear that kind of beautiful words too much, people will get tired. Painting cakes to satisfy hunger and looking at plum blossoms to quench thirst. Even if this kind of thing is useful, it can only be done once or twice at most. If you are deceived by this method every time, then you don't need to eat or drink water. If you look at the big cake on the paper every day, you will be full. If you hear the plum tree, You will not be thirsty, and the world will be much more peaceful. But is this the case? Even if you know some things, you may not be able to do them, or you may not want to do them. Lin didn't want to turn himself into a talkative man who was full of gossip and dared not take action. Besides, I act upright and sit upright, and have nothing to hide. So I said, I have always believed that a secret is not a secret as long as a second person knows it. So I have nothing to be afraid of others knowing, and I am shameless. It's not thick enough that you won't resent others just because you can't get down the stairs. So you better tell me why you're here. It's too difficult to guess what your nobles are thinking. Showing an expression of hatred, the old duke spread his hands and shook his head. Then his expression changed again. He hooked someone's shoulder and said, To be honest, I really just want to get on the airship and take a few laps. I'll tell you what happens next. Lin, who was hooked, helplessly pointed to an old friend who seemed to have nothing to do with him, and said, The real owner of the airship is over there. If the Grand Duke doesn't ask him, is it useful to ask me? When you meet new friends, you must have an introducer. Otherwise, if a stranger comes to you rashly and makes any unreasonable or reasonable demands, will you seriously consider what this person says? The old duke looked. He seemed to be talking to Lin, who was attracted by him. But in fact his eyes were already drifting in the direction of Juan. Although Juan Javier is a great magician, he is also a nobleman with a heritage. At the same time, he grew up in a place like the royal palace. How could he not know the twists and turns here? It just means that neither he nor the Grand Duke in front of him is such a pure nobleman. In terms of hypocrisy, he is a bit weaker than the nobles, who have been immersed in it all their lives. So when faced with hints from an imperial Grand Duke, he said bluntly, As the imperial god of war, your excellency is willing to board the ship to give you advice. Of course I welcome it. How could you refuse? Taking an airship to the central area of Midland, Juan Javier will of course have a general understanding of local things. In order to prevent yourself from offending people you shouldn't offend and violating taboos you shouldn't violate. Although he is very confident in his own strength, he is not alone now. Not only was he responsible for a boatload of people, but he also had a young wife to take care of. So do some homework. Not only to ensure safety, but also to make the trip smoother. And finally get home safely, which is the most important thing. In any case, the airship is not his property alone. But behind him, the Leon branch of the Magicians Association relies heavily on him to intimidate surrounding forces. So he cannot give up casually. The Grand Duke of Cubby of the Guana Empire is undoubtedly very high among those who need to be treated with caution. Not only is the opponent's territory, population, military strength, and economic power greater than that of his chief king father, but his own military exploits are also quite astonishing. In addition to serving as the marshal of the empire and commanding the entire army, he also charged on the front lines and beheaded countless people, not to mention his status as a transcendent. Whether he is a warrior, assassin or other noble, Duke Kawe is a very troublesome figure. When such a person makes a request, he or she does not say whether he wants to refuse or not. Whether he can refuse or not is a question in the first place. Rather than making enemies of the other party and making it a problem for the airship to leave, it is better to welcome the other party openly. So one welcomed him with open arms. Kagong not only matured with age, but also had a familiar warrior character, which made him quickly become familiar with Juan. This middle-aged man inexplicably came across a common topic, armed with each other's backs and smiling obscenely. They stepped onto the airship Gauspertone. On the contrary, the four apprentices who were dragged here by the Grand Duke as an excuse stood there stupidly. All of them had a coy look on their faces, not knowing what to do. Seeing that one ignored the warning expressions of other magicians on the airship, he invited Grand Duke Kawe to join him. Lin didn't think it was a big deal to let his apprentice come on board, so he waved his hand and said, Let's go aboard together and have a look. If you feel bad about it, just submit a report of what you saw on board the boat to Juan afterwards, so that he can have a reference for revision. If you didn't think about it, whatever you do, just treat it as a free air trip. The three female apprentices didn't show any pretense. They pushed and pulled and boarded the Gossbottom together. The reason for being so active is mostly for Marquis Balin. Halloumi and Kaya were unaware of the inside story of the Marquise when she was a child, but they could still see that the Marquise was mentally ill. Research in the psychological field is still a category that can only be understood and cannot be expressed in words and ED, and Lin himself is not good at treatment in this area. But even if she wasn't good at it, she still knew that for the Marquise's condition, maintaining the status quo was the worst-case scenario, because it is easy for people to get into trouble. Once inside, if no one takes her out, she may end up seeking her own death. So the way to help her is to let the other person ensure that she is safe, and then take her out of the original closed environment after she is reassured and have as much contact with the outside world as possible. Only then can the knots be resolved bit by bit. Although this method is semi-forced, it is very important to make the other party feel that they are safe, because if one thing is not done well, it may be a disservice and make the harm more serious. Therefore, both Halumi, who is already lively and cheerful, and Kaya, who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside, are very interested in the Marquise, a gay friend of a similar age, and try to help her as much as possible. The three older girls left, leaving Leonardo standing alone. He looked at his teacher, looking a little embarrassed. Chapter 1171 Unraveling. Thinking of what happened a few days ago, Lin had not had a good conversation with this fellow countryman. Lin was not surprised that the other party would behave like this, because he was the same. In the first few years after time travel, I was filled with all sorts of discomforts and uneasiness. It would be an exaggeration to say that I was frightened. I don't know how many times I thought that after I woke up, I would find myself lying on that familiar bed, looking at the familiar ceiling, staying in the room where I had lived for a long time, and continuing to live like a social animal, working life. Don't think that having high academic qualifications and double doctorate degrees will really make you famous. In the society of Ghost Island, only those with money are powerful, and the poor are laughed at but not prostitutes. But when I realized that I was still in this lost place where life was worth nothing and life was precarious, even though I was an adult, I couldn't help but cry secretly. This is due to the fact that I am a time traveler from the era of information explosion, and I have seen many imaginative works. Although he is not like those Long-Oudian, he was able to adapt to the different world immediately after crossing over, and he started a great career with just a few clicks. But after all these years, he has adapted to this magical world at his own pace. The same situation comes from an era when thoughts were suppressed by religion. In addition, he was still young and mentally immature. According to Leonardo, he was only 14 years old when he time traveled. He came to this world with a completely different worldview and a completely different level of danger. In the heart of this fellow countryman in front of him, the anxiety should be dozens or hundreds of times greater than mine. Combined with Leonardo's experience before meeting him, he was really close to selling his butt to earn a living. It's not easy for someone like him to come out to protect him. It's like a life-saving straw. If he really lost his last place of refuge because of offending himself, his panic would be more serious than that of other people in the family. For boys who have grown up, head touching from the same sex will only arouse resentment. So Lin does not plan to do that. He just patted the young apprentice on the arm and said, "What happened a few days ago was because my mood was not right. You didn't make any mistakes. You know, once people get older, they are more interested in recalling memories. Things always seem irrational. So don't worry about anything and study hard. I will arrange things for you in the future. Now, let go of those melancholy emotions and take a good look at the scenery of the sky. You might not experience it a second time in your life." The arrangement someone said was actually just to send Leonardo back to the era where he should shine. What happens next is not something that he, a person from the future, should continue to interfere with. Anyway, his own goal is to go home. And now he is bringing someone along with him. And he has to allow this person to travel through time and go back to the past. In terms of difficulty, it has not improved much, because from the beginning, it was AHL level of difficulty. On the contrary, Leonardo's identity gives someone a sense of mission and the confidence that he can succeed. Because if he didn't succeed, he wouldn't know that there was such a Leonardo da Vinci in history. Maybe young people are heartless. No, I should say simple. Anyway, with a few words of coaxing from his teacher, Leonardo was made to smile, and he no longer returned to his original depressed mood. Although his deep-rooted beliefs make him reject magic, there are some magical creations that still deeply attract him. For example, Leonardo's longing for the sky made him very interested in airships that could take people into the sky. And to him, the airship was more a creation of mechanical engineering than a creation of pure magic. That incomprehensible creation of evil knowledge. Leonardo had long known about the news that his teacher had a goblin follower who was driving an airship from his two senior students. It's just that the two goblins always avoided his teacher, so he allowed himself to be sidelined. Of course, he didn't see them as the rumored airship Sid, although there is another ship in front of him. The fact that it can go to the sky has not changed. So of course Leonardo has the same curiosity. How could he refuse if he could board the boat and experience it? After getting permission from his teacher, he ignored the magicians of the other airship crew members and jumped onto the gas bottom with their eyes that could kill. However, while all his apprentices were on board, Lin noticed that Finn was still standing behind, looking at the newly renovated airship with a solemn expression, showing no intention of moving. Lin came to the beauty wearing ordinary silk robes. Although the oppressive labor of the past few days has made the person in front of her a bit haggard, it still does not diminish her charming style. In other words, the extra bit of sickly appearance actually made her arrogant and queen-like demeanor give people a feeling of pity. Although it is only a slight change, it can make people who look at her have different feelings. It can only be said that Finn's beauty makes people appreciate it from a distance, as if they are reading a rich and exciting story. There will be countless thoughts impacting your mind. Even if he is a veteran who has read countless D-group beauties, he is attracted by this beautiful appearance. However, we still have to say something. Otherwise everyone will have to stand here. Lin said. What's wrong? Why haven't you boarded the ship? It's rare that one invited him. This is the most cutting-edge airship in the world today. It's not half sounding like the Cid. And from time to time it makes people worry that a boat that won't fall can be compared. Finn said angrily. You really have no confidence in those two goblins. Don't you think this is racial discrimination? In the eyes of the original Lich who once ruled the world, goblins are not just an uncivilized ethnic group, or civilized ethnic groups who only know how to play with explosions. Goblins once ruled this world in the name of technology. But the country was eventually destroyed. And even Finn didn't know the details, because that era was too far away from her. Not only did she leave no legacy, but the entire goblin race was also divided, continuing in an unknown direction. But in comparison, after someone travels to the Lost Lands and initially masters the knowledge of magic, the most common enemy they face is the goblins, the uncivilized ethnic group. This enemy is weak, but numerous and multiplies rapidly, looting everything in sight. Even most of it was wasted. And the most important point is that uncivilized goblins are very cruel, have no mercy at all, and are no different from wild beasts. Although the civilized goblin tribe can communicate verbally, their personalities remain the same. They are mean, stingy, narrow-minded, calculating, and equally cruel, whether to outsiders or to their own people. It's just that compared to their uncivilized kin, the civilized goblins know how to assess the situation and be patient. There are so many stereotypes. No wonder someone had such a distrustful attitude when they first saw the goblin father and daughter. The way of getting along and cooperating after that was also based on the established cognition. And a lot of terms that could be said to be harsh and full of distrust were created to restrict the goblin father and daughter. It's just that someone doesn't have such a consciousness. Really? Really? Would I do this? Lin said innocently. Forget it. He gave up and continued to argue about the two goblins and the man in front of him. Finn knew better than anyone else the stubbornness of the man in front of him. Chapter 1172 The Difficulties of Interstellar Navigation. Just because Finn gave up the argument, it didn't mean that Lin ignored her original worry. At least Finn didn't plan to move her steps yet. So Lin asked, What were you thinking about originally? It couldn't be something related to goblins. Are those little things worth worrying about? Finn curled his lips when he heard someone keep saying that he didn't have any. But in fact his remarks were seriously discriminatory. But she didn't want to continue focusing on the goblins, but instead answered someone's question seriously. Seeing the Gauspertone getting ready for sea trials reminded me of a question I've always wanted to ask. After Finn paused briefly, Lin finally turned his head and looked directly at the beauty in front of him, waiting for the other party to continue asking. That's a battleship-level robot. It can adapt to what you call interstellar navigation. Lin didn't think much and replied directly. There is no doubt about this. The anti-gravity device integrated with magic and the VAP engine allow them to travel between the stars at speeds exceeding the speed of light. As half machine, half magic creations for a robot. The energy source for the machine part can be collected from countless stars and provided to the nuclear fusion reactor. Only the magic part needs to be considered whether it can only be related to the mysterious land. In the plane world, when the distance is separated, will the difference in the speed of replenishment and consumption become unbearable? This part of the study can truly break away from the lost land and the Earth element plane, and carry out the so-called interstellar voyage. No matter what level of robot it is, the mechanical part has not yet left Lin's cognition. That is, the result of the Earth before someone traveled through it. But the composition of robots is not just mechanical. there is also a magical part. And this idealistic composition, what kind of effects it has, and where its limits are still not fully understood. So, after solving the magic problem, you can ask a battleship class, or even a fleet, to send you back to your hometown directly by interstellar navigation. That's right. Listening to the beauty in front of him and her chilling words, Lin felt as if he had lost something. He didn't know where this feeling came from, but he still replied seriously. That seems reasonable, but it is not the best choice. The cold feeling disappeared instantly, then opened his eyes wide and asked unexpectedly, Why? Because it's too far away. Say clearly. Faced with this hot and cold attitude, someone was thoughtful. In fact, he has never been someone who doesn't understand the style. But if I have to leave after all, I really don't know how to settle this nonsense. So someone had to continue to pretend to be stupid and said, According to my calculations, the distance between Mystery and the Earth is at least 10 million light years. With the current level of the vapor engine of the robot battleship class, it cannot be achieved in a short time. If I cross such a distance in time, I will encounter two situations if I want to return to Earth on a robot battleship. Which two? Even though it was purely technical knowledge, then wouldn't ask if he wasn't interested in it. But the more knowledge at this popular science level, the better. So I asked, First of all, what I want to say is that the robot's VAP engine is not the Earth's warp engine in the true sense. In other words, after entering VAP space, the time dilation situation has not been resolved, but such an engine. But they can jump across dimensions, and they don't see any disadvantages in using it, just because they don't need to carry out real interstellar navigation at this stage. It's just very short distance movement. What does this mean? It means that when they sail close to the speed of light and exceed the speed of light, their own time will slow down, and the disguised external time will seem to speed up. Even if they fly back to the Earth, it may be the Earth millions of years later, not the Earth I left. And this is just one of those situations. What about the other one? That's how long this journey home will take. Even at a speed of warp speed 9 or above, it may take decades or even hundreds of years. In other words, it is very likely that it will take me, I won't be able to return to Earth in my lifetime. If I take my partner and live on the battleship, it may take several generations for my great-grandson to reach the destination. If there are not enough, the offspring will have to endure inbreeding before any living people can arrive. As he spoke, Lin threw out several formulas, tables and graphs. Ethan's mathematical skills are easy to understand at a glance. Len Kai continued, Although the technological advancement of battleship-level robots is beyond the reach of even my hometown, only science fiction stories can find the corresponding level. But if you want to send me home, there is still a long way to go. It's not enough. With a sigh, Lin looked up at the sky and said, Unless I give up looking for other methods today and just want to send my ashes back, then it is not impossible to entrust a battleship-level robot to do this. Otherwise, it will be me. It is possible that I will arrive on Earth when I am old and about to die. But at that time, humans may have been extinct or degenerated, and the protagonists on the surface will be replaced by a bunch of apes. And then I will see a dump on the coast somewhere. Statue of Liberty. But I probably wouldn't kneel down and shout no. That would be the reaction of the protagonist when he suddenly sees an unacceptable fact without knowing it. The result can be said to be expected, and there is nothing surprising. Not to mention, it is more likely that the Earth has been destroyed by the humans living above. Then felt more and more strange the more he listened. And his only thought was, what kind of nonsense is that? Lin smiled easily. There are some jokes that no one here can pick up on. Maybe this loneliness is what makes me want to go home. But Fa remembered another thing and asked again, What about the progress of your flash technique? What she wanted to ask was exactly how someone originally planned to use the flash technique to directly carry out ultra-long distance teleportation and return to the Earth. That method. Lin shrugged helplessly and spread his hands and said, The flash technique is two-way. It can not only send things over, but also grab things at the destination. And I have tried to grab the position where the Earth should be from the calculation more than once. 1 cubic centimeter of stuff comes back, but the result is always the same. Nothing. There are not even air particles or ion dust that should be filled in the vacuum of the universe. Doesn't this prove that my calculations are wrong and the Earth is not where I calculated it to be? Then pondered for a moment and asked, Well, what do you think the problem is? My night starry sky can be recognized by the consciousness of the Earth, which proves that there is no big problem with the star map I calculated through simulation. But the flash technique requires very precise positioning. The distance between the mysterious land and the Earth is so far away that it is calculated to just a few decimal points. 100 digits is still not accurate enough. So what is the accuracy, and whether there are other auxiliary methods? The most troublesome thing is that this kind of ultra-long distance flash can almost kill me once. Squeeze it dry once. It's destined that I won't be able to use it frequently. And I won't be able to find the correct position of the Earth by exhaustive methods. So, you're not leaving for the time being? I can't leave. Okay. I want to go home. Not die. Fun. Inexplicably happy. Chapter 1173 Juan's plan. Fun. Who was in a better mood? Walked briskly onto the airship with her head held high, like a proud peacock. Of course, they also ignored the gaze of the crew member of the Gosbottom, the magician, who was about to spit out fire. Lin followed behind, trying hard to maintain his expression and movements so that his actions would not look like a licking dog. Only outsiders can judge what the actual situation is. After all the guests had boarded the airship, the co-captain of the Gosbottom approached their captain Juan Javier and asked, "Your Majesty the Great Magician, you have made so many unhappy people like this. Is it really okay for outsiders to board the ship? What if the secrets of the Gausbertone are leaked? Disease?" Juan looked at his old subordinate with eyes that looked at a fool. The word old does not mean that the other party has been following me for a long time, but that the other party has served on the Gausbertone longer than me. And the other party is indeed very old. If ranking was based on seniority, there would be nothing wrong with him being the captain. It would just be that he, the president's student, would take the position. The other party's loyalty is unquestionable. But being older also means that he is less flexible. One could only explain to him patiently. Let me ask, after the reconstruction, can the Gausbertone be half secret from the magician? One pointed to the one walking at the end, with a shy face. The magician who coaxed his woman. As the chief designer of the airship reconstruction, all the structures and functions on the Gausbertone came from the opponent's head. And of course, there are no secrets. So the old magician could only shake his head helplessly. That's right. Then how likely is it that a magician, as a magician, would deliberately conceal his apprenticeship when doing odd jobs? Although it is cruel to say so. But the actual situation is that the chief designer rarely intervenes in the airship reconstruction project. Just throw out the drawings and let people modify and build according to them. As the messengers who delivered the drawings, there were several apprentices of the magician. Whoever was free came. If you have any questions about the design and parameters, apprentices will come forward to explain. Just look at a boatload of magicians and great magicians, sitting down like students and listening to the young magic apprentice explaining knowledge that they don't quite understand. The magicians and great magicians on this ship were unconvinced in every possible way. But in the face of knowledge, they had to lower their heads and study, trying to understand as much as possible. Only their captain could rely on his friendship with the magician to argue with him on the problematic design. The design problem here is not a problem of poor or wrong design, but a problem of whether the design function is necessary and easy to use. For example, installing golem arms on the airship allows the airship to grab things in the air. This kind of design is a bit confusing to these magicians, who have spent their lives operating airships. At this time, one needs to come forward and tell the other party to cancel such a design. If all the structures on the airship were not designed in an integrated manner, any deletion or addition would result in an imbalance of output, or even more serious consequences. The magicians in charge of the airship had already modified it themselves. So how could they let that magician mess around? But all this shows one thing. There really are no secrets about the magician and his apprentices on this airship. The old magician was unwilling to accept it, and continued to ask. Then what about the great emperor of the empire? Where is the duke? Even if we are not hostile to him, it is not a good thing to allow nobles from other countries to board the boat to investigate at will. One was even more direct, pointing to the outer sentry tower of the Automobile Manufacturing and R&D Center, which was guarded by the Duke's guards of the KV family. Whether it is bows, arrows, crossbows, or new weapons similar to dwarf firecrackers, they are here to warn people inside and outside that this place is not to be violated lightly. One said, that noble from another country is also one of the bosses here. The troops guarding the sentry are his guards. If we offend each other, do you think the Gausbertone can take off smoothly? What are the chances of returning to the Leon District chapter? The old magician's resentful look turned into worry. Although he is not a noble, he holds an important position on the airship and has many opportunities to interact with these gentlemen, whether in public or privately. Naturally, He has some understanding of some of the tricks and schemes of the nobles. But one seemed to be comforting his subordinates and said, "But you don't have to worry too much. I don't deny that some nobles will use some underhanded methods to achieve their ulterior secrets. But a ship with a registered name is the airship under the branch of the Magician Association is not big or small. It is not something that a noble can just eat if he wants. The other party is a Grand Duke of the Empire. And he is also the leader of the Imperial military. As long as he knows how to behave, we will tell him the rules and then make plans to take the final step. As long as he leaves Leon District, don't we be mentally prepared when the time comes? Trust me. Don't worry." The old magician worriedly spoke of another possibility. But what if those two join forces? Without waiting for anyone to finish speaking, one directly interrupted the other person and said, "This is even more impossible. I know that guy better than you all. He is as afraid of things as there is no cure. As long as you don't know him, even if we can't help, it won't betray us. What's more, I always feel that one of your premises is wrong. Your Majesty the Great Magician, where did we go wrong?" As one stepped onto the airship, he twisted his head, spread his hands, and said, "You all take the Gaussian Bretonne too seriously. Do you think that in the eyes of those people, she is just someone everyone wants to fight for? Is that really the case? Looking at the environment around you, can't a more advanced airship be built here? Or is it that the Grand Duke can't afford the money? It's a good thing, but it's not worth tearing up and grabbing. Once you think about this, you will naturally know how to deal with the big guys in the Empire." One did not deliberately lower his voice, because he could see that people with the same thoughts were not the only deputy who questioned him. But many people also had similar thoughts, and this didn't surprise him at all. After all, being able to be selected as crew members of the Gauss Bretonne, they are not only loyal to the Leon District chapter, but they are also among the elite in the association. However, no matter how elite they are, they can only dominate the small area on the southwest peninsula of Midland. Many people are still not accustomed to the fact that their importance and strength have dropped by a notch after they came to this broader world. When he was young, one Javier loved to travel around and saw how big the world was. So he gave them all a wake-up call. And one also believed that what he said would definitely fall into the ears of the big shot in the Empire. After all, the other party is a powerful man of extraordinary level. He can only pretend not to hear, but it is impossible to really not hear. So those words are both advice and warning. If the other party understands, they will naturally not choose to use too dirty methods. Besides, since I can break it, how could I not have any countermeasures? Although the magicians in Lost Land are all fighting madly, any warrior who underestimates magicians will taste the bitter consequences. Chapter 1174 New Gauss Bretonne. All crew members are busy preparing for the sea trial of the Gauss Bretonne. Even if they complete the complete preparation process once, they will seize the moment before takeoff and complete it a second or third time. Make sure there are no inadvertent errors after takeoff. This is not to say that they have no confidence in the new airship. The unfamiliarity with many of the equipment was expected, which made them prepare for takeoff as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Because the takeoff of the old Gauss Bretonne was also so unsafe. A certain time traveler was not the original crew of the airship, and he did not even have much in-depth knowledge of the old Gauss Bretonne, because this already involves the confidential issue of the airship. No one has ever asked. Because of this, Lin didn't know the bitterness of the original crew members. It's just that driving the most powerful war weapon of the Leon District chapter and being able to board the ship to become one of them is an honor and a responsibility. So the magicians on the airship never complained. But no matter what, the old Gauss Bretonne is an airship that has been built for at least 200 years. How many people would dare to use this 200-year-old antique if it were left on Earth? Under such circumstances, repairs to the old Gauss Bretonne are of course inevitable. There have even been major and minor modifications, and the original appearance of this airship has long since disappeared. In terms of operation, there are many quirks or malfunctions, which are all classified as the unique personality of the airship and treated with caution. Therefore, this time, it is almost equivalent to a new build and reconstruction. To the crew, as long as it still bears the same name of Gauss Bretonne, they think it is the same ship, and naturally they will pay attention to it in every possible way as usual. On the other hand, if something goes wrong in the sky, everyone is a magician, and you may not die if you fall from a high altitude. But if the malfunctioning airship falls down, it will definitely not end well. Everyone hopes that they can maintain the honor of being an airship crew, but if the airship falls on their hands, it will become a shame that cannot be washed away. so naturally we should try our best to avoid it. For Halumi and Kaya, although it was not the first time to board an airship, the Gosbottom still brought them a different feeling. First of all, the first feeling is that it is big. The Cid was previously modified by a Goblin airship, a name that did not want to be mentioned, because the prototype was an airbag-type airship. To maintain sufficient buoyancy, the airbag must be large enough and the cabin suspended below must be small enough. Therefore, after the modification, although the airbag design was abandoned, the Cid was still a small model among many airships. The original layout of the modified interior of the Cid is similar to the passenger plane Lin flew on before traveling through. There are basically no compartments, which are connected from the wheelhouse at the bow to the stern. There was only a small single room that was barely separated, which was used as a semi-covered compartment to store luggage. But in actual use, when everyone has convenient needs during the flight, they are all solved in that small compartment. It is unknown whether the Goblins changed the layout of the cabin after that. Anyway, the self-destruction mechanism of the airship will only be triggered when those groups of particularly important devices are damaged or dismantled by outsiders without authorization. For the rest, Lin still let the Goblins and his daughter do the modifications. One of the reasons why the Cid was so small and crude was, of course, because when the Snow Mountain Kenan was being refitted, there were not many materials on hand to use. At that time, I just wanted to escape from such a dangerous situation safely as soon as possible. How could I have the leisure to go to the snowy mountains in winter to collect more materials to transform the airship? As a large airship with a crew of more than 100 people and a maximum capacity of 150 people, the Gosbottom's interior layout is certainly not as petty as the Cid's. First, the internal layout is divided into inner and outer cabins, with upper and lower floors. The outer cabin is mainly composed of walkways and attack gun emplacements, which are ranged close to the outer wall of the hull. This is also a buffer area for battle damage, so that attacks from outside the boat will not directly hit the internal cabin. The inner cabin concentrates and classifies all functions to some extent and separates them into various cabins, taking into account that the old Gauspertone will be anchored on the water, and the new Gauspertone may climb to a considerable height for combat. The separated cabins also consider a certain degree of water tightness and air tightness for pressurization. In the internal compartment, the first section is the bridge, which concentrates all the functions of controlling the airship and has certain self-defense capabilities. This is to prevent outsiders from attacking the airship and immediately controlling the airship or destroying the flight of the airship. This design has been recognized by all the crew members of the Gauspertone. After all, this is a combat ship, and there is absolutely nothing wrong with protecting yourself. The second one is the engine room. In addition to the engine, the energy pool used by the airship, and the most important floating assembly, are all separated in an independent cabin. This separation is mainly to provide protection. Secondly, it is due to the problem of engine exhaust gas. Although there is an exhaust device, some people with very sensitive noses will always smell a strange smell, so they simply separated it into single rooms. Next is the restaurant that also functions as a conference room. However, to accommodate all the crew members to dine at the same time, the space requirement is too large. So basically the cabin capacity is only provided for the crew members to take turns to dine. The rest is storage and cabins for living. Although someone came up with the design of a 3-tiered hammock for sailors packed like sardines, it was no surprise that this design was rejected by everyone. Those who can board the airship are basically formal magicians or warriors of the same status. If placed on Earth, these people could be regarded as military officers. If an officer is asked to live in an environment like that of a low-level sailor, I'm afraid the army will change on the spot. Therefore, there are basically two types of cabins for living. One is for 2 people per room for the great magician. The upper level is a bed, and the lower level has a table. Ordinarily, there is a room for 4 people, and the table that can be used by the great magician is turned into another bed for the magician serving on the boat. Everyone has a vertical cabinet to store personal items. Storage is divided into ordinary items, including food, and special items that require permission to use. In addition to thickening the partition walls, the latter's cabin also had a lock on the door and enchanted it so that no one could easily break it open. As for the washroom space, it is divided into men and women. As a toilet that someone made his fortune in the holy city of Starry, it was of course brought to the airship and was well received. One will fill the toilet with the extra space on the airship, and then bring it back to Leon District for sale. Of course, there are also related crafts that you can take away along the way. including production and assembly. The royalties paid to the technical guild for this are quite large. Even though the people on board the Gosbottom thought they were a combat airship. But in the past few years when Juan was the captain, the Gosbottom was the highest level delivery boy in the Forum Mall, and made a lot of extra money. Not only do the crew members get a share of the profits, but a large share also subsidizes the daily maintenance costs of the airship, which greatly reduces the burden on the Leon District chapter. Therefore, it is only normal to bring some souvenirs from the holy city of Estali back to sell. It's just a trial voyage. There's no need to stuff everything on board. The guests who were invited to the airship to participate in the trial voyage also entered the bridge at this time, with a brand new layout and many novel equipment. Even the two young women who had been on the Cid opened their eyes and looked at everything curiously. Chapter 1175 Preparation for Sea Trial. The layout of the driver's seat of the Cid airship is actually similar to the car that is about to be ruined on the streets of the holy city of Estali. There is a steering wheel with an instrument panel in front of it, except that the foot-operated accelerator and brake are replaced by hand-operated throttles. And there are exactly the same devices on the passenger seat, in addition to being used by the co-pilot to take over immediately when the pilot has an accident. The most commonly used use is actually for the main and co-pilot to take turns taking a rest during long-distance flights without having to change seats. Simply put, the Cid is the kind of design where one person can control everything, taking into account the combat purpose and the complexity of control. The Gauss Bertone separated many functions and handed them over to dedicated people to control and monitor. In fact, this is a bit back to the original form of sailboats. The work of the helmsman, lookout, sailor, etc. is done by different people or different groups working together to control a large ship. Gauss Bertone is similar. The fully enclosed hull in the bridge transmits images from the outside world to the bridge's panoramic screen in real time through the arcane eyes set up everywhere on the airship. Fixed panoramic screens are distributed in the front and left and right. The rear and up and down monitoring is done in a picture-in-picture format, narrowing it down to specific areas. This way, people don't have to turn their heads to look in a particular direction and ignore other directions. You can collect information from more directions within the same field of view. As for the function of the arcane eye, it is only the original ability recorded by the Magician Association, rather than being upgraded several times by someone. It can be used as a microscope or an astronomical telescope. And it can even be a multi-purpose new arcane eye that can see different phases, different dimensions, and energy outside of visible light. The original function of the arcane eye is enough for the Gauss Bertone. If you want to see more things, the magicians on this ship have to find a way on their own. Linku was not so crazy as to set up a self-destruct device on someone else's airship. In the future, there will be no problem for Juan or his successors to modify the Gauss Bertone. To solve the problem of vision, the main driver uses the same spoke rudder as a floating ship. In addition to controlling left and right rotation, the spoke rudder can also push forward and pull back to control the pitch angle. The speed of the airship is controlled by the chief engineer in another cabin. The sound is transmitted and orders are issued through copper pipes connected to most locations in the boat. Although magic can be used to solve the problem of sound transmission, considering that in a combat state, it will consume a large amount of the energy pool reserve on the boat. Problems that can be solved using simple mechanical principles can be solved in this way without consuming power. Although the laying of copper pipes will occupy part of the space inside the boat. But after several discussions with Juan and other airship crew members, they still chose to use copper pipes for communication, compared with consuming the manpower of a messenger, or when the magic power is insufficient or interfered with when the battle is fierce, resulting in the failure of the magic communication to be completed. The price paid by the copper pipe communication can be said to be quite light. In addition to the helmsman and engine, there is also a gunnery officer on the bridge who is responsible for issuing attack instructions to various gun positions. In addition to the main screen, there is a lookout officer who is responsible for monitoring the external situation and is responsible for monitoring the status of the airship itself, including various a defense officer who provides aspect data, hull integrity, and defense capabilities, as well as the bosun who is responsible for the manpower dispatch and rotation of the ship. These people have their own seats in the bridge and corresponding control panels to help them better handle their duties. The method of using programming language to integrate complex instructions into short instructions is quite unfamiliar to the original airship crew members, and they must start from scratch. But no one who has used it has ever thought about going back to using the old method. Instead, I added a lot of my own ideas based on what was already done, so that my work can be simplified and faster. The captain's seat is in the center, raised high. You can overlook the people in all seats, and even see what they are doing. Although there is some authoritarian connotation in it, being able to control the movements of all personnel has positive implications for commanding the airship. Therefore, one liked this design of the captain's position very much. He also specially ordered an ergonomic seat from the technical guild and installed it on the captain's position. As for the so-called ergonomics, it is actually just a chair that is very comfortable to sit on. Who knows what the ergonomics of MIDI are? The position of the airship's second-in-command is on the side and behind the captain's position, close to the copper pipe. He is responsible for relaying the captain's orders to the correct cabin. Usually the first officer sits in this seat. But there are also second officers, third officers to fifth officers on the gauze bottom. A total of 5 deputy captains. Although they have their own functions, they will still take turns, and at least one will stay next to the captain, and temporarily take over the command of the airship when necessary. In addition to these official seats, there are also some guest seats that are folded into the wall against the wall behind the bridge, and can be lowered when necessary. There is a place for those who are not officially on the bridge to sit. But a seat is a seat. If you can stand, you can see more things. So none of the guests who boarded the boat sat down. They were all looking east and west. Even Lin, the chief designer, was doing the same. But the former was mostly out of curiosity, while Lin was discussing with the people on the seat whether there were any deficiencies in design and functionality that needed to be modified. When Juan entered the bridge, the second officer, who was originally sitting in the captain's seat to help check the status of the airship, stood up and gave up his seat. Juan sat down on the chair he had customized, moved his butt comfortably, and sat down. He instructed the second officer, who was currently in the deputy's position, report on the preparation status of each department. The second officer immediately lifted all the copper pipe covers and reported to the whole ship. According to the regulations, the rewards are given in order to prevent everyone from being crowded together and unable to hear anything clearly. Although there was some discomfort, all cabins outside the bridge were reported one by one and were ready. Then, there is the situation of the people in each seat on the bridge. When the deputy reported that the entire boat was ready, Juan immediately stood up, waved his hand majestically, and instructed, Engine! Move forward at half speed! Gospertong set sail!" Then he winked back at someone with a proud look. It goes without saying, but as soon as someone heard the key word half speed, he immediately pulled out the guest seat behind Cambridge and sat on it. The most important thing is to secure yourself tightly with a seat belt. Halumi and Kaya were not slow to respond. As soon as they saw their teacher's actions, they immediately followed suit. Kaya also spent some effort to fix the unconscious Marquis Baron in her seat. Leonardo saw that his 2 seniors had done this. Although he didn't understand the reason, he still did it. Then, there was Finn, albeit reluctantly, the Grand Duke of Kauai, who was also on board the boat as a guest, looked at the magician and his family, who were making a fuss out of a molehill. Chapter 1176, Half Speed Ahead. On all the seats on the renovated Gauss Bertone, there is a design that is very strange in the eyes of others, and that is the seat belt. Regarding this design, Linku adopted an uncompromising attitude and insisted on setting it up. Although Juan and others did not understand this insistence, they only added 2 pieces of ordinary fabric and a copper buckle made of ordinary material to each seat. For an airship that is almost entirely made of magic materials and is very expensive, it is like a drop in the bucket. So everyone no longer goes against the insistence of the chief designer. Now that the Gauss Bertone airship was on its first trial voyage, the magician and his men actually tied themselves to the chairs like this. In addition to being incomprehensible to everyone who acted like this, they were more amused, laughing at how a magician could be so timid. Even the old duke, who thought he knew the strength of a certain magician, was puzzled. However, of course, there is a reason for someone to be so careful. To understand this, we need to start with the flotation device of the airship. The flotation device of a traditional airship is to make a giant floating stone, and then fix the hull to the floating stone, allowing the entire ship to float into the sky. Sometimes, the floating stone floats upward, but the hull falls down due to improper fixation or loosening due to external impact. Therefore, how to secure the floating stone firmly to the hull is the most important issue for all airships. MIDI's engineering logic is that if something is easy to break or malfunction, the quality of the material itself is not up to standard. So just replace it with better and more expensive materials. This is one of the reasons airships are so expensive to build, as everyone scrambles to use the best materials they can find to build the fragile device. In order to solve such problems, the airbag airship was born. The strength requirements of the pumice stone fixtures can be reduced by using giant air bladders filled with lighter alchemical gases. As for the reason behind it, no airship technician can come up with a reasonable explanation. Just because other people do it. They do it and it works. From someone's point of view, this is just because the airbag provides additional buoyancy and reduces the burden on the hull. So the pumice stone fixing device does not need to be made of very good materials to improve its strength. As for why there is such a design whose principle is unknown to everyone, Lin suspects that this is actually an invention brought by a certain time traveler. Everyone in MIDI recognized it based on the theory of consequences and continued to use this design. The principle of the floating stone. A magical prop is a stone that solidifies the magic of light objects and the magic of levitation, rather than some very sci-fi anti-gravity device. Of course, in order to adjust the lifting height, there must be other kinds of magic for control. But the main subjects are still two items, light objects and floating. Now that he knows that the main functions of the floating stone are those two magics, it is not difficult for Lin to integrate the two magics of light objects and floating into an airship made of magic materials. What he is best at is integrating magic array patterns into basic magic materials in a way similar to circuit boards, so that they can exert their proper effects. Therefore, in the eyes of others, the airship's most important floating stone fixture has become a meaningless superfluous existence in Lin's design. Instead, it is a frame that strengthens the structure of the airship. This is similar to the floating stone fixed frame in the eyes of others. But the structure is more complex, and the scale is larger. The advantage of this is that the material strength requirements for the fixtures are greatly reduced, and the cost will naturally decrease accordingly. Then the light object technique was applied to the entire airship, which also reduced the airship's flying burden in disguise. You must know that on Earth, a major problem that all power machines must face is self-weight. Take a car as an example. The higher the horsepower of the engine, the greater its weight will inevitably be. As the speed increases, other problems will inevitably arise due to the increase in weight. But in the mysterious land, the huge hull of the airship is under the influence of the magic light object spell, which means that once the airship takes to the sky, it itself has no weight. Only the humans on it, and the cargo loaded have a bearing. Come on, wait. For people in MIDI who have no mathematics and rely solely on experience and knowledge of physics, they probably have no idea what this means. But to Lin, it was like putting a propeller engine on a feather. It's not clear what happens once the engine is started at half speed. Just as someone expected, when the roar of the engine was transmitted to the bridge through the copper pipes, it was followed by powerful propulsion, which quickly took the entire airship away from the place. However, people who boarded the airship and did not secure themselves properly were caught off guard and fell into pieces, turning the ground upside down. Everyone, including Juan, who stood up coquettishly to give instructions before setting sail, rolled into one piece, and from the corner of their eyes saw the magician's family, who were firmly fixed on their seats, and the look on someone's face, a thief's smile, compared to Min Wu. More people cursed in their hearts. At least you should give me a warning first, so you can watch the show next to me. Even Grand Duke Kawi, who thought he was familiar with the 0-second acceleration of custom-made cars, and was an extraordinary person, was not immune to this sudden and powerful thrust. Although he didn't roll on the ground like the others, he still staggered and took a few steps before he stabilized himself. As a warrior-type transcendent, who is in such a miserable state, how can this ship of magicians be any better? Even the people sitting on the seats were staggered by the sudden acceleration because they had not fixed themselves properly. But they are not just desk-bound clerks. They are all magicians who were killed in a mountain of corpses and a sea of bones. So no matter how bad the situation is, they adjust quickly. But before they could question the person who knew how to fix himself to the chair, why didn't he remind everyone that the speeding airship was facing another crisis? Juan, who immediately confirmed the situation in all aspects, looked straight ahead and shouted, "Oliver! Ahead!" The person whose name was called was the chief helmsman of the Gauss Breton. The front of Juan's loud reminder refers to the Sentry Tower outside the Automobile Manufacturing and R&D Center, which is getting bigger and bigger on the airship's main screen. The airship was flying straight forward. The built-in buoyancy caused the Gauss Breton's flight trajectory to rise slightly without control. This may be able to dodge the wall outside the center, but the height of the Sentry Tower will definitely give the airship a head-on attack. The magician who was the main helmsman pulled the spoke rudder back to the limit without thinking. Under the control of the flight rudder, the Gauss bottom immediately turned and climbed at a large angle. Outside the airship, all over the car center, Magicians and engineers put aside their work to watch. Just watching the airship advancing at an incredible acceleration, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. Within a very short distance, the ship almost stood upright, flying towards the sky like a cannon. Wow! It's heaven! A group of people who didn't know what to understand clapped and cheered. Chapter 1177 on the importance of seat belts. Whether it is a flight that is very different from ordinary flying movements, or simply flying high or fast, it will attract the attention of ordinary people and make people admire it from the bottom of their hearts. Therefore, the people standing everywhere inside the auto center, even near the center, knew that the Gaussian Bertone was on trial today, and they could see it if they raised their heads, and they all cheered for the airship soaring into the sky. But the people inside it feel completely different. In the airship, it was a doomsday scene. It is impossible to verify who shouted the first scream. But with the first scream, all those who were not so courageous, or who wanted to relieve tension and stress, all let themselves go, raised their voices as loudly as they could, and let go of their voices. The most deadly one among them was the chief helmsman, the magician Oliver, who was also shouting hysterically. He was able to hold on to the most important helmsman position besides the captain and co-captains on the old Gossbottom because of his super memory and the ability to remember the navigation methods of many routes. Moreover, he can read maps and find key points faster than others. But no matter how good a helmsman is, when he encounters an emergency situation that he has never encountered before, his performance is not much better than that of a little girl who was scared by bugs. He was also screaming in hysterical terror. And as the airship climbed suddenly, he even fell off his seat, leaving only his hands to hold on to the spoked rudder to prevent himself from being thrown away. This is the main reason why the airship climbs desperately. The flight rudder was always in the elevation position and was stretched to the limit. Just when the Gauss Bertone's flight angle began to tilt back and prepared to fly upside down, Lin couldn't sit still. He first used a flash technique to move the helmsman, who didn't know what to do, and was causing chaos from his original position to his apprentice. The panicked magician lay on top of the 3 magic apprentices. Lin shouted, "Hold on to him!" He asked his apprentice to immobilize him so that he wouldn't roll around like the others. At the same time, he used the flash technique and came to the spoke rudder. At this time, the Gauss Bertone had become almost flying upside down. Lin didn't bother to put his seatbelt back on, but directly added a magic spell to his feet, allowing him to stand firmly on the original floor, now on the ceiling. Immediately flattened the spoke rudder, so that the airship can no longer continue to fly at an elevation angle, because of such a large gyration. After flying upside down, it dives towards the ground. Lin didn't believe that an airship made entirely of magical materials could be as hard as the planet Mystery. The next step is to slam the spoke rudder to the right to hit it full. The Gaussian Bertone then rolled over. Because of the changes coming from different directions, everyone in the airship who had just stood firm was thrown out, causing another heroic roll. After the level gauge on the instrument panel indicated that the airship had returned to level, Lin quickly returned to straighten the spoke rudder. Then, according to the data display on the instrument panel, fine-tune the attitude of the airship to keep it flying smoothly. At least don't hit the ground. The reason why he kept looking at the dashboard was because of the climbing and rolling movements just now. Everyone, including Lin himself, was stunned. Some people with poor physical condition even suffered from black vision. At this time, you have to rely on feeling to confirm whether the airship has returned to level, which is not reliable at all. The data presented on the instrument panel are the results of mechanical measurements, so there is no such problem. Lin was more prepared than most people. Although he was still dazed, he still knew what he was going to do next. Looking at the whole audience, although the masters who were able to get to the bridge had better adaptability than ordinary people in all aspects, it seemed a little inhumane for them to immediately get into work mode after being tossed over and over for a while. So Lin simply called his apprentice. "Kaya, come and help check the airship data." Someone brought a few apprentices to the airship. Although they also experienced a while of tossing, at least they had safety belts to fix themselves in their seats. So he was still around, but he didn't fall and hit like others. Therefore, when their teacher calls out, they still recover faster than others. Kaya and Halumi skillfully pushed the man they held in their arms, the pilot of the airship, out, unbuckled their seat belts, and came to the position of the airship defense officer. The magician who was supposed to stay here has long since fallen to someone unknown. All the programmed interface designs of Gauss Bertone were prototyped by Kaya. And then he slowly taught the subsequent magicians to learn the P language and adjusted them step by step. Therefore, She is also quite familiar with various functions and data interpretation. So she reported directly back without thinking. The current altitude is 9,136 meters above the ground, and the speed is 177 kilometers per hour, which is steadily increasing. The outside temperature is minus 28 degrees. The air pressure is 30,000 pascals, and the wind is southeast and east. The boat can be observed the internal temperature and air are continuing to lose. For a lot of data, Lin directly used the Earth standard in order to make it easier for him to understand. Anyway, no one has yet digitally standardized those environmental parameters in MIDI these days. The greater significance of following this set of standard specifications is that you can directly apply those mature formula systems without having to go through another conversion. And the situation Kaya reported was not good news. Lin quickly called to Juan Javier, who was clinging to his captain's seat, and said, "Juan, notify your people." The engine dropped to first speed and began to pressurize the inner cabin and start the heating equipment. Everyone get moving. Check the airship's air tightness and perform damage control. If it can be repaired, repair it on the spot. If it can't, make temporary reinforcements and record them, and then repair them after returning to the ground. Sitting back on the chair, Juan immediately fiddled with the seat belt, tried to secure himself to the seat. It's just that he didn't care about the copper buckle in the first place, so he naturally didn't pay attention to its usage. Now I have to buckle my seat belt temporarily, but it doesn't work no matter how hard I try. In the end, he simply tied a knot and fixed himself to the chair. And Juan's actions were not an isolated case. Almost everyone on the bridge, who could still crawl back to their seats, were doing the same thing. Even the two people whose seats were occupied by Lin and Kaya rolled around and sat on the guest seats behind the bridge, holding themselves still. After tying himself firmly to the chair, he took a few breaths to calm down. Juan Kai followed Lin's instructions and issued orders to the personnel throughout the airship. Humans are very strange creatures. Whether they are panicked or calm, they are all contagious. When Juan showed his composure that everything was under control, each cabin also reported on their respective situations in an orderly manner. It was as if the chaos half a minute ago didn't exist. But someone thought to himself that this was only hearing the sound and not seeing the image. If people from other places were to see the miserable state of the bridge, it would probably greatly damage morale. Chapter 1178: The Maneuverability of the Airship. Those who can become airship crews are all elite. They are all people who have fought in wars and seen blood. They are not newcomers. That chaos was just a disadvantage because they had never experienced anything similar, but as long as someone came forward to lead, they could quickly regroup and get everything back on track. Juan Javier, who had regained control of everything and tied himself to the seat, looked at his old friend with a sad expression. As always, treat him with caution. Otherwise, if you are not careful, you will be cheated. But in every hole he dug, there were always fruits that looked delicious and sweet, tempting people to jump down. Lock the spoke rudder with a fixed lock to keep the airship flying smoothly. Lin came behind Kaya, instructing his apprentice to call up the flight data of the Gauss per tone and check the parts he was interested in. Juan's voice sounded faintly at this time, saying, "My friend, don't you think you should inform us before all this happens?" Starting with the same tone as Juan, Lin spread his hands helplessly and said, "My friend, I was laughed at by you for a long time just for designing a seat belt. How many people do you think will believe me if I tell these things first? If I had told you beforehand, the airship I designed has very delicate controllability. I have set up a 12-speed gearbox on the engine. Don't go at half speed or full speed as soon as you start. Otherwise something will happen. Yes, the same goes for controlling the rudder. Don't just push the rudder to the end. How many people would believe that?" Turning his head, Lin returned his attention to the data chart that Kaya called up, and continued, "And during this period of time, I have heard it more than once. I have served on airships for most of my life. Where can I find this? I need to listen to your little kid's opinion, or something like that. Even if I don't say it explicitly, that's what I mean. Even if I have the success of building a SID, there are more people who doubt it than believe it. Think about it. What I spent the most time on was researching the technical improvements of airship reconstruction. Or trying to convince you of my approach? That's why someone would turn a blind eye and ask the apprentice to hand over the drawings later. If you believe it, do it. If you don't believe it, you'll be thrown away." One was helpless about this. There are many old people on the airship. No matter how loyal these people are to themselves, it does not mean that they will blindly follow their own judgment. And believing that the man in front of them can create many miracles that break through their original cognition is the most unlikely thing in their eyes. Anyway, in terms of results, this man can always convince or slap many people in the face. But one never thought about spending time to resolve such conflicts. Anyway, this is a deal. After the airship reconstruction is completed, he will return to Leon District, the southwest peninsula of Lost Land. Gabriel Astrupwood also knew this, and he didn't care about other people's opinions. However, looking at his old friend and his apprentice, who was no longer tied to the seat, one suddenly felt that his behavior was stupid. He tried to untie the cloth strip that he had tied into a tight knot, but after pulling it a few times and unable to pull it apart, he simply put his index and middle fingers together and used the magic sharp edge technique to cut open the seat belt in one fell swoop and free himself. Pretending to be nonchalant, he walked towards Len and asked, "Is there any data that arouses your curiosity?" After asking, he turned to his deputy and ordered, "Find someone to remove the 2 strips on my seat." The straps can be repaired or replaced directly. They may be used later. When one looked back at someone, his attention was on Len's feet. Facing the question from his old friend, Len replied, "I was checking the climbing data just now. Although it was not a completely vertical climb, we climbed to 9,000 meters in just over 7 minutes. Above the altitude. This has completely surpassed my understanding of propeller engines. Not only is the speed of climbing, but also the altitude limit of the engine." Sure enough, although the engine has not stopped running due to pipeline freezing at such an altitude, the output power of the engine is also beyond my understanding. There has indeed been a decline. "Oh, you didn't do any similar tests or actions after the SID was built?" When I was flying the SID, I had climbed at a large angle. An almost vertical climb like this, followed by a flip later, was so stupid. I had never done it before. This is not flying a fighter jet. It's like flying a Ingmai man gyration. After laughing awkwardly for a few times, one asked again, "What do you mean the Immelmann maneuver is? And what is a fighter jet?" Well, a fighter jet is a very flexible single-person aircraft. As for the Immelmann maneuver, Len used whiteboard writing techniques to create simple maneuver trajectories to assist explanations. In fact, it is coordinated with the vertical rotation of the airship and the left and right rolling of the hull. This is a difficult maneuver used to quickly decelerate and change direction, get rid of the pursuers behind, or even bite the opponent's tail. Just the situation just now. I believe the final recovery will not be completed. The most likely thing is that we dive directly and hit the ground. "Oh, is such a maneuver valuable?" one asked with interest, his eyes shining. Len just wanted to dispel the other party's idea and said, "It may be possible for the small single-person aircraft I mentioned, but it is not necessary for the airship." "Why?" "The small single-person aircraft is limited by the user, so the attack direction of the weapons it carries will only be directly forward. In order to attack the enemy in front, it will require a lot of special maneuvers to keep the enemy firmly within its attack range. But for airships that are relatively large and controlled by multiple people, there is no need for this. Just add more weapons and attack directions." One immediately thought of the key point. Yes, for a flying war fortress, extra fancy moves are unnecessary. As long as more gun positions are added and more manpower is added, attacks can be launched in all directions at the same time. At this time, let the crew inside. It is more important to have a stable environment where we can flexibly support each other in combat, rather than knocking everyone dizzy or tying them to chairs. So I think there should be some restrictions on the control rudder. No matter how it is controlled, it will not make these maneuvers beyond the normal range. How about such an improvement? After pondering for a moment, Juan said, "Is it possible to make a switch? It would normally control the airship according to the restrictions you mentioned. But when necessary, the restrictions can be lifted and these unconventional maneuvers can be made. Make it into a switch. If this is what you want, it's not difficult to do. But in this case, for all the items on the airship in the super maneuvering state, you have to consider these things during the rolling maneuver. How to store it. If it breaks, it's more troublesome to hurt someone." One waved his hand and said, "The magicians on this ship can naturally solve such a trivial matter. But I am very curious. Is the magic you just added to yourself the magic of walking on flat ground?" Chapter 1179 Magic Collision with Technology. Following Juan's gaze, Len also looked at his feet. A special magic spell is printed on the sole of the foot, forming a clearly visible magic pattern. It is this magic circle that changes one's perception of the direction of gravity, allowing one to stand firmly on the plane in contact with the soles of the feet. Lin replied. Yes. It is the technique of walking on flat ground. Do you think it's possible to conversely add this magic to an object so that all people standing on it can stand stably? Use the flat ground technique to replace the gravity device. What an interesting idea. Lin rubbed his chin while thinking. The reason why many hard science fiction works are still classified as fantasy and cannot rise to the level of science is because they always propose technologies that cannot be proven to be achievable even if they are scientific theories. One of them is the gravity device. This includes the two major science fiction works of Magnesia, Star_War and Star_Trek, both of which have the same problem. Life in a spaceship is supposed to be gravity-free, and everyone's actions are mainly about floating. However, in many science fiction works describing space navigation, humans in spaceships can walk and move normally, as if they are still in the Earth's environment. If there is an object directly below the spacecraft, with a mass of 59,722 gigatons, which is approximately the same as the mass of the Earth, and the volume is not too small to form a singularity, then it is possible to provide information related to the Earth. The considerable gravitational environment allows people living on it to live normally as on the Earth, whose spaceship takes an Earth with it when it goes out. Some people say that centrifugal force can be used to simulate a 1G gravity environment. This scientific theory is correct and technically feasible. But look at the forms of spaceships in those works. Which one looks like it can use centrifugal force to create 1G gravity? But Lin could never thought that this eternal problem in the world of magic would be so easy to solve. Just use the walk on a flat earth technique and you're done. Speaking of this magic, there is a considerable degree of idealism. It changes people's understanding of the direction of gravity, thinking that as long as they step on it, it is the ground that they can stand on. As for why it can cause such an effect, it is still unclear to some people. When Lin cast this magic, he only used its most basic form, which was the version provided by the Magicians Association, and could not make other modifications. The main reason is because I don't understand it, so I can't change it. Although the technique of walking on flat earth is applied to people or things, it changes their cognition and thus obtains its effect. But in reverse, it is applied to the object, so that the contact's passive cognition is changed, and then the same effect is obtained. This approach is very difficult in the field of magic, but it is not completely impossible. It just requires some research. But just solving the problem of the direction of gravity does not mean that the airship can make waves. Another big challenge is G-force. In those hard science fiction works, there are so-called inertial dampers to minimize the impact of G-force. However, magic has no good solution in this regard. At most, it just strengthens people's physique so that they can adapt to higher and longer accelerations. But this is not a fundamental solution after all. It is just a symptom of treating a headache with a headache and a sore foot with the feet. But just like their own understanding of magic is still based on the scientific knowledge accumulated in the first half of their lives, the natives of the Lost Land have no baggage of those science fiction works in their minds. In addition, Juan himself was a well-informed magician. Regarding the problems that arose during the trial of the airship Gossbottom, Juan came up with many solutions that Lin had never thought of. The two old friends just entered into a very serious discussion about magic and ideas for improving the Gauss per tone. The other people on the bridge also recovered from the original chaos, left their seats one after another, or loosened their too tight seat belts, and began to check various data within their areas of responsibility. These are all tasks assigned before the sea trial. The second officer who was staying on the bridge at the same time, after a brief exchange with the other deputy captains, inspected various cabins of the airship. Although there are returns from the copper pipes, the recovery after the chaos is in good shape. But what the actual situation is, you still need to confirm it with your own eyes to have the most direct understanding. First, he was teleported away from his original position, and then he was pushed to the ground by two apprentices. After a heavy fall, the helmsman Oliver also recovered his original situation and returned to the helmsman's position. But this time, he just checked the condition of the rudder and didn't dare to make another extreme operation casually. Oliver knew exactly how much his ugliness had played a role in the chaos. If this account is brought up and discussed on the table, I am afraid that this well-paid position will be far away from me. So now he prioritizes stability, for fear of making another mistake and having several accounts jointly settled. As long as people are afraid of something, something will happen easily. People who thought everything was back on track, except for Oliver who was worried, were suddenly frightened by the violent shaking of the airship. Everyone instinctively grabbed their seats, and some even quickly secured themselves with seat belts. Just after a period of violent shaking, The entire ship body made a rumbling sound and shook slightly. Everyone just felt baffled. The airship was damaged. The second right engine was shut down, and the right hull suffered extensive damage. The magician in charge of the airship's defense system yelled. Lin first said in surprise, "How is it possible? At an altitude of more than 9,000 meters, what kind of monster would attack others at such a height? Not to mention other airships. This height cannot be reached. But it is common sense for most people. Could it be that we hit a rock in the air?" Only then did everyone realize what had just happened. The engine of the Gauss-Bertone is installed inside the airship, and then connected through the crankshaft to pull the propeller set outside to generate thrust. This is due to the convenience of maintenance at high altitudes. After all, the buoyancy of the airship is not provided by the propeller engine. If a shutdown accident occurs in the air, it can be repaired directly, but even if the engine is installed inside the airship, it is still very close to the outer wall of the hull. This means that damage sufficient to cause damage to the hull may directly damage the engine and cause shutdown. But just like someone's doubts, the altitude of more than 9,000 meters is basically a forbidden area for living things. No birds fly at such altitudes because there are no prey species to provide them with the food sources they need to survive. In this case, what kind of attack did the airship encounter that caused such damage? Lin flashed forward and came to the observation officer's seat where he was monitoring the external situation of the airship. Switch screens neatly and check every corner of the boat. Chapter 1180 The Trajectory of the Void. Thanks to the fact that the setup of the Arcane Eye does not require a high cost compared to the cost of building an airship, Lin was able to monitor up, down, front, left, and right without any blind spots on the Gauss-Bertone. On the screen, you can see a terrifyingly large hole opened in the right rear side of the ship, and some people were even thrown out. But you can't see who the culprit is. Use Blink to rescue the thrown people back to the bridge. For him now, catching that little bit of speed is nothing. Unlike in the past, positioning errors would occur for slightly higher speed targets. The reason why I didn't hesitate to save the person was because I didn't want to waste too much time thinking between saving or not saving. With no worries, Lin immediately flashed above the outer wall of the airship to check the direction in which the attacker might escape. Although it is possible to upgrade the Arcane Eye on the airship and install all the research results of one's own on it, it may be possible to see the perpetrator in a certain investigation mode. But this is too time-consuming and too slow. Although he was involved in time magic, Lin had an intuition that the other party might be immune to the effects of time magic, regardless of the magic of time and space. It should be at a very high level among all types of magic, and ordinary magicians cannot easily resist it. But in fact, these two types of magic have the most restrictions and are the most troublesome. The reason why it is powerful is that the opponent, like himself, is a creature belonging to the main plane or an auxiliary plane, and has a clear goal. But if the opponent is in an unstable state of reality, like the demon prince is odd, or like a god, in a multidimensional fixed state. So if time and space magic wants to have a correct effect, it must first clearly define the opponent's position before it can be affected by the magic effect. If you can't do this, it's almost like the opponent is immune to time and space magic, and won't be affected by magic effects. If the opponent is really this type, then the only way to catch up with the opponent is to start taking action now, and track the opponent. Arriving at the top of the boat, Lin braved the cold at high altitude and the strong wind brought by high-speed flight, straining his eyes to watch the direction in which the enemy might go. Today, Lin's eyes are no longer the ordinary eyes that can only receive visible light, but have integrated many functions developed on the Arcane Eyes. Although it has not caught up with the diversity of Arcane Eyes, it is not far behind. Even so, the attacker could not be found, and could only see the traces left by the opponent in the air. It was like a hole was torn open in the space. Through the cracks, Lin could vaguely see the alien energy that did not belong to the main plane of the land. It was flowing into the land endlessly, mixed with the 8 original powers of the land, and then destroyed. It is too exaggerated to say that the crisis of annihilation will arise like this, because the gap that was opened is slowly healing. The two different worlds will be separated again. But what Lin paid attention to was the cause of the crack. In my impression, I seem to have seen this kind of mark more than once. The difference is that the cracks observed this time are larger than those usually observed. In a flash, he left the flying airship. Lin used the floating technique to fix himself in the high altitude and observe the cracks in the space. And this is not a phenomenon that occurs alone. There is a second crack at a certain distance behind the location where the damage to the Gauss-Bertone was caused. That is, the location of the first space crack. This means that the perpetrator who caused the airship's damage was heading in the opposite direction to the airship's flight direction. Lin said nothing and moved towards the location of the second crack. Then Lin discovered the third and fourth cracks. And even caught the figure making the cracks, albeit briefly. It's just that all of this cannot be seen from the normal visual field. And a considerable amount of energy and computing power must be wasted to search for the location of other space cracks while maintaining oneself floating in the sky. No need to talk. Just ask for help. Regardless of the secret being revealed. Lin directly used the internal instant messaging and said, "Fun. Come and help me. I need someone to take me flying. And the speed must be fast enough for someone to name themselves, rather than asking the airship to turn around. It's obvious that a faster method of movement than the airship is needed." Then immediately used the flash technique to go home and put on Deshang's force spirit clothes. The full power was not concealed. And the moment it reappeared, it suppressed everyone on the bridge. While everyone was frightened, the pressure on their bodies suddenly disappeared again. And it turned out that Finn had flashed to the outside of the airship. The phantoms of the four elemental spirits jumped out from the four spirit clothes. Not only did he merge into one, but he also swallowed up the surrounding powers, like a whale to help himself take shape. In the blink of an eye, a firebird, surrounded by lightning and condensed into a solid body with cyan fire, leapt into existence above the Gauspertone. His body alone is about the same size as the Gauspertone. With its wings spread out, the airship becomes more like a toy and looks extremely small. The slender neck was raised high, and the cry sent out sound waves that did not exist in this world, penetrating directly into everyone's hearts. The powerful spiritual pressure made everyone breathless. For most magicians or warriors, this is a powerful force that they have never seen before, which makes people dare not covet it. They can only kneel on the ground and worship it. But very few people know that this is a symbol of the arrival of gods. It's just that they don't know who is coming. Perhaps the four elemental spirits do not have corresponding godheads. But in terms of power level, he has a noble level that is not inferior to that of the gods. Not to mention how strong the sense of oppression this time four spirits can bring to mortals. However, the two parties involved did not care about such trivial matters. Lin just wanted to catch up with the culprit who destroyed the airship. Standing behind Jade Neck, Finn controlled the Thunderbird to come to Lin's side. Someone who landed on the bird's body immediately focused all his energy on tracking the strange thing that shuttled between reality and reality. Lin couldn't even determine whether the other party was a living creature, or just some kind of natural phenomenon unique to the Lost Land. It's just like in the story about the Hibiki yokai, which spins away dead leaves and personifies a monster named Kamamaitachi to cause trouble. He just wanted to catch up with the other party and make further confirmation. If it were a mysterious environmental phenomenon unique to high altitudes, it would be like putting a satellite in the sky, only to have it knocked down inexplicably. Then you have to understand the reason. And then, you can further think about ways to avoid it. The cause of that incident is still unknown. So Lin has been reluctant to launch the second and third satellites. So is the collision of airships at high altitude an occasional case? Or will it become a common case? If the other party is a living creature, is it the void dragon that one once mentioned, which can travel through different worlds and occasionally bring in some private goods from other worlds? If it were really that dragon, could it possibly be his means of returning home? No matter what, Lin wanted to find an answer. Chapter 1181 Lost and Accident. Although I really want to find out whether the situation in front of me is a natural phenomenon or something is causing trouble. Unfortunately, I cannot make any judgment until I have collected enough trajectory information. Even if it comes to help, it is just to confirm the next space crack and arrive in the shortest time, so that he can continue to observe without losing it. But as he leaped forward again and again, Lin suddenly had a feeling that the other party should be some form of living creature, because the distance between each space crack is getting longer and longer. It's like the other party knows that someone is chasing it, so it speeds up. This discovery naturally made Lin chase even more energetically. With Finn's help, I don't have to worry about staying in the air and moving forward. Instead, I can focus all my attention on the investigation and calculation of the environment. I hope to find clues so that I can track the opponent more accurately and even predict the landing point, instead of catching up after it appears at the next place where it breaks through. Doing so will always be a step too slow. It's just that the ideal is beautiful, but the reality does not allow one to slowly deduce the other party's rules. Every time he feels a flash of inspiration and finds the opponent's trajectory, the next actual location will slap him hard in the face. If there is a slight error in the predicted result, forget it. If it appears directly out of reach, then you can only admit the error. After making mistakes several times, Lin didn't even have time to figure out where the errors were in his calculations, because he was getting further and further away from where the spatial cracks appeared in pure observation. In the end, the location of the next space gap even disappeared from the field of vision. You know, this is at an altitude of thousands of meters, with no visual restrictions on the surface at all. As far as your eyesight can see, you can observe how far away you are. The obstruction of the clouds was not a problem at all in that special field of view mode. But it still allowed the opponent to escape. Lin asked Fan to take him and move in several directions, hoping to find traces of the other party again. Unfortunately, all that was found in the end was the space crack that was about to close, leaving only the energy turbulence proven by the space gap that had appeared here. Encountering the same situation a few more times, Lin had to admit that he had completely lost the pursuit. Looking into the distance with disappointment, Lin asked feebly, "How far have we run?" "It's probably hundreds of kilometers away." As a tool, Fan was just answering someone's questions. But seeing that this guy still seemed to want to pursue him persistently, she had to talk about the news from the rear and said, "Aren't you going back? The situation on the airship side seems to be very bad." "It's an airship." After recalling the meaning of this word, Lin came back to his senses a little, nodded and said, "Okay, let's go back. Do you know what happened to them? I heard that the airship fell down." "Well, it fell down. It fell down." It was the same sentence, but the tone of the latter sentence suddenly increased. Lin looked at the beauty, who was speaking strangely. He couldn't hear any anxiety from her mouth, as if the matter was as normal as getting up to have breakfast in the morning. But someone remembered it very clearly, and it seemed that no measures were designed for the airship to slow its landing at high altitudes. "Hurry! Go back quickly! We should still have time to save people." "Oh, I'm stupid. I just go directly there. You just take your time." "Ah, don't take your time. Come quickly. I should also ask for your help," Lin said anxiously and incoherently. After he finished speaking, regardless of whether people understood it or not, he immediately flashed and disappeared from the back of the elemental spirit. There are 3 apprentices of his own on the airship, as long as they were the rings they sent out. Finding the person is not a problem at all. Lin relied on the ring to locate his position and returned directly to the bridge of the Gauss-Bertone. And then Fan showed up. I saw a group of magicians and great magicians, like headless flies, using their own light magic to illuminate the enclosed bridge, and fumbling around on the control panel that had lost all functions. Some people even slapped it everywhere, hoping that the function of the airship would be restored. But it's all in vain. Although the Gauss-Bertone has not yet fallen into free fall, it can no longer maintain its height. The hull of the ship was spinning in the air and descending. It was obvious that the engine was only functioning on one side, and the output had lost its coordination and balance. A few apprentices were very self-conscious and fixed themselves in their seats with seat belts. But a few girls were holding hands, and their uneasiness could be seen at a glance. On the contrary, he was the only male. Leonardo could only grit his teeth and force himself not to scream like a little girl. Lin only took one look and knew what the problem was. At the beginning of the design of the Gauss-Bertone, the power transmission channel connecting the semi-permanent energy pool was integrated into the entire ship. Maybe there are 1 or 2 small local failures, and there won't be any problems. But as long as there is a large-scale failure, such as a big hole in the outer wall of the ship, it will cause the power transmission to be paralyzed, and then the entire ship will lose power. Perhaps the power transmission method should be changed to block-based integration, so that this funny incident of one breakpoint and all being destroyed will not happen again. The reason why the engine is still running is, of course, because its power source is not drawn from the airship's semi-permanent energy pool, but like a car, it burns refined gasoline. But those are all improvements after the fact. Lin saw the panicked magicians and knew that they were simply not familiar with the layout and performance of the new Gaussian Bertone. So they were at a loss. Not to mention that it is still spinning now. Even though it is not as exciting as the giant slalom before, it is still a different experience. Fortunately, there was an experience, and everyone responded appropriately and did not knock themselves out again. But it didn't matter just staring like that. One pretended to be calm and instructed everyone to report the situation, even though it was of no use at all. Lin simply came to Juan and gave direct instructions. "Let some people go to the engine room and perform the feather falling technique on the floating device. From there, it can be applied to the entire airship. The extra manpower can go to the various outer walls. Doing the same thing at the gun position will still have the same effect. Then tell the engine room to stop the engine. And they will continue to run. And we will continue to spin endlessly. Juan Javier glanced back. And after seeing clearly the person he was talking to, he immediately ordered his deputy. Follow the instructions of Sir. And give the order. With a hasty, okay. Salute. The deputy captain immediately lifted the cover of the copper pipe next to him, ignored the sound coming from the other side, and just shouted back with a louder volume. While listening to the orders given by his deputy captain, he made sure that the other party did not give wrong instructions. On the other side, Juan didn't even look back and asked, "What are your plans now?" Knowing someone's flashing technique very well, Juan knew that if this magician wanted to escape, he would take the person he wanted to take away with him. No one can keep up or stop it. Chapter 1182 Landing Safely. But Lin didn't want to run away alone this time, or to escape with a few apprentices. The situation in front of us is not at the point where we have to deal with it alone. There's no reason not to sell a favor to something that can be easily saved. He pointed behind him, the beauty who had just followed him back, and said, "But and I tried to land the airship from outside. Now I want you to open any door to teleport out. Doing the same thing as me is a bit difficult. So you guys with internal help. The lighter the weight of the airship can be reduced, the lower the damage of the emergency landing can be. Okay. Please don't worry about anything." One once again cut open the knotted safety belt, ordered a few useless people on the bridge, and followed him to rescue everywhere. Generally, magicians need to be in a relatively stable environment to perform any kind of magic, even in battle. But now it was very possible to teleport himself to an unknown ghost place. So one had no intention of trying. Maybe it was too sudden at the beginning, and one didn't know how to deal with it for a while. But someone's instructions are also a reminder to him, recalling the structure and layout of the airship. He quickly knew what to do to save his own life and the Gauspertone, which had just been rebuilt but seemed to have a bad fate. The volume of Lin and Juan's conversation was not deliberately lowered. And of course everyone else on the bridge heard it. Halumi and Kaya were the most self-conscious, unbuckling their seat belts immediately and also preparing to help. Leonardo and Marquis de Ballon were a little slow, but they seemed to want to help. But Lin stopped the latter too and said, "Girl, you go to the outer cabin and find a vacant gun position to help. Use the feather falling technique as well. As for you two, there is no place for you to help here. Just sit back and protect yourselves. Grand Duke, sir, please stay here and take care of your own granddaughter and my apprentice." Lin turned his head and said to Duke Kawe, who was a warrior-type transcendent who didn't know what to do. The two people were also useless. Leonardo had no interest in magic, and he never forced it on anyone. The Marquis Ballon's education method simply breaks away from the apprentice-level magic teaching steps provided by the association and directly enters the subject of life and death. Therefore, things like the feather fall technique or the light object technique, which can be considered basic magic applications, are probably unknown to the Marquis. Since they can't help, protecting yourself is the only option. And the most important thing is not to cause trouble to others. And such a request is considered to be in line with the old Duke's ideas. For things falling from high altitude, Kawe Gong really has no good way to help. At most, he can only save himself. But also on the airship was his beloved granddaughter. And he couldn't just walk away. The only thing that can be counted on is the magician's elusive teleportation ability. But since he didn't want to run away yet, it meant that the ship could still be saved. The old Duke doesn't have to act like a bad person and just think about saving his own life. After pushing his granddaughter, who was still trying to leave with his close friend, back to the seat, and tightening the seat belt again, the old Duke glared at the young man next to him fiercely and said, "I won't be so polite to men. So please sit tight." Although the word please was used, Leonardo was still so frightened that he fell back into his seat with his eyes that were as wide as a cow's. He hurriedly fastened his seat belt again and signaled that he would follow his instructions. The next development was just like Lin's idea. If the place where they were staying was the legendary floating island, which floated into the sky entirely thanks to a Miser energy core, it would be hard to say. But the place they were in was an airship made entirely of magic materials, with nearly 100 magicians on board. Even if the airship itself malfunctions, power transmission is interrupted. There are so many magicians who can use themselves as human batteries to get the airship back into the sky. But Lin didn't want to squeeze people out like this. Instead, it was the best choice to land safely on the ground and take off again after repairs. This is not a time of war. If the airship lands, it will be captured. Without such concerns, of course, it would be an emergency landing. As for whether he will crash land in some dangerous place, nearly 100 magicians, a warrior-type transcendent, a former demon king, and a man whose abilities don't know how to rank him. Even if he falls into the dragon's lair, these people may just kill the dragon and steal the goods without any discussion. However, the location where the Gosbottom made an emergency landing was not bad. It was in an open area, although it is not a gathering place for humans. And there are some monsters around. These highly intelligent creatures that cannot speak human language have no intention of rushing to show off their presence in front of a boat of magicians. Most of the monsters sniffed the concentration of power in the air and retreated secretly. Some of those who were eager to give it a try also backed away after confirming that there was a scent of dragon among the group of people. You know, Lin will take in the Black Dragon Augustus, the abandoned person who is an old and weak remnant in the dragon clan, in addition to using the other party's dragon power to exercise his own spirit on a daily basis. He can also expel some unscrupulous people if he is contaminated by his scent. Warcraft. The latter effect was an unexpected surprise. And for Lin, a person who did not rely on hunting as his main source of livelihood, it saved him a lot of trouble. The moment the airship landed, it was inevitable that it would fall hard. But it was much better than falling directly from a high altitude. And that little thing is not a big problem for everyone on this ship, who is at least a magic apprentice or above. Everyone jumped up and down. And after confirming that they had good hands and feet, and that no parts were missing, they began to check the condition of the takeoff airship. Although this is a wasteland with no village in front, and no store in the future, it is really not too difficult for a group of magicians to lift the airship with bare hands, and manually pull out the landing gear. As for repairs, just use magic shaping. Some of the people who participated in the first trial flight also participated in the airship reconstruction project. Rubbing parts by hand can be regarded as their daily work. But before repairing, you need to figure out the cause first, and then think about whether there are ways to avoid encountering the same problem in the future, instead of simply repairing the airship back to its original state. And then the next time a mid-air collision occurs, another crash will inevitably occur. Although Lin guessed the reason why the airship crashed, he still needed evidence to prove it. Firstly, it is to persuade others. And secondly, it is also to find the right solution. It's not that Larry made a bunch of things through miscellaneous means, but failed to get the idea. If the same situation happens again, then his own brand will be ruined. After just a little research, Lin discovered many interesting phenomena. He called Finn in surprise, pointed to the place he found, and said, "Look, it was the power circuit that exploded first, and then the hull ruptured. What kind of damage do you think is necessary to cause such a result?" Although Finn looked at it, she, like other curious magicians, couldn't tell the difference. So he looked at someone suspiciously. In order to explain, Lin had to use whiteboard techniques to restore the edge of the cracked hull in the air, and then broke the exploded and deformed hull back to its original shape, including the power circuits on top that should have been hidden. But no one could see anything wrong with the restored image, until Lin showed the hull design of this part of the Gosbottom in the design drawing. After comparison, everyone saw the problem. Chapter 1183 Traces of the Destroyer. In the original design drawing, the lines of the power circuit should have been straight, but in the schematic diagram of the damaged hull that had been flattened, the lines were slightly curved. It's to the extent that non-obsessive compulsive disorder patients can't see it. But this transformation is a big deal in the eyes of magicians. At least before today. No one thought that the car power circuit lines could be destroyed before the carrier. It's like writing on paper. The lines of the font will change on their own, but not because the paper is damaged or needed. Of course, it's not like someone made any alterations, because the alterations will not distort the original line order. But the establishment of all this is based on the fact that both the observer and the observed come from the three-dimensional main plane where they are, breaking away from the world that ordinary people can come into contact with. There are actually many forces or situations that may cause such results. These, of course, arouse the interest of the magicians, and they discuss what kind of power and form of destruction could cause such damage. These discussions certainly inspired Lin and Fun. But the two people, who are good at calculations, are more accustomed to using mathematical arguments. So when someone makes an opinion, they always calculate whether the likelihood is similar to the actual situation, whether it is the conversion of virtual and real phases, or the operation of dimensionality reduction or dimensionality. What kind of special creature must be matched? How much impact force? And what degree of distortion can be caused? Because there are many variables involved and the information available is limited. Many results are simply a mathematical formula. If you force the answer together, You may only get a multidimensional matrix. Because there are too many unknown variables. We can only use an exhaustive method to list various possibilities. In order to facilitate understanding. Lin and Fin even plotted the obtained formula. At the same time, the culprit of the airship accident was deduced. Its possible mass and impact force. When the discussion reaches this level, other magicians basically have nothing to say. They could only watch as various formulas flew between Lin and Fin. For many tedious calculations, the results were obtained before they even understood the addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division involved. In addition, the common language of MIDI was too late to accurately convey the two people's thoughts. And they subconsciously changed to Dragon language. Dragon language is a special language that can pack the most information into the shortest syllables. If it weren't for Fin's reluctance to use Hagiri, the quickest way for them would be to be pulled into Hagiri's consciousness and talk. No matter how long the discussion is in consciousness, it only lasts a moment in reality. Since the beauty is not happy, what else can someone do except cooperate obediently? However, everyone was silent, and the discussion that only focused on the two people unexpectedly came to an abrupt end. Lin and Fin both looked troubled and puzzled. At this time, Juan, who was still the most familiar with them, asked, "Is there any problem that cannot be solved? How about saying it in a language that everyone can understand?" Juan's seemingly concerned words actually contained complaints about the two people talking directly in Dragon language. But with so many magicians present, no one could fault Lin and Fin, who told everyone that they couldn't keep up with the content of their conversation. So there is nothing wrong with them being abandoned. A magician's responsibility towards his apprentices only reaches the level of third ring apprentice magic. For the more advanced parts, you either steal from a teacher or study by yourself. It would be too naive to expect your teacher to teach you step by step, just like you did when you were an apprentice. I don't know if Lin and Fin were pretending to be stupid at the same time, or if they really didn't hear the resentment in Juan's words. Lin said directly, "Although the damage in most places can be used to verify the same formula. But as soon as a certain part is reached, the actual situation will overturn all the previous calculation results. It is like..." Juan, whose curiosity was aroused, stuck his head and asked, "Like what?" "It's like the airship is attacked by another source from a different source. So it will cause different damage." "Ah!" all the magicians shouted in unison. And then, they secretly glanced at the beauty, who was wearing bright red and a very special robe. That powerful power, which is equivalent to that of a god, certainly arouses the covetousness of everyone. But everyone also knows very well that some things are untouchable no matter how greedy they are. How can someone who can control that robe be an ordinary character? Not to mention that Fin has an unconfirmed title as a former demon king. But now that this question was asked, the magicians on the ship focused their attention on their own captain. One didn't take it seriously. He knew this person's personality well, and would not get into any dispute over such a trivial matter. So he said directly, "Speaking of the secondary damage caused by the Gauss per tone, it should have something to do with Mr. Fin." The former demon king, who was named, opened his eyes wide and looked puzzled. "Is it related to me? Strictly speaking, it has something to do with that dress." One moved his finger pointing at Fin downwards, pointing at the bright red four-spirit suit. The spirit of the elements has returned, making the firebird pattern on the Hanfu come alive, as if it is about to jump out of the rope. And that frightening spiritual pressure was released unscrupulously, oppressing everyone's spirit. And Fin is not an unconscious person. After being named in this way, she immediately thought of a certain key point, frowned and asked, "Could it be that when the elemental spirit took shape, it absorbed a large amount of power from the surrounding environment, and also affected the airship?" All the magicians present nodded in unison. One even said, "At least when it was destroyed for the first time, the airship was only seriously damaged and not out of control. It wasn't until you reappeared and condensed the Thunderbird that it flew away. The boat exploded again, and then completely lost control." Fin did not get furious as everyone expected. Instead, he scratched his face and said slightly apologetically, "Okay, then how do you want me to compensate you?" Before others could think it through, Juan Javier waved his hand first and said, "No need." "Really?" Then glanced at the old friend in front of him doubtfully. On the contrary, the masters behind him had various expressions, some angry, some resentful. However, Juan still had his own considerations and said, "You also helped the airship make an emergency landing. No one died. Only some minor injuries at most. Besides, this trip was originally a trial voyage, and I wanted to find out as many situations as possible. as a basis for subsequent modifications. You have provided a fatal flaw that can be discovered and taken precautions for in advance. I believe this is the best result in encountering a powerful one on the battlefield in the future. The magician casts strategic magic, which not only affects the entire area, but also traps the airship. This situation is even worse. It's up to you. Lin was noncommittal, marking out a new section of the mathematical formula Lin had written on a whiteboard to calculate the second event that affected the airship's damage, and discuss with Lin. After getting new clues, someone who re-entered the academic discussion state gave one a slight nod, which was regarded as acknowledging the other person's feelings. Between friends, some things really don't need to be calculated too clearly. Just accept one's love today and return one's love tomorrow. Chapter 1184 Field Maintenance. After getting more information, the two magicians who were proficient in mathematics devoted themselves again and directly talked about the state of complete selflessness. On the other side, the magicians who could not continue to participate in the discussion and asked for compensation for the airship accident looked at each other. Their knowledge and insight meant that they could only discuss which plane and world the murderer who hit the airship came from and what he might be. There is nothing we can do to get more accurate information if we go deeper. Seeing that someone can discuss it more deeply, other magicians must be lying if they say they don't want to understand the content. There is no magician who is not curious about new knowledge. But you also have to understand it. Even the great magician Juan Javier, who had the best foundation in mathematics among the people, felt as if he was listening to a book from heaven. As for the issue of compensation, since the captain has already spoken, no matter how dissatisfied the others are, they can only discuss it slowly after they go back and wait until they are alone. This is not a good time. One simply clapped his hands, greeted everyone who was free, and began to repair the airship. Of course, there is also a copy of the design drawings of the Gauss Breton on the airship. Even the magicians on this ship were very interested in seeing the drawing system of the Automobile Manufacturing and R&D Center, and tried to design the same system on the airship. Although the system in the car center is based on the purple level magic stone, the purple level magic stone itself is a substitute for the magic tower energy pool. There is no problem with a semi-permanent energy pool installed on the airship. The only thing to note is that when the semi-permanent energy pool on the airship is exhausted, even if the power is replenished next time, the programs and stored data will theoretically be permanently lost. Even in the process of consuming power, there will be a lack of data. There is no good way to solve this theoretical flaw. Fortunately, before encountering the problem of data loss, there was a big problem that tested the masters of this ship. That is how to enlarge and reduce the pattern formed by whiteboard writing in equal proportions, not to mention more difficult folding and deformation. The system they set up on the airship will cause distortion of the map once these actions are taken, and sometimes it cannot even be restored to its original state. I thought it was a very simple system. After seeing the results, I could just copy it and get the same useful things. Not to mention the results were unsatisfactory. They were simply unusable. There was no choice but to ask Juan Javier, the captain of the Gauss Breton, who had a relationship with the magician, to talk to him. Lin didn't bother to hide his secrets and just threw out the key mathematical formulas. But how to apply it to P language programs depends on Hugin. Of course, he helped the Automobile Center design such a system because he has a share of the center's income. In today's Midland, there is no concept of equity. For a large nobleman and a cross-regional chamber of commerce, being able to share a share of the profits from the industry with a magician is already considered very important. In the lost land of this era, in the eyes of people at that level, magicians are no different from tool men, and they are all paid on a piece-by-piece basis. There was basically no way to share the profits. But Lin got it. Since Lin can get enough profits from the Automobile Center to make people jealous, it is natural for him to improve the tools used by the center. However, in the case of Gauss Breton, he only received compensation for the reconstruction. The mapping system was simply copied by the masters who served on the ship. One asked, and Lin's giving of the core mathematical formulas was considered a great honor. He didn't get any extra benefits, so he had no obligation to help them improve. But just as Lin thought, to be able to put that set of mathematical formulas into a P language program, one must have a certain level of knowledge in both subjects. That boat half a year ago, the masters who were still living with their eyes above the top can't do it, since the technology is not up to par, and they can't save face to ask for advice. They don't agree to pay an extra fee to perfect something that they seem to be able to do. Therefore, the magicians on this ship can only make do with it as a simple data storage and reading system. Everyone is helpless if their math knowledge is not up to standard. Fortunately, they all had actually participated in the reconstruction of the Gauss-Bertone. And that was only recently. So as long as they see the design drawings, they can immediately think of what they need to do to repair the damaged gaps on the airship. It's just that although the entire airship is made of magic materials, the magic materials can also directly change their appearance using shaping techniques. But after all, the Gaussian Bertone experienced a space-tearing injury. Some materials were directly thrown into the unknown world by the cracked gap, or they were directly detached from the hull and fell onto the path of the flight. To completely restore it to its original state, materials are not enough. Considering that this is a wilderness, it is not practical to restore the airship to its original state. Besides, we need to improve the defects discovered today, and there will definitely be another revision in the future. Therefore, at Juan's suggestion, the magician serving on the Gauss-Bertone used emergency measures to solve the problem of the airship so that it could fly back to the automotive center in the holy city of Starry. Doing this is better than a group of masters carrying an airship, traveling hundreds of kilometers, and returning to the center by land. Don't think this kind of thing is stupid. Whether it's the lost world or the Earth, there have been cases in history where humans transported ships by land and then launched surprise attacks. But it was all for fighting and winning. Now the crew of the Gauss-Bottom just want to return the ship to the holy city and improve it to be better. The airship itself is not a glass object that is too delicate to withstand being dropped. Therefore, from a practical point of view, the magicians naturally chose the simplest and most convenient method to complete this field maintenance. Because of the large number of people, under the command and coordination of one, everyone quickly completed the repair work and prepared to set sail again. At this time, the two people who were discussing happily did not notice at all. It was his apprentice, who came forward to interrupt the two people above. Halloumi interrupted and said, "Teacher, sister, the Gauss-Bottom has been repaired. We are now preparing to return. Please board the boat. It's fixed." Lin Huang glanced at the airship not far away, which had repaired the breach, and said, "Go and tell the great magician Javier. Your sister and I still have something to verify. Take the first step. We will go to the center later to discuss the lack of improvement." After saying that, Lin and Fan looked at each other, nodded, and disappeared. At this time, one walked towards the direction of the two people and happened to witness the scene. This old friend who was familiar with the two people smiled bitterly and said, "It's really a shame that they didn't disappear at the beginning. They don't have to worry about what problems may arise on the way back, and they need to come to the rescue. Maybe the teacher didn't board the boat, so it would be safer on the return trip." Kaya, who seldom spoke, suddenly said this. Juan was stunned. Harumi was also stunned for a moment, and then thought, "The last time the teacher took an airship, it's the Hindenburg of the Goblin Totokani. Then, it fell." Kaya's truth made everyone present look stiff. Kaya even said, "According to Totokani's claim, that was the only fall accident in his career." One couldn't help but look back at the newly repaired Gauss-Bertone. It had a terrible fate. Chapter 1185 Spirit's Son. Not to mention how much resentment he caused by leaving first, coupled with the brief conversation between his apprentices, either intentionally or unintentionally. In the eyes of others, he has the same level of fate of crashing as Conan's fate of murder. But for Lin now, airships and the like are really not important. If someone needs to hurry, he can use flash to explore the road while moving forward, and the speed will be much faster than that of an airship. If you really need a flying vehicle, there are nearly 1 million battleship-level robots in the Earth elemental plane to choose from, so there is really no need to fly such an antique. To him, the airship was nothing more than feelings. One also knew this very well, because he had witnessed the power of the robot fleet with his own eyes. During the expedition with the robots to the fire elemental plane, I saw how the robot fleet, which was only a quarter of the strength of the entire Earth elemental plane, defeated the entire fire elemental plane until it was unable to take care of itself. That was at least 60% of the fire element elves who were exterminated and returned to the elemental spirits, starting all over again. And although someone does not fully master this kind of power, he has used it many times, and there are quite a few, so he didn't express any opinion about someone's lack of concern. If this airship is not under his control, he should at least take them back to Leon District and return them to his teacher. I am afraid that one will not even think about looking at this wooden ship, let alone supervising its construction. As for transforming the Gauss-Bottom into a battleship-level robot, one had never thought of such a whimsical thing. He has seen the basic blueprints stored in the fire compared with the Gauss tones. If it were placed on actual paper, I'm afraid the weight would be quite different. In desperation, one directed everyone to take off and return. The two people who left first were concerned about the new discovery they had just made. The traces left by their new friends include not only the holes in the airship, but also the space cracks torn open in the sky. Although there were records left when passing by before. But Lin still wanted to look back to confirm something and verify his own ideas. Fun, who was not interested in new friends, ended up discussing with someone for so long because Lin asked a lot of interesting math questions. This was the main reason for the former Demon King to stay. Otherwise, someone's daily research direction, such as astronomy, astrology, physics, etc., would not arouse the slightest interest in her. But a hypothesis based on the footprints of his new friend really gave this former lich, who rarely had troubles in his heart, the idea of finding out on the manifestation of divine power. We have cracked the essence of divine power a long time ago. It is actually 8 powers in a fixed order among the 255 power substrates that form a unit power. But the 8 powers are based on the mysterious the world with the main plane of Earth is a unique form of magical energy. The same is known as the Abyss world. But different ones are known as the 4 elemental planes. Also, we have discovered before that the so-called gods are actually a multidimensional unity. They are unique in the plural worlds in which they exist, and do not have any peers. They can exist in multiple worlds at the same time. Also means that they do not exist alone in any world. This is also the reason why it is difficult for gods to kill them completely. Because from a human point of view, no matter how hard they try, they can only temporarily erase the opponent's existence in the main plane. Given time, the opponent can also remove the objects that remain in other planes of the world. Power touches the lost land again. Then the question arises, how does the divine power composed of the 8 powers of the mysterious land exist in the world outside the mysterious land? And the most important point is there any life that is similar to the way gods exist, but does not belong to the gods? Sequence? If there is, then what is God? Sitting on a humpback whale whose entire body is made of water elements. Compared to the bird form, the elemental spirit in this form is more stable. Then listen to the opening of someone trying to sort out the research and said, this is what you want to say. There is actually another form of expression of divine power. Yes, let's call the original elementary particles that make up divine power and God's spirits. Its characteristics are very similar to light, with wave-particle duality. But it is mainly a kind of energy. But it should be called energy particles, it's too weird. And calling it quantum can easily be confused with existing concepts. So let's use a new name like spirit. The spirit sun, like the gods, has multidimensional unity. However, it does not have a stable form like the gods. Instead, it will gradually change its form according to the characteristics of the world in which it lives to adapt to this new world. Just like when a spirit sun comes to the lost land, it will change into the arrangement and combination of 8 powers. But this change requires a process, and will inevitably produce entropy. If there is no way to transform and adapt smoothly, it may be rejected by the world. If the amount is too much, it may cause an overreaction. So the spirit sun is like an intermediate substance that travels through various worlds, while retaining its own characteristics. It also adapts to the environment it is in. After trying to understand someone's explanation, Finn asked, what you want to say is that what we are tracking is actually a god? No. This is the answer to my second question before. Is there a multidimensional unity similar to gods? But it is not the existence of gods. Now it seems that there is. This guy is the target we want to pursue. How are you sure that the target is not a god? Just because he keeps running away and dares not face us head on? It's not like I have never encountered such a god. Finn asked doubtfully. Because the spirit sun left behind by the target has not transformed into a power with the characteristics of divine power. Finn suddenly realized. This is what you want to confirm when you return to the scene for the second time. Yes. Of course. Collecting more target spirit sun characteristics is another purpose. Although it will become disordered after being converted into power. The spirit sun state before the transformation still has its characteristics. However, we have not been able to collect other similar existences for comparison. So we are not sure whether it will be falsified in the future. Lin said frankly. It's not God. But it's similar to God. Finn pondered for a moment and then asked. Then your third question. What is God? Is there an answer? The following is just an inference. There is currently no more evidence and no more counter-evidence to prove that I am wrong. So just listen to it. Although gods are a multidimensional unity, They do not exist in endless dimensional worlds at the same time. And the dimensional worlds involved in the gods are also different. For example, the gods who are in charge of the power of death. In addition to the lost land, most of the worlds they are involved in are related to death. The gods related to fire, in addition to the lost land, are mostly related to the fire elemental plane, the abyss, and even other full worlds. A world full of flames. We have always thought that whether it is a new god or an old god, it is this concept that establishes the godhead and creates a god. But if we look at it from a perspective similar to the world tree, the so-called concept is actually just a direction guide, guiding those who mortals find the relevant world and draw power from it, finally igniting the divine fire and becoming gods. Chapter 1186, The Role of Gods. It's like the world tree uses beacons to find other worlds and establish connections. Then it can use the energy tidal gap between the two worlds to convert it into nutrients for the world tree. Because of the comparison, then naturally made an association. But such a statement is incomplete. And everything has its purpose. She asked. What did the gods do in this process? What did they gain? Well, we have been to many worlds other than mystery. Every world, no matter how similar it is to mystery, will have some differences. Some things that may be difficult in mystery are difficult in other worlds. It's quite common. Things that may require a lot of effort here can be done effortlessly in other worlds. I'm thinking, faced with someone's tantalizing words, because the content aroused interest, Finn couldn't help but take the bait and asked, What are you thinking about? You see, the characteristics of a spirit sun is that while maintaining its own characteristics, it will also adjust its shape according to the different worlds it is in, so that it can integrate itself into this world. And these spirits composed of, existence, they will have a tendency to be close to the world, which means that when they use certain abilities, it will be easier than the people born and raised in Midland. So, what they are doing seems to be a specialty of the world they are close to, taking advantage of the characteristics of the spirit child, brought it to Midland and sold it at a high price. Then felt dumbfounded at first hearing this description of someone. But if you think about it seriously, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong. Lin continued. As for what the being who lends power gets in this process, it's hard to say. The gods who usually do this are advocating that they will lead the souls of the devout to him. God's kingdom. Live a good life forever. The devil will directly use the soul as a bargaining chip. Unless a better sacrifice than the soul can be proposed today. Isn't it? That's right. Then scratched his face and said, I just heard you compare gods and demons to businessmen. Which seems a bit nondescript. There's nothing wrong with this. Get close to worlds with specific attributes, and rule at least one of them. Otherwise, you can open up an exclusive world for yourself to rule, euphemistically calling it the kingdom of God. Then take the common commodities or products in those worlds' ability is sold to other relatively precious worlds in exchange for souls or other valuable currencies. This is a transaction that only the height of the gods can enter and carry out. And someone seemed to be appetizing and only spoke half of his words. Then had to ask aloud. And what? After thinking for a moment and not coming up with an answer, Lin simply stated the question in his mind. You see, the gods also have two contradictory qualities. One is the immortality of faith and the immortality of the gods. But the other is an ironclad concept. The gods of flowing water. You are very familiar with the former. No matter how many times those old gods are killed, as long as worship and belief still exist, the gods will suddenly revive one day after their death. And according to you, even if other mortals try to steal them, the power of the old god that has fallen and been left vacant will eventually only allow the old god to resurrect through his body, lose his will, and become the same old god as the one he killed before. But I have always had a question. Is the old god who resurrects again and again the same person as before? Finn replied, Every time an old god dies, I will destroy it until its spirit and soul are gone, and it will never die again. Otherwise, I will throw its soul into the eternal fire and become the fuel of the oil lamp. But even so, the old gods will still be resurrected again and again because of faith, with the same appearance and the same abomination. From the perspective of the soul, the former god and the latter one should be different souls. But they are gods after all. I can't guarantee whether they have the same level of resurrection mechanism as the lich's phylactery. At least, for the lich, the soul is hidden in the phylactery, as long as the phylactery is not destroyed. The lich can be resurrected indefinitely. In the past, I would have thought that the kingdom of God had the same function. But from what you said, doesn't it seem so? Lin nodded and said, Yes. And this involves the second characteristic of the contradiction. Finn asked in confusion. What is the concept of iron and water gods? I don't understand. That sentence has a historical allusion in my hometown. To put it simply, in order to prevent the generals from getting too familiar with the soldiers, the emperor united to rebel. So he changed the troops from time to time. But the camps defended by the generals remained unchanged, leaving the generals with no opportunity to get acquainted with soldiers, then bribe them, and then rebel. When used here, I just want to emphasize that the concept of achieving a god will not waver. But the god created by this concept may not always be the same. The hatred for the gods made Finn not understand the new god system after his resurrection. Even among the 8 powers a magician would use, she was indifferent to who their respective gods corresponded to. Of course, not to mention performing any meditation rituals. She still uses the same old methods for practicing magic. The same methods from thousands of years ago. Lin understood this and explained. You see, after the end of the old gods, the rise of the new gods is no longer the worship of nature in the past, but the creation of godheads based on concepts that everyone agrees with, and the ignition of divine fires. Do you know that there is actually a goddess of magic in the Lost Land? Because there are 8 powerful gods in front of him, and the magicians are all lawless and unbelievers. So if they choose a god with the concept of magic, he can't draw much faith from the magicians. So he is a sadly weak god. There is such a thing, Finn said in surprise. If you don't regard God as a god, these gossips that you like to hear and see are quite interesting. Yes, and the history of the new god is only a short 700 or 800 years. In such a short period of time, the goddess of magic has been replaced 5 times. Do you dare to believe it? 5th term. Finn's beautiful eyes widened, and he raised his right hand in surprise, with his fingers spread out. Are you sure you're not in the form of someone who dies and then comes back to life? No, it's just a substitution. It seems that as long as magic is studied to a certain level, someone will want to take over, kill the gods and replace them. This happened 5 times. These are clearly recorded in the inheritance records of the Magicians Association. Even though the reality may not be as stated in the record, it is certain that someone will be replaced. This is really, in short, I think the identification of the spirit child can explain these problems related to the gods. Although there are still several pieces of the puzzle missing to have a complete answer, it has also made a big step forward. Regarding the previous 3rd question, what is God? In fact, Lin still has a lot of doubts. Of course, the question here is not of philosophical significance, since there is a saying that it is another level of life. What are the characteristics of this level? But there is another problem at hand that can be solved with today's discovery, Lin said. But the most important gain is the discovery of Lingzi, which is helpful for tracking our new friend who comes and goes without a trace. Next time, we don't have to wait for the other party to leave traces before we can follow him slowly. Well, tell me, if we completely destroy those worlds, is it possible to completely eliminate a god? Then still asked about the topic she was concerned about. That's true in theory, but in practice it can't be done. Lin shrugged and replied, as long as there is demand, there will be supply. You can shift the demand, but it's just filling the vacancy with other things. It's not that it's not necessary anymore. So if people don't die, the gods won't die. Someone came to a conclusion for Finn's question. Chapter 1187 Holy Sword Club. The Holy City. The home of Estali. When most of the talkers went out and encountered a once-in-a-century airship accident, there was also a lot of trouble at home. The old housekeeper of the Marquis Balan took the place of the head of the family and received 3 guests with unsheathed swords at their waists. The 3 of them were all heroic. One of them was wearing velvet clothes and had a coat of arms on his chest, indicating that he was a noble. The other 2 were not wearing armor and were only clothed in cloth. But they still showed their extraordinary martial arts skills in every gesture, which shocked those who knew how to do it. They were now sitting in the small reception room, disdainfully disdainful of the drinks in front of them. I just don't know how many times I have been asking, where has the owner of this family gone? Did he know that we were coming and deliberately avoided us? No. 3 adults. That's not the case. It's really because the rebuilt airship is ready for trial today. So the head of the family and others went to participate. When the preliminary trial is over, I believe they will come back soon. The old housekeeper continued, while maintaining he said calmly. The nobleman in fine clothes, who took the lead, raised his feet, and smelled a mellow aroma coming from the wine. The vigilance of being soldiers prevents them from letting the outside world drink water easily. But the food served by the servants of the great nobles was not at the level of a roadside tavern. While he was considering whether to break the habit of drinking alcohol, since it wouldn't be the first time, he said in a cold voice, "It seems that you recognize our identities, and you are worthy of serving the great nobles. Then you should also know that escaping has no effect on the people of the Holy Sword Club, even if he escaped by relying on his identity as a magician. In other words, we also have people who can chase him and take back things he shouldn't have." "Yes, sir, I know this very well," the old housekeeper said respectfully, without showing humility. The Holy Sword Society is one of the mysterious organizations in Lost Land, if not the most powerful, then the oldest. They were founded even countless years before Finn came to rule the Lost Land as the Demon King. At that time, all the heroes of the Lost Continent gathered together and jointly sealed the Demon King in Zadu. This major event became the opportunity for the establishment of the Holy Sword Club. What these heroes have in common is that they are all holders of the Hagiri clan. Hakakiri is almost synonymous with magical weapons in the Lost World. A powerful weapon that refuses to be restrained. Even the scabbard will be destroyed by the sharpness of the blade. This is where the name Shakakiri comes from. And as everyone knows, Hakiri is a magical weapon that chooses its wielder. The chosen ones are all heroes of that era or the most powerful warriors. So you can imagine how the quality of the members of the Holy Sword Club makes ordinary people despair. Even great nobles like Grand Duke Kawe or the Dharma Saint who lives in the 5-story magic tower dare not ignore it. Now that such a person is sitting on the sofa in the reception room, the old housekeeper of Marquis Balin is trembling in her heart. Although the stance of the Holy Sword Society can still be regarded as a good camp, their appearance today is more like an attack on the enemy. As for the reason, the old butler knew without asking that it must be for the Hakiri weapon in the magician's hand. It's just that the two magicians are not at home, and even their apprentices have gone out. There is no one at home who can take responsibility. So he, the butler of the magic apprentice, is asked to come forward. To say that the old housekeeper didn't have any guilt in his heart would be a lie. But no matter how desperate she is, she can't lose the face of her master's family, let alone the prestige of Marquis Balin. But I don't know which time I asked him. And the pressure became more and more intense each time. No matter how reluctant the old housekeeper was, he felt that he could no longer resist the weight of the other party's gaze. He could only bow slightly again. But this time he said, "Yes, please wait a moment. I will find a way to contact the head of the family." After giving a few instructions to the other servants, the old housekeeper left quickly. Now that the magician and his family are out, the first person in this family who might be able to contact them is the Black Dragon Augustus, who lives in the East Building. But that old dragon is retired and just eats, sleeps and brags at home. The old words are basically useless. It is said that he is the former captain of the Demon King's guards. He doesn't look like stone who stitched the corpse together. Maybe he can contact that family. But the old housekeeper had nothing to do with the young man, who basically only listened to the orders of the mistress of the house. Sometimes, when the male master spoke, the other party would turn a deaf ear. Let alone myself, the widow who first served as a domestic helper in this home? The son who only cared about himself had no idea what the two magicians at home were doing. Of course, there is no way to actively contact the other party. To the magician, he is just a standard servant, with nothing to ask. Then the only person who has a chance to ask for help is the magic cat living in the house. The Grey Cat Hardy. The demon cat's status in the Guana Empire is quite high, especially in the southern part of the empire. He is regarded as the patron saint of the family and the guardian angel of children. As a kind-aligned warcraft, no one would regard demon cats as ordinary warcraft. They hunt and collect their parts as magic materials. More importantly, they rely on the wisdom accumulated from their long lifespan to provide advice when the family faces difficulties. Underage demon cats rarely leave the southern cat forest. But as long as you have the chance to meet him, he is definitely the best growing companion to accompany your children at home. Moreover, adult old cats sometimes appear to guide their offspring, as well as the children who have grown up together. Therefore, for an ordinary family, not necessarily a noble, as long as there is a magic cat willing to get close to it, it can almost be regarded as evidence that the family will prosper. And this family, being favored by a demon cat with 1 old and 3 young children, is a sign of taking off. For the old housekeeper, the predicament at hand was the time to seek help from the magic cat. Compared with the demon cats of the good camp, although the people of the Holy Sword Society can be regarded as the lawful camp, they are observing the other party's own order. In other words, if you can't find a way to hand over the person the other party wants. Killing a servant as the person who left the message is not news to the people of the Holy Sword Club. I serve the Kawe family and the Marquis Balin. So there is really no need to die for those two magicians. Just finding 4 cats in a big house is not an easy task. Not to mention the 3 kittens. There are plenty of places for them to play wildly. If they don't pop out on their own, no one else can find them. As for the old cat, he will stay in several places. If the weather is cold, you can search the fireplaces with fires burning one by one, and you will definitely find this old cat. It's just that it's midsummer now. The old housekeeper looked out the window. The sun was shining brightly, and the vicious heat wave was emitting a swaying scene like the sun. It really made people sweat just looking at it. There was no need to enter such an environment. At this time, the most likely place for the old cat to appear would be the dragon's nest in the east building. A place designed by the magician so that the black dragon Augustus could use his original body to rest and move around. A cat and a dragon can become good friends instead of eating each other as snacks. If you put this out there, I'm afraid no one would believe it. But here, it just comes true. The old housekeeper sighed in his heart. Chapter 1188 Recall. East Pavilion. Dragon's Nest. Like their biological relatives such as snakes and lizards, dragons are cold-blooded animals. The reason is that they do not need to take in additional food energy needed to maintain body temperature. Therefore, the appetite of dragons is not as large as most people imagine. Of course, this refers to the amount of food required to maintain basic vital signs. If you really want to eat, this race of pot-bellied men can easily swallow food 2 or 3 times their own weight. It was as if that stomach was a bottomless pit. Although they are cold-blooded animals, dragons do not rely on basking in the sun to regulate their body temperature like other cold-blooded animals. The reason is that while they are cold-blooded animals, they are also powerful magical creatures. Regulating body temperature and even affecting the external environment is as instinctive to them as breathing. And they do it all the time. However, different dragon clans have different preferences for the environment. The 2 major colored dragons, the red dragon and the black dragon, who are also classified as underground dragons, also have their own preferred environmental types. For example, red dragons like the heat of magma pools. So even if they don't live in a volcano, the temperature of the environment around red dragons is still relatively high. The black dragon likes the smell of sulfur land and is not so particular about temperature. On the contrary, because they are accustomed to living in the underground world, the temperature of the environment they stay in will naturally tend to be the lower limit of what ordinary creatures prefer. Therefore, in this hot weather, the lair of the old dragon Augustus was unexpectedly cool. The gray cat Hardy did not adapt to the living environment at first. There was a giant dragon, and it was also the most notorious black dragon among the colorful dragons. But Lao Long, who only talks about his former abilities, doesn't have any bad habits other than bragging and chatting with people about the past. It means that with its current physical strength, it can't do anything bad. After meeting an old cat of the same age, 1 dragon and 1 cat hit it off. All they have to do is chop off chicken heads, burn yellow paper, and become brothers of different races. So in this fierce heat wave weather, the gray cat Hardy actually fell asleep in the dragon's nest, and was so comfortable that he stuck out his tongue and turned his belly. If you don't know, you might think that the gray cat was poisoned by the black dragon, which is why it looks like this. But one of the reasons why demon cats are popular in the southern part of the empire is that they have high poison resistance and can even identify poisons. For nobles who are afraid of being poisoned, this is the best living poison detector. Anyway, the possibility of being poisoned is close to 0. So the only reason why the devil cat can sleep is because it feels so good. Fortunately, although the demon cat's status in the Guana Empire is high, it is not inviolable yet. Even if there is a black dragon next to him, Augustus's physical strength has deteriorated to the point where if the person who comes to trouble him moves faster, he can't even keep up with the opponent's footsteps. And he can't even threaten the person. However, the old housekeeper still remained respectful and shook the devil cat, who had slept until it was tumbling. Lord Hardy, who jumped up alertly because he was touched, was at a loss for a while. When it noticed that it was the Marquise's housekeeper who woke it up, it felt relieved. While licking its front paws and combing its fur, it asked, "What's the matter? Adil, I wonder if you have a way to contact the Grand Magician Tripwood. There are guests coming, and he needs to come forward in person." "What kind of guests are you unable to deal with?" asked Hardy the gray cat. It has a certain understanding of human society, and knows very well how powerful the Kawi family is. Although the man in front of him was only a steward from one of the branches, there was nothing that the other family couldn't do in the places Hardy had been to. What can make such a person feel embarrassed? Could it be other families of the same level? Before Hardy could guess the answer, the old butler said, "They are people from the Holy Sword Club. They must see the great magician. Do you know about the Holy Sword Club?" The gray cat has lived many times longer than the average person. These experiences make it no stranger to the Holy Sword Society mentioned by the old butler. At the same time, it also knows the reason why this person feels troublesome. It also quickly thought that the other party would find a reason to come to the door. So it bared its teeth and said, "It's really troublesome. Where are the others? Are they all gone?" "Yes. Early in the morning, Grand Duke Kawe took the lady and other magic apprentices away. It has long been determined that Lord Finn will follow." The old butler briefly explained the movements of the others, because someone was disturbing him. The old dragon Augustus also woke up from his nap. It slightly raised its sleepy eyelids, then closed them, and changed the direction in which it lay, obviously not wanting to meddle in other people's business. No one was surprised by Lao Long's reaction. It can be regarded as a detached existence in this family. It eats, drinks, and brags, but it doesn't do anything. No one expected its old and disabled limbs to have much fighting power. It is a dragon that can no longer fly and still walks with a limp. Of course, Hardy knew the old dragon's difficulties, and he never thought of embarrassing an old and disabled black dragon. So he jumped off the bed of gold coins that the magician had laid for the black dragon, swayed his long tail, and walked in front of the old housekeeper. The front man said, "If I remember correctly, the adult stayed behind, and the props that allow us to contact him are placed in the study. Come with me." The prop Hardy is talking about is a red emergency button. After all, there were some special items at home, and Lin entrusted Hardy with the responsibility for their safety and storage, which was regarded as part of the work that the other party stayed to help, such as the firearm storage room or the supervision of the ammunition depot. The emergency button is used by the cat to quickly contact someone in an emergency. If it is too complicated, not only will the transmission be troublesome, but the magic cat may also not be easy to use. So Lin created a simple meatball authentication and a one-click trigger mechanism. Even Hardy, who was least motivated to learn new human gadgets, knew how to operate this thing and quickly sent out warnings. At this time, someone's data collection on space cracks has come to an end. He is just still in the air, sharing some new ideas with Finn. As soon as Hardy pressed the emergency button, a shaking warning window popped up in his field of vision. The window content records the siren that issued the warning message, as well as the time and location. Lin glanced at it, and then said to Finn, "I have something to do at home. I'll leave first, and you will follow." Finn should also be able to see the same alarm content, because the alert is directly linked to the instant messaging software, unless the former Demon King has blocked all messages. A flash back to the study at home. Of course, the group of people who took the airship have not returned yet. The magic cat who pressed the emergency button was standing next to the small box containing the emergency button on the cabinet, and beside him was the housekeeper of Marquis Balin. Apart from that, there is no one else. As soon as Len appeared, the old butler Adil bowed gracefully and said, "Your Majesty, the great magician, there are guests from the Holy Sword Society sitting in the reception room, asking to see you, because their attitude is quite tough. So I have to ask Mr. Hardy to temporarily invite you back. I hope it doesn't disturb you." Chapter 1189, Asking for the Sword. The old housekeeper explained the matter clearly without any tact. It was obvious that he didn't want to interfere too much. This is understandable. After all, he is a vassal of Marquis Balin, not someone else's. Regardless of salary, fiefdom, food and drink expenses, they all paid for it themselves. Strictly speaking, Lin is the one who eats and drinks. But for a man who is a teacher, if he takes something from his apprentice, it's not considered as free money. It's called tuition. Putting aside his status in the family for the time being, Lin was mentally prepared for the Holy Sword Society's visit. After all, Duke Kawe had already given him a reminder a long time ago. But even if he knew that the other party would come, he couldn't make much preparation. What will be the attitude of the Holy Sword Club? Is filling out a form considered as approval? Or does it have to go through a series of tests? Can the other party be reasonable and negotiate terms? Or do you have a condescending attitude, as long as others cooperate and don't listen to other people's explanations? Even with Kaya's forum search method, there is no way to get this information. This can only be said that the coverage of MIDI's network knowledge is not comprehensive enough to know everything. In fact, This is the same on Earth. It just means that some knowledge has been artificially hidden. Whether it is network censorship or the existence of the so-called dark web. Some are so old that there are no willing porters to get them online. In short, when such a guest comes, he can only meet him in person before he can formulate the next plan. As for meeting to kill or something like that, that approach is too dark and not his style. Wearing Xuanwu robe is formal and safe enough. But there is no need to change to meet guests. But just now, we were at an altitude of more than 9,000 meters. The wind there was strong. So we still had to tidy up our appearance. Lin asked the Marquise's old housekeeper to receive the guests first. And he would arrive soon after. With this promise as a foundation, I think this noble butler will be able to deal with those guests better, since he was in his own home and faced with guests who were meeting him for the first time. Lin did not use the flash technique to scare people. Instead, they used formal aristocratic etiquette and enter the reception room to meet the guests under the guidance of the waiter. As for why in the territory of magicians, they play the role of nobles. It can only be said that the main servants in this family are all from noble families. So it is natural to be affected in this way. It was just the first meeting, and the atmosphere was not pleasant. It may be that the previous waiting has worn out the patience of the guests of the Holy Sword Club, or maybe they have such an aggressive attitude. In short, before Lin could say any polite words, someone pointed at him and said, "Magician, you are not qualified to hold the Hagiri clan's artifact. Please hand over the Hagiri in your hand." Lin's face froze at such a direct attitude, and all the polite words he wanted to say were blocked in his mouth. But the matter was not over yet. As if they already knew the attitude of their companions, the guests of the Holy Sword Club calmly adjusted their positions, and quietly moved their hands to a position where they could quickly draw their swords. All of this is done very secretly, and even from ordinary people's perspective, there is no clue. But what kind of person is Lin? And what are the levels of the top fighters who appear around him? He has long regarded the characteristics and habits of these masters as part of his judgment of the environment, and can easily judge the movement status of his opponent's muscles, confirm the possible behavior of the other party with the position where you can exert force. Only, after a moment of hesitation, Lin reached out and pulled out the Hakakiri from under his left shoulder and said, "Okay, I'll hand the weapon to you." For the target person to disarm him so simply, the three members of the Holy Sword Club didn't know what to do. Fun, who had just returned, was also standing at the door of the reception room. She wanted to go in to support someone, but her feet froze in midair. Although Lin handed over the box, he realized that no one was willing to take it. So he put it on the table in the living room, then sat on the sofa on the other side and asked the waiters to bring coffee. There has just been a cold wind blowing high in the sky, so it would be nice to drink some hot drinks. As for the fact that no one dared to take the Hakakiri from their hands, they were probably afraid of causing harm in the process of changing hands and killing them several times. So I just took the initiative to let it go. The richly dressed nobleman who led the Holy Sword Club said with a strange expression, "You really handed over the weapons of the Hagiri clan just like that? Could this be a lie? The ones you brought are genuine. Then you still don't know whether that one is a Hakakiri." The magician sitting on the sofa pointed at the unsheathed long swords on the waists of the three guests. Then he asked, "Or do you think I have a second Hakakiri? I'm afraid I won't be crazy if I have a second weapon like this. Well, then, shall we take it away?" The nobleman in rich clothes asked tentatively, while reaching for the Hakakiri dagger placed on the table. After Lin took the hot coffee from the waiter, he waved his hand and said, "Take it. Once you have taken it, please leave. I won't leave you to eat." The intention of seeing off guests was quite obvious. He stretched out his hand and quickly grabbed the Hakakiri dagger on the table. The richly dressed nobleman and the two accompanying companions all looked in disbelief. This is really because they have seen too many incredible things. First of all, this box-fed dagger was drawn from a scabbard under the magician's left shawl. Scabbard. This is something unimaginable for a magic weapon of the Hakakiri clan. Furthermore, the holy sword will capture so many magical weapons of the Hagiri clan, and I have never encountered such a person who would hand them over so simply. It means that the holder is a magician, which is also rare. Anyone who is qualified to hold a Hakakiri is a strong warrior. Although some magicians are good at fighting skills, in their eyes, there is still a gap between them and real warriors. This is also a big reason for them to directly say that someone is not qualified. Thirdly, this kind of sword with a blade less than the length of a hand, and with so many carvings on the sword is really the first time the Hagiri clan has seen it. Flashy is the first impression in the minds of the three people. If it weren't for the Hagiri long sword he carried with him, he would have confirmed that the short sword in front of him was indeed a member of their clan. The three members of the Holy Sword Club all thought that this magician just used a short sword to bluff people. As for the impolite farewell behavior, it's really not a big deal. Now that Hagiri has been recovered, the three members of the Holy Sword Club have never thought of staying and accepting the hospitality of a magician. If he was given the chance to poison him, wouldn't he be too stupid to die? Moreover, once the things were obtained, the purpose of the three people's stay was gone. The previous waiting consumed too much of their patience. Now they didn't even think about saying any more nonsense. The three people with their eyes high above their heads just turned around and left. That noble man in fine clothes also knew how to perform a standard noble etiquette before leaving. This is just to prove to outsiders that I am not rude. And it doesn't mean much. Chapter 1190 Shakiri's Will. As soon as the three guests left, Finn entered the reception room and sat opposite Lin. He stared at someone speechlessly with an expression of hatred. Unable to withstand this silent pressure, Lin raised his hands and surrendered, saying, "Let's make it clear first. I won't take the blame this time." Hagiri voluntarily went with them. As soon as these words came out, Vincent immediately realized what was strange about the meeting just now. During the whole process, my own Hakakiri actually remained silent. You must know that when fighting against the Demon Prince Azad Zinzadu, that short sword made a lot of nonsense. If the opponent wasn't that lunatic, he would definitely have a mental breakdown. Even she ran away in the middle of watching the battle. This shows how powerful the sword's ability to talk is. So here comes the question. Hagiri, who remained silent throughout the whole process. What is it planning? Lin spread his hands and said, "It is very helpless to say that as long as we hold Hagiri, it will know everything we are thinking about, but we have no way of knowing what it is thinking unless Hagiri himself speak out. Although the big-mouthed guy usually says everything he thinks, there are 9 out of 10 sentences that are nonsense. Listening to him is like wasting his life. But this time, he is talking. What the HL? I really don't know." It didn't leak a word. Finn imitated someone's thinking habits, rubbed his sharp chin without stubble, and asked, "Just let it go. You have no objection. You know very well that I can come and go as I please. Whoever wants to leave, I will not stop. It's just that the situation of Shakiri is special. As long as it doesn't use the magic circle to erase its position, it will no matter where it is. It doesn't matter to me. On the contrary, if it really wants to sever ties with me, as long as the magic array that can be used to locate the flash spell is erased, even if it is just placed next door, I will feel like it lost track of it." "That's right." Finn thought for a while and said, "In other words, it is going on vacation now, so it can meet old friends and catch up on old times?" Lin shrugged and said, "Maybe it just wants to show off to an old friend. You also know that it likes to talk about all kinds of things in the battle. Several times, Azad wanted to throw Inzadu away." Thinking of the terrible personality of that dagger, Finn suddenly had the feeling that Hagiri would cause something big. Very interesting. The three people from the Holy Sword Club who left sat in the family carriage of the leading noble, while mocking the magician who handed over the weapon without fighting or resisting. They looked at the weapons of the Hagiri clan they had just received. It's just that this weapon seems to be used for rituals more than for killing people. It doesn't look like a weapon of the Hagiri clan at all. One of the reckless men even grabbed the sword blade after touching it, seeing only the unprotected fingers. Not even a trace of blood was left. He couldn't help but said in disappointment, "This sword is blunt." "What? How is it possible?" The other two companions shouted. They also took turns taking the new Hakakiri they had just received. Verifying what their companions said, they first carefully tested the sharpness of the dagger, and then they directly held the blade and dragged it outward. As a result, there were no cutting injuries on the fingers except for the dents from holding hard objects. In other words, this newly acquired Hikiri is really dull. "What a pity," the nobleman in the leading costume said with regret after once again confirming with his Hagiri long sword that the newly acquired short sword was indeed a member of the Hagiri clan. "It was taken by a magician. If it does, a Hagiri will be destroyed. This is the first time I have seen a Hagakiri that has been completely destroyed. Can any of you communicate with it to make it more like a weapon?" The two companions shook their heads in unison. The Holy Sword Club has collected enough Hikiri weapons, but each Hikiri has a different character. There are some that will talk to the holder like crazy no matter who the holder is. Even if you get close, you can hear the chattering in your ears, and you can't stop it even by covering your ears. Some Hagiris only talk to people they recognize. For those who are not recognized, it is like a general weapon, maintaining a deathly silence. This seems to be a good thing, as the holder can avoid the noisy whispers of the Hagiri clan. But you will encounter a problem. That is, Hagiri weapons cannot be sharpened and ground with ordinary whetstones. It is necessary to rely on the changing characteristics of Hagiri itself to maintain its sharpness. In other words, in the wrong hands, Hagakuri's weapons will become blunter and duller. But the bluntness here is only compared to those that work well with the holder. No matter how dull the box cut is, the scabbard or sword box trying to restrain them will be chipped into pieces, let alone wiping the sword edge with your fingers. Anyone who dares to do this will lose all their fingers. However, this newly acquired Hagiri dagger can actually be put into the scabbard, and it is so blunt that it cannot even damage unprotected fingers. This level of Hagakuri made the 3 members of the Holy Sword Club think of the third situation of the Hagakuri clan. That is, the Hagakuri that is about to disappear. The Holy Sword Society has a long history of cooperation with the Hagiri clan, which of course gives them a certain level of understanding of this clan. In other words, the Hagiri clan never thought of hiding anything. Shikiri are energy-embodied objects, so they are not any material known to the mystery. But it is possible to simulate the properties of all matter and possess all its characteristics, provided there is enough energy to squander. Unfortunately, the only way for the Hagiri clan to replenish their energy is to slowly accumulate it bit by bit. Take your time. There are no shortcuts. So as long as Hagiri falls in love with someone, it will transform itself into the weapon form that the person is most accustomed to and most suitable for. It doesn't have to be a sword, but it can increase much volume and mass out of thin air. Of course, it is also possible to leave it completely unchanged and allow the holder to get used to the box cutter on his own. And in subsequent maintenance, such as maintaining the sharpness of the sword's blade, the energy accumulated by the Hagiri clan will continue to be consumed. When this energy cannot make ends meet and is about to be used up, Hagiri will enter a state of self-preservation that leads to death. They will sever the spiritual connection with the holder, and even stop maintaining their own form. At this time, it is possible for Hagiri to produce the desired changes with its final physical characteristics. For example, the iron sword is rusty, the blade is broken, etc. What Shikiri is doing at this time is actually just to reaccumulate his own energy and reduce consumption. If at this stage, Hagiri continues to be forced to consume the little energy he has, Hagiri will eventually usher in his death. That is, the body turns into ashes and dissipates between heaven and earth. This usually happens when the weapon of the Hagiri clan has a very high degree of spiritual connection with its wielder. Moreover, in the fierce battle, Hagiri constantly consumes its own energy to maintain its sharp and complete form. Eventually the energy is exhausted and turned into ashes. In other words, this Hagiri in the hands of that magician is actually just a weapon of the Hagiri family that is about to disappear. So in the rumors, the magician has an indestructible weapon. Is it actually some kind of magical effect? The 3 members of the Holy Sword Club work together to come up with some possible facts and convince themselves to believe it. And that fancy golden dagger used in rituals looked so ridiculous. Chapter 1191 The Conversation Between the Shigiris. The Hagiri clan is not just able to read the thoughts that are thinking in the minds of the people who hold them. In fact, they can sense brain waves within a certain range of their own vicinity and read their thoughts. Just because the holder can sense changes in brain waves through microcurrents under the skin, this method is the most sensitive and cannot be prevented. As for how wide the perception range is, it depends on their processing and analysis speed. Translate complex brain waves into a language they can understand, and then transmit your own translation to others to complete a conversation. For the original Hagiri clan, this distance was probably within a 3-meter radius centered on themselves. But it may decrease with the energy stored in it, however. It will not increase in reverse. 3 meters can be regarded as an extreme value. But the Hagiri owned by Lin had been specialized many times, and its limits had not been tested. Anyway, Hagiri felt that there was no point in distinguishing the content of brainwaves more than 3 kilometers away. Although it now has the ability to multitask and invade the minds of most people at the same time to carry out conversations, it is really meaningless without getting to the point. So when Hagiri stayed by Lin's side, he just kept peeking into other people's thoughts to satisfy his desire for gossip. In addition, it also has its own secret research projects that are ongoing, which are unknown to outsiders. Now that it has been handed over to the hands of the Holy Sword Club, it seems to Lin and others to remain silent. After all, Hagiri has long ago mastered the method of vibrating the air to make sounds and talk to people. In fact, it just used the old method of the Hagiri clan to talk to its old acquaintances, without telling a few humans. Khan. Khan. Long time no see. I never thought I would see you again one day. Khan. 3 thin long swords of different shapes greeted. Tori. Badu. Lavarig. It's really been a long time since we last seen each other. The last time they met before, their respective hosts must have united to fight against Inzadu in the big battle. I didn't expect that you are still in the hands of those humans, said the golden ceremonial dagger. Some of the people who survived at that time did not leave after the battle like your host. They came together and believed that they were the chosen ones and therefore had a sacred mission. Sealing the magic sword of Inzadu is only the first step. And there are also many Hagiri who have lost their hosts and need their help to leave the underground palace and find new hosts. In short, they gathered together with me and other members of the clan to keep in touch. When a host passes away, they will also help us find the next host, which is very convenient. And fortunately, we gathered together. I heard that many ethnic groups who lived abroad later exhausted their energy and ushered in ultimate destruction during the great turmoil more than 1,000 years ago. Where were you then? Khan? In that war, many Hagaris did die, and I was almost one of them. But then my host lost me in the battle. Strictly speaking, he threw me out as a throwing weapon, so I was lucky enough to survive. The golden ceremonial dagger sighed and asked again, apart from the 3 of you, who else is in the Holy Sword Club? How is everyone doing? Staying active? The eagle's slender long sword announced a long list of names. Hundreds of them. The golden ceremonial dagger said in surprise. The Holy Sword Society is actually so powerful. When we besieged Insatu, we probably only had these numbers. But the 3 slender long swords said after a while of silence. No, Khan! There are only 17 people in the Holy Sword Club now. But each one is no less powerful than the original one. For the Hagiri tribesmen who have not learned mathematics, they still use the old counting method of the fascination. And the golden ceremonial dagger does not point out to each other, because what surprised it even more was the disparity in numbers between the 2 sides. So he asked, are you now a host with multiple Hakakiri? Otherwise, how can the quantity match? No. Khan. That's different from you. I can't explain the detailed situation to you clearly. Anyway, you will see other ethnic groups then. And then, you will understand everything. If you still want to know, just ask them directly. No one is willing to share their experiences. Right? However, maybe some ethnic groups no longer have the energy to talk to you. The last sentence actually implies that a large number of members of the Hagiri clan within the Holy Sword Club have entered a state of silence before their demise. If they are unable to accumulate enough energy to sustain themselves, they may simply dissipate and die. The golden ceremonial dagger asked with some frustration, how many of our companions just disappeared like this? In Chalu, Hada, Agula. The eagle's slender sword also reported a string of names. More than 10. There was sadness in his tone. They are all gone forever. Born from the source of chaos. Return to the source of chaos. Their will is inherited by us. Their stories are told by us. Our family will never be destroyed. Like a prayer in praise of death. The golden ceremonial dagger honors departed friends. Our clan will never be destroyed. The other 3 long slender swords echoed the last sentence. But their emotions don't last as long as humans do. If someone were there, they would definitely give them a heartless rating. But this is a normal change for the Hagiri clan. The 3 slender long swords, which had already packed away their sorrowful emotions, couldn't help but ask about the golden ceremonial dagger. Khan, how did you become like this? Are you really so weak that you have to reduce your size? A little common sense for the Hagiri family. Changing the volume involves a lot of energy changes. If you want to enlarge yourself, you have to output a huge amount of extra energy. Conversely, by shrinking your body, you can save a lot of energy. So basically, the members of the Hagiri clan have been getting smaller and smaller since they came to the Lost Land. And few of them have grown in size in the opposite direction. But to shrink it down to like a golden ceremonial dagger, the blade is no more than the length of a hand. And the hilt is even shorter. Such a short body is quite rare among the Hagiri clan. This is almost an irreversible change for Hagiri, who came to the Lost Land. Unless we can wait for hundreds of years to accumulate, there may be a chance to return to normal weapon length. But is it possible? The meaning of life of the Hagiri clan is to travel around the world and expand their knowledge. I think. Therefore I am. This sentence well describes the meaning of the Hagiri clan. But if they are forced into silence for a long time, there is a high possibility that they will degenerate and stop being Hagiri. When they reach the point where they are forced to give up thinking, their bodies will also dissipate the moment their thoughts stop. Chapter 1192 The Future of the Sagiris. To maintain thinking, you must have someone to talk to or the stimulation of new things. It doesn't have to be something completely new that you have never experienced before. But it also can't be something that repeats itself day after day. This is also the reason why the Hagiri clan used to deal with Inzadu by building an underground palace and leaving the opponent there to wait for death alone. For the Hagiri clan, in order to support the host, it is not terrible to use up their own energy and dissipate it between heaven and earth. The terrible thing is to die in loneliness. Therefore, like the golden ceremonial dagger, choosing to continuously shrink one's body so that one can have a host willing to take him with him and keep traveling is something that all Hagiri can understand. As for the Hagiri clan, they always appear in the form of weapons, purely because of the environment of the Lost Land. The things most likely to be carried around, other than weapons, were out of the question. They can of course also be turned into decorations. But decoration is not a daily necessity for a person. Even aristocrats and wealthy businessmen would choose different accessories based on their clothes that day and the occasion they were attending. If the jewelry transformed by Hakakiri couldn't change every day, it would be impossible for these people to carry it with them every day. However, daily changes also mean waste. Turning it into a magic accessory is an option. But to maintain the magic effect, additional energy expenditure is required. For the Hagiri clan in a lost land, this is a loss-making business that cannot make ends meet. So no Hagiri would do this. Therefore, among the objects that can change, weapons can be said to be the best choice, and possibly the only choice. It can be said that the Hagiri clan became a weapon not out of their will, but as a result of being forced. The only heretic is Inzadu, who used to cut off other Hagiri. It is the only one among many Hagiri that is proud of being a weapon. And in order to prove itself, it kept cutting off its own kind to confirm that it was the strongest Hagiri and the most powerful weapon. It was this kind of madness that led to a joint counterattack by other Hagiris and sealed it in the underground palace. However, staying by Lin's side, the golden ritual dagger saw another development path. To satisfy the Hagiri clan's desire for thinking, it does not necessarily need to remain in the world as a weapon. Of course, the magician still needs weapons for self-defense, but he always likes to choose unexpected means to protect himself. And the most common one is to escape. The golden ceremonial dagger does not hate such people. Those who think that the Hagiri clan will only select the strongest warriors as holders is just a generalized stereotype. In fact, in order to maintain the clarity of their thoughts, most magicians cannot accept having an extraneous thought noisy in their minds. The same goes for warriors, who are not strong-willed and mentally immature. People who are strong-willed and lively enough to accept Hakakiri can easily embark on a path of success in the eyes of others, with the help of Hakakiri's countless years of experience. This is the reality of the chosen ones. Hagiri never deliberately chooses anyone. It's just that people with certain characteristics are more likely to accept Hagiri. But that magician was special, in addition to his knowledge outside the Lost Land. Regarding this point, this person is not the only time traveler the Hagiri clan has encountered in their long years. Although most people will be lost among the sentient beings in the Lost Land. But more importantly, the benefits of his abilities. As the magician said, beggars can only seek food and clothing, and only those who have food and clothing can have other pursuits. After meeting the magician, Golden Ritual Dagger discovered that the Hagiri clan's past life in the Lost Land could really be described as a beggar. He cares about the consumption of stored energy, has a shy face, and caters to people who are willing to hold the Hagiri. To do this, you have to risk everything, turn into a weapon, and then face the end. But when you stay with that magician, there are countless things worth thinking about. And there are more calculations that are different in nature from thinking. And you need to spend a lot of effort to find the answer. This is another different experience. Because thinking does not necessarily have the right answer. But calculation does. And no matter what method is used, when the correct answer is calculated, it is accompanied by an indescribable sense of accomplishment. In addition to satisfying the Hagiri clan's thirst for thinking, whenever the magician uses the flash technique to pass through the dimensional gap, the disordered chaotic energy can just replenish the origin of the Hagiri clan. This is particularly important, because it gives Hagiri money to squander. Spending is different from waste. This is to allow Hagiri to find the direction of evolution through thinking and truly embark on the path of evolution. instead of draining oneself of hard-earned energy to cater to the needs of the host as in the past, and even facing real death. In the end, thinking is just thinking, without the opportunity to verify the results of thinking. That's right. Thinking is not the ultimate goal of the Hagiri clan. It is just a process of pursuit. They pursue transcendence, pursue evolution, and pursue a different future. This is why they left their place of origin in the first place, and followed the passage opened by the world tree to the lost world. Because they want to get rid of the old ways. But after arriving here, it seems that I have fallen into the quagmire of becoming a weapon, and it is difficult to escape. Finally found an opportunity. So the golden ceremonial dagger reminded the people. It is not a solitary person. Or in other words, no Hagiri is solitary. It's just that because they have to rely on their hosts to move, they have very few opportunities to meet the people, let alone communicate with them. Therefore, the emergence of the Holy Sword Society is an opportunity for the golden ritual dagger to meet its own people. It wants to tell other Hagiris about its fate and give them a chance to choose. Just like in the past, when faced with Ensado's madness, the Hagiris chose to unite and seal the crazy sword, instead of facing the challenge alone and then accepting the fate of being cut off. It was just that on the way to the secret lair of the Holy Sword Society, the Hagiris only communicated in secret. In other words, this is what they will definitely do after meeting, exchanging their experiences and gains. The golden ceremonial dagger did not show its true self. In the eyes of the three hosts of the Holy Sword Society, it was just a piece of trash that could only be used in strange rituals. Even in the eyes of the Hagiri clan, which has 3 other slender swords, the golden ceremonial short sword is just a poor thing that must reduce its size to maintain its energy reserves. So it was communication. For most of the journey, Hakakiri, who was armed with 3 slender swords, told about his experiences. The golden ceremonial dagger, the Khan in the other box cuts, merely serves as an audience. Khan did not interrupt other Hagiri just to promote himself. It is also listening, wondering if there is anything worth learning from the experiences of other Hagiris. As the classic in the magician's mind says, when 3 people are together, there must be one who can teach me. It means that the magician has many classics full of wisdom in his mind, but he is only willing to teach others mathematics, physics and chemistry. I really don't know if this is a gain or a loss for other people, but the journey has an end. What Khan saw was a very familiar, but unexpected place. The latest lair of the Holy Sword Society is the underground palace where Enkidu was sealed in the past. Chapter 1193 Underground Palace. The carriage drove into this formerly closed underground palace. This place was opened, and Enkidu, who was sealed inside, was also taken away. This is something that Khan knows very well. After all, he has seen Enkidu's latest host in the outside world, the demon prince Azad, one of the most powerful people in the world. Although the combination of Azad and Enkidu cannot defeat the magician, Khan will not deny the strength of his opponent. Compared to Enkidu's past hosts, and even compared to other warriors Khan had been with or met, Azad was definitely one of the group at the top of the pyramid, even the strongest one. The reason why Azad was not controlled by Enkidu's madness was simply because he himself was even crazier and unpredictable. Furthermore, no matter how crazy Sada is, its purpose is very clear. It just wants to influence the host and control them to chop other boxes. But the madness of Azad is that there is no pattern for his actions to refer to. One thing pleases him, and he gets a reward from the Devil Prince. Maybe the next time he does something that also pleases him, he will only get his head chopped off. Sometimes if you offend him, you will die. And sometimes if you offend him, you will only get a laugh. No one can figure out what the Devil Prince will do next. Even the magician only ensured that he would not die at the opponent's hands. How did such a person unlock the seal of the underground palace and find Enkidu? Khan has always had this question. It also actually asked during the period of contact with Azad. Of course Enkidu did not answer. That guy felt very annoyed and disgusted that he didn't dare to confront Khan head-on. Azad did answer, but it was the same as not answering, because he did not answer the question. Even Hagiri's unique ability to peek into a person's ongoing thinking was not able to see Azad's original rescue of Enkidu from Azad's mind. This is not so much that Azad has been trained to control his mind, but rather that he did not take seriously the conversation after Hagiri invaded his mind. The last time we encountered a similar situation was when the Lich Yuthan started a war against the gods. A large number of the Hagiri clan were collected and used for stitching corpses. Those undead souls with empty minds remained unmoved even though the Hagiri clan's tongues were shining brightly. even if the Hagiri clan passively cooperates and no longer spends energy to maintain their sharpness. Of course, they will not cooperate with any stitched corpses to transform their appearance and wait into the most suitable appearance for the host. But those brainless corpses could smash their way out just by smashing them with a box cutter. Azad's symptoms were similar to those of those stitched corpses. They were all the type who didn't care whether the weapons in their hands could speak or not. They just used the box cutter as a tool. And judging from the aftermath, his results were pretty good. Now being brought back to this familiar underground palace by the people of the Holy Sword Society, Khan can find part of the truth of the past from the traces left by the environment. Speaking of which, this method was also used by the magician. Since Khan can read people's minds when they are thinking, it is natural that he has seen the entire method and used it. To put it simply, the way Azad broke into the underground palace was to take the main entrance and break it with amazing destructive power. What a surprisingly simple method. It is said that the construction of this underground palace had Khan's handwriting in it. At the beginning of the construction, the builders certainly thought that if some innocent thief broke in and accidentally released Inzadu, the gain would outweigh the loss. The long lives have made Hagiri understand that it is the most meaningless thing to reason with such unscrupulous little thieves. Just hanging a sign to warn newcomers that there is a man-eating monster sealed in the underground palace will not scare away the thieves at all. On the contrary, it will stimulate their desire to go in and find out what is going on. Therefore, there are many traps designed in the underground palace, some of which can delay people, and some of which can kill people. I remember that there were other suggestions from Hagiri at that time, whether to release some ferocious monsters in the underground palace to expel those daring adventurers. However, considering that the underground palace will be completely closed, even if the monsters are released, they will not survive for long. If we want to operate the underground palace into a self-sufficient ecosystem, we don't know how many times the scale will need to be expanded. Even the amount of knowledge at the time was not enough to accomplish such a thing. Speaking of which, the term ecosystem came from the mind of the magician, and he also understood how difficult it is to maintain an ecosystem with top predators. If the original proposal came true, the result would be that all the monsters kept in the underground palace would starve to death before long. Fortunately, that idea was never planned from the beginning. Regardless of the difficulty of capturing monsters and releasing them into the underground palace, the most important thing is that if there are animals, especially monsters with high intelligence, even if they don't know how to speak human language, communication will not be difficult for the Hagiri clan. As long as you can communicate, there is a possibility of being defeated by Inzadu. In the history of Hagiri's arrival in the Lost Land, there have been many non-human hosts. In comparison, it is relatively simple to build some murder traps. Now all those traps have been destroyed, without exception. It's just that this group of latecomers seem to have reset some traps on certain passages. The lethality of these new traps is currently unknown. The interior of the underground palace is quite spacious, with a height of at least 5 floors. Giants or dragons will not feel any inconvenience when walking inside. There are no less than 100 marble pillars that need to be surrounded by 3 or 4 people, erected scatteredly, supporting this underground palace. The ground is a maze, full of traps. It's just that, the way Demon Prince Azad cracked the maze was a bit unruly. He ignored the thickness of the maze wall, looked for the direction of the end point, and penetrated all the way. After the Holy Sword Society occupied the underground palace, they did not completely repair the walls of the maze that were penetrated. Instead, some movable magic mechanisms were made to make this straight passage become part of the maze, blocking the visit of uninvited guests. On the other hand, they themselves don't know what means they can use to keep the passage open. The carriage they were riding in went straight into the core palace of the underground palace without any hindrance. When entering the core palace, it should have been an empty, monotonous, and deserted space that would make people feel chilly. It was used to place Inzadu and leave him in eternal loneliness. Now it has been converted into a showroom, where all kinds of weapons are displayed, and they are all Hagiri. There are other living people in the underground palace, and many places have even been modified to be quite comfortable. Living here is by no means a sin. It's just that these people are not wearing Hagiri. The 3 people who had just returned also placed their respective boxes on the shelves in the showroom. It's normal to think about it. For a sharp weapon without a scabbard, normal people would put it down whenever they have the chance without worrying about hurting themselves. Not to mention that this weapon can also make noises in his head. But the Khan, the golden ceremonial dagger, is less respected. It was placed haphazardly on a cabinet somewhere, not being taken seriously at all. Then the living people closed the palace door, walked to the living area, and chatted about their topics. However, Khan, who was left behind, only felt extremely ridiculed. Chapter 1194 Holy Sword Club. Thousands of years ago, many Haikiri united their hosts to build this underground palace and sealed Inzadu here. Throw it away and let it rot in loneliness and wait to die. Thousands of years later, Inzadu escaped from the underground palace. The place where Inzadu was originally placed was changed into a display rack, where many Shikiri who plotted against Inzadu in the past were placed. Of course there are some new faces, but none of them are Hagiri. I said, can anyone tell me what the Holy Sword Club is all about? How did you end up in this situation? Khan asked first before other Hakakire greeted him. Khan, what do you mean? Among the Hagiris present, the largest one with a two-handed giant sword like a door panel asked in the common consciousness of the Hagiris. This is everyone's current situation. Those living members of the Holy Sword Club use this place as a safe. Right? You have to close the door when you go out. Why do I remember that this was the place where Inzadu was sealed? So why is it now closed to us? Khan said angrily. Well, it's not that bad. Khan, said the same giant sword that looked like a door panel. Then Bayan, tell me, what do we do when we usually stay there without a host? Well, let's wait here for someone who is qualified to be a host to come, said the two-handed giant sword like a door panel. Then, what kind of people usually come to your door? Asked the Khan angrily. You must know that when this underground palace was originally designed, in order to prevent nosy people from taking away Sadu, the location chosen was so remote that there were no precious resources produced. It was a typical place where chickens don't lay eggs and birds don't poop. Ghost place. How could anyone come to such a ghost place and become Hakiri's host? Well, actually in a few days, it will be a fixed day every year. People from the Holy Sword Society will bring their apprentices or children for us to choose and become new hosts. Yes, that's right. Listening to the two-handed giant sword's unconfident speech and some key words in the words, Khan could only sigh. Asked, can any of you tell me about your experiences in this Holy Sword Club over the years? Immediately, most of the words were spoken to you and me, which made Khan very hard to hear. Fortunately, it is now very capable of multitasking. It is not a big problem to string together all the clues given by Hagiri into a complete story. Only then did we understand that after the battle against Inzadu, he took the initiative to stay. Or something happened to the Hagiris, who were forced to stay. Although the war in the past was a war between Hagiris, it certainly required the hosts to fight against each other. Although Sadu aims to cut off other Haikiri, it does not mean that its host will not kill people. In fact, under the siege of more than 100 people, there is no chance of escape without killing people. Naturally, many of the hosts of the Haikiri coalition forces on the Khan side were killed on the spot. When the coalition forces successfully killed the host of Inzadu, sent the mad magic sword into the palace of the underground palace, put down the huge stone that even a giant could not lift, and blocked the entrance and exit of the palace. A group of box cutters, the hosts parted ways. That's all Khan knew. Its host is one of the people who left it. This is not to say that Khan is indifferent to other Haikiri who have lost their hosts. But there is another group of people. Another group of Hagiri promised to deal with the aftermath. So naturally there is no need for all the people to stay to help. In the beginning, those who stayed to deal with the aftermath dealt with the loss of their hosts in the same way that the Hagiris used to find hosts in the past. Just drop them randomly somewhere in the puzzle. It might be a treasure chest in a dungeon, or it might be a store in a town somewhere. Then wait for the destined person to meet your own Hakiri. But the efficiency of this method can be imagined. It's unfortunate that the person who is willing to stay and find a new host for Hakiri, who has lost his host, besides having a sense of responsibility, also has some obsessive-compulsive disorder. They will track the subsequent development of these host-seeking Shikiri. And even after they lose their host again, they will recycle them and repeat their previous actions. I don't know since when. This group of people gathered together under the name Holy Sword Club to monitor the movements of the Hagiri clan. And because Hagiri's original and passive way of finding hosts could easily cause them to lose their whereabouts, the people of the Holy Sword Club instead absorbed these new hosts and became one of them. When I first joined the Holy Sword Club, I didn't have many responsibilities and obligations. He just let his companions of the Holy Sword Club know his movements. And after his death, he agreed to let the weapons of the Hakakiri clan return to the Holy Sword Club. And the members of the Holy Sword Club would find a new host for Hakakiri instead of becoming Haryuku. The owner's relics can be inherited by members of the original owner's family or lost. Once again, I don't know since when. The people of the Holy Sword Club no longer put the boxes that have lost their hosts into the lost world, so that they can meet the destined people. After all, this method is too casual. Sometimes after a generation, there will still be Hagiris who have not met a suitable host. If the record happens to be lost, it also means that the whereabouts of the Hakiri are lost because the insider died. Therefore, the people of the Holy Sword Club changed it to lead the appropriate people to meet Hakiri who did not have a host. As long as both parties agree, they can become Hagiri's new host. Take this legendary weapon to venture into the outside world and make meritorious deeds. This kind of behavior is quite like a matchmaker working as a matchmaker, bringing together warriors and Hagiri to become close partners. Once again, I don't know since when, fewer and fewer people were brought to meet Hakiri without a host, and most of the people who came were families or apprentices of members of the Holy Sword Club, or they were close friends. In fact, Hagiris have never been selective about their hosts, as long as those people can tolerate their noise and the ability to read minds. Anyone can take Hagiris out for fun, but in a situation where there are fewer and fewer people to choose from, and those who yearn for the benefits of the outside world, they will inevitably work hard to promote themselves and agree to various unequal terms. In fact, Hagiri must rely on a host to move. In the eyes of those people, there is no equality at all. A Hakiri is just a tool, a weapon, and even Lin is not exempt from this. The only difference lies in what these people who become hosts can bring to Hagiri. But at this time, Hagiri seems to have become the weapon reserve of the members of the Holy Sword Club. They wantonly squandered the already scarce energy of Hakakiri. When Hakakiri entered a state of death, they returned to the Holy Sword Club and changed it. It's always been a buyer's market for them anyway. The Hagiri clan, who desperately want to promote themselves, have no right to choose. Of course, members of the Holy Sword Club may not use Hakiri in such a rough manner. They simply believe that with the best weapons, they must challenge the strongest enemies and get the most rewards. That's all. When a weapon is no longer powerful enough, repair it if you can, and replace it if it can't. This is a matter of course. Chapter 1195 The Future Direction. Regardless of what humans think, the Hagiris who were already accustomed to this mode didn't feel anything was wrong. If you use the earliest method, you may not be able to meet a suitable host after 100 or 200 years. Wherever it is like now, it is the people from the Holy Sword Club who take the initiative to bring people to let them select. If you don't pick it up, just wait for the next opportunity. The humans said this, and the Hagiris accepted it. As for coming to this underground palace, it took more than 10 years. After all, it was after the demon Prince Azad was expelled from the royal family, and he was too bored that he went to find the legendary demon sword, Inzadu of the Hagiri clan, and cracked the underground palace. The location of the vacated underground palace was known to the people of the Holy Sword Society. They also knew the origins of the past, so they came here to visit. What I didn't expect was that the people of the Holy Sword Society were not thinking about how to seal Inzadu back to this place. They didn't even think about challenging the demon prince. The people of the Holy Sword Society chose to transform this underground palace into their stronghold to keep the collected ownerless boxes. Although it was in other places before this, Hakiri, which basically had no host, was the same as today, and was properly protected by the members of the Holy Sword Club at selected locations, just to avoid too many irrelevant people, in the words of the people of the Holy Sword Club. Unqualified people seeking swords. So in the past, the base of the Holy Sword Club would be moved every once in a while. Now that they have this underground palace, they want to run it well. At least there is no need to move so frequently. So this underground palace will be transformed into what Khan sees now. After listening to the statements of the Zakiri people, Khan thought for a while and asked, how many ethnic groups are now in a state of extinction? The members of the group enthusiastically announced their names. Basically, those who did not speak in their consciousness communication environment were in a state of silent death, waiting to recover the original energy that was not easy to accumulate. The Khan counted and found that 1/3 of the local Hakiri were tortured to the point of extinction by the people of the Holy Sword Club. After the Khan finished counting, he sighed and said, "Leave. There is no benefit in staying here. We are just trapped in a cycle of waiting to die." Bayan, the giant sword with 2 hands like a door panel, said, "No. The people of the Holy Sword Club are pretty good to us. Do they need to be abandoned like this?" Khan was speechless. After a long time, he said, "I kind of understand what that man is thinking. What Stockholm Syndrome is. I didn't believe it before that someone could be so stupid as to emotionally sympathize with and rely on the perpetrators. You have been raised for so long that you have forgotten what your pursuit is. What is Stockholm Syndrome? What does that mean? What should we pursue? Sakakiri, you said something to me, and kept raising various questions. In fact, this is also the daily life of many masterless Haikiri in the Holy Sword Club. If they don't even have anyone to talk to, even if they have plenty of energy, they may be lonely and die long ago. Even today, the Hagaris who participated in the battle against Inzadu thousands of years ago still don't understand how that sword spent these long years alone until it was rescued. Faced with numerous questions, Khan responded to them one by one. However, it was very restrained and stopped the Hagaris from asking endless questions. He asked Zhongxiachi again. So, have you decided to go with me? Everyone looked at each other in shock, and one of them said, Khan, even if we want to leave, we can't do it without the help of the Holy Sword Society. However, I don't think I will get a positive response when I ask them. Even if you explain to us, how will it help us with the dilemma we are facing now? Yeah. And what if I leave? Become as weak as you? Stay. Maybe we still have a chance. But if I follow you away, there seems to be no chance. Don't forget that many of the Haikiri who left after sealing Inzadu were killed in the war 1,000 years ago. At the same time, there were other Hagaris saying similar things, but they were basically divided into the two groups who spoke initially. One group is the passive group. They believe that they cannot leave and must rely on the Holy Sword Society. But the current situation is caused by the Holy Sword Club. If you want to make changes, you can't do it on your own. So you can only accept the status quo. The other faction is considered the opposition. After all, the case of Khan's departure appeared in front of all Haikiri, which showed that Haikiri who left the Holy Sword Society might not be able to achieve better development. Therefore, they believe that continuing to rely on the Holy Sword Society would be a better choice. If we insist on counting them as the third faction, they are the Hagaris who are in a state of extinction. It's just that they can't even communicate in consciousness. And of course, they can't express their opinions. To sum it up, the three factions have almost the same number of Haikiri, and no one party has overwhelmingly more opinions than the other two. But even if one party obtains an absolute majority, there is no way to require all parties to comply. Haikiri will respect any choice they make, rather than using the majority opinion to ignore the minority opinion. Of course, those who make decisions must also be responsible for their own decisions. But Khan wasn't about to give up any of the box cuts. It's not that it has any responsibility for its own people. It's simply because it needs the help of all Haikiri in its plan. Therefore, it had to find a way to convince all Haikiri and make them willing to follow it and leave the Holy Sword Club. As with past decisions to seal Inzadu, it needs as much support as possible. But before that, it's time to show off your muscle. Although there is no such thing as respecting the strong among Haikiri, and things are done through consultation. Showing one's own strength can still increase some voice or credibility. At least, he must first change the contempt the Hagaris have for him. Discussing heroes based on their size is the simplest way to judge the strength of a hero among Haikiri. As for his golden ceremonial dagger, which was less than 2 palms long for a normal person, it was only natural that he would be despised by Haikiri with other normal weapon sizes. At this time, if you want to convince other Haikiri, the credibility of your words will naturally be compromised. Not to mention, under the publicity of the three Hagaris they first met, all of them knew they were blunt. He couldn't even maintain the most basic sharpness of a weapon. In the eyes of other Haikiri, his life was miserable. But it doesn't prove anything to turn yourself into a weapon bigger than all the weapons present. It can only be said that the energy he has reserved can withstand a huge consumption. Just like this, it is not shocking enough for the Hagaris. So Khan had a change of thought. And under the attention of many Haikiri, it disappeared from its original position and appeared above another rusty Haikiri long sword. Under the influence of gravity, of course it will fall down. It was not difficult at all for Khan to cut directly through the blade of this rusty sword. But it's not the bastard Inzadu who enjoys cutting off other boxes. Khan just controlled himself, just in time to embed the golden blade on the blade of the rusty sword, and then take the other party on a journey of flashing. Chapter 1196 The Decision of the Hagaris. If Hagiri had eyelids, the rusty sword that disappeared would have appeared again in the blink of an eye. In the same position, the dagger originally embedded in its blade returned to its original position. It's like nothing happened. But in the consciousness where the Hagaris communicated, there was an additional voice. Khan! Is that you? The morning star is above. Why do I feel like I just entered the milk of the origin and swam again? After saying that, the revived rusty sword box began to shake, as if it was trying to shake off the rust on the sword. Bartle, don't change your form yet, said Khan, and Xiaojian didn't doubt him, and stopped his movements, waiting for an explanation. In fact, even if they enter the state of death, they can still hear sounds, but they just don't have the extra energy to speak. If they no longer have the ability to hear sounds, they are really not far away from death. For Battle, the appearance of Khan was just another old friend collected by the people of the Holy Sword Society. But the experience of just replenishing the source means that Khan has mastered far more than what others said before. So not only Battle, but all Hakiri were waiting for explanations from the newly arrived golden ceremonial dagger. Then Khan said, I know what you want to hear. But first, let me wake up the other people. Save me having to say the same thing several times. His personality belongs to the noisy and curious Hagiri family. At this time, he rarely kept quiet and watched Khan's performances again and again. If Battle, who entered the state of extinction, received a lot of injections from the source, allowing it to regain the ability to talk, and it was an independent example, then Khan's actions would only impress them. But if Khan allowed all the Hagiris present who had entered the state of death to have the energy to talk again, it would be a completely different level of affairs. A major event that could change the ecology of Hagiri in Midland. But being accustomed to someone's ability to process a large number of the same things quickly, Khan felt that it was too slow to replenish the original source through the flash technique, with him carrying the Hagiri into the state of death one by one. But there's nothing that can be done about it. It can use the flash technique. Yes, but it's only the most basic flash technique. It was as if the magician and the former demon king had both mastered the flash technique. But the things they could do with the flash technique were completely different. To the magician, flash is like an extension of his limbs, capable of doing anything imaginable. Not so with the former demon king. And Khan himself only has the most basic ability to flash. That is to say, it is just positioned and then transmitted through the dimensional gap. There is no way to be like that magician who has all kinds of tricks. This is normal when you think about it. From the time the magician built the Dream Tower to the current 18-level Plane Tower, there are basically only two inherent magics engraved on it. One is a celestial movement chart used to maintain the night starry sky, and the other is a variety of application capabilities developed based on the flash technique. In addition, it is to strengthen its computing capabilities. The magic that the magician cast, other than the night starry sky and flash spells, were all the result of optimizing the spell model structure and casting speed based on his computing power. Compared with ordinary magicians, it is also fast and incredibly good. Although Khan has compiled his own unique existence substance from the quantum level, it is still not enough to completely replicate the various applications of the flash technique carved by the magician on the subdimensional tower. What's more, the focus of its own planning is not on the expansion of the flash technique, but on the enhancement of computing power. Using the classification of robots in the Earth elemental plane, Khan chose computational specialization. Its sharpness is maintained by the single molecule edge shape and high-frequency supervibration mode. There are actually only two effects related to magic. One is the positioning magic circle used for flashing, which is how Ling can sense its exact location regardless of distance. The other item is someone's basic flash technique that is still unknown, although there have been speculations, but it has not been confirmed. In other words, the route Khan chose for himself was still to serve as the magician's assistant. Instead of thinking about evolving to a state where you can fly solo and completely get rid of human control after mastering the ability. However, this choice has also caused some trouble today, because it cannot rely on itself alone to raise so many of its fellow Hagiris in need, until they have abilities similar to their own and can draw the source of chaos from the gaps in the dimension on their own. At least not in a short time. If you want to complete the evolution of a group, you still have to rely on the magician to take this most difficult first step. Fortunately, from the experiences told by the Hagiris who stayed in the Holy Sword Club, we learned that following that magician would be hundreds of times better than continuing to stay in the Holy Sword Club. Therefore, Khan spoke his thoughts without hesitation and taught his experiences and methods to all Haikiri. Also described as the overall sublimation of the Earth elemental plane. This was the thing that shocked Khan the most. And it also strengthened his determination to follow the magician. Just because it's never been heard of, or imagined that anyone else could do something similar, there is nothing to say about the feasibility of the method. Because Khan himself is the best evidence. And the precedent of the robot is even more reason for the Hagiris to be tempted. They are not worried about Khan lying at all, because the Hagiri clan uses soul consciousness to communicate. So not only is there no possibility of lying or deception, they also have no need to lie or deceive. It can be said that the Hagaris, who originally insisted on staying in the Holy Sword Club, were the first to change their attitude. The Hagaris, who had been transported through a dimensional gap by Khan's flash technique and regained their strength, had nothing to say. But the passive Hagaris are still not optimistic about such a plan, saying, "We can't leave on our own without the help of humans." This still hasn't changed. Hey, you think the flash technique just takes us to the gap in the dimension and goes around to replenish a little bit of our origin? This is teleportation magic. As long as there are accurate spatial coordinates, this magic can do more things than you think. That's why I say we need that magician. The question now is how many Hakiri the Holy Sword Society controls, and how many people are not here. If we want to leave, of course we will take all the ethnic groups away at once, and no one should be left behind. Regarding Khan's request, Tori, the one who owns the host, said, if this is the case, just wait a few more days. Wait a few more days? What's the meaning? Asked Khan. Ravage, who also has a host as a Hakakiri, and like Tori, is the one who went to recover the weapons of the 3 members of the Holy Sword Club who went to recover Khan. He said, in a few days, it will be the Holy Sword Club's, an annual gathering of people. They will bring some host candidates and select the Hakiri who is compatible with them. I heard that they have a lot of grown-up children and nephews this year. It is also because of this that they rushed to take you back before this day. I just hope that they can have more choices. But the emotion I noticed was more of disappointment. Chapter 1197. The time is coming. The people of the Holy Sword Club are not disappointed, and they have nothing to do with Agiri and the others. Even after Khan demonstrated his abilities, those with hosts rebelled without hesitation. As mentioned before, Hagaris actually have no requirements for their hosts. Under such a premise, of course, there is no so-called loyalty. Everything is just to make the host more willing to take them out. If there is a better partner, no Hagiri will follow the previous one. In the words of someone from his hometown, it is a good bird chooses the wood to roost. Not to mention that the current attitude of the people of the Holy Sword Club towards the Hagaris is just a very convenient tool and a very useful weapon. Once Hagiri loses its value as a weapon, they will not hesitate to return to the Holy Sword Club's base and replace themselves with an obedient Hagiri. Anyway, there are so many Hagaris who are eager to be taken out, so there is no need to insist on using only one weapon. In fact, this attitude has already left a rift between the members of the Holy Sword Club and Hagiri. According to what other Hagakiri said, it has been quite some time since Hagakiri stopped cooperating with users to significantly change their appearance and weight. At best, they only made minor adjustments, because every Hakiri taken out by the host must expend most of its energy on maintaining its sharpness. There is simply no extra energy to adapt to the holder's habits and change his appearance. Because of this, the young people who have been brought by the Holy Sword Club in recent years and hope to become the new Hagiri hosts may not necessarily be really attached to a certain Hagiri. They are simply more accustomed to weapons of a certain specification, so just made a choice. Occasionally there will be young people brought who are not paired with Hagiri, so the opportunity can only be left for later. At the same time, this is also the reason why people from the Holy Sword Society rush to recover Khan before such a day. I just want my children and nephews to have more choices to choose from. Although after recycling, they were only disappointed. Compared to the private connections among the Hagaris, the members of the Holy Sword Club and the preparatory members who gathered here did not have so much thought. They were just comparing each other's experiences. How powerful the monsters they had conquered, and how powerful the enemies they had defeated. As the top level of warriors in the Lost Land, the names they spoke were all legendary creatures or famous heroes in the Lost Land. Of course, the members responsible for recovering Hagiri will also compare the performance of the original hosts they recovered. Who has more backbone and dares to go against the people of the Holy Sword Club? The way to deal with these people may be to break their legs and take away everything they have, or to chop them into pieces and throw their bodies into the wild. According to Meaty's theorem, the winner is king, and it has nothing to do with sin. People like Lin who hand over the box in a panic after being frightened will naturally become everyone's laughing matter. Even if some people praise magicians for knowing current affairs, it does not mean that they will look down on such weaklings. But no matter who it was, they didn't discover the private behavior of the Hagaris. Just like someone complained before, if you hold Hagiri, your thoughts will be seen through Hagiri. But you can't know what Hagiri thinks. The ideas cultivated in such a situation of information asymmetry are better than tricks. If not tricks, However, the attitude of the Hagairos is just like a magician who often says to the people around him, "I won't lie, but I might not tell it." The Hagairos who recovered from the state of destruction followed the Khan's instructions, and did not change their miserable appearance in the eyes of outsiders, as if they were still sleeping. The Hagairos who had hosts were also cautious in their words and deeds, and did not reveal anything to the hosts, who were about to become a thing of the past. Even Hagari, who came back later, had the same attitude as all the Hagari after Khan's persuasion. This is not to say that Hagairos are really heartless, but they are not idiots who do not understand the world. After all, he has wandered in the lost world for countless years, and peeked into the inner thoughts of many intelligent creatures. It can be said that they are not crazy or full of conspiracies. It can be said that the temperament of this tribe is positive. Of course, the Hagairos understand the members of the Holy Sword Club and how they treat them. In the past, they just had no choice. Their form in the Lost Land also meant that without the help of their host, they could only become dead objects. So regardless of whether the user is well-intentioned or malicious, they can only accept it. Khan, who now met again, offered another way, and no one refused. In this underground palace, where the demon sword Inzadu was once sealed, the two thoughts of the members of the Holy Sword Society and the Hagairos were like carriages going in opposite directions, drifting away. After the living people placed the box in the sealable palace, they went to have a banquet on their own. The privilege of the strong is not to drink a big bowl of wine, eat a big piece of meat, and brag about achievements that others cannot do. The time for the Hagairos, who hold the Holy Sword Club, to reunite is coming quickly. The Hakiri that finally returned to the underground palace was the one-handed long sword called Selimo. The blade is divided into 3 sections. The tip of the sword is thin, and even has a swinging arc when swinging quickly, which is convenient for thrusting. The middle section of the sword has a thick back and a strong blade, which is good for cutting. The end section near the sword is bladeless and can be held. Selmo was a strong Hakiri who could fight against the crazy demonic sword several times without being cut off when fighting against Inzadu. But when it returned today, it looked miserable with most of its body dissolved by strong acid. All because the host took it to chop down a black dragon before returning. It was a long and time-consuming battle. Each corrosive breath is an absolutely fatal attack to ordinary people, but to the host of Selmer, it is just an attack that is more troublesome to avoid. At least, he had a way to ensure that the corrosive breath would not splash on his body. Instead, the armor and weapons on his body replaced him, blocking the corrosive breath. And in the end, victory was achieved, able to challenge a mature black dragon alone. Selemer's host is a well-deserved strongman. However, Selemona's sharpness, which is enough to cut through dragon scales, is also indispensable. But no matter how sharp a weapon is, it will wear out. No matter how Selemer maintains his sharpness, the original energy stored is ultimately limited. Now that Selemer has returned to the Holy Sword Society, he no longer has the hearty greetings he used to give when meeting his fellow clan members. It cannot even maintain its original form, and has already entered a state of slumber in its demise. And the last thoughts of the strong man who brought Selemer back and took the heavy door with him before leaving the palace were clearly captured by the Hagairos. It seems it's time to change weapons again. I hope the next box cutter will be more durable than Salermo. I almost died under the sharp teeth of that black dragon. It was such a useless sword. Khan, we are all here. When are we leaving? When the palace doors are closed, Bayan, the two-handed giant sword that looked like a door panel, asked. Zongheki didn't even think about asking Khan to help Selemer restore its most basic source of energy, and directly made the decision for it, just because no one thought that Selmo would refuse the option of leaving. Speaking of which, Hagairos are like horses. As long as the knight whips the horse will run with all its strength. It will not slow down easily until it dies from exhaustion. Khan thought so. Chapter 1198 First Meeting. Early in the morning, 2 apprentices who had not slept well yawned and walked to the attic on the 3rd floor, preparing to wake up their teacher. The 2 young women, who always had a normal schedule, couldn't sleep well today because they were disturbed by a certain sword all night last night. It is still a confidential instant messaging software. In addition to my teacher, my sister, and 2 apprentices who have been following someone since childhood, there is only one new user. It's not Leonardo's magic apprentice, who is quite repellent to magic. Nor is it the lonely little girl Marquis Balin, who only wants to use necromancy magic to make new friends. But that noisy weapon Hagiri. Hagiri can peek into the owner's thoughts. So of course, the existence of instant messaging software cannot be hidden from this sword. Since he couldn't hide it, It was only natural that Hagiri would clamor to join him. So this sword became the glorious fifth user. Really, because no one wanted to argue with something that couldn't be gagged. During the time when I first joined, Hagiri was particularly active. It was so active that Finn wanted to go directly to its body and break it in one breath. So after the warning, Hagiri finally stopped. In other words, after being read too many times, it gets tired of it. However, last night was a large number of messages that had not been seen for a long time. And what was transmitted was still a long series of incomprehensible numbers and characters. The two young women who were woken up had to pull out the earrings they used to connect to the forum and related software, and immediately disconnected from the internet. Even so, my sleep was interrupted for a while, and I didn't feel energetic in the morning. As soon as they entered their teacher's room, which was the attic on the 3rd floor, the two young women were stunned on the spot. They immediately ran downstairs and found Finn, who was eating breakfast leisurely. They said in a panic, "Sister, there are many things in the teacher's room that I don't recognize or have seen." Finn spat and whispered, "This thief cat." After saying that, Flash went upstairs to catch the traitor. Then, I regretted it. It has nothing to do with the imaginary picture of a beautiful body lying across the body, and it is fragrant and exciting. Instead, there was a pile of swords of different shapes, scattered all over the floor of someone's attic room, without even a place to stay. What's worse is that because the distance is too close, Finn's brain waves are directly affected by them. So there are many more voices in his mind. This proves two things. One, a lot of these weapons are Shikiri, so they have a way to speak in other people's minds. Second, these weapons were all unknown to Hagakiri. That's why the two apprentices said that. As for where it comes from, isn't it obvious? Maybe the two apprentices couldn't understand what the large number of characters and numbers transmitted by Hagrid last night represented. How could Finn not understand? Those are the positioning coordinates used for the flash technique. And they are also additional positioning points centered on a certain point and going in a certain direction and distance. If an anchor point represents a Hagiri, then there should be 139 Hagiri here, and 139 Hakakiri talking at the same time. How noisy it must be. People who have never experienced it personally will never understand the pain of Naorin. Finn looked wordlessly at a certain man who was still lying on the bed, sleeping with a cool quilt on a hot day. He seemed to ignore Hagiri's noise and fell asleep peacefully. Did this man find a way to block box-slicing brainwave attacks? But he didn't tell himself. Finn's mood worsened at the thought of this possibility. With the help of a mage, the world is turned upside down and someone is knocked out of bed. This smash. Not only did people wake up, but the Hagiris also became quiet. Finn's disgust for Hagiri was unabashedly filled in her thoughts. Even the way she used to deal with Hagiri's mind-reading ability in the past flashed through her mind, which was to use it on the unintelligent Suture corpse. Seeing through these thoughts, many members of the Hagiri clan doubted whether their decision to follow the Khan here was too hasty. Someone who was woken up just hugged the pillow and looked around confusedly. When his eyes gradually focused, and he realized the situation around him, he said in surprise, "Wow! What's going on? Why is there a lot of junk in my room?" Hagiri regrets X2. "Don't you know what you did last night?" Finn criticized. Lin shook his head innocently. At the same time, he tried to remember what he had done last night. Vaguely, a large number of capture coordinates for the flash technique appeared in my mind, disturbing my clear dream. Without even thinking about it, I just performed the actions captured by the flash technique, and was able to sleep well, realizing that this was the truth of the matter. Lin asked, "Ah, that's it. Hagiri, are you there?" Exist. Yes. 139 Hakakiri answered in the consciousness of everyone present at the same time. But only one can spread sound by vibrating the air in the real world. Someone who caught the blind man realized that Shakakiri was the name of this clan, not just a specific sword. With no choice, Lin didn't bother to rummage among the weapons, and directly used the flash technique to capture it, relying on the positioning magic circle on Hakiri's body to change the golden ceremonial dagger back into his hand. Linji asked, "Tell me, what is going on now? Anyway, that's it. I brought my compatriots to mix with you," a certain golden ceremonial dagger said. Lin was not used to this kind of tone that seemed to be on the street, although it sounds like a good thing. When I just woke up, my mind was not clear enough to judge the pros and cons behind this matter. It's just my intuition that there should be big trouble. On the other hand, the other Hagiris were quite curious about the human magician in front of them. Last night's round of flash teleportation completed the entry and exit in an instant. But perhaps it was because the distance was quite long. For all Hikiri, the increased source energy was a small supplement. Even Selmo, who had just entered the state of death and did not dare to restore the corroded sword body to its original state, regained consciousness. So regardless of whether the vision described by Khan can be fully realized, Zongxiaki is already convinced of one thing. That is, this magician is indeed helpful to them. They should have forced themselves into the magician's mind when they arrived last night to talk and negotiate with him. But having been around human society for so long, Hagaras certainly know that disturbing people in their sleep is not only impolite, but may also mess things up. So they worked hard to keep quiet and only communicated in private. When the two apprentices were about to wake up their teacher, they finally saw someone alive and awake, and the Hagaras couldn't help but speak. More than 130 boxes of shikiri sounded at the same time, frightening Halumi and Kaya into hurriedly looking for their elder sister. Thun's appearance also received the same treatment, now that the person involved finally woke up. How could he escape the warm greetings from the Hagaras? Compared to Harumi, Kaya, and even Thun's experience, which is 100 times greater, the brain-piercing demonic sound continues to spread into someone's consciousness, and even covering one's ears cannot stop it. Chapter 1199. A name is just a title. For a time traveler who has been baptized by heavy metal rock music, and even various rap, reggae and other music, having hundreds of people talking in his ears can only be regarded as a trivial matter. At least the sound that Hagaras hears directly enters the sea of consciousness. And it is not the kind of subwoofer that can shatter the eardrum and continuously abuse the ears. And with Lin's current thinking speed, which is as fast as lightning, it is not difficult to hear clearly what each box is saying. But just like the Hakakiri that has been with me for the longest time, among the 10 sentences of the Hakakiri, there are 4 nonsense sentences, 3 irrelevant sentences, 2 sentences without the point, and the remaining sentence contains half a redundant sentence. Too much. Worse than a chatterbox. Despite this, Lin still heard some key points from so many voices, especially one noun that was mentioned repeatedly. The Shikiri always say, what the Khan does, what the Khan says, what the Khan can do. It sounded like Khan should be a certain Hikiri. So Lin decided to find out who the subject and recipient were first, then reached out to stop all the Hikiri and asked, I hear you keep talking about Khan. Who is this Khan? Which one of you? Or is it someone who is not here? The Khan is him. Isn't the Khan in your hands? Khan. The Khan everyone refers to me. Another answer came with a sword. And the one who finally made a sound in the real world was of course the one closest to him, Hakakiri, who transformed into a golden ceremonial dagger. Although the Hagaras had no fingers, Lin could still feel that the word Khan represented the Hakiri in his hand. This made him chuckle, and then said seriously, You know the pronunciation of the word Khan has a special meaning in the language of my hometown. Right. Hakiri, who looked like a golden ceremonial dagger, said, I know. He is the chief of the United Tribes. Right. Well, that's not wrong if you understand it this way. So, are you the leader of Hakiri? The chief of the tribe? Or is it a commander-in-chief or something like that? Lin asked curiously. No. There are not so many complicated identities. It is just a pronoun used to distinguish us. Just like you call me Hagiri. I have never expressed any opinion. Anyway, as long as I know who you are talking about. And I know just call me. That's right. Then there are so many Hagiri now. And it would be easy to get confused if we call you Hagiri. So we call you Khan? Lin asked. If possible, I would like to change my name to another one. Anyway, since you have to adapt to it again, it shouldn't be a big problem to adapt directly to the new name. Lin nodded and said, There is indeed no problem. So what name do you want to change? Kal-El. Stuck. I'm stuck with your mother. Is this a usable name? Hey, be civil. You know we can know what you're thinking. The golden ceremonial dagger said. Since you don't think the name is suitable, how about Clark Kent? Then why don't you put an S symbol with a diamond frame on the sword? Tell everyone it means hope. Is that okay? Then I've changed. Zakiri said cheerfully. I've turned into your old mother. A certain time-traveling member was annoyed, and threw his golden ceremonial dagger to an unknown location, using a different dimensional exile technique. Arguing with this Hakakiri is a daily activity. Anyway, the opponent has a positioning magic circle for flashing. Whenever you think of it, you can just pull it back. But the other Hagaras didn't know this person's one-sword playing style. And there was another noisy complaint. Without saying a word, Lin waved his hand and threw all the boxes into his subdimensional tower. There is no positioning magic circle on them, so if they use the extra-dimensional exile technique, they really cannot be saved. Throwing it into the secondary plane tower will be helpful to the Hagiri clan. It can just replenish their origin and make themselves quieter. This is the last resort that will lead to least complaints. Probably. When the world returned to peace, Lin looked around his room and silently moved the overturned bed back to its original position. Then go to bed with a pillow and go back to sleep. The two apprentices who had been watching the show outside the door rushed into the room angrily, took off the quilt one after another, and cursed. "The sun is shining on your butts, you lazy pigs!" In the past few days, when a certain man named Khan cut out the box and went out for a wander, a certain magician who stayed in the holy city of Estali was not idle. The first focus is, of course, on the improvement plan for the airship Gossbottom. First, connect the semi-permanent energy pool to the energy transmission channels throughout the airship and conduct a block design. This prevents serious damage to a node from causing an overall shutdown. This design is very simple for Lin. He just needs to come up with the design concept of the old plan and apply it to the Gauspertone. What is more troublesome is the actual improvement project. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a major overhaul. As for other minor shortcomings discovered during the trial voyage, here and there, in some trials, any areas that the operator thought could be streamlined or improved were discussed at once. It's just that this part is improved by the magicians on the airship. As an outsider, Lin only checks the final design to make sure that such improvements will not affect other functions. Compared with the airship work, there are many magicians who can do it for you. But the other consulting work is much more troublesome. That is the development plan from the Technology Guild. The business practices in Midland are still very primitive. But the Technology Guild established under someone's promotion is not primitive at all. The difference in concepts caused the backbone of the Technical Guild, headed by Yuzov Gantia, to work conscientiously and without any confidence. At this time, they can only rely on a familiar person to give them confidence and direction. For the Technology Guild, the most important thing for the holy city of Estali, and even for the entire Lost Land, is not the new products based on various whimsical ideas, but the improvement of productivity. Although there is no streamlined production line yet, parts of different parts are subcontracted to specialized workshops or craftsmen, and finally assembled or sold together. With the integration of Yuzov's Technical Guild, productivity has been improved by more than just a little bit. Not to mention that the Technical Guild also made full use of its advantages to integrate all the large and small workshops or independent craftsmen in the holy city of Estali, forming an oligarch in a substantial sense. This has caused the Technology Guild to encounter something that Midland has never encountered before in its commercial history. That is, overproduction and market saturation. A series of bathroom equipment, mainly toilets, are easy to use, but they are not necessities that need to be replaced every 3 days. Basically, as long as this kind of semi-permanent facility is not worn out or a new house is purchased, no one will deliberately replace it. This also caused the main business market of the holy city Estali to quickly approach saturation due to the hard work of the Technology Guild. Chapter 1200 Difficulties in the Development of Technology Guilds. Yuzov Gantia discovered the clues when the market was close to saturation. The main reason is that the sales business began to use methods such as commission refunds and discount promotions, hoping to improve personal performance. The craftsmen, on the other hand, use the method named by customers to give back some of the profits they deserve to the buyers, avoiding the unified pricing of the Technical Guild to increase the sales of their own products or services. Unified external pricing is a way for technology associations to maintain fair distribution of profits among internal staff. If you want to make more money, do more. No matter how much you pay, you can gain as much. This is a method that everyone agrees with. But when there is not that much work, an internal price-cutting competition is used in the hope of maintaining profits. It is inevitable that some technical guilds will encounter gray areas that were not clearly defined when they were first established. Although Yuzov did not know the relevant economic theory, he looked at the competition among the craftsmen below as an integrator, and he intuitively felt that this was not a good thing. Although you can impose strict regulations to prohibit everyone from doing this, but he knew very well that once this kind of thing started, it would be difficult to completely ban it, because judging from the internal statistics of the Technology Guild, the total workload has indeed decreased. So Yuzov quickly approached Lin, the de facto founder of the Technology Guild and the guild's development consultant. Lin's solution is actually very simple, which is to radiate the Technology Guild's market from the holy city of Estali. Outside the holy city, there are countless nobles and wealthy businessmen. And of course they will also have needs. It's like a blank market, waiting for people to open up. However, how could no one have thought of such a solution? The reason that restricts the people from the technical guild from acting like this is actually the guild's own internal rules for unified pricing. Uniform pricing does not mean that all goods and services sold by the guild have exactly the same price. Instead, there is a pricing method that is complex and similar to a mathematical calculation formula. There are skilled levels for craftsmen within the guild. So of course, there are different starting costs for craftsmen of different levels. From apprentice to master craftsman, different numbers of people have different prices. Of course, each grade of product and supporting items also have their own prices and different markups. But this calculation method is completely designed for customers in the holy city of Estali. Once you leave the holy city, there will be some additional costs. For example, the time spent on the road will not generate profits. And the escorts that must be hired to pass through dangerous locations will make the work futile. Profitable. Since there is no profit, naturally no one wants to take over. Occasionally, some people who cannot be ignored make requests for entrustment. For example, the Grand Duke of Kalway wanted to improve his territory and castle. Technical guilds mostly handle matters on a project-by-project basis, and usually lose money and make money. Additional losses for participants, such as traveling to Duke Kalway's territory for business, would result in several days of wasted travel and inability to work. This part is partially subsidized by the trade union to make up for the lost income. But the subsidy will never be more than the income of the craftsmen from their own hard work. Therefore, the success of this type of work is driven by favors one after another, rather than purely commercial interests. But if today the costs of distance, escort, etc. are added to the guild's pricing formula, simply put, the additional cost of leaving the holy city of Estali will be passed on to the consumers, maintaining the profits of the workers. That is, the guild members, even depending on the distance. There is still room to float. In this way, is it possible that such a large technology guild cannot find pioneers with adventurous spirit and expansion? Of course, there are conservatives who are only willing to do the inner work of the holy city of Estali. But there are more people who are willing to follow the footsteps of prophets and choose to go out of the holy city and expand their work and business scope. As for the fact that consumers outside the holy city think it is too expensive, it is completely meaningless. In the so-called oligopoly or even monopoly market, the pricing power lies with the seller, and the buyer can only passively accept it. The expansion of the technology guild outside the holy city has led to the development of 3 industries. One is the sales of cars, and the other 2 industries can also be regarded as one. That is, the employment business of the Adventurers Guild and the Mercenary Guild, whether they are guild business personnel or craftsmen. As long as road conditions permit, they will still use cars and trucks as their main means of transportation. These means of transportation are like living advertisements. Everywhere they go, they will arouse the interest of local nobles and wealthy businessmen. Because unlike horses, cars require very delicate care. And the advantage of being able to transport large quantities of cars can be seen by anyone who is not blind. For the business sales staff of the Technology Guild, handling one more product means one more commission, and no one will refuse it. As for the dangers that may be encountered on the journey away from the holy city of Estali, such as the intrusion of thieves and monsters, although the craftsmen can turn the tools in their hands into weapons at any time and use the hammers used to hammer nails to hit the enemy's head, they are not full-time warriors after all, and they are familiar with the habits of monsters or the methods of thieves. It is already a consensus within the technical guild to find professional people. Although the guild has members of the Turtle Dove Alliance as thugs, all their energy has been exhausted just to deal with internal affairs and defend against the hidden arrows from the holy city of Estali, unable to follow the expansion of the guild members and protect their safety. So this job fell to the Adventurers Guild and the Mercenary Guild. And this was also the original business scope of the 2 guilds. However, the quality of the members of the Adventurers Guild and the Mercenary Guild varies greatly, and it is inevitable that some outsiders who do not know the details will accept the commission of escorts. When people from the technical guild complete a lucrative commission, the adventurers or mercenaries who are supposed to protect them on their way back may take advantage of the money and do some irrational and contract-breaking behavior. In fact, there have been several vicious incidents where craftsmen who returned to the holy city for business were all killed. Some murderers even dared to return to the holy city and spend their ill-gotten gains in taverns or brothels. regardless of the fact that these people are all from the Adventurers Guild or the Mercenary Guild. The two major guilds have no way to properly guarantee the moral character of their members. The vast majority of evaluations only look at strength. The wanted orders issued for crimes were the business of the local lords, not the scope of the two major guilds. Despite these vicious incidents, as long as the people of the Ikaruga Alliance are used, the culprits can always be found and revenge can be achieved. But Yuzab believes that such a passive behavior can easily dampen the enthusiasm of his own guild members, because they not only have to guard against outsiders robbing them, but they also have to guard against coveting or even rebellion by the guards, who should belong to them. If the overall environment is unfriendly, the technical guild may eventually be blocked in the holy city of Starry, limiting the development of the guild. Perhaps the members of the Turtle Dove Alliance are trustworthy, but Yuzov knows very well that the members of the Alliance working for the technical guild are just a short stop in their journey, and cannot become a lifelong career. Coupled with the coming and going of Alliance members, the number of members staying in the technical guild was simply not enough to cope with the huge manpower demand. Establishing a force dedicated to a technical guild will not only ensure that each warrior has an innocent origin, but will also ensure their loyalty better than the temporary manpower of the Adventurers Guild or the Mercenary Guild. This seems to be a correct method. But how much does it cost to raise a qualified army, even if this price is passed on to the goods and services sold by the guild? Considering that the foundation of the technical guild is in the holy city of Starry, a city dominated by magicians, will such force cause magicians to their unnecessary suspicion? After all, straggler adventurers and mercenaries are fundamentally different from the army. The former may be ignored by those in power, but the latter is absolutely impossible. As for the long-term employment of magicians and the establishment of an armed group, just think about it. It is impossible to come true in this city. The Technology Guild has always been positioned to gather the lowest level workers in the holy city so that they can perform better and produce better products. Simply put, it is an auxiliary role that allows masters to live a more comfortable life. What would happen if one day serfs became landlords and craftsmen became the bosses of magicians? Class revolutions cannot evolve peacefully. They are bound to be bloody and may not succeed. At that time, it will not end by returning to its original shape, and the price may be unimaginably high. As a member of the Turtle Dove Alliance, who rebelled against the powerful class, Yuzab knew the pros and cons of this. That's why Yuzab Gantia came to ask Lin's opinion again, to see if he had a better way. After hearing the cause and effect, Lin couldn't help but sigh. This is not a question of how much profit, or how many times the profit is to induce people to commit crimes, but when a large amount of benefits can be easily obtained from those around them. It is easy for people to go astray in the mysterious world where the rule of law is imperfect. The awareness that rabbits don't eat grass beside their nests does not exist in Lost Land. Even if the technical guild has the military support of the Ikaruga Alliance, it can avenge any vicious behavior against the guild without risk of omission. But in fact, every once in a while, there will always be someone who thinks they can do whatever they want without paying a price, and do some heinous things, and then be killed by their allies. Speaking of which, even in the Lorule society before he traveled, there were still people who were lucky enough to commit all kinds of criminal acts that were harmful to nature. Not to mention the world of Midi where strength was valued. It is impossible to prevent this kind of thing. We can only find ways to reduce the incentives for this kind of thing to happen. Thinking of this, someone suddenly felt like he had turned around in a circle and come back to the starting point. It seems that the things you encounter around you can easily lead to the same need. The best solution to crimes caused by disclosure of money is to allow money to be carried and transported in a safer way, making it more difficult for thieves and robbers to rob. After all, carrying a large amount of gold, silver and copper coins through the market, it is not surprising at all to be robbed. Things are all coming together, Lin said, rubbing his stubble on his chin. Chapter 1201, The Shigiris of the Subdimensional Tower. Sir, what are you talking about? Yuzov asked in confusion. In short, I think I can improve the difficulty of the guild's expansion, but it is not something that can be done in the short term. The guild will first help to put more effort into the screening of bodyguard candidates and select some people with guaranteed credibility. As for I will start to push for improvement in the near future. Can you tell me first? Let me have some information so that I can explain it easily when people from the guild ask. Yuzov asked unwillingly, although he had sworn to follow this magician and regard him as his master. Through these days of getting along with him, Yuzov had more or less figured out some of his temper. If it really has to do with secrets, I will never get the slightest hint of it. As for the things he would let slip, not to mention The reason was mostly laziness. If you ask further at this time, as long as the other party is not in a hurry to do other things, he will still give you a general explanation to clear up people's doubts. That's why Yuzov dared to ask. On the one hand, he really wanted to explain something to the people below. And what someone thinks is exactly what his followers guessed. Now that Yuzov asked about it, maybe it was too high level to talk about the plan. But this method would still be used by them after all. So Lin said, "It doesn't hurt to tell you first. In short, I just want to use a method, such as some kind of certificate bound to my identity, as a substitute for gold, silver, and copper coins. In this case, there is only people can use it. Others cannot. The 3 types of coins originally used as money are used as collateral for this voucher and can be exchanged back for coins at any time. The risk of coin transportation is then passed on to the organization that issued the voucher. This also reduces the risk that the craftsmen of the technical guild will be committed by guards or thieves after going out to work to collect money, and then lose their lives and have their money robbed. The organization that issues this certificate can also concentrate its resources because of the concentration of coins. The power of trust is to carry out transportation and deployment at once, rather than spreading the force and only transporting a small amount of money each time. But you should be able to distinguish the difference between the two," Lin finally asked. But he didn't want an answer. Yuzov Gantia is worthy of being thrown into the position of president of the technical guild and has been training his talents for several years. Although he did not have a complete set of economic theories, he probably understood what the magician in front of him meant. To put it simply, it is to let money identify people, rather than everyone who grabs it can use it. This will indeed greatly discourage robbers, because no one will take the risk to grab something that cannot be used. As for the more detailed parts, the magician also said that they are still being worked out, so there is no need to waste time asking. With the wisdom of this magician, when he needs to ask someone, he will naturally ask for advice. In fact, I am often asked some common sense questions, but when he doesn't speak, there's no need to be smart and think you can help. More than once, Yuzov thought he could share his worries, but in the end, he couldn't even understand the question, and even gave false answers. It is not unreasonable for him to be a ranger, and the other person to be a magician. So at this time, he could only nod simply and said, "Okay, sir, I understand." Then he asked, "But sir, do we need to make any preparations for the organization that issues the certificate you mentioned?" According to with this magician's personality, perhaps this task will be thrown to the technical guild with the largest number of people under his command. So Yuzov had to ask first to avoid being caught off guard. But this time, the less loyal follower guessed wrong. Lin shook his head and said, "No, neither you nor I can handle this matter. Nor are we suitable. We need to find someone with stronger shoulders," Yuzov said without hesitation. "Mr. Kawe?" Among the forces that this magician came into contact with and could trust, the old duke was undoubtedly the top one. However, Lin still shook his head and said, "That adult is not good enough. I have to find a god." "God?" Yuzov was stunned by the pattern planned by the magician in front of him. He had an intuition that the organization someone was talking about was very important and contained huge benefits. But he never thought about bringing a god into the situation. Although Yuzov wanted to know more, he hesitated this time. It is not appropriate to know too much about some things, especially those related to God. Although he voluntarily followed the magician because he wanted to be the bell around the neck of the cat named the Demon King. But when you actually lurk, you will realize that there are many things that you cannot afford. Perhaps when I first made the decision, I thought too highly of myself and looked down upon this man and woman too much. Yuzov felt an inexplicable desire to regret it. Yuzov stopped talking, and Lin was happy to stop talking nonsense. Although he told the truth, if he continued to speak, it would be related to the matter of the ninth power, which was not something that could be said everywhere. And whether he really wants to push it forward, he still hasn't made up his mind. It's just that the difficulties faced by the Technology Guild have brought the issue of currency reform before them. The two things can be handled as one, which seems to be the best result, instead of having to find a way to solve each problem. But right now, there is another more urgent matter that needs to be dealt with first, and that is the problem caused by Shikiri. The matter of currency reform was in no hurry. So after greeting Yuzov, Lin flashed and appeared in his sub-dimensional tower, floating in the dimensional gap, a static position where all forces are balanced. The sub-dimensional tower is completely different from the Dream Tower in the past. The biggest difference is that the second plane tower has broken away from the traditional layout of the Midland Magic Tower, and has gone beyond 5 floors to a superstandard layout of 18 floors on the front and 19 floors on the reverse side. The first floor on the opposite side is a high-seat meeting space belonging to the World Trees. There are 26 seats, respectively for the 25 World Trees and yourself. The 18 levels on the front correspond to the 18 levels of H, L in my hometown, which are divided into 8 colds, 8 heats, and Abiwujian, although the name of the 18th floor is very sensational. Except for the energy pool and energy conversion facilities belonging to the Magic Tower on the top floor. The other floors are like undecorated rough rooms without any furniture or space for living. Everywhere you look, whether it's the walls, floors or ceilings, are densely packed with fine lines like circuit boards. If a patient with trypophobia took one look at this, he would probably be sent directly to a mental hospital. The Hagiras were piled in piles on a certain floor. When Lin appeared, he made a move with his right hand, Shikiri, and the golden ceremonial short sword named Khan appeared in his hand again. Knowing that crying and being miserable would be of no use to this man, there was no need for Khan to complain about the disgusting experience he had while it was being thrown away. It just used its electric mind to quickly communicate with the other Hagiras present. Originally, when they saw a living person who could communicate with them, the Hagiras would be happy to talk to each other, as if they were grabbing each other's ears. But this time everyone was surprisingly quiet until Khan appeared and communicated with the people in the consciousness. This moment of silence made Lin, who was holding the golden ceremonial dagger flat, feel a little embarrassed for no reason. He thought that when he arrived, he would receive countless complaints. Even this old friend in my hand, after being thrown away and picked up again, will inevitably say something like, "You still need me, or you still can't let me go." But today, it seems that I don't even have to worry about it anymore. Well, does anyone want to tell me what's going on? Be as detailed as possible. Not as simple as the boss bringing his younger brother to visit the dock. What's going on over there at the Holy Sword Club? Are you all from the Holy Sword Club? What's going on with you? Lin asked. The Hagiras are doing the same thing again, with one sword and one sentence and mostly nonsense. But this is the subdimensional tower, his territory, the core of his own computing power. More importantly, this place transcends the physical limitations of the main material plane, and most of the rules are different from those in the mysterious land. At least for a magician who has touched the realm of time, it is very easy to figure out what the Hagiras are saying at the same time. But just because he figured it out, it confused him even more. With a casual throw, the golden ceremonial dagger was caught by the grabbing frame extending from the wall. At the same time, the space inside the subdimensional tower changed drastically. In addition to a chair rising from the floor, there were countless brackets and display stands, high or low, dividing each box. Finally, these hundreds of weapons are no longer piled together like garbage. Less than 2/3 of the Hakiri can maintain the metallic luster of the weapon. There are a lot of Shikiri that are shabby and broken. If a dwarf who is good at metallurgy sees them, they will definitely be remade. In this way, it can be imagined that the treatment of the Hagiras in the Holy Sword Club is indeed not very good as what they said. But Lin was concerned about another thing. He asked, "Speaking of the fact that you all disappeared collectively, what will happen to the people from the Holy Sword Club? What should I do?" Original, I don't understand what you mean. We belong to ourselves, not to the people of the Holy Sword Society. Whatever they want to do, it's not our business. Khan asked. It's a bit like a feminist manifesto. At times like this, it's usually difficult to have a rational conversation. Lin wiped the non-existent cold sweat and said, "I think the question I want to say is more clear. What will the people of the Holy Sword Club do next? They will want to find us. But none of us have disclosed information about you, so they won't be able to find you for a while. Is this what you are worried about?" Khan said on behalf of Zonxiaki. "It is indeed the Hagiri that has been with me the longest." And I immediately grasped my thoughts. Of course. Who do you think I am? With your timid look, a pig could tell your behavior pattern. Again, we can hear your thoughts. Remember that? Lin pretended to be nonchalant and said, "Okay. Anyway, you have escaped from that fiery place. What are you going to do next? Find a suitable new host for you?" Chapter 1202 The Opportunity for Transformation. "No." After communicating with all the Haikiri, Khan said, "We have traveled enough. What we need now is the opportunity to transform. I originally wanted you to send us here. Now that we have already arrived, come on. Let's stay here for a while. And this will also help hide our whereabouts, so that people from the Holy Sword Club will not find us so quickly. Unless you or others expose our whereabouts. What do you think? There seems to be no reason to refuse. Lin Zheng was thinking this. And Khan said, and we won't ask for your benefits in vain. It's still the same. When you need our help, please ask us. Although I don't think they can help now. How busy? Khan said with unavoidable contempt. Maybe it can be used after transformation. But it will take time. Lin shrugged and said, just follow what you think. I don't care. Throwing a bunch of weapon races that can read people's hearts at his most important core. Lin is not worried at all. This is because the subdimensional tower cannot be destroyed or changed by ordinary methods. Not even by the Khan, who knows himself well. In other words, as long as you want, you can use the subdimensional tower as a private prison. But I still have to deliver the food myself, so forget it. But there is one more thing that needs to be asked clearly before you can feel more at ease. Lin asked, what do you think the strength of the people of the Holy Sword Club is like? The strength of the Holy Sword Club. Wait, let me ask. Khan said, immediately immersed in the consciousness of communicating with other Hakiri. Thanks to the fact that the Hakiri is mostly the main weapon of the host. And to avoid losing it when traveling, the Hakiri is usually carried with them. Therefore, with Hakiri's mind-reading ability and memory, the host's strengths, weaknesses, and hidden moves are clearly visible. Maybe it's not like a certain person who can intuitively judge how strong or fast a person is using data, but from the horizontal comparison between the opponents or monsters that the host has challenged. It is easy to judge how powerful the members of the Holy Sword Club are. But when it came to the conclusion, Khan said, well, according to my discussions with the people, the strength of the people in the Holy Sword Society is average. I don't think you need to worry too much. Why do I feel that you speak so lightly? But I am more worried. Is there any example to illustrate? Lin asked. Let's put it this way. Do you know who is the most famous Hakiri holder in Lost World today? Lin shook his head matter-of-factly. I thought to myself, the devil knows who it is. I don't know whether the Hakiri understood the meaning of shaking their heads, or heard someone's voice again. Khan continued. It's hard to say in other remote places. But in the Guana Empire, of course it's the unmanned person. I don't know. The crazy magic sword holder that everyone knows. Lin blurted out a name. Devil Prince. Azad. Yes. That's him. Then, did you win or lose? I don't know. If Agiri had hands, Khan would definitely have his hands spread out now. What do you mean you don't know? Anyway, none of the people who went there have come back. The Hakiri who participated in the war have not been recovered either. It looks like the situation is in danger, Lin said, rubbing his chin. That's right. In the battle to seal Enzadu, more than 100 people besieged one, and most of our hosts were killed or injured. There were only 7 young people from the Holy Sword Club, and they wanted to defeat the combination of Azad and Enzadu. Based on this alone, I feel that people from the Holy Sword Club have nothing to do with intelligence. After Lin thought about it, he asked, compared with Azad and the man you besieged at the beginning, who is stronger? Khan said directly without thinking. Azad. That one in the past was a rare and powerful warrior. But Azad is the strongest I have ever seen in my life. You should also know the reason. He is not a pure warrior. Selmo, Khan, have you seen Azad? Is the evaluation compared to the original one correct? Regarding the question that came from the consciousness, Khan directly answered, the magician in front of you is a person who has fought Azad several times without dying. And because of Sadu's scum, he can't even fight now. You dare not touch my sword head-on. Do you think I am qualified to evaluate the 2 owners of that useless sword? Khan's words were obviously not meant for himself. Lin was still concentrating on thinking about Azad and murmured, that's true. The talent brought by his demon blood is indeed very troublesome. No. I haven't seen the original warrior who is more talented than Azad. But no one is stronger than that guy with a changeable temperament. Because he is the same type as you. Both a person who is good at calculation. But if you start from magic, he will take another path. Lin was thoughtful about the evaluation given by Khan. Is Azad considered an enemy? Strictly speaking, it shouldn't count. Because there is no conflict of interest between the 2 parties. Nor any enmity. But do we need to guard against that person? Very necessary. Because of his unpredictable temperament. People don't know whether he will hook up on his shoulder in the next second and drink wine and eat meat. Or whether he will attack him with a sword and just want to split him in half. Therefore, Lin regarded the Demon Prince as his formidable enemy, and the imaginary enemy in all tactics also targeted the Demon Prince. Basically, as long as it can deal with Azad, it is easy to use it to beat other people. So, Khan interrupted someone's thinking. Since you can deal with Azad, even if you can't win, there will be no problem in dealing with the people of the Holy Sword Society, unless they go down the wrong path today. But according to the results of my discussion with the tribe, conspiracy is not something that group of muscle sticks are good at. Besides, you don't have to worry about those people from the Holy Sword Club. Were you worried when we first met? You were prepared to fight, right? Know yourself and the enemy, and you will win every battle. It's rare to have you as a source of information, so I always have to be mentally prepared. It's better than having to confront them head-on when I don't know anything. But if you don't reach Azad's level, then there is really nothing to worry about. Will they not attack the people around the target? Lin asked again. Well, in fact, it will happen. The young people of the Holy Sword Club have done a lot of killing people, but that's usually done after defeating the opponent. Lin curled his lips and said, so, they are not warriors with high moral character. It would be better to treat them as villains. It's just that most opponents are not worthy of their methods. Look, you are mentally prepared, Khan said, but I want to make it clear that they are different from villains. At best, they are people with great power who can do whatever they want. Not the kind of bastards who take pleasure in doing bad things. Is there any difference between the two? Khan said seriously. From your experience of growing up, the results of these two people seem to be the same. But in the Lost Land, there are still subtle differences between the two. In your words, they are anti-heroes. They are capable and powerful, but they may not adhere to moral principles and only do good things. They may also do bad things when necessary. And the targets may not be bad people. Anti-hero. When someone heard this word, they felt sour. Khan continued to mock without hesitation. You are obviously a bad person, but you can still be treated as a hero if you occasionally do one or two good deeds. Although tolerance and forgiveness are virtues, he chose to ignore the past crimes. Sin, I can only say that the people in your hometown are really, well, Xianyuan. But even so, they are ridiculing the saying, put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha immediately. Is it because this saying comes from Buddhism? The so-called trolls only complain about what they want to complain about, regardless of whether it makes sense or is not logical. Even if they contradict themselves, the fault lies with others, not themselves. So don't worry about this kind of thing. People simply don't care about it. I don't know how to discuss it rationally with you. In short, what you want to say is that the people from the Holy Sword Club were killed without mercy. Khan smiled and said, it should be said that in the Lost Land, how many people who use swords or magic are truly good people? I think they all die without mercy, including you. Lin didn't care and shrugged. After arriving in Lost Land, it would be no exaggeration to say that he was murderous. At least, now I no longer feel any guilt about human corpses. If a person with this kind of psychological quality were released to Earth, he would either be imprisoned or imprisoned in a mental hospital, where he would be locked up for the rest of his life. But after getting the answer from the Hagaris, Lin felt much more at ease. For me now, the enemy is not scary. The scary thing is the enemy I know nothing about. As soon as one thing on your mind is solved, another trouble will take over. A notification from my apprentice on the real-time messaging software Azad is back. Really, as soon as I thought about this thing appeared. I really wish my mouth wasn't so clever. Although you think so, why do you have such an excited expression on your face? Khan complained to someone. Oh, am I laughing? Lin touched his cheek and couldn't help laughing. It should be said that there is nothing wrong with me being a little excited about having the opportunity to permanently solve that trouble. I know you have recently developed some tricks specifically for Azad. But have you ever thought about how Azad, who was thrown into the abyss by you, returned to the Lost Land? Also, a child with demon blood going into the abyss. You wouldn't think that he would come back empty-handed without bringing some souvenirs. Then, do you choose to escape again? It's not shameful to escape, because it is useful. Lin stretched out his hand to grasp. When someone clasped their fingers together, there was a golden ceremonial dagger in his hand. Immediately afterwards, under the attention of everyone, the Khan changed its appearance again. The sword body, which was originally no more than the length of a hand, extended forward to about the length of someone's arm and a half. The sword is about 3 fingers wide, and the hilt is 1 grip long. There is no sword. There is a vicious ghost face at the head of the sword, And there are secret patterns all over the body that are difficult to discern with the naked eye. This is not the weapon in Lin's impression of any film or television work, but a weapon imitating the spring and autumn period and the warring states period. And a unique weapon developed from someone's usage habits. Probably only the ghost head was the look chosen by Khan himself. Green face, fangs, cracked mouth and smile. "Go and meet the demon prince for a while?" Lin asked. "Go and meet the demon prince for a while," Khan repeated. Although it is the same sentence, the tone is completely different. Chapter 1203 Big Demon Pet. The holy city of Starry. Someone's home. It's not like the picture of corpses everywhere is imagined. But in fact it's not that far off. There were many people pouring on the ground. And those who were awake were struggling to drag away their fallen companions. There were also many insects covering the ground. This is a special breed of silkworm that someone keeps at home to make magic silk. Probably the only comforting thing was that there were no bloodstains or mutilated limbs. This means that they may have just been affected by the aura of the abyss. So they fell unconscious and fell to the ground, rather than being beaten to death. Of course, Lin has no doubt that if treatment fails, they will all die. The reason is simple. The people who scared or stunned them were the uninvited visitors, the demon prince Azad. And his pets? There are actually no species in the abyss. And there is not even such a thing as reproductive isolation. Anyway, if the biologists on Earth saw it, they would definitely turn around and go home and hang themselves. A lifetime of knowledge cannot explain everything in that world. It's just that demons with certain characteristics have special abilities. They will also deliberately find demons with similar abilities to mate and reproduce, hoping to strengthen or even purify these abilities, thus forming some kind of group, such as succubi, nightmare beasts, etc. But it is not a random mating. The offspring will inherit all the abilities of the parent, or the two combined divided by 2. Just like human body characteristics. Some are dominant and some are recessive. But among demons, recessive traits may not disappear from offspring. Sometimes it is inherited from generation to generation. And sometimes it is developed when the demon's abilities increase to a certain level. The only difference in the abyss is the strength of strength. This can be judged from the breath they naturally emit. No demon will deliberately hide their strength. That is their proof of identity and the basis for their status. The one used as a mount by the demon prince Azad was undoubtedly a great demon. A demonic creature second only to the Abyss Lord and the Abyss Lord. Its appearance is very similar to that of a gorilla, with short legs and long arms. And it walks on all fours, standing roughly. He is nearly 5 meters tall, if the length of the dragon's wings is not taken into account. This demon can be said to be comparable in size to the dragon. The reason why I don't regard it as the King Kong in my memory is because this gorilla is not a pure orangutan. At least the orangutan will not have scales on its body, goat-like horns on its head, 2 bat-like wings on its back, or a mouth full of fangs that seem to breathe fire. The taut muscles and red eyes all indicate that this is a terrifying apex predator. It is precisely because of the appearance of this top predator that those people or small insects in the family who are not strong enough will faint to the ground. But now, this terrifying big demon is Azad's obedient mount. Let the demon prince lie on its shoulders, not even daring to shake. And this long-lost demon prince put on an aristocratic style. Blue and gold-embellished clothes produced in the abyss. The appearance is no different from the past, except for the pair of heterochromatic eyes and the colorful hair that floats in the wind. Lin had noticed a long time ago that Azad's mood was actually reflected in the color of his hair. Purple means he is not thinking about anything. Yellow means he is hungry. Red means he wants to kill someone. Blue means he is depressed. And green means he is playing a prank. And there are different shades. Lin couldn't say exactly how many colors Azad's hair would change. But now, his hair is colorful. What kind of mood does this represent? But it makes someone temporarily confused. As for another reason why he was so good and didn't kill anyone, it should be that Finn and her former Demon King's guards, Commander Stone, were both present. The two people stared at the uninvited guest with wary eyes. When Azad noticed someone's presence, he said, "Hey, here we come. I was thinking, if you never come, should I leave some souvenirs or take away some souvenirs?" Lin walked out of the door and stood in the courtyard. He looked up from below at Azad, who was lying on the shoulders of the big devil, and said, No need. I can't pick up what you want to give, what you want to take away. I can't bear to let you go. So the best thing is that you never appear in front of me and everyone is safe." "Oh, what a shame. I've never been an obedient child. You know. Azadekan smiled. Lin put a Agiricon on his shoulders and asked, So can I teach you a lesson on your father's behalf today? It feels weird to ask this kind of thing in advance. Are you abnormal? Or am I abnormal? Azad sat up and said with a strange expression. At the same time, he pulled out his Shikiri. Inzadu. From the back of the big devil's neck. This crazy magic sword looks very different from the one seen before. The sword is half a minute thin and half a foot long. The guard is missing, and the hilt is just long enough to be held with one hand. Because of Sadu's long-awaited changes, he completely matched Azad's habits, allowing the demon prince to take advantage of his speed and abandon his sword shape that was mainly about slashing. Suddenly, the big demon orangutan who was Azad's mount raised his giant fists, which were about the size of a car, and after slamming the ground, he looked up to the sky and howled. You know, since Azad appeared with his demon pet, he has long been the target of the magicians in the holy city of Estali. But no one was the first to attack, and no one had the desire to challenge. Not only did the Emperor's Guards Corps of the Gawain Empire use 10,000 heads to verify the evil name of the demon prince, but countless magicians also lost their lives to verify the rumors of his invincibility. It's just that the target of the demon prince today is not him. So the magicians watching are careful not to let their actions cause any unnecessary misunderstandings and become the target of the madman. They gathered today as a final line of defense to protect the holy city of Estali, their home. If the targeted magician cannot satisfy the bloodthirsty demon prince, it seems self-evident where this humanoid natural disaster will wreak havoc. Therefore, magicians must prepare themselves first to avoid the worst situation from happening. In the holy city, the magic towers controlled by countless magicians have quietly begun to gain momentum. As soon as there is any sign, attack or defense magic will be launched in the shortest possible time. The demonstration behavior of the big demon gorilla undoubtedly affected the emotions of the more timid magicians. At that moment, countless magic flashes appeared around the mansion, covering its owner with several layers of magic shields and all the auxiliary magic that could be added to it. Some magic towers even made similar moves. But all magicians only dare to defend and dare not attack. Even the magicians who are protected by magic towers. If in the world of assassins, one can successfully assassinate a magician in the magic tower, he will be qualified to be crowned the god of killer, just like the title of saint of law in the magic world. Then Azad has already been qualified. In his life history, apart from entering the 5-story magic tower and killing a Dharma saint, Azad has already accomplished various tricks of slaying demons. Being in a magic tower is definitely not the safest protection for Azad. Therefore, people who were frightened only dared to add layers of magic shields and assistance to themselves. No one dared to take the initiative to attack and provoke the demon prince. But the two people in the center of the battle circle were different. Lin completely ignored the big demon's demonstration, because he knew very well that this big guy was being watched by Fen or Stone. He has only one target, Azad Kazalnia. The reason why there was no fight before was simply because neither side was sure of victory. Now that his appearance had broken the deadlock, Azad knew, but the big demon didn't. So he tried to test it. In fact, if it weren't for the Xuanwu robe, that trace of divinity that made the big devil worry, I'm afraid it wouldn't have made any probing move, and would have just charged forward. However, within that divinity, there was also the breath of the abyss. And the contradiction between the two made the big devil even more confused. But its temptation didn't get anything. The newly appeared people, and the people who were already there all maintained the same attention, glancing at the weak points of their bodies from time to time. It was as if they could take away his life at any time. And the contempt was reflected in his eyes. Just when he wanted to ask the master sitting on his shoulder, the big devil suddenly felt his shoulders lighten. A chill passed by his face. Just like the scene when he was defeated miserably at his hands. The demon prince Azad has disappeared. In the next moment, Azad, who had increased himself to extreme speed, was already in front of Lin. The magician was not as fast as the demon prince, but Lin had already seen Azad's possible movements from various signs. There may be many possibilities, but to block all possible attacks from the opponent, one sword is enough. Khan splits out. There was no imaginary sound of gold and iron clashing. Instead, the demon prince, who was fighting in the abyss, and was invincible, retreated at the first touch. The big devil didn't understand why his master wanted to retreat, and why he stared blankly at the Hakiri in his hand. That legendary weapon killed countless demons in the abyss. Even the so-called immortal himself had his limbs chopped off, and temporarily lost the ability to move. But whether it was Azad's touch or Insado's feedback, It all showed one thing. The Hakiri in his hand had failed again. Huh? Bastard. That's Orihar steel infected by the breath of the abyss. It's the hardest metal in the land. And coupled with the properties of the abyss, it's really hard for Azad to take you to find that metal. You're just not knowledgeable. It's really scary. If you're not strong enough, you'll just find a harder metal to replace it. Plus, you changed the shape of the sword. How much energy did you spend in total? Do you still have the energy to waste? You worked so hard, but you still got a cut. Do you feel frustrated? After asking 3 questions in a row, the provocative intention of the Hakaki Khan in Lin's hand was fully revealed. Inzadu is not a good-tempered Hagari, but it suffers from the fact that unlike a certain sword, it can make sounds in the real world, so it can only curse its old rival in Azad's mind. I don't know if Azad has learned the method of shielding the box and cutting the brain to transmit sound, or if he simply doesn't care about the noisy sound. He threw away a sword flower that no one could see clearly, put the sword behind him, and looked again at the magician whom he hadn't seen for a while. Chapter 12:04 The Unexpected Confrontation. However, Khan's words were not over yet. He turned the conversation to Azad and said, "Do you feel that you are just a piece of scrap metal in your hands? If he whispers in your mind that he wants to commit suicide, please make sure to fulfill it. Your progress is much better than his. At least you didn't change your appearance stupidly, thinking that you can defeat the invincible opponent in the world. By the way, your speed has become faster, and my eyes can hardly keep up. Scrap metal? Maybe. I won't deny it. But when you use it to chop things other than you, it feels pretty good. Just like now." Azad, who spoke in a chatty tone, finished. The moment he spoke, he appeared behind Lin. Inzadu, who had recovered as before, struck someone hard with lightning-fast power. But this sword strike seemed to have been expected. Lin turned back and held the Hakaki Khan behind his back, which was exactly the direction that Inzadu struck. If the position and strength remain unchanged, this crazy magic sword will inevitably break. It was too late to change his moves, and the 2 swords retreated as soon as they touched. This time, the 2 swords cut each other more shallowly. But Khan still won and Inzadu lost. The second round of confrontation is not the end. And unlike the first greeting, both sides still have time to stop and exchange words. The battle that followed was beyond ordinary people's imagination. The 2 of them were like paintings depicting battles. In people's eyes, there was only the moment when the 2 swords struck each other, and it was fleeting. The next moment, they appeared in different locations, and stayed in the eyes of everyone with different actions. However, all this changes so quickly that it is dizzying. As if there are thousands of confrontations happening at the same time. It's like they have taken on thousands of incarnations, and are everywhere. But all of this seems to be fake. Because the 2 swords that clashed did not emit any power, did not bring up a storm, and did not harm any grass, tree, flower or leaf they stepped on. It's as if this battle isn't real, or doesn't exist in this world. All this is just a big show that confuses the eyes. A gorgeous illusion. In fact, the danger involved is unimaginable to outsiders. Lin's demonized body is 1,000 times better than a human body. His arm strength and speed are even worse than before. But these enhancements are not enough for Azad, who has surpassed the physical limitations of the main plane of MIDI. Azad can virtualize his existence and travel between boundaries across planes. Because of this, he ignored the physical rules of any world and gained a speed that surpassed mortals and even gods. For Lin, what was particularly fatal was that Azad's values in various aspects had improved compared to the last time they met. If the physical fitness of an ordinary warrior improves, Lin can still handle it even if he performs a triple jump. At best, it will be a little hectic during the data correction stage. But facing all of Azad's combat techniques and tactics, he was already approaching the limit of his physical fitness. But when meeting Azad who was stronger than before, that little error could almost cost someone his life. But Lin persisted and found a way to deal with this powerful man who could not use common sense to judge. In other words, this is not someone who found a method, but Azad dug a hole for himself and created a weakness. The Demon Prince's trip to the Abyss was undoubtedly to find a way to become stronger. I don't know if it's atavism or other factors. Although his mother was a succubus, Azad did not inherit the talent of a succubus. Instead, he mastered the talent of a great devil, blurring his own existence. This is a prerequisite ability to travel through the void and teleport at will. Azad, who was visiting the Abyss, also found a way to master the great demon's talent while constantly killing, and make it your own, rather than being controlled by your bloodline. Because of this, Azad gained the teleportation ability similar to the flash technique, and could teleport anywhere he looked or to places he had been, although the latter has its limitations and cannot be used infinitely. However, this new ability that made Azad very proud was Lin's breakthrough. The Great Devil's teleportation talent does not require the chanting of incantations, but his body moves instantly when his thoughts come to him. But in essence, this ability still belongs to the traditional teleportation magic of MIDI. Simply put, the destination must be confirmed first and then transmitted. It is this confirmation action that allows Lin, who is proficient in spatial coordinate changes, to detect the opponent's destination before the opponent teleports. Azad does not use this teleportation ability as his regular means of movement, but as part of his combat tactics. Teleport to a position where the opponent will be surprised, and then coordinate with your own speed to kill the opponent with Insado's sharpness. This method of play was invincible in the Abyss, even to the point where Azad would find it boring. So he returned to the maze. But this tactic is more predictable for Lin than Azad's original style of play, based on Azad's original habits. There was plenty of time to make countless changes from the position where he launched the attack to the actual fight. In order to deal with these countless changes, Lin must change his defensive posture at any time, so that he can hope to hit a counterattack while taking the last blow. But in an actual battle, it may take 10 rounds, or even more, before Lin can hope to counterattack once. Most of the time, he was confused by Azad's ever-changing fighting skills. When Azad's routine changed, things developed differently. Azad will teleport himself to the location closest to the target and most conducive to launching an attack. This means that from the moment he appears in a new location, his available attack variations are locked into a range. Since there are fewer changes, the difficulty of coping will naturally decrease. Even if Azad's speed increased, he was still firmly defended by Lin. Ultimately, the reason is that Azad's chosen teleportation location was noticed in advance, and Lin was able to deploy it in a targeted manner. Over time, although Azad became stronger and faster, Lin's frequency of counterattacks was about the same as before. About every 10 rounds of confrontation, there is always an opportunity to counterattack. And this fact undoubtedly makes Azad, whose strength has improved, quite dissatisfied. Not only did he purify his bloodline belonging to the demon side, his strength increased a lot, but Inzadu also found the legendary rare metal and changed the material of his own composition. After doing all this, the results achieved against this magician were almost the same as before. How can anyone accept such a result? Suddenly, his keen senses froze. Azad seemed to see a future that had not yet happened from the perspective of a third party. In that future, he transported himself to the opposite side of the magician's attention, and the magician had just swung a sword with his right hand, just when his strength was about to run out. With the position you appear in, you can hit your opponent hard before they can reorganize their defensive posture. Maybe the battle will be decided here. However, the magician held his sword in his left hand, and a small green mouse appeared out of nowhere on his right arm. The next moment, the mouse turned into a small blue buckler and took Azad's blow. I don't know what material the small round shield is made of, but due to Azad's heavy blow, it could only be cut open with difficulty. Inzadu, who had lost most of his strength, was unable to cut through the sleeves of the black robe, and could only fracture the magician's right forearm and bend it into an unimaginable shape. The magician in front of him did not use the flash technique to retreat. Instead, he used the opportunity to spin around and at the same time pushed up with his backhand. The Hakakiri in his hand just cut open his clothes, cut through the chain armor under his clothes, and even scratched his chest. He was only 1 point away from being disemboweled. When Azad's consciousness returned to normal, he realized that he had not yet launched an attack, but the blood-spattered scars on his chest told him that he had been hit by the move that he had not yet used. This strange blow that he couldn't explain made Azad take a few steps back. Feeling unsafe, he took a few steps back again before staring at the magician in front of him with wary eyes. This time, it was Lin who stared thoughtfully at his broken right forearm. The killing move that combines data analysis, prediction and great prophecy. The fatal blow delivered after a long wait only achieved this result, carving a sword mark on the target's chest that would not even leave a scar. What dissatisfied him most was that if he chose to trade injuries for lives, he would also be injured. The two looked at each other, as if they understood the emotions in each other's eyes. Azad tossed Inzadu casually, letting the crazy magic sword fall in front of the big demon orangutan. He returned to his usual attitude and said, "No fight. No fight. I thought it would be easy to kill you this time." but I didn't expect it would still be a deadlock. No more fighting. I would like to ask you how on earth you made changes at the last moment to affect the results of my great prophecy. Lin also threw the Akaki Khan. But the Khan did not land. But he was sent to the sub-dimensional tower to meet up with the other Shikiri to continue their plans. That was a great prophecy just now. A magic? Azad repeated curiously. No wonder I feel familiar. It's just that the prophecy technique used by you and that bearded man is still a little different. At least the bearded man died in such a tragic way that I can't bear to think about it. Has someone used great prophecy to deal with you before? No wonder. You made an evasive action the moment the magic started to be constructed. That's why the result of the magic changed, and the cut was too shallow. Lin thought about the battle. The instantaneous change before the great prophecy was activated also affected the construction of the magic, turning what should have been a fatal result into a flesh wound. Speaking of which, his fracture injuries were quite serious. Chapter 1205 The Two People Who Stopped Fighting. You should be proud. There are not many people who can hurt me, Azad said. Lin curled his lips and said, What's there to be proud of? When I dealt with you in the past, I could get better results. But this time, does that count as an injury on your body? The bleeding has stopped. Right. The magic that was used in actual combat for the first time did not kill as well as he imagined. Lin could had 100 reasons to feel dissatisfied. Maybe the dissatisfaction was different. But Azad was also full of dissatisfaction. The demon prince scratched his hair, which turned yellow, and showed his impatience. Forget it. I'm hungry. Girl, go prepare something for me. I've been eating special dishes from the abyss lately, and I'm tired of them. I still miss normal people's food. Azad looked towards hiding behind the windowsill. Shouted the peeping halloumi. Hey, that's my apprentice. What are you talking about when you're calling me around like this? Lin said dissatisfiedly again. I shook my broken right forearm, but there was no pain as expected. Is this because of his demonic constitution, which paralyzed his nerves? Or is it due to other reasons? But Lin still shouted to his apprentice. Girl, go prepare something to eat. I'm hungry too. This was considered a compromise. Lin walked off inside, stretched out his broken right hand, and asked, Can it be cured? Azad, however, was behind someone, poking his head in and said, Do you have any clothes I can change into? I'm not used to wearing a blazer. If it were a woman wearing clothes with breasts hanging around, maybe I would welcome it a little bit more. Seeing that the fight was unsuccessful, he relaxed his guard slightly. He pulled up the sleeves of someone's black robe and looked at the open wounds. Lin was surprised when he saw his wound for the first time, because the severity was higher than he imagined. But the pain was not that severe. Then patted the broken arm casually, and instead of slapping noodles like someone did before, a heart-wrenching pain penetrated his mind. Then said, Go to Kaya and put a splint on you, and it will heal on your own. If it's not fast enough, just lick it yourself and apply some saliva. Also, I'm not your housekeeper. Think about what you want. Wei. After that, he turned around and left, seeing the former demon king turning around and leaving coolly. Sure, Dong was still following behind him like a henchman. Lin gritted his teeth and pushed back his broken bones, preparing to ask his apprentice to find 2 splints. When the bone is pulled, the pain is even stronger than when it is interrupted. Is this because his severed limb is healing? Maybe the devil's physique gives him a self-healing ability that far exceeds that of ordinary people. So straightening a broken arm is like re-breaking a half-healed bone and putting it back into the correct position. So that's why it hurts so much? Lin felt helpless when he saw Azad standing aside watching the show, admiring his painful expression from time to time. Seeing Yanzadu and the big demon behind him, Lin asked, What should I do with that sword? Throw it away. There's nothing to feel bad about if you throw it away, Azad said nonchalantly. It is estimated that the other party is not being sarcastic or angry, but seriously feels that it does not matter. But the big demon approached Yanzadu like a protector, as if anyone who wanted to take the sword had to fight it. Lin asked again, What are you going to do with this devil? You won't let it stand guard in my yard. If you can kill it, it will be of great help. That guy is clinging to me shamelessly, and I can't drive him away or kill him. It's really boring. Oh, there are things you can't kill. This suddenly aroused Lin's interest. Unbeatable and unkillable are 2 different concepts. Lin would like to know what the special talent of this great demon is that would make a natural disaster-level monster like the Demon Prince admit that it cannot be killed and give up trying. Is it a super self-healing ability? Or is it like a lich, whose soul is immortal and can be resurrected infinitely? Or maybe it's just that the skin is so rough that Azad can't penetrate it. No matter which one. When Azad mentioned it, his ferocious expression suddenly relaxed, revealing a pair of eyes with unclear meaning. This discovery also interested Lin, so he made a rare decision to ask for trouble. Lin turned his head and said to the big devil, "Gorilla, pick up the sword over there. It's not a big deal if you leave a boxaki outside. Then follow us in. But you have to give it to me. Let's get smaller first. If you tear down my door, I'll tear it down." Tisk. Azad was speechless, but he didn't stop him and walked straight into the house. The big demon gorilla looked happy and used transformation magic. Under the gaze of everyone, its several-story tall figure gradually shrank. The scaly skin becomes red and can be broken by blows. The short legs and long arms seem to be turned upside down, turning into a pair of long legs and green jade arms. The pair of huge horns turned into wavy fiery red curls. And that ugly, ferocious face that breathed fire turned into a pretty, heroic face. She seemed to have gathered all the good things in the world. No one could imagine that this belonged to a demon. Lin knew very well that the appearance of the devil's body was its true appearance. As for the changed appearance, it can be shaped. And the only explanation for this big demon becoming like this is, "Well, do you like this taste?" Lin asked Azad. "I'm tired of playing. If you want, take over," the demon prince said ruthlessly. Lin curled his lips again and said, "I don't want to be your cousin." But he didn't forget to turn around and said, "Come in. Let me find someone to get you some clothes to wear. How dare you act like that in my house? Akira, it will be demolished sooner or later." With that said, several people entered the mansion together. There was a peaceful atmosphere here, as if the owner was greeting guests to come into the house. But in the eyes of the people watching in secret, it was an incredible sight. They originally expected to see one side destroying the other side. As for which side is destroyed, they are quite happy to see it. The difference lies in their subsequent response methods. But this harmonious scene was something no one expected. Trouble versus trouble. The best case scenario is for the two troubles to destroy each other. However, when troubles come together, no one thinks that this will produce a mathematical benefit. That is, a negative can make a positive. Maybe one of them will not take the initiative to cause trouble. But he has too many interests, and countless people covet him. The thought of plotting against him never stopped for a moment. The addition of the demon prince increased the difficulty of solving the problem countless times. So everyone who was paying attention to this side hurriedly backed away. They have to go back to their respective places, sort out the existing information, and formulate a new plan. Lin and Azad are very aware of all the actions of the outside world. The latter didn't care. Just like his previous attitude, he never cared about other people's plans. Anyway, as long as they stood in front of him, he would kill them all. The former wanted to continue to hide it. Unfortunately, the other party involved didn't know how to write the word Loki. No matter how hard he tried, it was in vain. So he simply gave up. As soon as he entered the door, Azad walked to the restaurant in a familiar manner. Speaking of which, it was almost time for dinner, so preparations had already been made in the kitchen, and the halloumi could be served to the table after completing the final procedures. However, Azad's eating habits did not reveal his aristocratic upbringing at all, although it is not as vulgar as a savage. The various sounds of banging the bowl and the gesture of stuffing the mouth are like the reincarnation of a starving ghost. Although Lin didn't care much about other people's table manners, he was stunned at this moment. Question. Wow! You haven't eaten in several years. Azad, with food in his mouth, said vaguely. No. How can you survive more than 2 years without eating? But you have to know that there is no normal food in the abyss. It's not human heart. Human liver. The human brain is the devil's heart. Devil's liver. And devil's brain. It is either eaten raw or roasted, no matter where you drink the liquid. There must be a smell of sulfur. The most unbearable thing is that you have to eat it alive. Forget about it. I'd better clear my intestines first. I bit it down, and there was a mouthful of blood and shit. What the H, I was that. Anyway, the guy who treated me with that thing was already there. It turned into my feces, and was dragged into an unknown lava river. You don't even know the fiery days I lived in the abyss. Thinking about it brings tears to my eyes. Okay, I've lost my appetite. Someone's speech was also the voice of everyone at the dinner table. Everyone stared at Azad with disgust. In fact, there was no one at the table, because of Azad's appearance. The servants of Marquis Balin were completely useless. They were paralyzed by the sight of the demon prince and could not do much. So Lin simply asked them to serve their master in another restaurant. Of course, Marquise Balin was not present. When strangers were around, she preferred to eat in her room, no matter who this stranger is, and whether Kaya wants to accompany him or not. The group of children who have not grown up have their own dining place and do not have to come to the main house. Lin was also worried that too many irrelevant people would show up. If some blind person violated Azad's taboo, he might be too late to save them. Don't look at the two sides getting along like ordinary friends. This is just a compromise between Lin and Azad, who are helpless, and the other party is also in the same situation. Moreover, Azad in his normal state seems to be casual, but there is no flaw in his every move. If given the chance, Lin would definitely not hesitate to use the improved version of the Great Prophecy technique to directly kill the opponent. Similarly, if Azad sees the opportunity, he will kill himself without hesitation. Fortunately, someone's self-defense measures are based on environmental detection and programmed automatic judgment. As long as Azad is not allowed to find the core vulnerability, there will be no opportunity for him to exploit it. Because of the existence of such a friend, a person's self-safety judgment mechanism is adjusted very diligently, for fear that a pattern will be found, which will be exploited and threaten his life. And this is how both parties get along. Chapter 1206, The Great Demon Starry. In fact, Lin is not used to this kind of life that is always in a state of tension. But he can control his own behavior. But he cannot control Azad's behavior. This is why at the request of the demon prince, he took him to the abyss together. Someone happily complied and planned to find a way to leave Azad in the abyss just like people in their hometown abandoned puppies and kittens in the mountains. What happened after that was somewhat surprising. First, Azad expressed his willingness to stay in the abyss, separated from everyone, and acted on his own. Then someone killed him half to death and had no time to deal with other things. Therefore, the demon prince was naturally forgotten. For someone, this is simply a dream development. But this one is back now. The Lost Lands and the Abyss are not places that can be reached by passing customs or taking a plane. Ordinary teleportation magic cannot connect the two places. Not to mention that the two places would reject or weaken the other's powerful creatures. Although Azad's abilities have transcended the realm of mortals, he is still essentially a warrior, and it is unlikely that he can master the method of traveling between two places. At least, Lin has never heard of any warrior in Midland who has reached the realm of Shattered Void. Maybe it's because of that big demon? He glanced at the tall beauty transformed by the big demon gorilla. She changed into a ready-made maid outfit and turned her knee-length skirt into a mini skirt. Lin estimated that her height after the transformation was over 2 meters. She is not charming at all. Not seductive like a succubus, but looks like a heroic female warrior. Moreover, she stood quietly and obediently behind Azad, making it impossible to tell that she was a big devil. However, the specific facts cannot be known by someone's imagination. So Lin simply asked directly, Azad, how did you come back? I thought you would find a way to contact me and let me take you back to the Lost Land. Didn't you say that there are 8 fixed abyss gates between the Lost Land and the abyss? And they are all guarded by guardians. Some guardians are on this side, and some guardians are on the other side. It seems that I have actually mentioned this matter. I initially wanted to go through the door of the Demon Moth King, but I couldn't contact the people here to let the big insect temporarily lift the seal on the door of the abyss. And it couldn't be penetrated with a hammer. So I gave up going through that door and looked for other abyss doors. Oh, have you found other abyss gates? Hey, I'm lucky. The second gate of the abyss I found, no matter which side it is on, has no guardian. Moreover, the seal left on the gate is quite old and no one maintains it. So I opened it and returned to Lost. Why does this sound a little bad? As soon as I came back, I wanted to give you a big surprise. So I didn't stop anywhere else and asked Starry to send me directly here. Unfortunately, I thought I could definitely kill you this time. Even I've already thought about what I'm going to say at your funeral. But it seems like it's useless. By the way, do you want to listen to it? I can change it if you're not satisfied. I said, this is a farewell ceremony. Maybe you should listen to my comments first. Lin said sarcastically. Oh, you have one too. Let me tell you first. Holding a chicken leg in one hand and chewing on it, Azad showed a curious expression and his eyes were bright, looking forward to what someone would say next. Unfortunately, what someone just said was just a painless counterattack. Not that he was really prepared, but since the demon prince's interest was aroused, It seemed that it would be okay not to say anything. Lin tilted his head, thought for a moment, and said, "A clown who is dedicated to playing himself to death? Ugh. I have to say, this is really bad. Are you really a magician known for your knowledge? If you said that at my funeral, I would definitely jump out of the coffin just to give you a sword. Your mother." A single sentence could create an undead knight, and Lin wanted to ask Flynn if he could do it. Lin thought for a while, and then said, "Then, a clown who is dedicated to playing himself to death is actually a good person." Pfft. Ha ha ha. God, you are telling a joke. I guess I can't lie in the coffin with fake death, and take the opportunity to give you a sword when you come to express my condolences. This is a memorial message. I'll laugh myself to death in my coffin. Some lunatic laughed incomprehensibly while spitting out food crumbs. Alright. At this moment, everyone really didn't even think about eating anymore. They just wanted to watch Azad's performance. However, for the two apprentices who have experienced hundreds of battles, it is not that they have never encountered worse situations. They cleared the table neatly and prepared to serve new food. As for those that have been messed up, you can chop them into pieces and feed them to the little bugs that produce silk threads. Many of the powerful silkworm species inside can eat meat and must eat meat regularly. Even foods processed with oil and salt are not a big problem for them. Therefore, the food contaminated by Azad does not need to be wasted. Surprisingly, even though the dining table was a mess, Finn had no intention of leaving. If she was not happy at all, she would just turn around and leave without any nonsense. Today's performance was a bit abnormal, but compared to Finn's anomaly, someone was more concerned about the other end, the incarnation of the great evil who stood behind Azad and remained silent. The beauty is so big that it is a bit of an eyesore. Although it is pleasing to the eye, it is definitely hard to ignore. And one cannot help but wonder what the story is between this person and the devil. Someone who had been holding back until now finally couldn't help it and asked, "My prince, don't you introduce the person behind you to us?" Jingyou drank the high-end wine sent by Kawei Gong or Jialong Chamber of Commerce. Azad blew on the bottle and looked at people from the corner of his eyes. Said, "Great demon. Starina. Well, do you have more information than names? For example, how did you meet? How did you get together? It's just another follower in my killing process. Most of them naively think that as long as they follow me, they can save their own lives, lead them to enjoy one feast after another, and ultimately gain more. The origin of the devil. And evolution. In fact, when I go crazy, I am afraid of myself. How can they not be afraid? Most of the devils are displeasing to me, so I just kill this one. However, you can't kill it no matter how hard you kill it, and you can't drive it away. Don't you think you're a genius? Do yourself a favor and help me find a way to kill it. You can drive it away, but keep him away from me." "No, Azad Kazalnia. I will not go anywhere without leaving you any heirs. You are the most powerful demon I have ever seen, with the greatest potential. The children born from my union with you will be existences that surpass all demons and will be stronger than any abyss lord. With him, we can establish an unprecedented demon dynasty and rule the entire abyss. I can't do this without you. And you can't do it without me either." The great demon Starina spoke in abyssal language in a way that was extremely inconsistent with her current appearance, like a hoarse voice roaring. And it may be mixed with the dialect of a certain region, not the standard abyssal language that Lin once learned. In other words, the so-called standard is actually just a dialect of another region. In short, relying on the machine learning method of his own computing power and programming language, Lin barely understood what this big demon said. In short, it is to seek breeding. Azad was not in a hurry to explain anything to others. Instead, he turned around, looked at the demon made with a disgusted expression, and said, "Stop daydreaming. Big monkey. You know your rhetoric. How many demons have said it to me? Conquering the abyss and establishing a dynasty is faster than dreaming. No, we are different. I believe that our union is definitely different from other demons. And the offspring we will produce will have all our advantages and surpass us." Starina continued to try to convince a certain psychopath. Azad sneered and said, "I don't care what you believe. I'm not happy anyway. Not to mention what to do if you give birth to a child who is stronger than yourself. If I really want to accomplish something, I will accomplish it myself instead of placing my hopes on others. And what I want to do now is kill this guy." Azad pointed at Lin. "The question is, what can I expect an unborn child to do that I can't do? Or is it a proud thing to expect a child to grow up and kill an old man who may not even be able to walk properly. In this case, it is better to hope that his grandson will be born. And when he grows up, he will not even need to kill him, but can go directly to his tomb to lay flowers. Hey, I'm right next to you. Don't think that I can't understand you if you speak abyssal. Someone defended weakly. But like a person who is addicted to talking about his own affairs, he doesn't care whether there are others around him. While Lin was watching the young couple quarreling and thinking wildly, he accidentally saw Fen's shining eyes. This is probably a manifestation of the sprouting of the heart of gossip. Is it any wonder that the former demon king did not leave, but stayed, just to see such a scene? Chapter 1207 Far Friends. According to Lin's understanding of Azad, the reason why he didn't take action against Starry was definitely not out of sympathy. It should be what the demon prince himself said. He cannot be killed or driven away. It was originally a chance to see what the unkillability of the great demon Starry was all about. However, after the extremely impatient Azad took action, he and a certain magician remembered that the defense mechanism in this room would protect regardless of the target. The dense laser gateway beam forced Azad back before Azad stabbed Starry's eye socket with the fork on the dining table. Although the beam of light flashed away, the big demon who witnessed it at close range clearly sensed the huge power contained in it, which was enough to threaten her. Coming from the abyss, she has always regarded humans from the lost landmaster plane as food. Although he knew that heroes among humans all possessed extraordinary strength, such characters could not be encountered everywhere. Not to mention how many powerful people are hiding in the dark in this city, even in this humble mansion. There are several humans who can fight against him. So her originally dismissive thoughts gradually changed, and she began to seriously observe everything around her, as well as this house that had the power to threaten her. Although she has a rough appearance, a brainless demon cannot survive the level of a great demon in the evil competition. That pile of muscles and strong body is sometimes a disguise, and sometimes it is just a habitual means. On the contrary, Azad, who retreated in one blow, looked thoughtfully at the ceiling, which was the starting point of the laser beam, and said, "Is it my imagination? The speed of those lights appearing has become faster again." Lin Xiaoxiao replied, "Actually, it's not that the speed of processing has become faster, but that the time of processing has become earlier. To put it simply, for the hostility judgment of ordinary people, I set it to use a certain speed or hold a sharp weapon to approach other people. When the person's body is within 3 millimeters, the first beam fence will be activated as a warning, and the second wave will be directly killed. This condition is of course to avoid misjudgment, and the laser grating will definitely respond in time. But if you do, you will be directly blacklisted by me. The original 3 centimeter warning line has been increased to 3 centimeters, a full 10 times the distance. This means that when you are close to other people, my hostility determination system will start earlier. Stop you before you threaten other people's lives." Lin didn't bother to tell Azad that this system actually stopped killing with killing. But since it couldn't hurt this guy at all, it didn't matter whether he killed or not. Azad, who was treated differently, did not show any expression of dissatisfaction. One second he was thinking about something, and the next second he stabbed Lin with a fork and withdrew in front of the laser grating. The demon prince said with dissatisfaction, "Liar. You just said that the warning line is only 3 centimeters. It must be more than that." Lin Thief said with a smile, "Hey, the actual parameters used are confidential. How can I let you figure out the rules of my security mechanism? This is not asking for death. That is just an example. Do you understand the example? Just use a simple example to illustrate. A way to make it easier for you to understand, so that I don't have to explain it too complicatedly. Ah, it's so boring." As he said that, Azad stood up as if he was about to leave. Thinking of what happened next, Lin opened his mouth and said consolingly, "Your Highness, do you have anything else to do next?" Holding the back of his head with both hands, Azad said lazily, "No, I can't kill you for a moment. And then I have to find something to kill you. I will also think about whether there is a way to break through the defense of you. A nuisance. Ah, really it's boring. In that case, please stay as a guest first. If I need to ask you for something later, I won't have to go looking for someone." After saying that, Lin turned around and ordered, "Girl, serve the wine. Give the good wine to our prince." "Your Highness has filled the bowl." Azad turned around smoothly and sat back at the dining table. He crossed his legs on the chair and said, "I want wine. Old man Kawi's family produces the best. I won't accept anything from that old guy. I just accept it." His family's winemakers and grape farmers. In the abyss, you could only see a bunch of fake nobles. I'm not saying that the real nobles with family heritage are any better, but those demons are really not decent. Everything can be played with a devilish flavor. Lin was non-committal to the demon prince's complaints. As a well-dressed prince, he is indeed qualified to criticize other people's aristocratic style. As for demons, although they don't get too close to this species, the knowledge about demons is also a major item in the magician's knowledge system. Although it is not a detailed description of the demon's genealogy, there is definitely enough common sense stuff. It is not news that high-ranking demons with high status like to imitate the behavior of human nobles. In short, it is the kind of person who likes to show off. They will show off more than that person, whoever advocates power. They will use power to destroy that person's self-esteem. Whoever loves people or loves his family, they will try to destroy everything that person holds dear, because doing so can bring despair, and despair makes the soul more delicious. Therefore, demons are always happy to imitate human behavior. As for the connotation, it's the kind that makes people despair. As a human being, spending more than 2 years in such an environment is really a bit despairing just thinking about it. Considering that the demon prince will come in handy for his plan next. Lin is very tolerant at the moment. Therefore, Lin always understood and forgave Azad with the most tolerant heart, no matter how rude he behaved in various aspects, ignoring Azad's almost rude table etiquette. And since he couldn't beat him on his parents' behalf anyway, Lin turned around and ordered, "Girl, go find some people to tidy up the guest room. The room where His Highness lived before it's empty." "That's fine." Putting down the task of serving food, Kaya bowed and turned around to complete the task assigned by her teacher. At this time, the big demon Starry, who had nothing to eat, looked over with ambiguous eyes. Of course, Lin was not too self-aware to think that this devilish beauty was in love with someone else. He just waved his hand and said, "I happen to have only one guest room left in my house. Fortunately, that room is big enough and the bed is big enough. So I will give you two a hard time and live in the same room." The devilish beauty is smiling like the most beautiful flower blooming. In fact, as long as you don't speak and don't stand next to her, which will bring a strong sense of oppression to yourself. This demon is actually quite pleasing to the eye. But the devil beauty was happy. But the devil prince didn't show any expression. He just blew on the bottle and ate the food with his hands. And he still grabs a handful, takes one bite, then puts it down, and continues to grab another handful, as if he wants to take revenge on the food for his unhappy mood. Lin added the gun at the right time and said, "Before you two do anything, you must first consider the strength of my bed. Also, if the action is too rough or intense, it may trigger the defense mechanism. Let me give you a warning first. If it is really cut into pieces, it will be your own responsibility." One sentence can almost be regarded as a clear statement. The devil beauty is smiling happily, but the devil prince is looking at someone with a pair of dead fish eyes. It was rare to see Azad's expression like this, and Lin suddenly felt like he had achieved something. It shouldn't be difficult to ask Kaya to order the servants of Marquis Balin to help tidy up a guest room. Could it be that that silly girl should take care of it herself? Otherwise, why haven't you come back yet? Just one sentence. Just as he was thinking about his little apprentice, the brown-skinned and black-haired child entered the restaurant. He walked closer to himself and said in his ear, "Teacher, the elf kingdom of Amelia has sent a messenger. I have already asked him to wait in the small banquet hall." "The kingdom of Armenia?" Lin asked in surprise. "This elf kingdom was the place where I spent the most time when I regained the world tree controlled by the kingdom. There are also the most elves to deal with." Compared to the cunning old king, Lin was more impressed by the other fat elf who was responsible for receiving him. The visiting messenger couldn't be him. After wiping his mouth with a napkin, Lin stood up and said, "I'm going to see the messenger. Just keep it for dinner. Just have someone over there to use it." After greeting everyone at the table, Lin left the table and went to the small banquet hall forward. Before entering the small banquet hall, Lin heard the hearty laughter that he had not heard for a long time. It was full of energy and sincerity, with no fake smile at all. But everyone knows what the truth is. It seems that it is really that one. When Lin walked into the small banquet hall, he saw the familiar figure with a broad heart and fat body, Wild Walker Footing. It is said that he has been knighted and become an official elf noble. Therefore, his dressing level was completely different from the last time we met. This is because the elf kingdom still has strict etiquette regulations on dress, and casual wear is not allowed. What's more, Wilder Walker Fooding came as an envoy and had a formal status. So he couldn't pretend to be casual. The best cloth in the Elf Kingdom is not silk. The silk output of Midland is still in the hands of a small eastern country. The best fabric in the Elf Kingdom is cashmere, which is as light as silk. In addition, there are several kinds of animal plush, which can also be woven into quite excellent fabrics. These all come from the special sheep and horse breeds of the Elf Kingdom, which are still rarely known to outsiders, coupled with exquisite highlighting technology and various dyes from plants. The gorgeousness of the clothes in the Elf Kingdom is not inferior to the fashion circle of the Guana Empire. The fat man came wearing a three-piece dress with a strong elf style, a pure white cotton shirt with fluffy cuffs, a cashmere vest with blue-gold thread, a pair of tight trousers, and knee-length white socks. What is particularly eye-catching is the conspicuous peacock feather on the velvet hat, which is so gorgeous that it is difficult to look directly at it. Chapter 1208 Testing. Ha! Guide Blash. My good friend. Come on! Come on! Let Fat Daddy take a good look at you. Wild Walker Fooding was like a peacock with his tail spread, his hands open and facing someone. Come! Prepare for a bear hug. Of course, someone jumped out of the way before being tackled, with one hand in front of him. He said to Wild Walker, who was about to strike a second time after losing his target. Oh! Restraint. My thin body cannot withstand your enthusiasm, old friend. As for the other one, the only hand was still inside the splint and triangle towel. The fat elf's move was actually just to confirm the mind of a certain magician. After all, they had not seen each other for several years, and the subsequent developments at that time were not friendly, but rather coercive to a certain extent. But since the other party is willing to admit that he is a friend, then the goal has been achieved. Wild Walker Fu Tongue smiled happily and patted his chubby belly. For Lin, being with this fat elf was one of the 4 pillars of life that his hometown said. He had been a prostitute together, so there was no reason for him to look evil at her. However, being an envoy from the Elf Kingdom is very rare in this family, because the relationship between the Elf Kingdom and World Tree is not harmonious. At best, they are not hostile to each other. Most of those who can come to the holy city of Estali through the flash teleportation array of the World Tree are envoys from the Wood Elf tribe. And it is usually not the elf's idea. It is His Majesty behind them who has a specific purpose. So he will provide the envoys sent by him with the opportunity to use the flash teleportation array. Envoys from the Elf Kingdom usually travel long distances, so their appearances are infrequent. Over the years, I can count the number of times on one hand. It doesn't matter that the Kingdom of Armenia has a long way to go to the holy city. On the way, it will also encounter some natural barriers, which are areas where dangerous monsters are active. To get through those places, a certain amount of force is required. Although Lin didn't know the true strength of Wilder Walker Fooding, he didn't look like someone who could cross that kind of dangerous zone with a maid. The messengers from the elves are usually small in number. Therefore, the family's approach is to welcome everyone into the house and receive them together, instead of letting the entourage stay outside and treat them like servants. So every time the elf envoy comes, how many people come can be seen at a glance. The only person following this fat elf was a female elf, and she looked familiar. Could it be that this fat man brought a certain female elf that he slept with before? Should this spirit who traveled thousands of miles to deliver food be killed? Or should his body be abandoned after death? Someone is thinking seriously. However, Lin also noticed that in addition to what she was wearing, the female elf attendant also had another one in her hand, which was an elf holy robe. In other words, there is a high possibility that they were transmitted through the World Tree. Then the combination of the kingdom's elf messenger and the World Tree is quite intriguing. The fat elf with particularly good eyes certainly noticed that the magician in front of him saw his female follower, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. It's the kind of confusion that looks familiar, but can't remember who it is. Wild Walker Fu Tongue did not show off, but took the opportunity to introduce. Your Excellency, do you still remember her? Smoothly pushed the female elf forward. She is the leading singer in the kingdom. Yaina, you once praised her singing voice. When the fat elf said this, Lin remembered who the person in front of him was. That was after a few days of overindulgence and almost breaking his waist, prompting the fat man to change his ways. He changed his entertainment venue from a high-end brothel focusing on nightlife to a high-end salon with more artistic value. In addition to drinks, we mainly watch some performances, which is a rare entertainment for fans. Although someone once suspected that this was the fat elf's own hobby and interest. That's why I just took myself to that kind of place to eat and drink. and report to the public account at the same time. But it is undeniable that from someone's point of view, the places Wild Walker Wu Tung took are still quite high level. Maybe it's because the elves themselves have a good foundation. A whole clan of handsome men and beauties. From a human perspective, the person in front of me is indeed a singer that I really admire. She is different from the dancers, who mainly show off their coquettishness. There is something about her singing that makes someone nostalgic. As for why he feels this way, Lin can't say. But then I put these things aside, because there are more important things to keep me busy. At that time, there were hints in the fat elf's words that if he wanted to spend a spring night with this person, he could arrange it. So today is, really delivering food to your door? It seems that not only must this fat man be beaten to death, but he must also be minced into meat fillings, and made into dumplings to feed the black dragon. However, since they are acquaintances, someone's words are inevitably a bit presumptuous, and not in line with diplomatic etiquette. Lin joked. By the way, if you come here without a meal, you probably want to have a free meal. When you invited me, you used your kingdom's funds to treat me. It's all mine. If you think about it, I'm at a disadvantage. Is it time for dinner? Oh, this is the jet lag you mentioned on the forum. I just came here after having Chinese food. Oh, jet lag. I even forgot about such a thing. Lin remembered the relative positions of the Armenian Elf Kingdom and the Holy City. The corresponding solar times on both sides were indeed different. Since the topic of dinner could not be continued, Lin Guy asked, how about a drink? The good wine I have here will not be inferior to that brewed by your elves. By the way, everything about your kingdom is very good, compared to most human worlds. Then it can be said that it is much better. But the alcohol content is a bit unsatisfactory. So it is not qualified to be called a drink. The so-called hospitality is nothing more than eating and drinking. Even if you are declined politely, it will not be considered rude. Wild Walker Fu Tung welcomed such a proposal and said at the same time, that's just right. And our elf singer has learned a lot of new songs. I especially brought her here to sing. Beautiful people, good songs, and good wine are the best. As for your criticism of the wine in my kingdom, to be honest, I think so after drinking the fire of the dwarves. Son, I really don't have any preference. It's just that although our kingdom has foreign trade, the wine trade is very shady. So the price is very expensive. Anyway, I can't drink it many times with my meager salary. Don't be too stingy about coming to your place. Listening to the fat elf's indifferent self-deprecation, Lin Yu felt that this fat man's city was very deep. Unlike ordinary diplomatic envoys, who were proud of their loyalty and honor. And because the singer learned a new song, he specially took it to a distant place to offer treasures. What is this operation? It made Lin a little confused. My relationship with this fat elf is definitely not as good as this. But no matter how much you pretend, the theme has to be revealed in the end. Right. I just hope that this time we won't have to drag it out for 10 days before talking about serious matters like last time. However, the subsequent development was almost like a table flip. Except that everyone was not killed. With a wave of his hand, he invited the two elves to a corner of the small banquet hall, where there was a small bar. Fine wines collected and purchased from various places, as long as they do not require low temperature or constant temperature storage, are placed here. As for those wines that need to be properly managed, they are stored in wine cellars dug underground. Go down a spiral staircase next to the small bar. Since the fat elf mentioned the dwarven fire, it was a distilled liquor. It's the kind of winemaking craft that every time I travel through time, everyone in my travels must use it to make money. It is a pity that in Lost Land, there are already time-traveling seniors who have done this. Back then, in the southwest peninsula of Midi, a place even more remote than the countryside, there was no such distillation process. So someone naively thought that there really wasn't one in Midi. I originally wanted to keep this skill, hoping that one day I could use it to make a lot of money. When I traveled to areas where Midi culture has been developed and passed down for a long time, I realized that the craftsmanship that I thought did not exist at first was actually spread in a small area. Or at least its products were like this. The reason why it has not spread on a large scale can be roughly divided into two types. One, of course, is the protection of technology by vested interests. The second reason is that the speed of dissemination of knowledge and products in the lost world is not that fast, or the output of the products is not enough to spread around the world to the point of being respected by the world in the past. For example, in the case of silk, it falls into the first category. Its manufacturing technology is in the Lost Lands, and is still mastered by a small country in the east. This small country is sheltered under the Hater Empire in the east, and is protected by it. So no one tried to steal the secrets of silk making, or there were. But no one succeeded. And my own magic silk production. Just looking at the production volume, I know that it will never become a commodity. It's not enough for my own use. As for the second iconic product, it is definitely distilled liquor. To put it simply, the dwarves themselves can no longer drink the high alcohol distilled. Where else do they want to sell it on a large scale? There are many ways for dwarves to make money, and they don't necessarily have to rely on selling wine or the craft of making distilled liquor. In other words, they never thought of it as a commodity and a work that they could be proud of after selling it. Weapons, armor, and shields are okay, but wine is not. Drinking is more about making friends than making money. In short, the strange persistence of the dwarves, coupled with their methods of protecting technology, resulted in the fact that although distilled alcohol existed in the Lost Lands, it did not spread on a large scale. However, the lack of large-scale spread does not mean that there is no spread. There was still a small amount of distilled liquor that passed through the hands of merchants and found its way into wealthy families. As you can imagine, these wines are expensive. Duke Covey once brought the dwarves fire as a gift. The taste, if I use the taste in someone's impression, is that of low-quality vodka. The kind that makes you feel like you are getting alcohol poisoning after drinking a few more glasses. But it happened that such low-quality wine, in the mouth of a transcendent warrior like Duke Covey, became a good wine for real men to drink. Sometimes I really don't understand people who think this kind of low-quality wine tastes good have their brains burned out by alcohol. Or are they trying to show off their masculinity by gritting their teeth and saying things that are unconscionable? Chapter 1209 Confirmation. On Earth, vodka is known to be a specialty of northern furry bears. The characteristic of that area is the cold. And vodka has even become a way to keep warm in winter for some civilians. Although it is an illusion that alcohol actually warms the body. More people die from alcohol poisoning than from freezing in the winter. Then think about the living environment of dwarves and their daily hobbies. It is no joke that it feels like summer all year round. How good can a vodka-type wine taste in such an environment? In addition, high-alcohol wine is easy to evaporate. So it is quite difficult for each bottle to be filled with fire and leave the dwarf territory. But since the dwarf's fire is not to one's taste, and someone has a group of people from the Jiaolong Chamber of Commerce who focus on agricultural production as business partners, now that rice wine or sake is available, it is not a big deal to get some whiskey or liquor. Lin has certainly considered whether to have these technologies in his hands. If you do it yourself in the future, you will make a lot of money. But then I thought about it, and it was really not necessary. I already have enough ways to make money. If I continue to make money, the fragile economic system of EMD will simply not be able to withstand my own efforts. With my current net worth, I am already worrying about how to spend money. Keep making a lot of money. That's okay. And I don't want to spend too much time on this. Become a slave to money. And forget about things that I should do more and are more worth spending time on. Therefore, the craft of distilling liquor was handed over to the two brothers Nguyen Van Viet and Nguyen Van Chow. Interestingly, although the two brothers are in the Jiaolong Chamber of Commerce, which focuses on agricultural development, the main business of their branch is mining. After joining the automobile industry that he led, he not only felt like a fish in water, but also became a pillar industry both internally and externally, and used most of their manpower. Distilled liquor is just something that can be played casually to suit the hobby of a certain magician. Although other branches of the Ruan family have shown considerable interest in the craft of distilled liquor, but considering that the branch of the Ruan brothers has been ridiculed and suppressed by other branches for a long time, there is no room for cooperation, let alone the transfer of technology. The Ruan brothers, who have truck production and various agricultural machinery at their disposal, now do not have the weight of speech that their father did not care for and their mother did not love before. Although it's not as big as a slap on the table and the whole family jumping 3 times. As the main branch, the branch family's voice is no longer as strong as that of the Wenyu and Wenjiao branches. The strife within the Jiaolong Chamber of Commerce certainly has nothing to do with anyone. For Lin, in addition to making money, the products brought about by these technologies are meant to remind him of the world before time travel and to enjoy using them. So whether it's whiskey made from barley or wheat, or liquor made from rice or sorghum, as long as the Ruan brothers can provide it regularly, it's up to them how they want to operate it. Lin won't interfere too much, and he doesn't have the free time to interfere. But in terms of results, Lin still prefers whiskey. It's not that I don't like drinking liquor, but the taste of liquor given by the Ruan brothers is not good enough. And it is far different from the impression I had before traveling. Their winemaker still needs to think more. After all, it is remarkable that he can still remember the equipment used to distill liquor. After all, he is not a professional brewer. I don't have the time to delve into the brewing process. So I just drink whatever I have. Besides, my real hobbies are coffee and tea, which have yet to be found. Non-alcoholic drinks. Wine can only be regarded as an embellishment in life and a tool for entertaining guests. Just like now. Because handing over this technology happened in recent years after we started cooperating with the Ruan brothers in the automobile industry, coupled with the time they spent actually exploring the distilling process. The whiskey at home is all new. There is even whiskey waiting in oak barrels in the wine cellar. There are only a dozen or so that can be bottled. But even if it is a new wine, that is not the best in these years. The amber liquid and rich aroma still catch the eyes of Wild Walker Futen, a well-informed elf. The smell of the dwarf's fire is quite pungent, and it feels extremely spicy in the mouth. But dwarves are good at this, and the higher the degree, the better. Think about the race that drinks distilled liquor without watering it down and still gets drunk. If the alcoholics in your hometown see it, they will shy away from it. And Lin suspected that if he could just add 98% alcohol, the dwarves would be able to sleep until dawn. The physique of dwarves is really not comparable to that of humans. In comparison, elves do not have such a high alcohol tolerance. After all, wine is something that becomes stronger the more you drink it, which shows that your drinking capacity can be exercised. However, the wine that elves drink daily is made from fruits and tastes just like juice. Under the training of this kind of wine, the elves say that they can drink more. And some people will not believe it even to death. But it's hard to say how much alcohol the fat elf in front of him, who is accustomed to fighting in the Fengiwakang, has. It can be seen that he is very particular about drinking. And he also knows some tricks. Just watch him sway and smell it. And take a sip. But he doesn't put it directly into his throat, but rolls it around in his mouth 3 times. After swallowing the amber liquid, the fat elf exhaled a long and smooth breath. Good wine. The taste of this wine is really wonderful. After tasting the same, Lin Xiaoxia said, That's right. This very unique smoky flavor can't be tasted in the dwarf's fire. The fire is constantly spicy, and won't stop until it poisons people. Whiskey is not as spicy as fire, but the mellowness of the wine is definitely not inferior to fire. You can taste different flavors in the front, middle and back of the mouth, which makes it feel like drinking this. Drink wine. After taking another sip, Wildwork asked, What do you call this wine? Where can I buy it? This kind of wine is called whiskey. It was brewed for me by 2 brothers, Ruan Wenyu and Wen Jiao, from the Jia Long Chamber of Commerce. I don't know if they have any plans to sell it. Maybe I can help you introduce the 2 brothers, and then you can ask yourself. However, Lin didn't begrudge the new wine in his hand. He directly moved 2 unopened bottles of whiskey and pushed them in front of the fat elf, as if he had adapted to the strength of the whiskey. Wild Walk took a swig, but it was not to the point of drinking like a cow. He seemed to be intoxicated in the amber liquid, shaking his head and saying, This whiskey is really good. I always think that fire is too spicy, but I can't find such a drunk and delicious wine. He also poured a glass for Ina beside him, and put in ice cubes to make it easier for people who are not used to drinking strong liquor to drink. Lin said, This whiskey can be aged. If it is aged for 50 years, not only will the spiciness be almost impossible to taste, but the thick body and rich aroma will be unimaginable. People who drink it will not know it. Unconsciously, I drank 1 glass after another, and finally got drunk. Unfortunately, the wine you drank is the earliest among the successful works, but it has only been released for nearly 2 years, let alone the minimum standard of 3 years, compared with those old wines. When it comes to talking about wine, maybe I can only be half-sounding. But there are some things where I know more than others. Even if I talk nonsense, others can't prove my mistakes. Therefore, Lin was able to talk nonsense in front of the fat elf. And combined with the effect of alcohol, he made him dizzy. But it seems that the fat elf's mission this time is not to be delayed, or to be said to be time-limited. He took advantage of the opportunity and said, My friend, how can we not have good songs when we have good wine? How about letting the most proud singer in the kingdom perform a song for you? Lin raised his glass and said, Please, I can't ask for more. Elf Ina seemed to know the recoil of strong liquor like fire. So after taking out the whiskey, she just took a sip or 2 out of curiosity. But the strong flavor still conquered her taste buds in an instant. Fortunately, she still remembered the mission this time, and did not dare to drink herself to the point of drunkenness. Just like that, with a hint of drunkenness, he carefully took the whiskey glass with some liquid left in it, walked to the piano customized by Lin, and asked, "This is a musical instrument. Can I use it?" Perhaps it was the effect of alcohol that made Yana less restrained and more charming. The way she looked back and smiled was not deliberate, but it was still heartwarming. Mr. Lin had experienced various experiences in Hollywood and the AV industry, and he quickly regained his composure and said with a smile, "Please do so. Have you ever used such an instrument?" Someone still remembers that the piano seems to have never been seen in MIDI. That's why I asked. I saw Yana groping around and lifting the cover. After sitting on the bench, I tried the 88 keys in sequence, and also tried the pedals underneath. Then she started her first piano performance. At the beginning, it was a familiar melody. The piano is an instrument known as a one-person symphony orchestra. Any music arrangement can be performed with a piano. So when he heard this melody, Lin couldn't help but search his memory, hoping to find out where the familiarity came from. But when Yana sang that touching and graceful voice, Lin understood where that familiarity came from. "Every underscore night underscore in underscore my underscore dreams. I underscore see underscore you. I underscore feel underscore you." Familiar language. Familiar melody. Although the singer is not the familiar one, there is no sense of dissonance at all when singing this song with the voice of an elf. But if there was something wrong, it was that Lin knew very well that English was definitely not the language used by MIDI. Same thing with that song. As for learning to play the piano for the first time, Lin didn't know which one surprised him more than hearing English songs. But after the love song ended, Ayane's performance did not end. The same slow melody, but a very different style from the previous song. If the previous song is elegant, then the next song is a bit rustic. Well, someone has to say that not only is English not a language spoken by fans, but so is Japanese. But no matter what language it is in, a song that can touch people's hearts is a good song. And a good song will attract people to stop and listen. So in the small banquet hall, it has attracted an audience that would not otherwise have been there, including the Marquise, who was very afraid of strangers. They all hid behind a sofa and listened secretly. But these people who come to listen to the songs are not the point. The point is that the fat elf Wild Walker Fooding brought a female elf here who can sing these two songs. What is the purpose? In other words, he wanted to confirm something. "It's exactly what I guessed. My friend, you must be a foreigner." The fat elf shook the whiskey glass, pretending to be unpredictable, and said in a low voice, Chapter 12 Tin Showdown. "You discovered it. But why did you deliberately speak so quietly?" Lin approached the fat elf pretending to be mysterious and asked, realizing that the other party's reaction was different from the situations he had imagined. Wilder Walker Fooding asked, "Well, my friend, won't you be troubled if your secret is discovered?" On the contrary, Lin, who probably guessed what the fat elf was up to, returned to normal volume and said with a smile, "As long as the second person knows the secret, it is not a secret and is worthless. This will bring what's bothering you." In Lin's guess, the fat elf's purpose is nothing more than to use secrets to coerce themselves, so as to achieve what they want. And the world tree will be involved in this matter. So this purpose should be related to the ninth power. Otherwise it would be impossible to combine these two forces that are nominally subordinate to each other, but in fact have no contact with each other. It is enough to know their core ideas. There is no need to understand the details, because he didn't follow the opponent's lead. It didn't matter what Wild Walker Fu Tongue was planning. Since the fat elf's visit, there has been a rare silence. Not only was the development different from what he had imagined, but he also had to consider whether the magician in front of him was pretending to be impressive. He obviously cares, but he pretends not to care at all, then use some specious language to confuse others. Although this move is considered risky, as long as it is done well, you can survive a crisis. So the question is, what is this magician thinking? Wild Walker Fu Tongue doesn't want to get to the point of breaking up, as that goes against the interests of the kingdom. What he does next will be related to the attitude of the magician. At this moment when the host and guest each have their own thoughts, there are also other people in this small banquet hall who are following their own thoughts. If there is anyone in this family who is most interested in music, it is Harumi, a young apprentice who is already well established. She sat next to Yana and played the same high-pitched melody, and it was exactly the same. If the pitch hadn't been too high, she might have been able to sing it. Elf Ina was quite surprised that a human could play the ancient music score that was circulated in the kingdom and rarely leaked out. But when I thought about the mission of this trip, it was to test the origin of the magician. If this person is really what the kingdom official who brought him here said, it would not be surprising to know this song and teach it to others. It's just that the reality is far beyond Ina's imagination. Although Lin once brought the music of the earth to the lost land for a while, the two girls were even keen on composing music hummed by someone, changing the lyrics, and singing it into the common language of Midland. To this end, they also learn languages from their teachers that they may never use in their lifetime. But among them, there are absolutely no two songs today. The performance she just performed was completely based on what she learned now. An elf who picks up a new instrument for the first time, and a woman who is so keen on music, has a super memory, has an absolute sense of sound, and is in the prime of her youth. If it works well on Earth, I'm afraid it won't be another Uranus-level star. It's a pity that they were born in the wrong place and had such good, even terrifying talents. In the end, they could only be buried in history, and even their names would not be recorded. Just because the main axis of this world has nothing to do with art. Putting aside speculation about the purpose of the fat elf coming here, Lin was sighing when he heard Halloumi ask, "Teacher, of the two songs just now, one is in English from your hometown, and the other is in Japanese." "Oh, you still remember it. I thought you had forgotten it. After all, it was so long ago, and I only taught you about it." Lin said, "Well, it just sounds and feels similar. But if I want to understand the content like before, I can't do it," Halloumi said frankly. At this time, Kaya said from the side, "I can do it." "Okay, what kind of monsters did you take in? You are placed in a lost place, and you have lost all your talents. Some people's language talent is the kind that makes people jealous," Lin said. "One is my _heart_will_go_on, and the other is. Speaking of which, these two songs are considered songs, but they are not songs from my hometown. Ina, where did you learn these two songs?" The elf singer said without any concealment. "Your Excellency, this is a song left by the foreigners who traveled to the kingdom in the past. It is quite old. I also accidentally found these two pieces of music and music from the teacher who taught me singing. Original lyrics. My teacher actually has the Elvish lyrics for these two songs." As expected, Lin slightly asked excitedly, "Then will you come again someday? Or to look forward to the spring breeze? Well, are those two songs also songs? I'm sorry, I haven't heard it. Nor have I seen any related music scores. Or maybe they also left ancient music scores. But I just can't recognize them." "That's right." Lin Yantian let out a long breath and considered whether to go to the elf's home to search. However, this also proves that in a history of mystery, there were quite a few visitors from Earth. The origin is not limited to a certain cultural circle or era. And these people have also left their own footprints. It's just that everyone who travels through time and space has changed their destiny against nature, terraforming other worlds and modernizing ancient times. There is only one book called Looking for the Qin Dynasty, in which history returns to its original state in the end. In such a confusing place, I can only see many of my great footprints, but few of them have truly far-reaching impact. So is this blocked by some powerful force? Or is it due to other reasons? Someone couldn't help but worry. "So, you are a foreigner." The demon prince Azad sat at the bar, picked up the glass smoothly, and poured himself a glass of whiskey. "Take a sip." After shouting happily, he blew the bottle again. Lin had an indifferent attitude and asked, "Yes, so what?" Putting down the bottle, Azad lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then said, "It seems that I really can't do anything to you. Yes, if someone discovered this secret in the first few years when I came here, I would still be afraid. Now, what can I do? I just didn't introduce myself to everyone. Hello everyone. I am Gabrash. Lin Tripwood. A foreigner from the 21st century on Earth." 21st century? Leonardo, a young man from a cultural circle that uses the Western calendar, was more surprised than others. He counted on his fingers and said, "So, teacher, you come from my world. The future 600 years later. Boy, strictly speaking, it's about 550 years. It's not as long as 600 years. Lin answered his little apprentice. Although he had determined that he was that person, Lin could never thought about hiding anything or deliberately guiding Leonardo. Just let everything take its course. Anyway, the fact that he would appear in the Lost Land is very abnormal. If you want him to live up to that person's past experience, Even a god might not be able to do it, unless you send him back with a bowl of mingpa soup. The fat elf also figured it out now. The magician in front of him has become an existence that is difficult for anyone to ignore or shake. At least the best escaping magician in history. Although such a title is not a pleasant one. No one stood up to oppose or compete for this title. And with Fu Tang's identity, and the convenience of having the world tree at his back, he also knows more secrets that are unknown to outsiders. Not to mention anything else. Let's just say that the reason why His Other Majesty helped his plan was because he also wanted to urge the magician to do things. Maybe this may be a joint decision of all the world trees. If you mess up something, or are forced to fall out with the magician, guess who will be the unlucky one? Asking for forgiveness with one's own head may only be regarded as basic aftermath. Unfortunately, before Wilder Walker Footing could think of a safe way to deal with the aftermath, Lin first said, "I won't ask what happened to those foreigners in the past." I said, "My friend, you specially brought someone to remind me of this." "For what?" The fat elf is evaluated by others as flexible and quick to react on the spot. And now he is worthy of this positive praise. He did not show any timidity or panic, but said with a sincere smile, "Didn't I say it at the beginning? This is a gift from His Majesty King Andre Kirill, and it is also a greeting from Lord Tripwood's hometown. Just 2 songs?" Lin looked at the fat elf with a strange expression. Was it because there were no outsiders present that he made it clear that he was just a groom, here to deliver takeaways? Of course not. It's the most proud singer in the kingdom, and the art that she inherited, which is a fusion of foreign music. Of course, there are also the songs and music left by those ancient times in her inheritance. Wilder Walker Fu Tung stood up and bowed respectfully. Not only Lin was surprised by this result, but Yaina, who was treated as a gift, was also surprised. This is different from the plan we agreed on at the beginning. But what can be done? Yaina knew her identity very well, and she also knew something about the identity of this fat elf. Maybe it's not comprehensive, but what he showed represents His Majesty Chloe, the elf kingdom of Armenia, and the world tree. No matter it is the will of the kingdom, or the will of His Majesty the world tree, it is not something that an elf can disobey. Even if the plan changes temporarily, he can only accept one way, and there is no second way. So Yaina did not expose the fat elf's lies, nor did she show any angry attitude. Instead, she calmly stood up and left the piano, half knelt on the ground, put one hand on her chest, and said, "Your Excellency, Yaina hereby swears that I will obey the king's orders and serve you throughout my life. Your instructions will be my will, and will not be contradicted." There is no slave in the elven culture, which does not mean that they do not understand the meaning behind the term. After all, elves are still the most popular slave race among human and orc nobles, regardless of gender. It is precisely because it is still difficult to ban it that the Ikaruga Alliance is so active. The original intention of the alliance was to rescue the enslaved elves, and Yaina's oath is already considered as the oath that the elves can say, the closest to the oath of voluntary slavery. Such a reaction was unexpected by Lin. What he said was not that he wanted to recruit an elf harem. Think about it. If you collect this one, you won't be able to stop an army coming from behind. Then, the only fate left for him would be to be squeezed dry or have his waist broken. For the sake of a sound and healthy life in the future, Lin helped Yaina, who was half kneeling, and said, "My friends, I appreciate your kindness. But what if I said, I don't like gifts?